Hokage hundreds of millions of rewards, Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1 God Level Reward System. Fuck, another boring day. There was a voice of complaint in the room, and the owner of this voice was Moyu. I thought that this kind of life at home where there is food, drink, play and nothing to do, even if you live in the house for 10 or 8 years, it is not a problem. But Moyu found that things were not as simple as he thought. His 1010 is a series of online activities such as playing games, watching live broadcasts, and surfing videos. Without a mobile phone, Moyu believed that few people could stay at home for a few days, especially a young man like him. Moyu sat up from the bed and walked to the window habitually. He was thinking about whether to try it today, and counting how many times the leaves swayed, how many pieces were blown off, how many times the birds chirped, and a series of extremely boring operations to kill time in the circle of friends. Leaf, in front of him, he thought of the word, Konaha, so he thought of a good plan. That is, a look back at the classic anime Hokage ninja. As soon as he thought of this, Moyu immediately took action. However, the moment he clicked on the video, his eyes suddenly went black, and then voices kept ringing in his mind. Ding! God Level Reward System is being activated. The system has been activated, and the identity of the host is being confirmed. Ding! The identity of the host is confirmed, start binding. God Level Reward System, the binding is successful, and the current world is being confirmed. Ding! Hokage World confirmed success. After a series of reminders sounded in his mind, Moyu was still confused. Who would have thought that just opening the Hokage Ninja video would travel to the Hokage world, which is too far-fetched. He, who thought it was a dream, glanced at the surrounding environment. He didn't know what words to use to describe his mood at this time. Because, he really crossed. Traversing into a world that is very strange and a little familiar, the world of Hokage. The reason why I say it is a little familiar is because Moyu has seen the anime, Hokage Ninja, especially the scene in front of him is the very familiar, Land of Fire Konoha Hidden Village. It is worth mentioning that although this name was named by Hashirama, it was thought of by his good friend Madara. When I was watching this anime, Moyu once imagined that he would have the so-called chakra in his body. Could he also open the handsome eyes like Sharingan, and try to release all kinds of tolerance through hand seal? The naive idea of art. Illusions are beautiful, but reality is cruel. But starting from today, his so-called fantasy is possible because he has traveled to the Hokage world. The boy he possessed and his name had a feather in it, called Toki Takagawa. Moyu recited the name subconsciously, but the system's voice suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the first reward of the God Level Reward System. Talent increased 100 times. 100x increase in chakra. Get the power of Shukaku, i.e., Aikiao chakra. Get one chance to draw a lottery. After hearing these prompts from the system, Moyu was sluggish. For a while, he thought that he had heard it wrong, or that there was a bug in the system. If not, this reward is too awesome, right? Moreover, it is only the first reward. After standing in place for a long time, Moyu finally regained his senses. What he did not expect was that the system first reward would be activated with a single name. What is the difference between this and a free gift? At this moment, Moyu just wanted to say, I like this system. Because of this, Moyu made sure of one thing, that the rewards just now were all real, because he had already seen the reward information on the panel. God Level Reward System, first reward, has been unlocked. 1 open black lens bracket talent increased by 100 times close black lens bracket. 2 open black lens bracket increase chakra by 100 times close black lens bracket. 3 open black lens bracket power of Shukaku close black lens bracket, 1 tail chakra. 4 unlocked in the second stage. Chance to draw. 1 time. Unlock, second reward conditions. 1 kill, Shui Mu, 2 kill, Peachland. Moyu took a look. It was not difficult to unlock the second reward. Because of this, Moyu is now looking forward to what the second reward will bring him. At this time, Moyu fell into a beautiful fantasy. It is no accident that the name, Takagawa Tokyu, will shock the entire ninja world in the future. Just as Moyu was looking forward to it, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Shiyu, why are you in a daze? The graduation exam is about to start. The voice fell, and a familiar face appeared in front of Moyu's eyes, which made him startled. Because the visitor is none other than Uzumaki Naruto. Takagawa Takiwa and Uzumaki Naruto are classmates. Not only that, the situation of the two of them is basically the same. So far, the two of them have only mastered basic physical skills, simple body techniques and introductory transformation techniques, but none of them have masters in advanced avatar techniques. That's why Naruto likes to play with Tokiha. There may be another reason, both of them are orphans. But this is only temporary. After Naruto steals the sealed book, the latter's life trajectory will be completely changed. As for Takagawa Tokyu, his life is still ordinary. Whether he can be promoted to Chunin in the future is a question. But it's different now, because of Moyu's arrival. His life, his destiny, will be rewritten. Chapter 2 Graduation Exam. After many thoughts flashed in his mind, Moyu also muttered. Moyu, Shiyu, maybe this is destiny. Well, from today onwards, my name is Takagawa Tokyu. It's just that Shiyu didn't expect that he had just crossed into the Hokage world and met the graduation exam. As far as he knew, as long as he passed the graduation exam of the ninja school, he could become a genin smoothly. Thinking of this, Shiyu was looking forward to it. Let's go together, Naruto urged. Tokyu nodded, and then went to the ninja school with Naruto. Originally, Shiyu was still worried about whether he would pass the graduation exam this time, but now he doesn't have to worry. Because now he is already a genius. Moreover, he also has the chakra of Aikyo Shukaku, so the so-called graduation examination is already a pediatrics for him. After a moment, the two successfully arrived at the ninja school, and in the class, Shiyu met 8 other people in the Konoha 12 Shaokyang. Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino, Inazuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akamichi Choji. In addition to the 8 of them and Naruto, the other 3 are also very popular in the anime. They are Lee Rock, Tenten and Hyuga Neji. But because they are 1 year higher than Naruto, they have already graduated from ninja school and become genin. As for Sakai, he is barely the 13th Shaokyang. Of course, in addition to seeing Sasuke, 2 Jinchuriki, Column Sun, Hinata and them. Shiyu also saw some other unfamiliar faces. Like Shiyu, they were all students with relatively mediocre aptitudes. And the teacher who taught Shiyu and the others was Konoha Chunin, Iruka Uno. Of Iruka Tokyu, not only because he is now his teacher, but also because this anime character is very lovable. Shortly after Tokiha and Naruto were in their positions, Iruka's voice followed. Today is the day of the graduation exam, are you ready? Okay. Except for Tokyu and Sasuke, who doesn't like to talk, the entire class responded loudly. Especially Naruto, a troublemaker who likes to make troubles, shouts loudly, for fear that others will not hear. Then, start the graduation exam now. The person whose name will be called will come to the next classroom. By the way, this time the test question is clone technique. Prepare yourself. Clone technique, the phantom condensed by chakra, is one of the basic ninjutsu. Function, not aggressive, but can be used to confuse opponents. Only after mastering the clone technique in the future, based on this ninjutsu, you can master a more advanced clone technique. For example, the most common shadow clone technique, Fuma Shuriken, shadow windmill, etc., and these are all ninjutsu with entity. In addition, after your master attribute changes, you can also perform a stronger, 5 elements clone technique. For example, wood clone technique, water clone technique, earth clone technique, and so on. When they heard the question of clone technique, most of them were not panicked, except for Naruto and a small number of people. Ah, why is it so unfortunate? It happens to be my worst ninjutsu. Naruto between the words stretched his face, then turned to look at Shiyu. However, he was surprised to find that the latter today was not as nervous as he used to practice. On the contrary, it is especially calm. I said, Shiyu, the exam question is clone technique, aren't you worried? What's the use of worrying, and worrying about not being able to let you pass the test? Ah, that's true. Naruto was stunned between the words, and then said with a bitter face, as of now, I can only resign to fate. And between the two of them talking, the exam has already started. The first one, Uchiha Sasuke. Second, Hyuga Hinata. Soon, Sasuke, Hinata, and Sakura successfully passed the graduation exam and obtained that ninja forehead. Which means that they are already a genin. Naruto was very envious of this scene. Next, Takiwa Takagawa. Hearing this voice, Naruto also said to the encouragement, Shiyu, come on, I believe you can do it. Should be fine. Naruto was a little surprised by Shiyu's answer, because the latter has never been as confident as he is today. Not only Naruto, but even Sasuke, Sakura and others were stunned. Needless to say, it was the first time they had met such a confident Shiyu. Immediately after, Shiyu walked out of the classroom under the eyes of everyone, and arrived at the examination room next door a few seconds later. There were only 2 people in the exam room, the first was Iruka, and the second was Iruka's friend, Mizuki. And this person is also the one who instructed Naruto to steal the sealed book. He is a sinister villain who was later used by Orochimaru as a test subject. Although he did not die, he has since become a waste. However, he does have a good lover named Chun. Seeing Shiyu, Iruka had no hope at all. As the former's teacher, he couldn't be more clear about Shiyu's strength. In the practice 3 days ago, the latter could not even condense a chakra clone. After looking at Shiyu for a while, Iruka said, Shiyu, you can start when you're ready. Hearing this, Shiyu didn't talk nonsense either, and directly put on the handprint of the surgical technique, feeling the flow of chakra in his body. Immediately afterwards, a low voice came from his throat. The Art of Clone. 3rd chapter. If it doesn't make a sound, it's already a blockbuster. Bang! As a cloud of white smoke dissipated, Iruka and Mizuki were both taken aback by what they saw. Because at this time, not just one person, but dozens of them were reflected in their pupils, and all of these people were Shiyu. In other words, these are the products that Shiyu condensed with chakra. The number of clones represents a person's chakra volume and follow-up potential, which is why the graduation exam of the ninja school is set up, the Art of Clone. Under normal circumstances, for students who have just graduated, the number of chakra clones they can condense is basically between 3 and 10, which is the standard. In the future, as their strength improves, the more chakra they can condense, but it will also reach a limit. Because how much chakra can be stored in a person's body is innate and cannot be changed. Once the chakra stored in the body is exhausted, the human body will fall into a state of emptiness. Because chakra is the product of the fusion of physical power and spiritual power, that is, the root of life. For example, Uchiha Madara, who should have died, lived for more than 100 years without dying because Gedomazo, demonic statue of the outer path, provided him with chakra. The end, it was because the plan was all set up that he took the initiative to cut off the connection with Gedomazo, demonic statue of the outer path, and voluntarily died. So, if a person forcibly depletes all the chakras in the human body, there is only one result, which is death. For example, Kakashi, Hatake 5-5, Nagato, Chiyo mother-in-law, etc., they all died because they used up all the chakra in their bodies. This is why multiple shadow clone technique is listed as forbidden technique by the first generation Senju Hashirama. Because this ninjutsu will evenly distribute a person's chakra, if one is not careful, it is easy for a ninja to die immediately after performing it. As for Naruto, that's because he belongs to the Uzumaki family, and he has an extremely large chakra. But just having a huge chakra, if the talent is not enough, it will be in vain. At the age of Shiryu and Naruto, the amount of chakra that can be stored in the body is limited, and those who can condense more than 10 chakra clones are talented students. The more it gathers, the more evil this person is. Whether it is clone jutsu or other ninjutsu, it is not enough to rely on chakrado alone, but also requires a great understanding of ninjutsu. The higher the attainment of ninjutsu, the stronger the release. Originally, Shiryu had exhausted himself in condensing a clone, but after he found the God-level reward system, he had increased the talent by 100 times, and he already fully understood the mystery of the art of clone. Only then did dozens of clones condense all at once. 100-fold increase in chakra, and both are indispensable. Moreover, this number was the result of Moyu's intentional control, because the area of the classroom was so large. Otherwise, it is not difficult for the number to exceed 100. Looking at the dozens of identical Takagawa Tokiha, Iruka said, "Mizuki, hit me." Why? I wonder if I'm dreaming now. No wonder Iruka would have this idea, because in his memory, Shiyu's aptitude was mediocre, and he belonged to the crane tail level like Naruto. But what about now? Dozens of avatars were condensed all at once, which undoubtedly made Shiryu a top genius level student. Could this not surprise him? Iruka. To be honest, I can't believe the fact either. Shueimyu also looked astonished between the words, and there was a trace of envy in his astonishment. Although he concealed it well, he was captured by Tokiyu. Mizuki's talent is the same as Iruka's, both belong to the kind of middle and lower talents. Iruka is content with reality, but he is not willing to be ordinary, which is why he asked Naruto to steal the sealed book. The two were immersed in confusion, until Shiyu's voice sounded and they were called back from it. "Iruka-sensei, is it alright?" "But, that's fine." In response, Iruka also picked up a piece of ninja forehead displayed on the tabletop and announced, "Shiryu, congratulations on passing the test." "Thank you, teacher." Shiryu thanked him politely, and then took the ninja forehead from Iruka's hand. As Tokiyu left, Iruka didn't forget to mutter to himself, "I didn't expect that Shiryu, who used to be ordinary in the past, turned out to be a blockbuster in the graduation assessment." It really fulfills a sentence, if you don't make a sound, you will be a blockbuster. At the same time, when you returned to the classroom, some people were ready to laugh at him, but their words stopped abruptly before they could reach their lips. Not for others, just because they saw what was in Shiyu's hands. Ninja forehead proof of passing the graduation exam. And Naruto was the first to break the silence, because he had the best relationship with Shiryu. "Shiryu, have you passed the test?" Originally, he thought that Shiryu and him were half a pound, but now Shiryu actually passed the assessment of the clone technique. The two of them were the worst at. Could this not surprise him? Shiryu nodded, then raised the ninja forehead in his hand. After confirming that this was not a dream, everyone was puzzled. They really couldn't figure it out. How did Shiryu, who couldn't condense a chakra clone 3 days ago, pass the graduation examination? Chapter 4: The Greatest Genius in History. Those students who were similar in aptitude to Shiryu, or even a little bit more talented than Shiryu, whispered to each other, "I didn't expect that even Shiyu's crane tail could pass the test. It seems that we have hope." Yes. Shikamaru, who had a genius mind, looked at Shiyu's calm expression and had 2 guesses in his heart. First, cheat. Second, sympathy. It's no wonder that he would have this idea, because in this ninja world there are all kinds of ninja tools and ninjutsu scrolls, that can help ninjas to accomplish some impossible ninjutsu. Therefore, he suspects that Shiyu is likely to use this item to cheat. As for the possibility of sympathy, perhaps it was because Shiyu had enlightened in these 3 days, and could finally condense a chakra clone. So Iruka gave graduation out of sympathy. However, just after Shikamaru completed the analysis, a message brought by Kiba who passed the assessment directly gave him a blow. Shikamaru, Ino, you can't guess what I just saw. What did you see? Ino asked curiously. I just took a sneak peek at Shiyu's results when I took the ninja forehead protector. How many do you think he has? 3. That's the minimum standard, Ino said. Shiyu's strength is obvious to all. When I practiced a few days ago, I couldn't condense a single clone. I guess it is 1. Shikamaru is obviously more inclined to his second guess. Because Shiyu is an orphan, and his life is basically supported by Konoha, it is very good to be able to maintain the status quo. How can there be money to buy any ninja equipment? Moreover, if you cheat and catch a current one, the consequences are quite serious. 1. Sakura muttered, then questioned, how can one pass the test? It should be because Mr. Iruka saw that Shiyu finally formed a clone, and his various grades were barely qualified, so he passed it with reluctance. Think about it carefully. Did the others come out quickly if they passed or failed? But Shiyu, he stayed there for a long time. Hearing Shikamaru's analysis, everyone felt that it made some sense. However, it was denied by Kiba. Shikamaru, you guessed wrong this time. Shiyu's clone is neither 1 nor 3. 2, Ino asked. At this time, even Sasuke, who has always been taciturn, was attracted and cast his gaze involuntarily. The extremely curious Naruto couldn't wait, and urged, Kiba, you are saying, don't make our appetite. That's it. Seeing the impatient look of everyone, Kiba no longer hides it. 53. As soon as this number came out, everyone in the audience was shocked, even Sasuke. Because the chakra clone he condensed was only 16, but even so, he was already the most outstanding genius in this session. But now, his genius name seems to be overshadowed by others. Kiba, are you kidding me? Sakura asked first, and Ino and the others also nodded, because they didn't even exceed 10. Moreover, Shiyu's past performance was so mediocre that they had to be questioned. Furthermore, 53 chakra clones have not appeared since the ninja school opened. If this is true, then you will become the strongest genius since the opening of the ninja school, which is why Iruka and Mizuki were so surprised just now. Seeing everyone's unbelief, Kiba puffed out her cheeks and said, I didn't even believe it. But Iruka-sensei's rating sheet is clearly written, and this is what I saw with my own eyes. Kiba, who was in the middle of the conversation, saw that everyone was still suspicious, but he was a little anxious, and continued with a pat on his chest. If you don't believe me, go to Iruka-sensei for verification after the exam, and then you'll know if I lied. Hearing Kiba's confident words, although there are still doubts in their hearts, they have begun to believe in them. Immediately, their gazes towards Shiyu were a little different. Even Sasuke Gaolang, the second Jinchuriki column's son, was no exception. If what Kiba said was true, then you had 3 times as many clones as him, which made him feel that he was the strongest in this session. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and it was still Naruto who broke the situation. Shiyu, is what Kiba said true? I said they may not believe it. If they want to know the truth, they will verify it themselves. Shiyu's words made everyone very stunned. They didn't expect that the latter, who was usually submissive, was reborn today, and his whole personality became more confident. Is what Choji said true? Did he really condense 53 chakra clones? Of course, such an act against the sky is undoubtedly hard to believe. Sakura, who has always admired Sasuke, stood up and shouted, I don't believe it. In my eyes, Sasuke-kun is the strongest. I agree. Some girls like Ino also agreed, and they still believed that Sasuke was the strongest until things were confirmed. No way, who said that Shiyu's performance on weekdays was too bad? Also, this guy like Kiba likes to play tricks on people on weekdays, so they won't fully believe it until it's proven. When Naruto saw this, he fought for Shiyu and said, "I don't care whether you believe it or not, I believe it unconditionally anyway." Naruto, look, besides you, who else would believe this absurd thing? Sakura retorted. However, at this moment, a very shy voice sounded in the crowd, making Sakura's pretty face twitch. I believe. Everyone who heard the words looked at them one after another, and they were very surprised when they saw the owner of this voice, even Shiyu was no exception. Because this voice is none other than Hinata. P.S. Let me explain here, 53 chakra clones are really not many. In the first episode of the animation, Iruka said that the other students have at least 3. The animation is level 52. When Ebisu taught Naruto, he said that Sakura can have 5 clones. If all the chakras are exhausted, 10 or so can be divided, and it is conceivable that the chakra of the protagonist is increased by 100 times. Add more rules. Add more rules. 2,000 flowers plus 1 more. 1,000 evaluation votes plus 1 more. 50 monthly pass plus 1 more. 5 people reward plus 1 more. Well, that's all. I hope I can become a code word machine with no emotion. I hope everyone can fulfill me. Chapter 5 Facts that have settled. At this point, the class is divided into 3 teams. Most people such as Sakura and Ino choose not to believe it, and a small number of rationalists such as Shikamaru choose to wait and see, but only Hinata and Naruto choose to believe Tokiha. If Tokyu guessed correctly, the reason Hinata chose to believe him was probably because of Naruto. Because he and Naruto are best friends, and Naruto is the object of Hinata's love, so the latter chooses to believe him. This may be the so-called love house and woo. But this is just Tokyu's reasoning, and whether this is the case or not can only see Akatsuki in the future. Originally, Sakura, Ino, and others wanted to refute Hinata, but at this time, several students who had no qualifications and Shiyu wanted to get up and down returned to the classroom one after another. However, they all looked downcast. Moreover, they did not have ninja forehead protection in their hands. In other words, they did not pass the graduation assessment. You must know that several of them are much better than Shiyu, and they can condense a chakra clone. But the result? Such students did not pass the graduation examination, but Shiyu did. Wouldn't it surprise them? That's why they don't believe what Kiba said just now. Immediately afterwards, another student walked into the classroom in a hurry, still complaining. It doesn't make sense. I didn't pass the test. How can Shiyu's crane pass? Because he can condense 2 chakra clones, but still failed to pass the assessment. Seeing this, Sakura immediately stopped those people. Let me ask you, did you see Shiyu's test results just now? What do you think? Those who have not passed the assessment are not eligible to go forward to receive that ninja forehead. One of them sighed, then looked at Shiyu, and said again, I'm pregnant with Shiyu, is that kid cheating? It's very likely that we'll find out when we go to Mr. Iruka for verification after the assessment is over. Several people nodded in unison. If they couldn't figure it out today, they would definitely not be able to sleep tonight after eating. Not only them, but even Sakura, Shikamaru, and Ino all hold the same idea, even Sasuke, who has always been alone. No way, who called this thing too unbelievable? Immediately afterwards, another voice came from the next classroom, the last one, Uzumaki Naruto. Finally it's my turn. Naruto between the words was already nervous, because those with the same grades as him failed. Shiyu also saw Naruto's worry, and immediately said, come on. Naruto nodded heavily, and then strode towards the next classroom, but when he came back, he was the same as the previous few people, and he looked downcast. Don't guess, it's obviously failing. But everyone didn't care about Naruto's failing grades. Only Hinata glanced at Naruto, not knowing whether it was out of shyness or something. She didn't come forward to offer condolences. Only Tuichi Man stepped forward and said with ears, "Naruto, don't be discouraged, I have a way to make you pass the test." "Really?" "Shish, be quiet." "Oh, I see." Everyone was shocked when they saw Naruto, and after swept away the decadence for a second, Sakura and others were also confused. They all wanted to know what Shiyu said to Naruto, to have such a great magical power, which could cheer up a person who failed the test so quickly. However, before they stepped forward to ask, Iruka walked in through the door of the classroom. Seeing the latter, everyone immediately gathered around. Seeing this, Iruka was also stunned, and immediately asked, "What are you doing?" "Iruka-sensei, we would like to ask you about one thing." As Sasuke's #1 fangirl, Sakura spoke first. "Oh, what's the matter?" When Iruka's voice fell, Ino was not to be outdone. Before Sakura could speak, she was the first to speak. "Is it Shiyu? Did he really condense 53 chakra clones?" As soon as Ino said this, everyone held their breaths, waiting for Iruka's answer. Iruka looked at Tokyo and said with a gratified smile on her face, "I didn't expect you to know so soon." After Iruka's confirmation, the whole class exploded in an instant, because no one thought this was true. HMPH, now I believe it. Kiba snorted coldly, venting everyone's disbelief in him just now, but at the same time, a little jealousy could be heard from his tone. This kind of emotion cannot be eliminated at this age, it is human nature. The same is true for Sasuke. Although he only lost to Tokiyu in the clone technique, Sasuke, who has always been strong, is still a little unwilling and even unhappy. First, jealousy is inevitable at this age. Second, he hated himself for not being a genius, because he knew that if he wanted to defeat his brother Uchiha Itachi, he had to be more evil. Clearly unacceptable to anyone other than Naruto and Hinata. No one thought that Toki Takagawa, who had been mediocre for 6 years, would be a blockbuster in the graduation assessment. Although it is only the clone technique, it is enough to brag. "Teacher, Shiyu's usual grades are so poor, why did he suddenly break out today, did he? Did he cheat?" Naturally, there will be doubts about such a performance against the sky. "Don't worry, Mr. Mizuki and I can testify on this point that Shiyu didn't cheat." As soon as Iruka said this, it undoubtedly cut off everyone's last hope. At this moment, the way they looked at Shiyu changed completely. They never imagined that the object of contempt they usually despised had now become an existence they could only look up to. What a ridiculous change of roles on both sides. After some exclamation, Iruka also raised his voice and said, "Okay, everyone take their seats, I have something to announce." Chapter 6 Sealed Book and LT. Font color equals #FF0000 and GT, picture and LT, font and GT. All students who pass the assessment today can enter their personal information in the archives department tomorrow. Also, there will be a graduation briefing at 9 in the morning in 3 days. After the announcement, Iruka turned and left, as he was in a hurry to report the news to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Needless to say, it's about Shiyu's assessment results. And Shiyu also left the classroom under the envy and hatred of everyone, along with Naruto. Because Shiyu told him there was a way to pass the test, he couldn't wait now. As soon as he left the classroom, Naruto hurriedly asked, "Shiyu, what can you do? It'll be delivered to your door." "Ah, there is such a good thing." Shiyu nodded, and then said, "Master Shuimu will come back to tell you the method later, then you can just do it." "Mizuki teacher." Naruto looked puzzled. "Yes. However, you can't let him see that you knew about it in advance, otherwise he wouldn't tell you." Hearing the words, Naruto nodded heavily. For him, as long as he can pass the graduation examination to become a genin, it is more important than anything else. He wants to use his strength to prove the value of his existence. Then, let's eat ramen now, Naruto suggested. It's not the time to celebrate. What you have to do now is go to a place where no one is there for a while. Why are you shutting yourself up? If you fail the assessment, if you don't pretend to be unhappy, why would teacher Shuimu tell you other methods? Shiyu, I didn't expect you to be so smart now. Naruto in the middle of the conversation gave Shiyu a thumbs up and grinned. Hey, then I'm leaving. Before waiting for Shiyu to nod, Naruto ran away without a trace. Looking at the direction where Naruto disappeared, Moyu muttered, "The Book of Seals, I really look forward to it." Book of Seals is a scroll that sealed many forbidden techniques in the first generation, but apart from the known multiple shadow clone techniques, it is unknown what other techniques are in it. 2 hours later. Naruto hurriedly found Moyu, and he still looked excited. Needless to say, Mizuki has already started to implement his plan. The reason why Shiyu didn't tell Naruto the truth now was obviously because he was afraid that his personality would ruin his layout, and it was indispensable to help Naruto pass the graduation assessment. Furthermore, he is also very interested in the Book of Seals. Naruto told Tokyo the method that Mizuki told him truthfully, and Tokyo asked Naruto to do the same and waited for him at the destination. After a moment, Mizuki helped Naruto to successfully steal the Book of Seals, and he himself quickly spread the news. Then he just kills Naruto, then transforms into Naruto and escapes from Konaha, so who? I don't even know that he did this thing, and he can still take the sealed book as his own. However, he didn't know that all of this was in the calculations of the two. This first person is naturally Shiyu. And the second person is the current third-generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 3 generations have already seen through all of this, and he knew that Shuimu had bad intentions, so he took this opportunity to count on it. It has 3 purposes. First, let Iruka clear the estrangement in Naruto's heart. Second, eradicate Mizuki, an ambitious person. Third, let Naruto have the opportunity to read the Book of Seals once. Otherwise, how could the Book of Seals, which was placed in the office of the third generation of Hokage, be easily stolen by Naruto? You must know that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the office at the time, but Naruto succeeded with only one trick, the art of seduction, which is obviously unscientific. Furthermore, he did not take the initiative to chase Naruto afterwards, but gave Naruto enough time to escape before letting some of his subordinates pretend, while he himself hid in the office and used a crystal ball to peep at everything. Progress. At this point, its purpose has been clearly revealed. After Naruto stole the Book of Seals, he quickly rushed to the forest cabin designated by Mizuki. By the time Naruto arrived, Shiyu had been waiting here for a long time. Shiyu, I brought the Book of Seals. Oh, then I'll quickly open it and see what kind of awesome ninjutsu is in this Book of Seals. Naruto nodded heavily, and then untied the knot of the Book of Seals. Then, the first forbidden technique that catches your eye is multiple shadow clone. And then followed by the seal of the 4 elephants, the 2 serpents killing, the ghouls band, impure world reincarnation, multiplication detonator talismans, the 8 inner gates, and Izanagi, and Izanami, and a series of forbidden technique. Naruto, hurry up and pick a few to practice. Good. After some choices, Naruto chose the easiest one, and one of them was multiple shadow clone. This result was not expected by Shiyu. First of all, other forbidden techniques are too difficult, hand seal is too complicated. Secondly, the graduation test is the clone jutsu, so Naruto feels that as long as he learns this ninjutsu, he will definitely pass the test. Shiyu, don't you practice? I'll just take a look. Shiyu replied, and then said, hurry up and practice, you should be able to pass the test when teacher Shuimu arrives. Hearing the words, Naruto nodded and began to bury his head in practice. And Shiyu began to study the Book of Seals with great concentration. With his current talent, it is impossible to learn these forbidden techniques in such a short period of time. So, what he has to do now is to write down all the spells. P.S. The old iron who has flowers and evaluation tickets can send it, and a picture is attached to the upper right corner. Chapter 7 3 Tomo Sharingan. After half an hour, Shiyu had memorized all the ninjutsu in it, and seeing Naruto still practicing, he thought that he still had a chance to draw a lottery. With that in mind, he directly opened the lottery interface. In addition to a blue frame on the interface, there is the item bar below. If there is an accident, the things obtained by the lottery will be stored here. Immediately after, Shiyu clicked the Start button in the blue frame with trepidation, and in the next second, the items in the frame quickly scrolled. Shiyu vaguely saw several Fire Attribute Chakra, Rinnegan, Demonic Illusion Kotoamatsukami, Rasengan, 2 Tomo Sharingan. Needless to say, there is basically nothing bad in it. While Shiyu waited, the frame finally settled on a pair of eyes, Yuhi-colored eyes with 3 commas. When he saw the result, Shiyu couldn't help but be excited. He didn't expect to win something amazing in the first lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting 3 Tomo Sharingan. With the sound of the system, Shiyu confirmed that this was not a dream, and he drew the Sharingan that he had been dreaming of. Moreover, it is the ultimate in the first state of Sharingan. Tomo Sharingan written at the bottom of the frame. Shiyu calmed down his excitement, clicked to confirm, and then the 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in the inventory below. Shiyu didn't hesitate to use it directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening 3 Tomo Sharingan. With the sound of the system, Shiyu's pupils suddenly changed color, from black to Yuhi color, with 3 comma-shaped Tomo evenly distributed. Ordinary Sharingan can be divided into 3 stages. The main morphological change is reflected in the increase of Tomo in the eyeball. When the eyes are first opened, there is only 1 Tomo in the eyeball. With the enhancement of chakra and the increase in the proficiency and stimulation of pupil surgery, ordinary Sharingan will continue to evolve. Each stage of evolution, Tomo in the eyeball will increase by 1, up to 3. 3 Tomo Sharingan is the most advanced form of ordinary Sharingan. The more Tomo, the more capable he is. In addition to the ability to see through the eye, can see the chakra veins, see through all the subtle movements of the opponent and the hand seal, and the hypnotic eye release demonic illusion to control the opponent. It can also copy and see through the non-Kekkei Genkei, S ninja, body, Phantom 3. This ability is indeed a bit pervert, worthy of being one of the 3 major pupil techniques. At this moment, Moyu looked at Naruto, and could already perfectly understand the latter's chakra veins, subtle movements and hand seal, S technique. At this time, Naruto is focusing on practicing the multiple shadow clone technique. As for the others, under the premise of the clone technique, the progress is not bad. Shiyu, I think I have almost learned this ninjutsu. Then take a rest. Hey, that's what I think too. Naruto laughed, then slumped to the ground and rested. Woke up, obviously exhausted. Practicing ninjutsu requires a constant consumption of chakra, so long hours of practice can easily get tiresome. Call out. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air in the forest. Immediately afterwards, a figure appeared in front of the 2 of them, and they were quite familiar with that face. It was none other than Iruka. Iruka saw Naruto. He wanted to reprimand Naruto, the troublemaker, but when he saw Tokyo was also present, he was stunned. Before Iruka could ask, Tokyo was the first to speak. Iruka-sensei, you have come. As soon as Shiyu said this, Iruka was dumbfounded again. Listening to the former's words meant that he was waiting for him here. Naruto originally wanted to show a genin technique in front of Iruka, but at this moment he was also interested in Tokyo's words, and put it behind him for the time being. Shiyu, what do you mean by that? Iruka-sensei, you and I know Naruto well, so if anyone can find him first, it's you, teacher. Also, so that you can find us faster, teacher, I deliberately left some traces along the way. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto was stunned. Shiyu, why do you want Sensei Iruka to find us quickly? Iruka, who heard the words, was also puzzled. For some reason, today's Shiyu has changed a lot from the past, as if it was a different person. If it hadn't been for the fact that Shiyu's chakra had not changed, Iruka would have suspected that Shiyu was a fake. The reason is very simple, because I want to expose Mizuki's evil deeds. Mizuki. Iruka was shocked, and then asked in doubt, what does this have to do with Mizuki? Let Naruto tell you the answer. Me. Naruto, who was speaking, pointed to himself, also confused. Seeing this, Moyu reminded, just tell Teacher Iruka what Teacher Mizuki told you. Oh. Iruka that Mizuki had instructed him to steal the Book of Seals. How is that possible? The shocked Iruka still looked a little disbelieving, because Mizuki had been a friend since childhood. Iruka-sensei, nothing is impossible. According to the time, Mr. Shuimu should be here soon, which is undoubtedly the best evidence. After the voice fell, Shiyu also explained everything to Naruto, so that the latter would be mentally prepared. When Moyu just finished explaining, there were a dozen sounds of breaking wind suddenly coming from the forest. Call out, call out, call out. Immediately afterwards, the three saw dozens of kunai shot towards them. Chapter 8 Budding. This moment. Shiyu, who had been on guard for a long time, led Naruto to the side in an instant, and Iruka stepped aside safely because he didn't have to protect the two of them. But also because of this, Iruka looked at Tokyu with admiration again, because even he didn't respond as promptly as Tokyu. Immediately after, more than a dozen kunai landed on the wooden house behind without any suspense, making a slight noise. Clang, clang, clang. This scene made Shuimu, who was squatting on the tree trunk, very surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that Shiyu, who had just graduated and obtained the genin qualification, would be able to escape his sneak attack. However, in his opinion, this should be a fluke of the latter. And the second thing that surprised him was why Shiyu appeared here. He didn't bother about it because he didn't understand. Because in his eyes, Shiyu is a non-threatening child. As soon as he thought about it, the corners of his mouth also showed a sharp arc. It seems that not only can I get the Book of Seals today, but I can also obliterate a genius monster, which can be regarded as killing two birds with one stone. Mizuki, do you know what you're talking about? Iruka shouted. Iruka, it looks like you've got to get rid of the troublemaker before doing these two things. There was no emotion in Mizuki's words, which made Iruka's heart extremely angry. While Iruka was stunned, Mizuki had already launched an attack on him, and his moves were extremely ruthless, and he wanted to take his life. Originally, the strength of the two was about the same, but Iruka was too nostalgic and avoided every attack. He just wanted to catch Mizuki alive and leave it to the 3 generations. Because of this, he was doomed to be defeated. Boom. When a sound came out, Shiyu and the two saw Iruka slam into a big tree, blood stains all over his body, and he had lost the ability to fight. Seeing this, Mizuki turned his attention to Naruto. Naruto, hurry up and give me the scroll. Hearing this, Iruka shouted with all his might. Naruto, that scroll is a dangerous thing sealed by the 1st generation, and it must not be given to him. Iruka-sensei, don't worry, I didn't see you handing the Book of Seals to that bad guy. After hearing Shiyu's previous explanation, Naruto already knew about Mizuki's conspiracy, and he felt quite unhappy when he knew that he was being used. Shuimu, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and then sneered. Naruto, it's useless for you to hold it, let me tell you the truth, 12 years ago. No, don't. Iruka clearly knew what Mizuki was going to say. What? Shouted hysterically. But Mizuki still told Naruto the truth of the 12 years in order to get the Book of Seals, effortlessly. The purpose was to let Naruto relax and take advantage of the opportunity. As Naruto's best friend Tokyu, in order to allow the latter and Iruka to clear the estrangement in their hearts. He did not stop it, but waited for Mizuki to finish speaking slowly. Anyway, Naruto will know about this sooner or later. Naruto learned that the Kyubi, Nine-Tails, demon fox, that plagued Konoha village was sealed in his body, and learned that this demon fox in his own body killed many people, including Iruka's parents, and also learned that the reason why you are hated by others. After Mizuki's words, he learned all the truth. That scroll is actually used to seal you. Cross Shuriken, directly at Naruto. Iruka saw this, he rushed over without hesitation. Just as the high-speed rotating, cross Shuriken, was about to hit Iruka, a metal collision sounded. Kang. Immediately, the cross Shuriken was bounced away, and with a kai sound, it was directly inserted into the tree next to it. How is this possible? This scene made Shuimu extremely shocked. He never thought that Shiyu would be able to resolve this blow with Kuu in his hand, until he saw the Yuhi-colored eyes on Shiyu's face. Because of this, let him fall into a deep shock. He really can't understand why Takagawa Tokiha has the evil eye that can only be opened by the Uchiha family. There is another person who shares the same astonishment as him, and that is the 3 generations of Hokage who are peeping here, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking at the figure reflected in the crystal ball, the corners of his wrinkled mouth moved, and then he spat out 3 words. Writing, wheel, I. While Mizuki was stunned, Tokiyu, who was standing in front of Iruka and Naruto, said, Iruka-sensei, you have a good rest, then leave it to me and Naruto. You and Naruto, Iruka worried. Iruka-sensei, don't worry. Yu turned his head between the words and gave Iruka a reassuring smile, but it was this turning of his head that surprised Iruka. Needless to say, he also saw Shiyu's Yuhi-colored pupils. This is what Moyu did deliberately, foreshadowing the class division after 3 days. Chapter 9 Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Shiyu's gaze shifted to Naruto and said, Naruto, why are you still lying on the ground? Now it's our turn to protect Iruka-sensei. Hearing this, Naruto looked at Iruka who was protecting him in front of him. His eyes became firmer. He immediately stood up from the ground, and without saying a word, he made a shadow clone gesture. Immediately after, Naruto performed the forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique, in Book of Seals, under the astonished eyes of Iruka and others. Bang! As a slight sound came out, this part of the forest was filled with Naruto's shadow, and there were thousands of them. This scene suddenly looked at everyone. Even Shiyu is no exception, because this is the first time he has seen so many entities shadow clone. How could? Looking at the figure of Naruto all around, Mizuki couldn't calm down. I thought that even if Shiyu had such evil eyes as Sharingan, he should have the power to fight. After all, Shiyu has just graduated, and the latter's abilities in all aspects are limited without training. He still has a high chance of winning, and even if he loses, escaping with his Chunin's strength is definitely not a problem. But the current scene has cut off his hope. After the battle with Iruka, most of his chakras have been consumed, and now with the thousands of shadow clone who have entities, he has no chance of winning. And when Mizuki was extremely frightened, Shiyu's voice sounded again. Teacher Mizuki, have you ever experienced despair? Looking at Mizuki with a confused face in front of him, Tokiyu stopped talking nonsense, recalled the key to the multiple shadow clone technique, in Book of Seals, and flashed the image of hand seal when Naruto was practicing earlier. Immediately afterwards, a low drink came from his mouth. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! Sound. There were 1,000 people around again, but this time it was not Naruto, but Tokiyu. Tokiyu's chakra has been increased by 100 times, and with the backing of Ikkyu Shukaku's chakra in his body, shadow clone is not a problem for him at all. Seeing this scene, Iruka and the others were stunned, and couldn't help but say a word in their hearts. When did forbidden technique become so worthless? Shiyu can cast multiple shadow clone, after all, the latter has the legendary Sharingan, which can replicate ninjutsu. But multiple shadow clone is a forbidden technique. Not everyone can perform it. If there is not enough chakra in the body, the result of forcible application is very likely to die directly. Naruto's shock was different from them, because he still didn't know the disadvantages of this ninjutsu. He was shocked that Shiyu had never practiced this ninjutsu at all. How did he become a master? No way, he doesn't know Sharingan yet. Seeing Naruto stunned in place, Shiyu also reminded aloud, Naruto, don't stand still, fuck him. Well. Immediately afterwards, under the command of Tokyo and Naruto, 2,000 shadow clones directly annihilated Mizuki in an overwhelming force. After a continuous wailing, Mizuki has been beaten beyond recognition by Shiyu's 2,000 shadow clones, and he can't die any longer. Originally, Shiyu could have kept him alive, but the system wanted him to die. Besides, if he died, Moyu would be able to explain everything. Otherwise, once the 3 generations asked him how he knew about Mizuki's conspiracy, he would really not be able to lie. As Shuimu died, the sound of the system also sounded slowly. Ding! The killing of Mizuki has been completed. After hearing the sound of the system, Shiyu was also overjoyed. He finally completed the first task of unlocking the second reward. Then, the next goal is to don't cut the peach land again. With Mizuki's defeat, Iruka finally came back to his senses in shock. Looking at Toshiyu and Naruto in front of him, his expression was a little dull. Especially when looking at Shiyu, he seemed to know the latter for the first time. No way, Shiyu's performance today makes it difficult to associate him with the self-serving deity that he used to be. But now that the facts are in front of me, Iruka can only believe it. Immediately after Iruka and Tokyo, Naruto gradually came out of the confused mood just now, and Iruka completely untied the knot in his heart. As for Mizuki's death, Iruka also saw it. Although the latter was his friend, after he wanted to kill him just now, this relationship also broke down. Finally, Iruka gave Naruto the ninja forehead with a blessing. Congratulations, graduating. Naruto, congratulations, Shiyu echoed. So far, his plan has been successfully completed. Mizuki was arrested, Naruto successfully graduated, and he also read the Book of Seals over and over again, which can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. To celebrate, I invite you to go ramen. Teacher, you'd better recover from the injury first, Shiyu said. I just ran out of chakra, these are flesh wounds that don't get in the way. At Iruka's insistence, the 3 also headed towards Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. As for the tragedy here, someone will clean up. Konaha Hidden Village, in Hokage's office. 3rd generation of Hokage looked at the crystal ball on the table and the backs of Shiyu and the 3 of them gradually receding, with a bright smile on his face. Immediately, his eyes fell on Shiyu, and he muttered to himself. I don't know what is the relationship between this son and the Uchiha family. Because there are only 2 ways to have Sharingan. First, by transplantation, such as Kakashi, Danzo, etc. Second, by opening the bloodline, you also have the bloodline of the Uchiha family. There is an obvious difference between these 2 methods, that is, the former can't be closed by getting Sharingan, which is why Kakashi and Danzo have to cover their eyes. However, Shiyu's Sharingan can be switched on and off freely, so the 3rd generation naturally classifies it as the second type. Why he thought that Shiyu and the Uchiha clan must be inextricably linked, but even if the 3 generations wanted to break their heads, they would definitely. I can't think of the reason why Shiyu has open black lens bracket Sharingan closed black lens bracket. P.S. The old irons with flowers and comments can support a wave, thank you. Chapter 10 Konohamaru. The next day. Shiyu and Naruto the better go to the ninja building to enter information together, which is the so-called ninja registration sheet. After that, the third generation summoned Shiyu. First of all, he was very curious about why Shiyu was able to turn on Sharingan, and second, he wanted to know how Shiyu found out about Mizuki's conspiracy. For Sharingan, Shiyu explained, maybe my ancestors married people from the Uchiha family. This explanation is very reasonable. After all, the phenomenon of atavism is not unheard of. Then how did you know about Mizuki's conspiracy? Sandai continued to ask. It's very simple, because Mizuki also looked for me, but was rejected by me, so he found Naruto, who is simple-minded. Naruto and Iruka last night, because now that Mizuki is dead, what Shiyu said was right. That's dead proof. After some conversation, the third generation gave Shiyu a 4-word evaluation. You are excellent. Grandpa Hokage, I'm flattered by your compliment. Shiyu's polite words just fell. Boom, someone suddenly broke into the door, followed by a loud shout. Grandpa, let's have a showdown. Hearing this voice, Shiyu already knew who was coming. There is no doubt that it must be the same funny boy as Naruto, the grandson of the 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Konohamaru. However, Konohamaru was unsteady and fell directly to the ground, and there was a wailing sound. Ah, it hurts me. Immediately afterwards, Konohamaru's tutor, Ebisu, also appeared into Kiwa's field of vision. Shiyu doesn't have much affection for this person. And he wasn't interested in Konohamaru, the little brat, so he said goodbye directly to the third generation. Grandpa Hokage, if I have nothing to do, I will take my leave. Good. Seeing the 3 generations nodding, Shiyu turned around and left. Konohamaru stood up. Seeing Tokyo, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Grandpa, who is that person? Before the 3 generations could reply, Ebisu on the side said, with a tone of praise for Shiyu. Master Son, he is the genius boy who gathered 53 clones in this ninja school, Takagawa Tokyo. A genius boy. Konohamaru was shocked and thought to himself, Grandpa summoned him alone, did he want to train him to be a new generation of Hokage? No, I can't let this happen, the Hokage is mine. After a short period of imagination, Konohamaru immediately said to the third generation, Grandpa, our competition is temporarily postponed. Voice fell, and Konohamaru left in the direction of Nayu's departure, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. After saying goodbye to the third generation, Moyu joined Naruto, who was waiting outside. They agreed to eat ramen again, and this time it was Naruto's treat. From the latter's point of view, without Moyu, he would obviously not have passed the graduation examination. In this regard, Shiyu naturally did not refuse. However, just as they left, a follower came on their backs. Without a doubt, he is Konoha. Pill. Shiyu didn't know why this little brat wanted to keep up with the two of them. He didn't beat him before. Logically, he wouldn't worship him because of it. However, fate is always so strange, as if it was destined to happen. Little devil, why are you sneaking around with us? I'm not following you. You brat is still talking nonsense with your eyes open. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Hehe, I'm the grandson of the third generation of Hokage, you dare to hit me and try. Konohamaru said confidently. I don't manage this, idiot. Konohamaru directly on the forehead, which revealed the reason. It turned out that he followed Tokyo and the two to challenge Tokyo and make the latter retreat. However, he was directly ravaged by Shiyu, but Konohamaru, who had a bruised nose and a swollen face, not only did not hold a grudge against Shiyu, but instead recognized Shiyu as the boss. This made Shiyu a little surprised, so he handed the mess to Naruto, and Naruto became the second child. After eating ramen, the 3 of them gradually got to know each other. Immediately after Naruto showed off his art of seduction, also called art of the harem, Konohamaru was very interested, and Naruto was also very happy to start teaching, which made Shiyu full. Bless your eyes. The old Sebi Ebisu who came to look for Konohamaru, he couldn't stand Naruto's combination of multiple shadow clone technique and seduction technique. If Tokyo hadn't been in the public eye, he would have already resisted. It's probably hard to resist. This day is destined to be spent with laughter. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, the morning of the third day. Shiyu and Naruto came to the class one after another. Today is the day of the graduation briefing. Needless to say, it's time to start grouping today. When Shikamaru, Kiba and the others saw Shiyu, their eyes were different from what they used to be, and there was no disdain in the past, and some girls had already begun to secretly adore Shiyu. And when they saw that Naruto also appeared here, they couldn't help but be stunned. Naruto, why is he here? Yeah, doesn't it mean that only those who pass the graduation exam are eligible to participate in this briefing? Hearing the words, Naruto said proudly, I will appear here, of course, because I also passed the graduation exam. Look. In the middle of the conversation, Naruto pointed to the ninja forehead on his forehead. Seeing that there were only 2 vacancies next to Sasuke, Tokyo and Naruto sat directly next to the latter. For Naruto, Sasuke is not too cold, but Tokyo is different. Sasuke's scores in other subjects are all among the best, basically ranking first. I thought he would graduate with the first grade in all subjects this year. But he never imagined that a monster like Shiyu would emerge on top of the final graduation assessment, and forcibly took the first place in the clone technique subject. At this moment, Sakura's voice suddenly rang in the ears of Takiwa and the others. Naruto. Get out of the way and give me your place. Chapter 11 All-Inclusive 7th Group. Because Naruto likes Sakura, so what's he doing for a while? Although this was not said to Shiyu, it made him very upset, because Naruto was his best friend. There are so many places here, why do you have to make room for Naruto? Shiyu glanced at Sakura in the middle of the words, and Sakura was stunned for a moment when he looked at him with sharp eyes, and a horrified color suddenly rose in his heart. If Shiyu was still at the back of the crane, Sakura would definitely refute it, but now the former has been reborn, how could she, a little girl who is ignorant of the world, receive Shiyu's hawk-like gaze? When she was overwhelmed, Uruka's voice interrupted her embarrassment. Everyone is ready, the instructions are about to start. Hearing this, Sakura could only find a place to sit down, but she kept her eyes fixed on Tokyo, obviously resenting him. Naruto, who saw this scene, gave Tokyo a big thumbs up and said, you can actually drop Sakura. Some girls have to be hard. Is that so? Naruto muttered to himself, hey, I'll try it when I get a chance. If Naruto really did this, his fate was already doomed. Because his nemesis in the first half of his life is Sakura, don't ask me why, ask Kishimoto. At this time, Uruka is talking about some necessary knowledge to become a ninja, and the life they will face next. From now on, you will be your own ninjas. However, you are still newcomers to genin. The real test is yet to come. The village will assign you tasks in the future, and you will follow the instructions of the delegated teacher Jonin in groups of 3. Under his leadership, complete the tasks assigned by the village. When they heard that they were going to be divided into groups of 3, all of them secretly figured out, hoping to be in a group with whom. For example, most girls want to team up with Sasuke, Naruto wants to team up with Sakura, and Hinata wants to team up with Naruto. Among the expectations of everyone, Uruka also announced. In order to balance the strength of each group, I have divided you into groups, the first group, the second group, the 7th group, Takagawa Tokiha, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke. Just as Uruka's voice fell, Naruto and Sakura were instantly unhappy. What Sakura lost was that he couldn't be in a group with Sasuke. Naruto was not happy that he couldn't be in a group with Sakura. At least he still has his best friend Tokiha for company, but Sasuke and him are rivals in love. Among these students, there is still one person who is a little lost, that is Hinata, but he did not show it. She buried her inner thoughts deeply. Naruto, this impatient, can't hide anything at all. Iruka-sensei, why is such an outstanding student like me in a group with Sasuke? You're too embarrassed to say that Sasuke has the best grades in all subjects except for the clone technique subject among all graduates. And you are the last. I made this decision to balance the strength of each group. Even though Iruka said that, the candidates for this group have already been fixed. The 3 generations know that Shiyu and Naruto are friends, and they can enlighten Naruto very well, and even help the latter improve his strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen once promised the 4th generation, Namikaze Minato, to take good care of Naruto, but because Naruto's identity cannot be exposed, coupled with the Kyuubi, 9-tails demon fox, in his body, the latter has almost no childhood to speak of. Now, that's all he can do. As for why Tokyo and Sasuke are separated, it is because both have Sharingan and can exchange inspiration with each other. Moreover, their mentor has also been predetermined, and with him, they can better teach them how to use Blood Wheel Eye. There is no doubt that this person is Hitaki Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja, also known as Kadian and Hitaki 55. Furthermore, the 3rd generation also hopes that Tokyo and Sasuke can become friends, and Tokyo can help the latter get out of the shadow of the genocide massacre that year. Since Shiyu's scores in other subjects are also at the bottom, but because of the sky-defying subject of separation technique, his average score is below average. It is also for this reason that no one will gossip about such an allocation. So far, the 7th group is all boys of the same color. If there are no accidents, it is estimated that the days after this will be full of love. As for Sakura, she can only be randomly assigned to a group. She can only sacrifice her for the great cause of radiant love, and she will become the apprentice of open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket in the future. Okay, next to announce the 8th group, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inazuka Kiba. The 9th group. Team 10, Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino and Akamichi Choji. Quote. After grouping all the students, Iruka also coughed lightly, adjusted her tone, and continued. I'll introduce your respective Jonin mentors to everyone in the afternoon, and disband now. Half a day is like a white horse passing by in the blink of an eye. At this time, Tokyo, Naruto, and Sasuke were already waiting in the class. Naruto and Sasuke didn't know who their mentor was, but Tokyo already knew it. Naruto, how about we make a bet? Bet what? If I can guess who the mentor of our 7th group is, you'll treat me to a ramen meal. If I can't, then I'll invite you. How? Naruto heard such a good thing, and naturally he would not miss it. Really? That's natural. I, Takagawa Tokyo, have always kept my word. Okay, I'll bet with you. Naruto between the words, his inner thoughts at this time are, Shiyu, this idiot, I will win this time, ha ha ha. Chapter 12 Hitaki Kakashi. Come on, guess who? Hearing this, Shiyu pretended to be thinking, rubbed his chin, and then said, my intuition tells me that our mentor should be Hitaki Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja. Copy Ninja? Naruto murmured, apparently still not knowing what the name represented. They've just graduated now, so it's understandable not to know this information, just like Sasuke now doesn't know that Kakashi has Sharingan. Shiyu, you can't go back if you say it. Of course. Okay, let's wait for the result now. Seeing Tashiyu and Naruto talking and laughing, Sasuke almost couldn't help but get involved, but in the end he was killed by the obsession in his heart. After a short wait for the 3 of them, Kakashi finally appeared. And Naruto's blackboard eraser on the door smashed on his head without any suspense. This scene made Naruto, the troublemaker, laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. I'm hit. Seeing this, Kakashi was stunned for a while, but he didn't seem to rise at all, and muttered to himself. How can I say it? Your first impression of me is nasty. Hearing this, Naruto looked depressed for a short time, but immediately recovered in the next second. Teacher, is your name Hatake Kakashi? Ah. Kakashi, who heard the words, was also stunned. He didn't expect Naruto to guess his identity at once. Could it be that Iruka told him? Kakashi couldn't help but think so. How did you know that? As Kakashi spit out these words, everyone looked at Shiyu with an unbelievable look on their faces. Fuck, Shiyu, you've been fooled by you. To Naruto's astonishment, Shiyu also continued to pretend, what is Meng, I'm obviously a prophet. Seeing Tokiyu and the three of them like this, Kakashi was also confused and didn't know what happened at all. It wasn't until Naruto told the matter that he suddenly realized, looking at Shiyu, a word flashed in his heart. Is it really a coincidence? However, he did not take such trivial matters to heart, because such things could be known in advance. After all, it's not an undetectable secret. However, one thing that shocked him was that the three generations told him that Shiyu had Sharingan, which was obviously not what he expected. Immediately after, Kakashi glanced at Tokiyu and the three of them, and then said, since you all know my identity, let me introduce myself first. My name is open black lens bracket Hatake Kakashi close black lens bracket, what I like. Keep secret for now. My dream. It doesn't seem to be anything. As for interest, it's quite a lot. Well, it's your turn now. Kakashi open. After the head, the three Shiyu introduced themselves one after another, so that they had a certain understanding of each other. As for what Kakashi likes, others don't know, but Toshiyu, who is a transmigrator, knows it all too well. That thing is a book called Intimacy Paradise. This book is a banned book not suitable for children. It was published when open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket was 42 years old. Jiraiya gave Kakashi, Intimacy Paradise, as a birthday present on Kakashi's 18th birthday. When Jiraiya was 50 years old because Intimacy Paradise sold so well, he published a sequel to Intimacy Paradise, Intimacy Violence. And now 26-year-old Kakashi is still a loyal reader, and the Intimacy series is a favorite of men and Kakashi's favorite at the same time. After the introduction of the three people, Kaka also said, I already have a general understanding of your situation. Let's go here today and start the task from tomorrow. Mission. What mission? Naruto jumped up first. Although Sasuke seems to be calm, he is also looking forward to it, because only by constantly dispatching missions can he continue to become stronger. Only Shiyu is as stable as Mount High. Because he knows what tomorrow's task is. Moreover, he has already thought of a countermeasure. Survival drill. It was a word that came out of Kakashi's mouth, making Naruto very confused. Survival drill. Is it the drill we used to do at the ninja school? This is not an ordinary exercise, I will be your opponent. Kakashi replied to Naruto, and then continued, let me tell you the truth, the purpose of this acting is to test whether you are qualified to be genin. Those who fail will be sent back to school for training again. Finally, let me remind you that this test is extremely difficult, and the elimination rate is as high as 60%. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was stunned. At this moment, he had the urge to beat people. What are you doing? I finally graduated from the ninja school. What qualifications are needed now, so why do I need to take the graduation exam? That's just the first level to become genin, that's all. Kakashi answered Naruto's question again, then looked at Tokiha and the others, and the lazy voice sounded again. Okay, go back and get ready, we'll see you at the drill tomorrow, and then I'll make a judgment on whether you're qualified or not. By the way, don't forget to bring ninja tools. Reminder, you'd better not eat breakfast, or you may vomit. The words fell, Kakashi disappeared from the sight of the three, while Naruto fell into distress. Obviously, he was worried that he would not be able to pass the examination tomorrow. At this moment, Shiyu patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, I already know how to pass the test. As soon as these words came out, Naruto and Sasuke were shocked. Chapter 13 Survival Drill. Shiyu, what is the method? Naruto asked curiously, and Sasuke on the side also pricked up his ears and was quite interested in this. Because he must pass this test and become a real ninja. Only in this way can he become stronger. If he couldn't even pass the genin test, he wouldn't be qualified to stand in front of Itachi. Hey, this thing doesn't work when you say it, and you will know it in the assessment tomorrow. Come on, we have to go get something ready now. When the words fell, Shiyu looked at Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, do you want to join us? Sasuke, who heard the words, was stunned. Although he was very curious, this emotion was still forcibly suppressed. I will pass the test with my own strength. If that's the case, then see you at the drill tomorrow. Returning to Sasuke, Tokyo looked at Naruto. Naruto, let's go. Good luck. Immediately afterwards, the two of Tokyo gradually moved away under Sasuke's gaze. Looking at the disappearing backs of the two, a heartstring in Sasuke's heart was also touched. Maybe it was the emotion that the boy should have, but it was buried in his heart. The next morning, Sasuke and Naruto arrived at the training ground early in the morning and waited, but Tokyo was nowhere to be seen. They all thought Tokyo had overslept. Naruto was also quite worried because of this, and he wanted to call the latter. And just after he raised this thought, Shiyu finally appeared. But what makes Naruto puzzled is that Shiyu still holds a book in his hand. In Naruto's memory, the latter doesn't seem to like reading books. How can I hold a book today, and it is such an important occasion? Naruto, the idiot, obviously couldn't understand it for a while. As for Sasuke, who didn't know Shiyu, he didn't know. At most, he was just surprised. And this book was not prepared to pass the test, but to win the bell in Kakashi's hand, because the method of passing the test was already known to Akatsuki. Shiyu, you can count. Is there a problem? Don't you know you're an hour late? Fortunately, Kakashi-sensei hasn't arrived yet, Naruto said with a sigh of relief. Don't worry, I've figured out that he'll be late. As soon as Shiyu said this, Naruto and Sasuke were stunned, their eyes filled with doubts. Shiyu, do you really have the ability to predict the future? No wonder Naruto asked this question, because yesterday's bet he lost inexplicably. A bowl of Ichiraku ramen made his life even worse. That's because I did my homework ahead of time. Homework. Naruto stunned and continued, what homework? Of course it's about Kakashi-sensei. From the information I collected, I found that he would be late for every assessment, and the time was still fixed, 1 hour. Hearing Moyu's words, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly realized that it would be incredible to say that Shiyu really has the unpredictable ability. In the ninja world, there seems to be no one other than the immortal Konohamaru of Mount Myoboku who possesses this ability. Moreover, the latter can only be predicted roughly. Not only that, but I also discovered a terrible secret. How terrible? Seeing Naruto's look of anticipation, Shiyu also said, I unexpectedly discovered that none of the students who were assessed in the hands of teacher Kakashi have yet passed. What? At this time, Naruto and Sasuke were both shocked. They thought that this assessment might be severe, but they did not expect it to be so difficult. After some confusion, Naruto was also worried. Shiyu, do you think we can pass the test? Hey, don't worry if I'm with you. Not long after Shiyu's words fell, a voice sounded from behind him. Yo, looks like it's all here. Kakashi who just arrived. The three Shiyu who heard the words all looked at the latter, while Naruto complained. Kakashi-sensei, you're late. Actually, this is also part of the assessment, and it is intended to exercise your patience. Kakashi made an excuse for himself, but it was because he watched Intimacy Paradise too late last night. His chakra is less, in addition to part of the reason to maintain Sharingan, maybe part of it is spent on other things. After all, he has now seen the middle volume of Intimacy Paradise. Immediately after, Kakashi took out an alarm clock from his backpack, set the time to 12 noon, and placed it on a tree stump beside it. Then he took out a bunch of bells, and said to the three of Shiyu, "I have 2 bells here, and it is your job to take them from me before 12 noon. As long as you grab one, you are qualified. If you don't get the bell at the specified time, you won't be eligible for lunch, and you'll be tied to a stake to watch me eat a bento." At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke finally understood why Kakashi had given a warm reminder when he was leaving yesterday. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Hiccup. Undoubtedly, it was the sound of hiccups, and that's why Kakashi's eyes fell on Tokyo at this time. Seeing this, Shiyu smiled naively and said immediately, "Sorry, I ate a bit too much in the morning." As soon as these words came out, both Naruto and Sasuke wanted to cry, regretting why they had to listen to Kakashi's words. The most stunned person was Kakashi. He brought so many students, and every time he was very obedient. It is also because of this that they cannot pass the assessment. But now, Shiyu, an outlier, appeared, which made him interested in the former. Chapter 14 Exam starts. After the atmosphere was silent for a while, Naruto also asked, "Kakashi-sensei, there are 3 of us, why are there only 2 bells?" The answer is simple. It means that at least one of you will be eliminated due to the failure of the mission, and finally be sent to the ninja school for training again until you can pass the final assessment. So, if you don't want to be eliminated, try your best to grab the bell in my hand. Of course, it doesn't matter if you use a shuriken. The reason why Kakashi set up such an assessment is obviously related to what happened to him when he was young. He wants a team to unite and help each other, and even disobey orders when necessary, so that some unnecessary sacrifices can be avoided. But, would that be too dangerous? Naruto worried. Ninja's mission is not dangerous. If you want to become a qualified ninja, you must have the consciousness of death. Since you said so, then I'm welcome. Naruto, who had finished speaking, looked at Shiyu and said, "Shiyu, we have 2 bells each. As for Sasuke, we don't need to worry about him. How can he be a member of our group now? How can we abandon him?" But, there are only 2 bells. As the saying goes, there must be a road in front of the road, and the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge. Let's work together to grab the bell first and then distribute it, how about it? Shiyu's remarks also surprised Kakashi, because this was the first time he saw a student who had to choose teamwork even though he knew there were only 2 places to advance. That's why he couldn't help but glance at Shiyu. "Well, I'll listen to you." Naruto's answer was expected, so he looked at Sasuke. The latter hesitated for a while, then Tsunere said, "You 2 will only hold me back, I am enough by myself." It is understandable that Sasuke has such self-confidence, because his current strength has basically surpassed some genins, and his strength is infinitely close to the level of Chunin. Of course, in Konoha, genin is the invincible existence. This is a stock, don't spray if you don't like it. That's up to you. Shiyu said, and then said to Naruto, "Let's go." Go there. Naruto in the conversation was very puzzled. Why did he leave when Kakashi and Bell were right in front of him? Do you think with your strength you can get the bell in a head-to-head battle with Jonin? No way. Although Shiyu now has Sharingan, his talent and chakra have been increased by 100 times, but after all, the time is still too short. Wanting to take the bell from Kakashi head-on is very small, so he wants to surprise, and he wants to end the legend that no one can take the bell from Kakashi. However, Shiyu underestimated Naruto's personality. How do you know if you don't try it? The voice of Naruto fell. Regardless of the 3721, he took out the hardship and did it, and directly rushed towards Kakashi. The final result can be imagined. Naruto was directly captured by Kakashi effortlessly. "Naruto, you are too anxious, I haven't said start yet." Hearing Kaka's words, and looking at Naruto's embarrassed look, Shiyu said, "Believe it now." Kakashi let go of Naruto and immediately announced, "Okay, now the assessment officially begins." Naruto, who had suffered a loss, had no impulse this time, and followed Shiyu honestly. Shiyu brought Naruto to the bottom of a big tree, and immediately said, "Let's take a break. Rest." Naruto stunned, then said, "Shiyu, did you make a mistake? We only have 3 hours, you still have the heart to rest here. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, it's useless to be reckless." In desperation, Naruto really sat under the big tree with Shiyu to enjoy the shade, while the latter took out a book with an orange cover. It reads, "The first volume of The Legend of the Golden Lotus in Intimacy Heaven." The story is about Examen Ching, Pan Jinlian and Wu Delang. This book was made by Shiyu overnight in order to attract Kakashi. Immediately afterwards, Shiyu told Naruto about his plan. After listening to it, Naruto also said, "I was just wondering why you brought a book with you. It turns out that you have already figured out how to deal with it. It's just that Kakashi-sensei is Jonin, will he be fooled?" "Hey, don't worry about this." Shiyu in the conversation looked confident, and Naruto also held the mentality of giving it a try when he saw it. Maybe it really happened. At this time, Sasuke was hiding in the grass, ready to wait for an opportunity to attack Kakashi. Obviously, he also knew that getting the bell from Kakashi's hands in a head-to-head match was no easy task. And when he saw Tokiyu and Naruto lying under the shade of a tree to enjoy the shade, he immediately became confused. He thought that Kakashi's hand had frightened them, so did the two choose to give up. Not only Sasuke, but also Kakashi was stunned. And when he saw the Golden Lotus biography of Intimacy in Heaven, in Shiyu's hand, his eyes suddenly became fine, and he muttered to himself. "Is that the Intimacy Paradise rumor? Jinlian, this name sounds very interesting. Jiraiya is too boring. I didn't notify me immediately after the rumor came out." Kakashi looked at the book in Moyu's hand, and already had the urge to grab it and take a look. "No, I mustn't let them know my hobby. But I really want to watch it, alas, it's so tangled." Just when Kakashi was in this mood, Sasuke, who was hiding on the side, also saw the opportunity and caught the only flaw. Great opportunity. There was a low drink from his mouth, and Sasuke didn't talk nonsense, and instantly threw a dozen kunai. Chapter 15 Body Art Profound Truth, Millennium Kill. Clang, clang, clang. Surprisingly, more than a dozen kunai hit Kakashi, and Naruto, who saw this scene, shouted. "Fuck, Kakashi-sensei won't be finished, right? Don't worry, Kakashi, as the elite among Jonin, can't be killed so easily." Sure enough, as soon as Shiyu's voice fell, the Kakashi with more than a dozen kunai stuck in his body suddenly turned into a piece of wood. Sasuke muttered unwillingly upon seeing this. "Damn avatars." Immediately, his eyes instantly alerted the surroundings. Unfortunately, he couldn't turn on Sharingan at will, and he couldn't quickly detect Kakashi's whereabouts. The Uchiha family was wiped out. He saw his parents die at the hands of his brother Itachi, and in desperation, he started Sharingan. At that time both eyes were single tomo. But it was only for a short time, and he didn't even notice it himself. Therefore, until now Sasuke has not been able to master the trick of opening Sharingan. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, and a leader of the younger generation in the village, I am looking forward to your performance. Kakashi, who had finished speaking, took the initiative to appear, with an orange book in his hand. That's right, it's Intimacy Paradise. Seeing Shiyu watching The Legend of the Golden Lotus in Intimacy Paradise just now made him a little bit unbearable, so he took out the small notebook he carried with him. "I'll show you." Sasuke, who had finished speaking, attacked again, only to see his arms wave continuously, and wave after wave of kunai shot out. In the end, he himself followed. Kakashi resolved several waves of kunai's offensive. He was already approached by Sasuke. From this, it can be seen that Sasuke's current fighting ability is indeed much stronger than Naruto. Nothing wrong with that. Sasuke's physical skills are also quite good. He is worthy of being the first person in the ninja school. Whether it is straight punches, uppercuts, or roundhouse kicks, he is different from ordinary people. With such strength at this age, it is truly a genius. In this confrontation, because of Kakashi's carelessness, Sasuke touched the bell on his waist, which surprised Kakashi. Although he has released water, among the students he has assessed for so many sessions, only Sasuke in front of him has achieved this. This kid, isn't it bad? It seems that I can't be distracted from watching Intimacy Paradise, otherwise, there is a real possibility of being taken advantage of. If that's the case, Kakashi will obviously feel that he can't hold his own face. A genin has something taken from his hand by a genin, and it's not good to hear it. At this point, Kakashi finally put away Intimacy Paradise. Because I'm not like them. Sasuke, who had finished speaking, directly displayed his strongest move, Kaden Fire Style Grand Fireball Technique. After a quick hand seal, a mouthful of flames was also spit out from Sasuke's mouth. PFF'd. Kakashi was directly annihilated. Naruto in the shade of the tree watching this scene was extremely envious. He did not expect that Sasuke had already mastered such advanced combat ninjutsu. Open black lens bracket Kaden Fire Style Grand Fireball Jutsu close black lens bracket. It can be said that it is the exclusive ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, and most of the Uchiha clan will use it. The only difference is the strength of the weak. While Naruto was amazed, Tokyo had quietly written down the hand seal method of this ninjutsu, which was also thanks to his possession of the 3 Tomo blood wheel eyes. Although 100 times the talent can barely remember it, it is impossible to quickly master. Through the system's panel information function, Shiyu knew that he had 3 types of chakra attributes: water, fire, and yang. After obtaining the chakra of one-tailed Shukaku, Tokyo added 2 more attribute chakras, namely wind and earth chakra. In other words, Shiyu now has 5 chakras with 5 attributes: wind, earth, water, fire, and yang. Of course, since Shiyu has obtained the power of Shukaku, naturally he has also mastered some abilities of Shukaku, such as Futon wind style ninjutsu, sealing, and the extremely rare blood stain boundary. Shukaku's blood stain limit is a combination of the nature transformation of 2 chakras of wind and earth, called genin magnet style. This is also the reason why Shiyu was so shocked by the system's rewards that day. It can only be said that this god-level reward system is too awesome. It's a pity that with Shiyu's current talent, he can't combine the different attributes of chakra nature transformation to create a blood stain boundary that is stronger than the single shield technique. A fusion of 2 chakra nature transformations, or some special powers passed down through blood, such as Byakugan, Sharingan, etc. Therefore, Shiyu can only look forward to the second reward. There are 7 types of chakras. In addition to the 5 common chakras of fire, water, earth, wind, and thunder, there are also 2 types of chakras, yin and yang. The yin attribute represents spiritual ninjutsu, such as open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukami close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket mind turning technique close black lens bracket, and so on. The yang attribute represents the ninjutsu of the body, such as healing technique, doubling technique, and so on. Just now, Tokyo used Sharingan to copy Sasuke's Kaden Fire Style Grand Fireball technique. After the flames dissipated, Sasuke was shocked to see that there was no Kakashi in the burning place, which shocked him. What about people? Between the words, he also began to look left and right, looking forward and backward, behind. Not above. Not at all. Where is he? Just as Sasuke's words fell, Kakashi's voice finally appeared. Look there, I'm under you. Sasuke, who heard the words, looked at it, but he saw a big hand sticking out from the ground, accompanied by a voice. Doden, Earth-style, decapitation in the heart. Without the slightest surprise, Sasuke's entire body was directly pulled into the soil by Kakashi, leaving only one head exposed. This is one of the ninja's fighting experience, ninjutsu. However, it seems to me that your edge will soon show. Seeing that Sasuke was defeated, Shiryu was not surprised at all, which was completely within his expectations, and he still looked at the Golden Lotus biography of Intimacy Paradise, written by himself in his hand. And the impatient Naruto couldn't help it, because he saw Kakashi's flaws. While Kakashi was lecturing Sasuke, he instantly rushed behind the former, and he was about to catch the bell. But Kakashi's figure suddenly disappeared from Naruto's field of vision, which made the latter look stunned. Huh, what about people? But when Kakashi appeared, Shiryu knew that this tragedy was doomed to be unavoidable, and couldn't help covering his eyes with a book. Because Kakashi appeared behind Naruto at this time, the seal of his hands had been formed, and then a low voice came from his mouth. Konoha Ninja Secret. Physique Profound Truth. Millennium Kill. P.S. Old irons who have flowers, evaluation tickets, and monthly tickets can send them, thank you. Thank you, Street Dog, for the reward. 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 Chapter 16 Hell Viewing Technique. No accident, Kakashi's Millennium Kill directly hit Naruto's garden flower, causing it to fall into the water. Naruto, who jumped onto the lake, was still covering his butt. Needless to say, it was definitely painful from being caught. Kakashi saw Naruto's disgusting appearance, and said, "This is the second ninja's fighting experience, taijutsu. At the same time, I also want to send you a word, the back of the ninja can never be handed over to the opponent, remember." "I know," Naruto said. Sasuke, who was buried in the ground, heard the conversation between the two, and he couldn't help but chatter. Two big super idiots. Naruto was naturally unwilling to be humiliated like this, so he used his strongest ninjutsu in an attempt to take revenge. Look at me, multiple shadow clone technique. Boom. As a cloud of smoke dissipated, 8 Naruto appeared in everyone's field of vision, which made Kakashi and Sasuke startled. 8 of them are Naruto, and they are all entities. What kind of ninjutsu is this? At this time, Sasuke was extremely shocked. He did not expect that Naruto, the tail of the crane, could have such advanced ninjutsu skills as master. Sasuke didn't know, but Kakashi, who was Jonin, couldn't possibly not know. Shadow clone. It's interesting. Immediately afterwards, when all 8 Naruto surrounded Kakashi, 7 of them had already locked Kakashi firmly. Seeing Naruto's body, without saying a word, he swiped a punch towards its facade. Bump. No accident, a punch hit the cheek, but the one who got hit was not Kakashi, but a shadow clone of Naruto. Needless to say, Kakashi managed to escape with the substitute technique again. And when Kakashi reappeared, he appeared behind Naruto, and his voice sounded. "Naruto, didn't I tell you just now, don't easily give your back to your opponent." Hearing this, Naruto was also frightened. He thought that Kakashi was going to use that Taiju Profound Truth, Millennium Kill again, so he quickly turned around in fright. Originally it was nothing if he didn't turn around, but this one turned right into Kakashi's arms. I saw that Kakashi's hands had already formed the seal at this time, and he was waiting for Naruto to turn around. In the next second, Naruto suddenly became in a trance, and the 7 clones disappeared instantly. This is open black lens bracket hell viewing technique close black lens bracket. When Shiryu saw this under the shade of the tree, he also saw this ninjutsu. Hell viewing technique. The scene that caused the opponent's fear in the current state by surprise is a kind of demonic illusion. For this demonic illusion, Moyu only wrote it down symbolically, because this demonic illusion is not very practical. Moreover, it is not easy to succeed. Premise is that people who have a certain fear in their hearts and are not strong in mind will be recruited. Year Kill is scary, and it is estimated that he will not be hit by this demonic illusion. Seeing Naruto falling into his demonic illusion, Kakashi's voice also slowly sounded. This is the third ninja battle experience, demonic illusion. The voice fell. Kakashi looked at Tokiha under the shade of the tree. Now that Sasuke is buried in the ground, Naruto has been hit by demonic illusion, and only the former has the ability to fight. Moreover, Shiyu is also the most calm person so far. Until now, Shiyu had no intention of grabbing the bell on his body at all, which made Kakashi very puzzled. He has assessed so many students, but he can't see through Shiyu. Shiyu, time is running out now, why don't you start? I don't have much hope. If Sasuke doesn't insist on going his own way, and if Naruto doesn't strive to win, there may be a chance for the three of us to join forces, but now. Shiyu's exclamation made Kakashi a little surprised, because what the former said was right. If the three of them joined forces, there was indeed a chance to grab the bell from him. In fact, if Tokiyu performed genin magnet style, he could have taken the bell from Kakashi by surprise. However, Shiyu didn't have this plan, because he had a way to grab the bell without much effort. You can see clearly, and your mind is far beyond the students of the same age. Shiyu, maybe your strength is not the strongest among the three of you, but you are undoubtedly the smartest among the three. In Kakashi's view, Sasuke's strength should be above Tokiha. Because before assessing the three of them, Kakashi had seen their grades in various subjects in the ninja school. Except for the blockbuster clone technique in the graduation examination, Shiyu's grades in other subjects were all ranked at the bottom. Thank you teacher for the praise. Tokiyu pretended to put away the book in his hand, and Kakashi, who saw this scene, couldn't help but asked. Shiyu, where did the book in your hand come from? Oh, you said this book. The conversation, Shiyu shook the book in his hand deliberately, and then said, this was lost by an uncle before I came to the exercise ground in the morning. Gone. So, I can only take it with me first. I was just curious about what book I was reading. When I opened it, I didn't expect. It turned out to be. In short, it was very attractive, so I was a little fascinated by what I read just now. Kakashi coughed lightly, and then said, Shiyu, you said that uncle has long white hair, behaves strangely, and has the word, oil, engraved on the forehead. Teacher, how did you know? After getting Shiyu's confirmation, Kakashi also secretly thought, could it be that Jiraiya has returned from his travels? Chapter 17 Primary School Students Make Choices. After some speculation, Kakashi also decided that the so-called uncle of Shiyu should be Jiraiya. Shiyu, to tell you the truth, I know the uncle you mentioned. Well, you give me the book, and I will help you return it to the original owner. Really? Moyu pretended to question. That's natural. As Konoha Jonin, how can I deceive you as a little brat, and it's just a book, I have no reason to deceive you. Kakashi said righteously, but there was still a trace of doubt on Shiyu's face, and he added a sentence. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see him in a few days. If that's the case, then there is Mr. Kakashi. When the words fell, Shiyu also handed the book in his hand to Kakashi, and Kakashi was indeed the elite among Jonin, and he was still vigilant about Shiyu at this time. Apparently because Shiyu was too smart, he had to be more careful. If it really capsized in the gutter, it would be a big shame. Kakashi took the book from Tokiyu's hand and said with a smile, hands up, and rescued him from demonic illusion. From demonic illusion, and the whole person looked sluggish. Shiyu, what's wrong with me? You've hit demonic illusion. Shiyu replied to Naruto, and then said, okay, you have a good rest first, I will get Sasuke out and then I will talk to you in detail. Seeing Tokiyu walking towards Sasuke, more than 10 meters away from him, Kakashi relaxed his vigilance. It is also because of this that his eyes finally fell on the Golden Lotus biography of intimacy in heaven, in his hand, and his heart was full of expectations. But the moment he opened the book, a leaf fell out of it. Since Takiwa was watching from the shade of a tree before, Kakashi didn't pay attention to it for a while, but when the leaf fell to his waist, it suddenly changed into a figure. This scene immediately shocked Kakashi. Because this figure is none other than Shiyu. When he found out it was too late, because at this time the bell around his waist had been pulled by Shiyu. Clatter. He stepped, Shiyu stood firmly in front of Kakashi with the sound of a ding bell, smiling slightly at the latter. Kakashi-sensei, let's do it. It wasn't until Tokiyu's voice fell that Kakashi came back to his senses, and at the same time Kakashi understood that all this was a game planned by Tokiyu. Kakashi sighed helplessly, and then praised from the bottom of his heart. Quote, Shiyu, you are the first student to grab the bell from me. The recovered Naruto, and the Sasuke who was just dug out of the ground by Tokiha's shadow clone. When the two of them saw this scene, they were also surprised. They never thought that Shiyu could grab the bell by himself, and it was completely effortless. IQ completely overwhelms them. And Sasuke was surprised and jealous at the same time, because he has always been pretentious, but now he lost to Tokiyu. Although he didn't lose in the head-to-head battle, there was always a trace of unwillingness in his heart. However, what he is most worried about now is the promotion spot. Because there are only 2 bells, and now both bells are in Shiyu's hands, and Shiyu and Naruto are best friends. In Sasuke's view, Tashiya will definitely give Naruto one. If that's the case, then he will be eliminated and he will go back to the ninja school to retrain. At this point, Sasuke is full of unwillingness. At this moment, Kakashi also raised this question. Shiyu, now you have 2 bells in your hand, which means you have advanced. Of course, I said a bell can get a guy through. So, you have the right to let either of them advance with you. Kakashi pointed to Naruto and Sasuke between the words. Don't think about it, this is the final assessment of Kakashi. No matter who Shiyu chooses to let him advance with, or whoever does not choose, he will not be able to pass Kakashi's assessment. Shiyu, tell me your choice. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes also fell on Tokiyu, waiting for the latter's answer. Naruto believed that Tokiyu would definitely choose him, and Sasuke believed that Tokiyu would definitely give up on him. However, Shiyu's final answer surprised everyone. Only elementary school students make choices. Now that I've graduated, either let all 3 of us make the cut or none of us make the cut. Kakashi was stunned for a long time before asking, why? It's easy because we're a team now. As a team, the most important thing is to advance and retreat together. And, if Naruto and Sasuke didn't consume your chakra, you wouldn't take it so lightly if they weren't trapped, and I wouldn't be able to get it easily. So, the 2 of them are also indirectly involved. Kakashi was completely stunned by Tokiyu's words. He never imagined that such profound words would come from the mouth of a 12-year-old boy. Chapter 18 Officially, Genin. When Naruto heard the words, he hurriedly said. Shiyu, what are you doing? Why are we going to advance and retreat with that nasty bastard? Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke also came back to his senses. In his heart, he was very grateful for Shiyu's actions, but he still pretended to be cold on the surface and said indifferently. I don't need your pity. After hearing what Naruto and Sasuke said, Kakashi asked again. Shiyu, I don't have this option here. If you insist on insisting, then I can only deprive you of the promotion qualification and let them both advance. Even so, are you going to persist? As long as I'm still part of this team, my choice will never change, and if I want to be Naruto and Sasuke, they'll make the same decision as me. Shiyu said with a righteousness and awe, and he seemed to have sacrificed himself greatly, but in fact he had already seen through Kakashi's mind. And this bowl of chicken soup can also make Naruto and Sasuke fall in love with. Oh no, admire yourself, thus establishing his position as the leader of the team. In that case, I am as you wish. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke were stunned, and Naruto, Tokiyu's best friend, was the first to sit still. Kakashi-sensei, if Tokiyu can't make the cut, I won't accept the promotion either. Naruto's voice just fell, and Sasuke also agreed. Me too. By sacrificing teammates in exchange for qualifying for promotion, I would rather not. Hearing these two words, Kakashi was also very relieved. In fact, in his heart, Shiyu's performance was already qualified, and his later remarks were nothing more than to test Naruto and Sasuke. Looking at the three people in front of him, Kakashi said in a high voice, I now officially announce that you qualified. Shiyu was not surprised by this result. Because everything is under his control, but Naruto and Sasuke are extremely stunned. He obviously did not expect Kakashi to give such a result. What's going on here? Naruto in the conversation was stunned, and even Sasuke looked puzzled. Ninjas should not only have a calm mind, but more importantly, have a sense of teamwork. If they even ignore their partners, that is the worst. Furthermore, after some rhetoric, Kakashi spoke again to the three of them. The exercise is over, all qualified. From tomorrow, the 7th team will officially start its mission. After hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke finally believed in this fact. They passed the test and officially became genin. At this moment, Naruto's joy was all written on his face, and he immediately gave Shiyu a big hug. I didn't expect that we all passed, ha ha ha. Even Sasuke, who has always been indifferent, had a faint smile on his face at this moment. Although it was only for a moment, it was captured by Tokiyu. Obviously, Sasuke has recognized the existence of teammates. In his opinion, if there was no Shiyu today, he and Naruto would never have passed the assessment. It is also because of this that his gaze towards Shiyu has changed slightly. Immediately after. Right. The four of them had a pleasant lunch together, during which Kakashi found Tokiyu again. Because there are still a few puzzles in his mind. When Kakashi just walked up to Tokiyu, Tokiyu was the first to speak before he could speak. Kakashi-sensei, do you want to ask me why I know your hobby? Shiyu, you are the smartest student I've ever met, no one. Kakashi couldn't help but praised Shiyu again. The so-called know yourself and the enemy, you will be able to fight 100 battles. After knowing that the instructor for the assessment is you, I did some research on you overnight, and learned that every time you assess students, you always read a book, so I focused on this aspect. So it is. Kakashi, who was talking about it, also suddenly realized, and glanced at Shiyugao again, and at the same time became more and more interested in the latter. Although Tokiyu was talking nonsense in earnest, Kakashi could only believe it. Otherwise, he can't think of the second possibility. Then this book. Oh, I wrote it myself. Hearing Moyu's words, Kakashi knelt down completely. He knelt down was not Shiyu's strength, but Shiyu's thoughts. He was obviously a 12-year-old kid, how could his thoughts be so avant-garde? At such a young age, he was able to write a book comparable to Intimacy in Paradise, and he was even better than that. Shiyu, can we discuss something? What's the matter? Words. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke, and after making sure that the two could not hear their conversation, he whispered. Can you give me this book? What am I supposed to do? Shiyu pretended to be surprised, and then said, it's just a book, if Kakashi-sensei likes it, take it. Refreshing. As a teacher, you can't take your things for nothing. If you have anything in the future, feel free to come to me, as long as it is within my ability, I will help you. The student thanked the teacher here first. It should be, Kakashi said with a smile. After a brief conversation between the two, Kakashi asked the three of them to go back to rest early and disbanded. Because tomorrow they will start their mission. Back to the residence. Today's battle between Kakashi and Sasuke in his mind, and then he combined what he usually learned. 100-fold talent and Sharingan is the backing. It is not very difficult to master it. In just half an hour, his physical skills have been greatly improved. After seeing the results of his practice, Tokyo felt that he should be able to defeat Sasuke by relying on his physical skills without turning on Sharingan. As for Kakashi, there is still a long way to go. However, in Shiyu's view, as long as he activates the second reward, it should not be a problem to surpass Kakashi. If not, Shiyu, who is 100 times talented, would obviously have to spend a lot of time to hone his physical skills to surpass Kakashi. No way, the 100-fold improvement is really limited. Thinking of this, Shiyu suddenly thought of the strongest physique in the Hokage world. Open black lens bracket. The 8 inner gates. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 19 Supreme Physical Art. The 8 inner gates. Open black lens bracket. The 8 inner gates. Close black lens bracket. The key to this body art lies in lifting the body's restriction on chakra. In the meridian system of chakra flow, the places that inhibit and control the chakra in the body are open door, huiman, shungman, injury gate, duman, jingman, shocked door, and death door. These 8 gates limit the amount of chakra in the human body, so that the human body can always maintain a healthy state. Even if the stored chakra is depleted, it will not harm the human body. Open black lens bracket. The 8 inner gates. Close black lens bracket. Dunjia training is extremely difficult. Otherwise, there will not be only a few people in the entire Konoha ninja village who can become masters. Only 3 are known so far. Might Guy's father, Might Guy, Little Lee Rock. Open black lens bracket. The 8 inner gates. Close black lens bracket. How strong is it? Only 4 words can be used to describe such horror, such as the 4th floor ninja war. Might Guy, Night Guy, almost kicked to death, 6 paths Madara. This is where the name, Guy Emperor, comes from. Even Emperor Guy's father, Might Guy, became famous because of this, leaving a legend in the hidden village of Konoha. As eternal old genin, he opened the last gate of the 8 inner gates, in order to protect his Might Guy, Shiranui Genma and Ebisu in the 3rd Ninja War. Alone against the first batch of Ninja Swordsman 7. Open black lens bracket. Broken sword. Katakana middle dot. Decapitation sword. Close black lens bracket. The user, Biwa Juku. Open black lens bracket. Big sword. Shark muscle. Close black lens bracket. User, Sukazan Fubuki. Open black lens bracket. Long knife needle. Close black lens bracket. User, Kuriarer Kushimaru. Open black lens bracket. Dull knife. Kabuto cut. Close black lens bracket. User, Akabi no Jinin. Open black lens bracket. Explosive knife. Droplets. Close black lens bracket. User, Munashi Jinpachi. Open black lens bracket. Thunder blade. Kiba. Close black lens bracket. User, Kurosuke Thunder Kiba. Open black lens bracket. Double knives. Flamingo. Close black lens bracket. The user is unknown. As a result, Might Dai killed the first owner of open black lens bracket. Munashi Jinpachi. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Akabi no Jinin. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Kuriarer Kushimaru. Close black lens bracket. And open black lens bracket. Double knife. Flounder. Close black lens bracket. And, only, Kurosuke Rai Kiba, Biwa Juku, and Sukazan Fubuki survived. So far, there are 3 remaining members of the Ninja Blade 7. How powerful the 8 inner gates technique is. That's why it is extremely difficult to cultivate. Forbidden technique that will cause harm to the body, and it is basically forbidden to practice. But Shiyu chose to cultivate. The first 3 gates of the 8 inner gates would only put a load on the body, and basically would not cause any harm. 5 gates, after the 4th gate, injury gate, will cause damage to the body, and these 5 gates are the 8 inner gates. Because that increase is incomparable. Shiyu has a system as a guarantee. As long as he gets Hashirama's sage body, in the future, he can open the 7 doors at will. As for the 8th door, it can only be used when the master has the power of 6 paths. Otherwise, it is fatal. So, in the next few days, Shiyu is also constantly honing his physical skills, because he has just started to perform tasks, which are mainly D-level tasks. It's basically trivial things, nothing dangerous at all. Tokiyu also took this opportunity to make his taijutsu reach an ultimate, and now he has opened the first 3 gates of the 8 inner gates. Basically no problem. Coupled with his amazing chakra, the use will often increase. But unfortunately, he has not been able to break through the 4th door. Unsurprisingly, there should be 2 reasons. First, the physical fitness has not yet reached the standard. Second, the time to practice the 8 inner gates is still short, and the current talent is not enough to break the 4th gate in a short time. You must know that Might Dai took decades to cultivate, and Emperor Guy is based on his father's experience. Start exercising from a young age, and you can master it at a young age. And the little Lee Rock, who spent 6 or 7 years, has only mastered the 5th door now. But what about Shiyu? In just 3 days, he directly cultivated to the level of 3 doors. If a few of them knew about it, they would have to be frightened on the spot. Especially Might Dai, it is estimated that the coffin board can't be held down. So it is. Tokiyu didn't feel bored during the mission in the past few days. But Naruto complained because of this. Except for the eagerness on the first day, there was almost no motivation in the next few days. Moreover, I always like to compete with Sasuke during missions. Until the 4th day, under Naruto's complaints, the 3 generations Sarutobi Hiruzen finally sent them a C-level mission. It's an escort mission. The content is to escort a man named Dazna to the Land of Waves. For this task, Naruto can be described as very motivated. And Sasuke is also very interested in this, and being able to go out of the village to experience has always been what he has been looking forward to. As for Shiyu, he has long been waiting for this mission to come. Because the mission this time is linked to the mission of the system, it is no surprise that they will meet one of the second batch of Ninja Swordsman 7 this time, and Teodi will not be cut. Nicknamed Ghost Man, the second user of Broken Sword Katakana Middle. Decapitation Sword. The first user of this sword is called Biwa Juzo, the first partner of Uchiha Itachi, who just joined the open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket organization. Cause of death, when Kazuto was on a mission to Kurigakure village, he encountered the 4th generation Mizuki and was killed by the tailed beast bomb, released after his tail beast transformation. The 4th generation of Mizuki, Karataki Yagura, 3 tails, Isophis human Jinchuriki, column force, one of the 3 major human Jinchuriki column forces that can perfectly control the tail beast. The other 2, Killer Bee, Uzumaki Naruto. The second batch of Ninja Sword 7 people only has 4 people. Broken Sword Katakana Middle. Decapitation Sword, the user, will not cut the peach land again. Open black lens bracket large sword shark muscle close black lens bracket, user, Kisame Hoshigaki. Open black lens bracket thunder blade Kiba close black lens bracket, user, Ringo Amayuri. Open black lens bracket double knives flamingo close black lens bracket, the user, ghost lamp full moon. Because the 3 knives long knife sewing needle, dull knife kabuto cut, and exploding knife droplet were not used, they were collected in the scroll by ghost lamp full moon. After receiving the task, Tokiyu, Kakashi and others did not delay, and left the village with the mission target, Dazna. Towards the Land of Waves. P.S. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets, thank you old irons. Chapter 20 Inches Underworld, Ghost Brothers. Along the way, Kakashi also told Shiyu and the 3 about the general situation of the genin world, mainly talking about the 5 villages representing the 5 countries. Fire Country, Konaha Hidden Village. The Land of Water, Kurigakure Village. The Land of Thunder, Kumogakure Village. The Land of Winds, Sunagakure Village. Land of Earth, Iwagakure Village. After Kakashi's introduction, Naruto also asked, Kakashi-sensei, is there a ninja in the country of waves? No. Kakashi replied and then explained, because the country of waves belongs to a country on a small island, and since it will not be affected by war, there is no need for the existence of a ninja village. There are many more countries like this on this continent. And not long after Kakashi's voice fell, a head suddenly emerged from a pool of water he was passing by. Needless to say, this must be a ninja. Immediately after, a figure appeared behind everyone, but it seemed that there was only one figure, but there were actually two people. The two were bound together like conjoined babies, connected by a claw chain, weapon in their hands. Before Naruto, Sasuke and others were aware of it, the two assassination ninjas had already launched an offensive. I saw one of them quickly throwing the other, and the two sides were tightly connected by a chain, and the cooperation was extremely tacit. Swish. Before everyone could react, Kakashi was directly tied up. Seeing this scene, Naruto also cried out. What's this? How is it? Sasuke was a little surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that they would be targeted by assassination ninjas shortly after they left Konoha Ninja Village. After the genocide massacre that year, he still lived in this situation. But the first time Naruto encountered such a situation, he looked panicked. As a client, Dishonor saw this scene, and there was not much surprise. Obviously, this result was within his expectations. And as far as Shiyu knew, Dishonor really knew about it, but he just lied about the situation because he didn't have enough wealth. If it wasn't for the smooth trip to the land of waves to kill Peachland no more, Shiyu would have pierced him long ago. For the two people in front of them, others may not know their identities, but Shiyu knows it well. These two people are the powerful subordinates of Peachland no Severance, Ming-2, and Yi-2, known as Ghost Brothers. Kurigakure Village missing Nin, Chunin, strength. After they locked Kakashi, a mournful voice also came from Ming-2's mouth. The first one, die. Kakashi into a cloud of blood by pulling the extremely sharp chains. Seeing this scene, Naruto was really frightened. Kakashi-sensei was killed already. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, apart from Tokiha and Sasuke, Naruto and Dishonor thought that Kakashi had farted. But in fact the pool of blood was made of wood, and the real Kakashi was hiding in the dark. Since Sasuke had fought head-to-head with Kakashi, he knew that the latter was powerful and could not be killed so easily. So, with a calm look on his face. The reason why Kakashi didn't appear in the first place was to see the ability of the three Tokyo to adapt to emergencies. Obviously, Naruto is not qualified this time. At this time, the Ghost Brothers have locked on the next target. The next moment, they appeared behind Naruto, and the sharp chains danced with them. At this moment, Naruto trembled, and he seemed to feel the threat of death. At this critical moment, Shiyu moved. He was one step faster than Sasuke, and saw that he instantly threw a cross dart, knocked the chain flying and nailed it to a big tree. Immediately afterwards, his arm waved again. Call out. A kunai also shot out, and then passed through the hole in the middle of the cross dart, accurately, nailing the chain firmly. Then, Shiyu took a leap. Standing directly on the arms of the two Ghost Brothers, they held their heads with both hands, and kicked out with both feet at the same time. Boom, boom. Without the slightest suspense, the two were directly kicked away by Shiyu. The rescued Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, but Sasuke, who saw this scene, couldn't help but stunned. Shiyu's taiju. When did it become so strong? No wonder Sasuke would have such an idea. Because when he was at the ninja school, Tokyo's taijutsu was very rubbish, and he was always at the bottom of the class every time. Survival exercise. 3 days ago, Shiyu also used his ingenuity to obtain the bell. But what about now? The physical skills Shiyu showed were no weaker than him, and even surpassed him. Because of Shiyu's speed just now, he thought he couldn't do it. Just when the two ghost brothers were about to fall to the ground, they simultaneously gave up the chains in their hands. Because of this, the two instantly stabilized their bodies. This time, they are targeting Dazna, because the latter is the target of their trip. As long as they are killed, their mission is complete. As for the others, it doesn't matter to them. Paying close attention to all the changes in the field, Sasuke noticed this, and immediately dodged directly in front of Dishonor, trying to protect his safety. This person is the person who guarded them on this trip. Once they die, it means the failure of their mission this time. This is Sasuke's first time out on a mission, and he will never allow himself to fail. Hokage Hundreds of Millions of Rewards, Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21 Stunt, Table Lotus. Ghost brothers are all the strength of Chunin, and Sasuke is still struggling to deal with one. Two people, he can never be his opponent. But at this time, the ghost brothers are already approaching the target, Dazna. Although Sasuke can block one person, Dazna will hang. At this time, the secret Kakashi was ready to shoot. However, just at this critical moment, a low voice came from Shiyu's mouth. The 8 inner gates, the first gate. Open the door, open it. As soon as the voice fell, Shiyu felt that his whole body more than doubled. Open the door, remove the limitation of the brain area, in order to achieve the purpose of exerting 100% of the physical ability, overloading the body energy to increase the attack and speed. After opening, you can use the forbidden technique secret skill, open black lens bracket table lotus close black lens bracket. Chain, on the ground and rushed towards the ghost brothers, and in the blink of an eye, appeared below the two of them. This scene instantly looked at everyone, especially the two ghost brothers who were the parties. He never imagined that Shiyu would be able to catch up with them when he was so far away from them. Kakashi hiding in the dark. This is Kakashi, who is close friends with Emperor Guy, is quite familiar with the 8 inner gates, so he can see at a glance what Tokiyu is doing now. Boom, boom. With the sound of the two figures, the two ghost brothers were directly kicked into the sky by Shiyu. But it's not over. Immediately after, Shiyu used the body technique, Shadow Leaf Dance, to continuously kick the two of them towards the sky. Pedal, pedal, pedal. After kicking to a certain height, Shiyu didn't have any extra movement. He used the chain in his hand to instantly bind the two of them, and then drag them towards the ground in a high-speed rotating posture. This is open black lens bracket the 8 inner gates close black lens bracket the first body technique stunt. Open black lens bracket Leonwa close black lens bracket. Boom. As a loud noise came out, a smoke and dust on the ground shot up into the sky, making people unable to see the reality in it. Call out. With the sound of breaking the air, Shiyu jumped out of the smoke, moving like a rabbit. Not only did not suffer the slightest damage, but his state did not drop due to the use of Watch Lotus. This is the advantage of having amazing chakras. The more chakras, the more prosperous your life is and can withstand overloaded consumption. After seeing Shiyu, everyone recovered from their astonishment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sasuke's voice just fell, and another voice sounded in his ear. This isn't some ninjutsu, it's taijutsu. Kakashi who spoke. Seeing Kakashi alive, Tokiyu and Sasuke were not surprised, but Naruto and Dishonor were shocked. Because just now they clearly saw Kakashi being twisted into a cloud of blood by the two ghost brothers. However, when they looked at the pool of blood on the ground, they only saw a piece of broken wood. It turned out to be a substitute. Naruto chanted, and then said, Kakashi-sensei, it's great that you're all right. After Naruto's voice fell, the smoke and dust on the ground in front of him also dissipated. Next second. What catches everyone's eyes are two ghost brothers who are like dead dogs. At this time, the two have been seriously injured and passed out. Chunin is worthy of being Chunin, His physical strength is really durable, and he was hit by Shiyu's beauty lotus and he didn't die. After seeing this scene, Dishonor also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I have been saved. Immediately, he looked at Shiyu without the contempt he had before. Originally, he thought that a kid of Shiyu's age would basically have no fighting power. But now he feels that he has been slapped hard, the hot kind. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help but praise. Shiyu, you are amazing, you took care of these two bad guys in one fell swoop. Hearing that, Sasuke and Kakashi's eyes also returned to Tokyo, and Sasuke couldn't help but asked curiously. Kakashi-sensei, did you just say that Shiyu used taiju? Not bad. Kakashi nodded, then said, that's a secret skill in the 8 inner gates called Watch Lotus. The 8 inner gates. Naruto and Sasuke both exclaimed, and then Naruto also asked, Kakashi-sensei, what is the 8 inner gates? Open black lens bracket. The 8 inner gates close black lens bracket is a body technique and a forbidden technique. Physique. Forbidden technique. Sasuke muttered in his mouth, and the look in Tokyo's eyes changed again. In his opinion, the current Shiyu has completely surpassed himself. Chunin with one move, and he is also good at 2 assassination ninjas, which he can't do at all. To be honest, he was envious, but also jealous. After explaining to Naruto, Kakashi also expressed his doubts. Shiyu, tell me honestly, who taught you this martial art? Between the words, a figure flashed in his mind. This is none other than his friend Gai Huang. Because according to Kakashi, in today's Konoha shinobi village, it seems that only Emperor Gai has given this qualification and ability. As for Little Lee, it is no longer in his consideration. Because he also knew during the Chunin Exam, that Little Lee had already mastered the 5th door, and after the 4th door, it would damage the human body. Therefore, Kakashi would scold Emperor Gai at that time. For Kakashi's questioning, Tokyo did not lie once, but said directly, I taught myself. The simple 4 words made everyone stunned on the spot. Especially Kakashi, he has witnessed how Emperor Gai came all the way, and he is well aware of the bitterness in the middle. Moreover, the latter is based on the experience accumulated by his father. But Shiyu, it turned out to be self-taught. Although it is only the 1st door, it is enough to prove Shiyu's evildoer. Chapter 22. What is a genius? Self-taught. Kakashi stunned, thinking in his heart, this technique of the 8 inner gates was sealed in the Book of Seals in the 1st generation. Except for Gai, no one has practiced this technique so far. Open black lens bracket. The 8 inner gates close black lens bracket. Not only is it extremely difficult to cultivate, but you must also have enough perseverance to constantly exercise your physical body. Otherwise, it is impossible to be a complete master. This is also the reason why many people have no way to cultivate and do not practice cultivation. Not only do you have to suffer and tear, but if you don't have this talent, your ultimate achievement is limited. If Gai and Little Lee didn't have talent in ninjutsu and demonic illusion, they wouldn't be obsessed with the 8 inner gates. Because if they want to become strong, ordinary physical skills are far from enough. Seeing Kakashi's puzzled look, Tokyo didn't hide it, and directly explained the reason. Kakashi-sensei. On the night Mizuki tricked Naruto into stealing the Book of Seals, Naruto and I opened it up out of curiosity. Hearing this, Kakashi finally knew where Naruto's multiple shadow clone techniques came from. It turned out to be from the Book of Seals. But even so, it surprised Cassius. According to Tokyo, he merely flipped through the Book of Seals and memorized the training method of the 8 inner gates by heart. And, in just a few days, the 1st door is opened. Hiss. Thinking of this, Kakashi couldn't help but gasped, looking at Tokyo with shock. This kind of talent is too enchanting. What is a genius? Maybe this is it. If Kakashi knew that Tokyo could open the 3rd door, he would probably be dumbfounded on the spot. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto on the side was puzzled. Shiyu, didn't you and I learn the same ninjutsu that night? I was curious and looked at this body art training method. Isn't the task too boring these days, so I tried to practice it. I didn't expect it to happen. Shiyu's "I didn't expect it to happen" caused Naruto to be hit hard. You must know that he was exhausted from practicing a ninjutsu. Tashiyu not only learned his multiple shadow clone technique in an instant, but now he also learned something, the 8 inner gates formation. Shiyu, this body art is harmful to the body, so you must not practice it again. Kakashi-sensei, don't worry, I'm measured. Shiyu replied, and then said, I have seen the introduction of such a body technique. As long as the 5 doors are not opened, the body will not be damaged. Having said that, the 3 doors will also overload the body, and long-term use will also have an impact on the human body. I will pay attention, and I will use it as little as possible in the future. So best. In the middle of the conversation, Kakashi nodded with satisfaction, and then said, but then again, Tokyo, you did a good job this time. Quote. Faced with the enemy, not only can you stay calm in the face of danger, but you can also attack the situation. You already have what a ninja should look like. And Sasuke, it's also very good, he knows how to protect the mission target. After Kakashi praised Tokyo and Sasuke, his eyes fell on Naruto and said, Naruto, you have to keep working hard. If you stand still like this time, then the next time you may be death. Kakashi didn't want to intimidate Naruto either, he wanted the latter to grow up. If not, when encountering such a situation in the future, I don't even know how I died. I see. At this time, Naruto's heart was aggrieved, because it was also the first actual combat, but Tokyo and Sasuke were both able to face danger. Only he is afraid. Shiyu, in particular, stood up to protect him. Because of this, he clenched his fists tightly, and swore in his heart, next time, I must not be afraid. Because, he doesn't want to be the tail of a crane. Naruto wasn't so worried at first, but Sasuke's words from the cylinder ghost hurt Naruto's self-esteem. Aren't you hurt, coward? Sasuke. Naruto shouted. He wanted to go up and fight with Sasuke, but was stopped by Tokyo. Naruto, if it's a man, talk with action. I didn't do well this time, but I will try to do it next time, and then I can get someone to shut up. Hearing the words, Naruto was stunned for a while, and his eyes were firm. Ah, I see. Seeing this scene, Kakashi couldn't help but glance at Shiyu, because the latter's mind is really not like what he should have at this age. Not only did he think so, but even his owner felt the same way. Immediately after, Kakashi tied the 2 ghost brothers under a tree. He wanted to find out who the 2 were targeting. The 2 of them up, Kakashi also asked. You are the ghost brother of the village of Kurigakure, known for fighting to the death at all costs. Our actions are so secretive, how did you notice it? Yi-2 said unwillingly. He knew that if Kakashi didn't take precautions in advance, it would be impossible to escape with the substitute technique. Before Kakashi would bring it, Tokyo was the first to say, it's not because of the flaws that you 2 leaked out of your own cleverness. Shiyu, did you see something? Kakashi's words, Naruto, Sasuke, and Dazner's eyes also fell on Tokyo. As a Jonin, Kakashi has been on missions all the year round. With his rich experience, he can detect that the 2 lurking are excusable, but how did Toshiyu, a fledgling genin, detect it in advance? This made everyone very curious, even the ghost brothers. Chapter 23 Arrive in the Land of Waves. It's actually quite simple. Shiyu chuckled, and then said, the weather has been hot and dry these days, and it hasn't rained today. How could there be any accumulation of water? Besides, there is only one beach. Ah. The 2 ghost brothers who heard the words were stunned for a moment, and this detail was obviously not thought of at all. Shiyu, your analysis is good. Observing the surrounding environment closely on the way is also one of the essential skills of ninjas. Kakashi complimented Tokyo again, and he had been alerted to this earlier because of this. But after hearing Kakashi's words, Dazner's expression froze. Since you knew in advance, why did you let those little devils do it? Aren't you afraid that something will happen to them? Dazner's words seemed to be worried about Shiyu and the others, but in fact he was worried about his own safety, because in his eyes, Shiyu and the three were just newborn calves. It wasn't until Shiyu took action to knock down the two ghost brothers that he changed his mind. Because of these two guys I can kill in a split second. An extremely domineering sentence was spit out from Kaka's mouth, and Shiyu didn't have the slightest doubt about it. Because Kakashi does have this ability, it is understandable. It's just that I didn't expect that Shiyu would have such ability to kill two Chunins. Although there is a bit of luck, his strength is unquestionable. And the fact is true, if it wasn't for the two ghost brothers underestimating the enemy, Shiyu couldn't easily succeed. Of course, there's a little more. I need to know, who is the enemy's target? Kakashi glanced at Dazner between the words, obviously already had the answer. Knowing the look in Kakashi's eyes, Dazner froze in his heart, and his voice was lost in his guilty conscience. What do you mean? To put it bluntly, is it you who are being targeted? Or is it us? But judging from the situation just now, it is clear that the person being targeted is not us. Kakashi pointed out directly. It seems that this mission you have entrusted has exceeded the category of sea level. The enemy has been upgraded from the so-called mafia and thieves to ninjas. This is a high-risk B-level mission. You may have a last resort, but this makes me very embarrassed. First of all, your commission is not enough. Secondly, the three of them are only newcomers who have just been promoted to genin. Once a stronger enemy appears, it is inevitable that their lives will not be in danger. As their mentor, I naturally can't make fun of their lives. Kakashi's words, Dazner also looked at a loss. He does have his own difficulties, but if the truth is revealed now, I am afraid that his life will not be guaranteed. The land of waves will not. In the future, it will be completely reduced to a dead island. That teacher, I want to talk to you about something. Just when Dazner was about to tell Kakashi some of the whole story, Tokyo said again. Uncle Dazner, it's because of Kado. Hearing Moyu's words, Dazner was stunned for a moment, and his eyes became weird when he looked at Shiyu. It's true that Shiyu's strength is beyond his imagination, but strength is strength. How did he know about this? You don't need to be surprised. A few days ago, I happened to meet two residents who left from the land of waves while doing a mission. From their mouths, I learned that Kado was there with one hand covering the sky. Kado. Kakashi murmured, and then said, but that one of the few richest people in the world. Dazner sighed, and then said, since you all guessed it, then I have nothing to hide. That's right, it's that tycoon Kado. He is the boss of the shipping company on the surface, but in private he colluded with the mafia and ninjas to smuggle, do products and control products treacherous people. Relying on his own power, he often occupies other people's companies in some weak countries. He is a heinous villain. Immediately after. It is a series of memories of Dazner. About a year ago, that guy was eyeing the land of waves. After Dazner's narration, Kakashi and others finally knew the whole story. In the end, under his begging, Kakashi also agreed to continue to complete the task. Kakashi has absolute confidence in his own strength, and he feels that he can protect the three of them. And Shiyu naturally wouldn't object, because as long as he stayed by Dazner's side, Teoda would not show up until he was cut off. Sasuke did not fail or objected to his first mission, and Naruto was mocked by Sasuke because of his unsatisfactory performance for the first time, so he had no reason to object. So far, the Guardian mission continues. After a long journey, a group of 5 took a small boat and headed for the small island where the land of waves was located. After half an hour, they finally saw the gate of the land of waves, said the boatman who knew Dazner at this time. Dazner. So far, we've been safe, and to be on the safe side, we're taking underground waterways with aquatic plants. Seeing Dazna's nod, the boatman also accelerated his paddling speed. Obviously, Kado's killing method made him very afraid. After a moment, Shiyu and the others passed through the exit of the underground waterway and finally arrived in the territory of the Land of Waves. Chapter 24 Ghost Man, Teodi will not be cut again. After going to the island, the four Shiyu escorted Dazna home, and their characters were to escort the latter home safely and protect him until the completion of the Cross-Strait Bridge. Shiyu didn't care. I saw that it was okay to kill. The Peach Land will not be cut again. As long as Teodi is not killed again, Kado and others will be destroyed, and there is no need to worry about protecting Dazna after building the bridge. At that time, he just thought he had come to this small island for a tour. On the way, Naruto rushed to the front, because the battle with the Ghost Brothers soon made him brooding. So, this time he leads the way. Because he didn't want to lose to Sasuke. As for Shiyu, he has nothing to do, because the two are best friends and have a very close relationship. When the crowd was halfway, Naruto suddenly looked left and right, as if there were people around. After some pretense, the kunai in his hand shot directly into the middle of a pile of vegetation. Seeing that there was no movement there, Naruto said in order to avoid embarrassment. "Ah, it's a mouse." Seeing this, Sasuke spit out a word, "Hey." And Kakashi also reminded Naruto, throwing a shuriken casually is very dangerous. Seeing that there was no movement around, Dishonor also stepped out of his nervousness, and immediately gave a loud shout. "Dwarf Melon, don't scare people, okay?" And just after Dazna's voice fell, the kunai in Tokiyu's hand shot out instantly. This scene made everyone stunned. Clang! A second before the shuriken pierced the tree trunk, Kakashi felt a slight fluctuation, and his eyes instantly locked in a position. This position is nowhere else, it is exactly where Tashiyu's shuriken was shot. If Naruto shoots indiscriminately, everyone will think that the latter is rambling, but if Shiyu shoots, the result will be different. No way, who said that Shiyu's performance on the way was too amazing? When everyone cautiously stepped forward to take a look, they found that there was no one there, and there was no clue. Only one terrified rabbit. Seeing this scene, everyone except Kakashi thought that Tokiyuha had made a fuss like Naruto this time. But it is better than Naruto anyway, after all, there is a rabbit. Seeing this scene, Dishonor was also relieved and said, "It turned out to be just a rabbit, which surprised me." But Shiyu made his heart that had just been lifted up again. "Don't take it lightly, the enemy may be hiding around." "Enemy?" Naruto snorted in surprise, and looked around very carefully. But apart from the 5 of them, there was only this frightened little white rabbit in front of him. "Shiyu, aren't you overhearted and have no enemies? Look carefully at the breed of this rabbit." Hearing Shiyu's words, everyone's eyes fell on the little white rabbit, and even Kakashi looked at Shiyu with interest. "This is not an ordinary rabbit, this is a relatively rare snow rabbit. This rabbit's hair color changes with the length of the sun, and in winter, when the sun is shorter, it's white. And in places where the sun is often longer, such as in the spring, its hair takes on a brown color. Hearing the words, Naruto was still confused, and then asked, "What does this have to do with whether there are enemies around?" "Look at the climate right now, it's the turn of spring and summer. It stands to reason that the hair of the snow rabbit in the wild should be brown, but the snow rabbit in front of me is white. From this, it can be concluded that this snow rabbit was raised by humans." Hearing this, Naruto still didn't quite understand the connection between the two, but Sasuke already knew it, and then added, "You idiot, don't you understand? Shiyu means that this snow rabbit was raised by the enemy, and it was possible that the enemy used it as a substitute to escape. So it is." Hearing Sasuke's explanation, Naruto suddenly realized. Kakashi also glanced at Shiyu Gao. He obviously did not expect Shiyu to even dabble in this field of knowledge. Kakashi, who had already seen through the enemy's tactics, was already vigilant, and he muttered in his heart. It's coming so fast. And everything is just as Shiyu said, in the surrounding forest, there is indeed an enemy. At this time, the latter was secretly peeping at the five of them. From beginning to end, his eyes were always on one person. That is, Kakashi. In his opinion, the only thing that can hinder him is this Konoha copy ninja. Crouching on a tree trunk, the corners of his mouth moved slightly and uttered a word. Sharingan Kakashi. Fun. The voice fell, and I saw that he directly pulled out a large knife behind his back. The blade was extremely sharp, and there was an obvious gap on it. But that is not disconnection, but itself. Because this sword is one of the 7 ninja swords, broken sword beheading sword. And the enemy lurking in the dark is none other than the second owner of this knife. Ghost Man, Teodi will not be cut again. P.S. Old irons who have flowers and evaluation tickets can send them. And finally, you can leave your noble footprints in the comment area. Chapter 25 Missed Assassin. After feeling a killing intent, Kakashi immediately shouted to the crowd. Get down. Kakashi's perception is really sharp, and at the moment when everyone fell down, a spinning big move flew over their heads. If they didn't get down just now, it's probably broken in two by now. Crack. The decapitation sword that didn't hit a single person was directly chopped on a big tree, and there was a figure accompanying it. After seeing the figure standing on top of the sword, Kakashi spit out 2 words. It's him. Needless to say, Kakashi is no stranger to Taoji Zaibujian. Because of this, Kakashi's eyes showed a dignified look at this time. Obviously, in his eyes, the latter was not an ordinary person. Ghost Man, Teodi will not be cut again, is incomparable with the previous, Mingye, Ghost Brothers. The two are not on the same level at all. Seeing the enemy appear, Naruto, who does not know the strength of the opponent, is eager to try. Obviously, he wants to get back the face he lost earlier. Humph, here we come. I won't lose to Sasuke this time. Look at me mine. And just as Naruto took a step, he was stopped by Kakashi. I'll stand back, he is not an enemy you can deal with. Between the words, Kakashi's eyes stayed on the body that would not be cut again, and he did not dare to relax. Because the ability to not cut is a bit weird, it is famous for silent assassination, and Kurigakure ninjas like this have a special title. Called, Missed Assassin. Oh, who am I to be? It turned out to be a defected ninja from the village of Kurigakure, Peach Land no slash. If your opponent is you, it may be a little difficult. Kakashi reached out and touched his forehead between the words. Zaibujian, who was standing above the big knife, was also surprised when he saw this. At this moment, he finally knew why the ghost brother of Underworld had lost his hand. It turned out that the opponent was the man of Konoha. But he never imagined that the ghost brother, Mingye, was not defeated by Kakashi, but by what he thought was the little ghost Tokiyu. I didn't expect to meet open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket Kakashi here. To be honest, I'm not fighting you, my goal is just the old man behind you. As soon as he said this, Dazner's heart froze, because he could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from the former. Although it is so far away, it already feels suffocating. Furthermore, even Kakashi, a Jonin, is so attached to it. This person is definitely not a generalist. When Naruto wondered what Sharingan was, Sasuke was shocked. In his impression, open black lens bracket Sharingan. Close black lens bracket the physique that only a few members of the Uchiha family can have. Why not say that Kakashi has Sharingan? Before seeing it with his own eyes, he was still suspicious. He was the only one present who was not shocked at all, because all this was under his control. Just then, Kakashi's voice sounded again. Shiyu, the 3 of you set up a swastika formation to protect Mr. Dishonor. If you don't cut it again, your opponent is me. Kakashi finished speaking. He slowly lifted the forehead guard, and the right eye that was covered was finally exposed. At this moment, you can clearly see that there is a visible scar on the eyelid of that eye, but this is not the point. The point is that it's just the eyes that are Yuhi. That's right, that's a Sharingan. That is a open black lens bracket 3-tomo Sharingan close black lens bracket. But unfortunately, Kakashi does not have the bloodline of the Uchiha family, so he cannot use the power of Blood Wheel Eye to ultimate, nor can he automatically switch Blood Wheel Eye. Because of this Sharingan is always on. It is consuming Cassis's chakra all the time, resulting in the latter's chakra always being unable to maintain its peak state. This open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket belongs to Uchiha Obito. Moreover, when Nohara Rin died in Battle of Canopy Bridge, this eye had already evolved into Mangekyo Blood Wheel Eye. It's just that Kakashi at that time passed out because of chakra exhaustion, so he didn't know that his Sharingan had evolved into Mangekyo. Other words, he still doesn't know that Sharingan has a higher form. It wasn't until Itachi came to Konoha that Kakashi didn't know the existence of open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket after the battle with him. After a long period of groping, I finally succeeded in opening this form. The first time it appeared was when I was fighting Deidara. Seeing Kakashi's Sharingan again, Sasuke and Naruto were surprised at the same time. Sasuke was shocked at why Kakashi, a non-Uchiha family member, possessed the blood stain limit of Sharingan. And the shock is that this eye seems to have seen it there, but it can't remember for a while. This Sharingan Naruto did see it, and he saw it on Shiyu in the night when Mizuki was killed. But since Tokiha closed immediately, he thought it was a hallucination. But seeing such eyes again now brought back his memory immediately. Next second, his gaze couldn't help falling on Shiyu's eyes, but unfortunately Shiyu's pupils were still black at this time. Is it really my delusion? After thinking about it in his heart, Naruto also asked aloud, Sharingan, what exactly is Sharingan? Chapter 26 Ninja, The Art of Kurigakure. Sharingan is a kind of pupil technique. A person with this kind of eye can see through demonic illusion, taijutsu and ninjutsu in an instant, and be able to fight back as they are. But Sharingan's abilities are much more than that. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was also surprised. He didn't expect Sharingan to be so pervert. Sharingan is actually born out of chakra as the ancestor Otsutsuki Kagaya open black lens bracket reincarnation Sharingan close black lens bracket. For example, Sasuke's last master, 6-tomo Rinnegan, as long as you evolve once, you can reach the ultimate 9-tomo Rinnegan. At that time, the pupils will change to Yuhi color, creating the strongest pupils. Open black lens bracket reincarnation Sharingan close black lens bracket. But how difficult this step is, even the Six Paths Fairy has not done it. Another point is that after Sharingan evolves into Rinnegan, if you want to use their respective abilities, you must switch them. This was confirmed by Uchiha Madara in the Fourth Ninja War. And once it evolves into Tomo Rinnegan, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Because the two have merged. In this case, the ability of two eyes can be used without switching, which is why the later Sasuke can still use Susanoo in the state of one eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and one 6-tomo Rinnegan. And if you don't cut the words again, you will also add a few sentences. Yes, Sharingan's abilities are more than that. What's more terrifying than this is that it can instantly see through what ninjutsu the enemy does and copy it. The middle of the words, Zaibuzan looked directly at Kakashi, and said again, in the handbook of the Kurigakure Assassination Department, there is your information, and it is written that the man who copied thousands of ninjutsu, copy ninja Hatake Kakashi. Naruto and Sasuke were very shocked when they heard the words that would not be cut again, and Naruto couldn't help but chanted. Is Kakashi-sensei so strong? This is the end of the chat, I have to get rid of that old man quickly. Hearing these words, Tokyu and the others followed Kakashi's orders and protected him around Tazuna. And Kakashi himself has blocked the way forward. Seeing this, he said, "It seems that if you want to kill the old man, you have to deal with you first." Kakashi. When the voice fell, Zabuza put a stamp in his hand, and then a low shout came from his mouth. "Ninja, the art of Kurigaku." Immediately after, a cloud of mist appeared out of nowhere, blurring the vision of Dashiu and the others. In the next second, No// will disappear from their field of vision. Gone. Always pay attention. Naruto, who did not slash anymore, snorted in surprise. Seeing this, Kakashi also hurriedly reminded Shiyu and the four, "You all cheer me up. This Zabuza is the best at silent killing techniques. Maybe you will already be a woohoo before you return to God." Hearing the words, Shiyu directly activated the Sharingan. With his current strength, he can't take it lightly if he doesn't cut it. And just after Tokyu opened Sharingan, Sasuke and Naruto were shocked. Sasuke was shocked by why Tokyu also used Sharingan. He has seen two people who are not from the Uchiha family have Sharingan in one day, but he himself does not. At this moment, he doubted whether he belonged to the Uchiha clan. Is it the abandoned baby that Uchiha Fugaku picked up from the garbage? Uchiha Fugaku, the father of Sasuke and Itachi, is also the existence that opens Mangekyo Sharingan. While Naruto was shocked, he kept saying in his heart, "So it wasn't a hallucination that night, Shiyu also has Sharingan." Not only were they so amazed, Kakashi and Zabuza lurking in the thick fog were no exception. "I didn't expect that what the three generations said was true. Tokyu actually owns the Sharingan of the Uchiha family," Kakashi said. "Sharingan, is this kid from the Uchiha clan?" Zabuza stunned. Although Naruto and Sasuke shared the same doubts, they knew that now was not the time to ask these questions. The most important thing now is to defeat the enemy hiding in the fog. At this time, the icy voice of Zabuza came from the fog. 8 places of throat, spine, Jinchuriki column, lung, carotid artery, subclavian vein, liver, kidney, heart. Ask, you want me to attack that place, hehe. Naruto, Sasuke, and Dazuna's hearts shuddered when they heard the cold-blooded voice. Kakashi seemed to sense the fear emanating from Naruto and Sasuke, and immediately released his murderous aura into chakra. Spear. The invisible confrontation between the two murderous auras made Sasuke and others feel deeply depressed, as if they were about to suffocate. Even Moyu, who had been prepared for a long time, had a solemn expression. At this moment, Kakashi's voice also sounded, giving them some encouragement and confidence. "Sasuke. Don't worry, I will protect you with my life." Shiyu, who heard the words, also said, "Kakashi, Sensei, you can fight with peace of mind, we will protect ourselves." Kakashi nodded, and was also focused on vigilance around him, ready to fight at any time. Chapter 27 Water Prison Technique. In a quiet atmosphere. There was no fluctuation in the air, but a shadow was quietly approaching Shiyu and the four of them. Kakashi's Sharingan can't play to ultimate, and it is hard to see that hiding in the fog will not cut, but Tokyu's Sharingan, due to the opening of the system, does not have this limitation. Just when Zabuza was about to appear next to Shiyu and others, Shiyu also hurriedly reminded him. Disperse. Tokyu took Dazuna aside while he was speaking, and Naruto and Sasuke also moved after hearing the sound, appearing on both sides of Tokyu. Just the next moment they dodged. The sound of no slashing was the place where they stood before, and Kakashi at this time also reacted. He turned around and stared at Mr. Zabuza, and at the same time did not forget to praise Shiyu. "Shiyu, you did a good job." But at this time, Zabuza stared at Shiyu with a stunned expression. He didn't expect his Kurigaku technique to be seen through by Shiyu. Even Kakashi, who was Jonin, didn't react as quickly as the former. To this, he couldn't help but murmured, Is this the ultimate effect of Sharingan? Looks like this kid needs to be dealt with first. After the voice fell, Zabuza temporarily shifted his target to Shiyu. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he directly swung the big knife in his hand. Just as Tokyo was about to fight back, Kakashi moved first. Because his Sharingan had already seen the trajectory of Zabuza's movement, he instantly reached the front of Zabuza's body, and the kuwu in his hand stabbed into the latter's body without hesitation. Seeing this scene, Sasuke muttered, "Is it over?" But the next second, Zabuza's body turned into a ball of water, and another Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi. "Teacher, watch your back!" Naruto hurriedly shouted, but it was too late, and the big sword he swung out had already cut Kakashi in two. Kakashi, who was cut in two, also turned into a ball of water. This scene made Dazai-Yuzan suddenly startled. Water body surgery. Could it be that he copied my ninjutsu in the mist just now? When I thought of this, I was extremely shocked if I didn't cut it. He knew that Kakashi was dubbed the copy ninja, but he didn't expect the latter to be able to do so. In that case, he can still copy his ninjutsu. And just in between the astonishment, a voice came into his ears. "Don't move." Kakashi who spoke. At this time, he had already appeared behind Zabuza, and the shuriken in his hand was lying across the latter's throat. "It's over, don't cut it again." Seeing this scene, Naruto was also pleasantly surprised. As expected of Mr. Kakashi, it's amazing. However, at this time, if he did not cut it again, there was no sign of panic. On the contrary, his words revealed a touch of disdain, and sneered, "Kakashi, you really have two strokes. But this is like solving this, uncle, you are too naive." The voice fell, and the figure that would not be cut again turned into a ball of water. Undoubtedly, this figure is another water body. Immediately afterwards, the real Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the turn of the decapitation sword was to slash towards Kakashi. Call out. Although Kakashi dodged the blow with his vigorous movement, he was kicked away with a single kick. After landing safely, Kakashi jumped into the river after a brief thought. Originally, Kakashi wanted to use Zabuza to investigate, but he was noticed by Zabuza. Zabuza, who jumped into the water, secretly cast the water prison technique. It made the river water so heavy that Kakashi, who had just jumped out of the water, couldn't get out of trouble right away. It directly caused him to be trapped in it without being cut. "I wanted to hide in the water first. What a mistake." Hearing Kakashi's words, he smiled and said, Hey, you've been fooled, that's why I kicked you this way. As a Kurigaku ninja, my combat power has increased a lot in the water. Kakashi, now that I've got you under control, it's so easy for me to kill those brats. Our battle will be going on later." The voice fell, and he did not cut his hands again and hand seal again. Open black lens bracket water body art close black lens bracket. A low drink sounded, and a second one appeared above the water. Immediately after, under the eyes of Shiyu and the others, Shui, who was not slashing again, slowly walked in front of them. "You little brats, don't think that you are a ninja when you wear that ninja forehead protector. Real ninjas are only those who have experienced life and death. In other words, only those who are registered by this uncle can be regarded as ninjas, and you are not qualified." Hearing the words that would not be cut again, Naruto and Sasuke were both stunned, and they didn't know what to do for a while. Kakashi, the strongest among them, has been trapped by the latter. Can the genin who just graduated from them defeat each other? Just when they were at a loss, Shiyu stood up. "If that's the case, then today I'll add another name to your roster, but I don't know. Do you have a life to remember?" As the arrogant voice fell, everyone was shocked, even if he did not cut himself. "Yo, what a funny kid. I'm starting to like you a little bit, but unfortunately, you are destined to die under my sword today." Thanks open black lens bracket 2007 **13 zzm close black lens bracket old tie for the reward. Thanks open black lens bracket 2007 **13 zzm close black lens bracket old tie for the reward. Thanks open black lens bracket 2007 **13 zzm close black lens bracket old tie for the reward. Thanks open black lens bracket 2007 **13 zzm close black lens bracket old tie for the reward. Chapter 28 The longest hand seal in history. Seeing Tokiyu preparing to fight Zabuza, Kakashi also hurriedly said. Shiyu. You don't have to worry about me, hurry up and take Tazuna away. If you don't cut the water too far away from the main body, it won't last long. Kakashi knew that Shiyu defeated the ghost brother, Mingye, but Zabuza was not at the same level as him. No Slash is not only powerful, but also bloodthirsty. In Kurigakure village, the young Zaibu beheaded all the more than 100 candidates who were with him. So, in Kakashi's view, even if the three of Tokiha were put together, they would not be the latter's opponent. Teacher. You said on the day of the assessment that we are a team. Since it's a team, how can we leave our partners and run away? I don't want to be a bad ninja. Kakashi was also taken aback when he heard Tokiyu's words. When Naruto and Sasuke heard the words, their eyes became firm, and they didn't have the previous fear. Shiyu is right, we won't escape alone. Naruto shouted and came directly to Shiyu's side. As for Sasuke, this tsundere ghost. Although he didn't say anything, his body was honest and he also stood on Shiyu's side. Seeing this scene, Kakashi was also very moved. Naruto, Sasuke, this person's physical skills are not under Kakashi-sensei, so be careful when you fight later. And after Tokiyu explained the battle plan to Naruto and Sasuke, he opened the second gate of the 8 inner gates without any unnecessary nonsense. Close the door, open it. Resting the door, relieve the physical fatigue restrictions, and overload the body to squeeze the energy to restore the physical strength, which can offset the fatigue caused by the consumption of opening the door. Swish. In the next second, Shiyu's figure was that everyone disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, they were already in front of Zaibuken. So fast. This scene makes it very shocking even if it is not cut. He didn't expect Shiyu's speed to be so fast, he had already caught up with his speed. But now he is allowed to think about it, even if there is only a 1% chance, he doesn't want to, but he doesn't want to capsize in the gutter. Kakashi, who was trapped in the water prison, was also shocked when he saw this. Second door. Clang. The unstoppable broadsword blocked Shiyu's shuriken attack, and the powerful force made Shiyu somewhat unable to support it. Little devil, have some strength. After the voice fell, Zaibujian increased his strength, and the big knife in his hand was madly waving. Clang, clang, clang. Under the continuous offensive, Shiyu was finally unable to resist, and his body was cut into 2 pieces by Zaibu slash. Seeing this scene, the faces of Kakashi and others changed greatly. I thought that Shiyu would say goodbye to this world, but no one thought that Shiyu, who was cut in 2, turned into a ball of water. What? Water out. Zabuza let out a stunned voice, but this made Kakashi and the others heave a sigh of relief, and at the same time, they were also secretly shocked. They didn't expect that Shiyu would actually learn the water body art that would never be cut again. Not to mention that they didn't think of it. Even if they didn't cut it, they would be dumbfounded. If he hadn't known that Shiyu had a pair of Sharingans, he would have wondered if the latter had opened up. Like Kakashi, did you copy my ninjutsu? When his voice fell, Shiyu's figure had already appeared behind him. Seeing that Shiyu's shuriken was about to hit him, but just an inch away, he was firmly grasped by the slasher. Little devil, I admit that I underestimated you. When he stopped complimenting, he immediately said, however, this is the end of it. The voice fell, and his big sword also slashed at Shiyu. Shiyu, who was firmly grasped, couldn't break free at all. The broadsword hit him without any suspense, but it was surprising that the moment Shiyu's body was hit, it suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone. Shiyu's voice also rang out just as he landed in astonishment. I just found out now, it's too late. Next second. I saw Shiyu suddenly fall from the sky, without any fancy, and pierce the head that would not be cut with one blow. At this point, the water body that will not be cut has been solved by Shiyu. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke, according to Tokiyu's plan, have teamed up to use the Fuma Shuriken Shadow Windmill to force Zabuza to remove the water prison technique. Because Zabuza's main body has to trap Kakashi and his movement is limited, Naruto and Sasuke will work together to rescue Kakashi. Not only that, but at the same time that the water prison technique was cracked, Naruto's shuriken was scratched on his face. This made him extremely angry. Damn brat. While drinking violently, Zabuza waved the Fuma Shuriken in his hand and was about to cut Naruto into pieces. However, a second before the Fuma Shuriken was thrown, there was a sound of metal collision. Clang. Then everyone saw that the high-speed spinning Fuma Shuriken was blocked by Kakashi's bracers. Shiyu, Naruto, Sasuke, the three of you cooperated well this time. Go back and add chicken legs. Leave it to me next. Kaka's meaning is very simple, and then it is his turn to pretend. In this regard, Shiyu is naturally extremely happy. With his current strength, it may be difficult to kill Zabuza, but it is not impossible. However, since Kakashi took the initiative to do this kind of tiring work, why should he ask for it? System only requires him to kill, teacher land, but there is no requirement for him to do it himself. So sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Isn't it fragrant to be a melon eater? If I don't slash, I won't hit the same move a second time. What are you going to do next? Humph. Zabuza, who heard the words, snorted lightly, and immediately opened the distance from Kakashi. Immediately afterwards, the hand quickly tied the seal. And Kaka also used the copying ability of Sharingan to carry out the longest hand seal in history at the same time as Zabuza. Ugly, Shen, Mao, Z, Hai, Yu, Ugly, Wu, Yu, Z, Yin, Shu, Yin, Si, Ugly, Wei, Si, Hai, Wei, Z, Ren, Shen, Yu, Chen, Yu _Ugly, Wu, Wei, Yin, Si, Z, Shen, Mao, Hai, Chen, Wei, Z, Ugly, Shen, Yu, Ren, Z, Hai, Yu. 44 in total. The next second after the word Yu was finished, the same 7 words suddenly spit out from the throats of the two of them. Sweden, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Art. The second generation Hokage, Senju Tobirama, sees this scene. It is estimated that they will despise the two of them for a long time. Because this technique only needs 3 seals in the hands of the latter. Chapter 29 Ice Shield Ninja. With the sound of Kakashi and Zabuza falling, the water surface suddenly surged, and ripples spread, as if something was taking shape. Next second. Water dragons, formed by condensation of water, rushed out of the water and rose into the air, and their body shapes were almost the same. Immediately afterwards, the 2 water dragons collided with each other under the astonished eyes of everyone. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 water dragons with similar power suddenly burst open, and huge waves spread out towards the surrounding. Seeing this scene, Sasuke was still deeply envious while being shocked. Such a complex Indian style was released in the blink of an eye, and it completely imitated the opponent's ninjutsu. Is this the copy ability of Sharingan? It is absolutely ironic that someone from the Uchiha clan should envy a foreigner with Sharingan. Damn. This guy is really as rumored, and can copy other people's ninjutsu in an instant. I don't believe in this evil. After an angry shout, Zabuza decided to use Zeon's move to decide the winner. However, what surprised him was that no matter what he did next, Kakashi was the first to predict, and even the latter knew what he wanted to say. But what shocked him more was not this, but the next scene. The ninjutsu that originally belonged to him was first activated by Kakashi. Sweetened water style, great waterfall technique. Quote. Looking at the monstrous water curtain surging up behind Kakashi, the original small river instantly felt like a big river, which made Zaibuchuan couldn't help being shocked. How is this possible? This is obviously the technique I want to use to deal with him. How could he activate it faster than me? At the same time as Zaibuchuan's astonishment fell, his whole person was directly annihilated by the monstrous water curtain. Its power is so great that I don't know how many flowers, plants and trees were washed away during the period, and some rocks could not be supported, and were swept away by it and shattered. After a while, the huge water flow stopped. Look around, it's a mess. And Zaibuchuan, who was hit from the front, was leaning on a big tree at the moment, and his breath was wilting. Seeing this, Kakashi threw out the four-handed Lijian directly, and firmly blocked the limbs that would not be cut again, so that there was no chance of escape. Limbs are sealed, unable to hand seal. The seriously injured Zaibuchuan raised his head with difficulty, looked at the man who flashed in front of him, and spat out a word in disbelief. Why is this happening? Could it be that you can predict the future? Yes. Kakashi gave him a two-word answer, but in fact he was able to do it all because of the ability of Sharingan. If you don't cut it, let's end it. Kakashi's voice fell, and he was about to give the last blow to Zaibuchuan. But at this moment, the sudden scene made everyone stunned. Because before Kakashi's shot, someone took the first step. Call out, call out. In two gaps. After the voice fell into the ears of Shiyu and the others, they saw that there were two more silver needles between the necks that were not cut at this time. Boom. Immediately afterwards, if he did not cut it, he slowly fell down in the eyes of everyone, followed by a voice. Finally kill him. Hearing this, Shiyu and the others looked at them. What caught my eye was a mysterious man with a mask. The white mask had yuhi and black stripes on it, which seemed to belong to some kind of organization. Looking at its size, Shiyu and the others are just a little bigger. After Kakashi examined Zabu's corpse and confirmed the fact of the latter's death, his attention was also focused on this mysterious man wearing a mask. Kakashi and the others didn't know the identity of this mysterious person, but Tokyo knew it. He is the partner who lives with each other, the owner of the Ice Shield, Bloodstain Boundary, the descendant of the Shui clan, Bai. This person is a young man with the appearance of a woman, and the snow rabbit that Shiyu and others met earlier was raised in captivity. Are you from the assassination department of Kurigakure Shinobu village? Was slightly taken aback by Kakashi's question, then nodded. I didn't expect you to recognize my identity, it's a little surprising. However, having said that, I still want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to kill and never kill again. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at Shiro and secretly speculated in his heart. In his opinion, Bai's age should be similar to that of Shiyu and the others. At such an age, he can become a member of the Kurigakure assassination squad. Her strength can be seen in Amadara. Such geniuses are rare, but not absent, and Kakashi himself is one of them. Your battle is over. But I still need to deal with the body because there are so many secrets in him, I hope you understand. The voice of Bai flashed from the tree to the side of Zaibuchuan. Just as he was about to take the corpse away, the sound of a voice made him stunned for a moment. Wait. It was none other than Shiyu who spoke. Now that he was seriously injured and could no longer fight, how could he let the latter leave, and then come to trouble himself after the injury recovered? Shiyu would never do such a stupid thing. What's your problem? It's not me that has the problem, it's you. When Shiyu said this, Kakashi and the others were stunned and thought to themselves, could it be that there is something wrong with the masked boy in front of him? Shiyu's amazing performance along the way made Kakashi and others believe that the former's words have high credibility. What do you mean by that? Baiji asked. Hee. Hearing this, Shiyu sneered, and then said, in front of me, you should stop pretending. Actually, you didn't come to kill him, but to save him. P.S. The old iron who has flowers and evaluation tickets can send it. The author thank you. Chapter 30 Inescapable Battle Open Black Lens Bracket 2000 Flowers plus Change Close Black Lens Bracket. Actually, you didn't come to kill him, but to save him. When Shiyu said these words, Bai Deng was stunned. If it hadn't been for him wearing a mask to cover the stunned expression on his face, I'm afraid it would have been revealed. Shiyu, did you find something? Kakashi asked. The evidence is in Zaifushuo. Hearing the words, Naruto looked to see if he would not cut it again, and then carefully probed, and after finding that there was no problem, he asked aloud. I said Shiyu, don't make me mad, tell us why. The reason is simple. Look, if you don't cut off the 2 silver needles on the neck, they are not hidden weapons for assassination at all, but for treatment. Words, Kakashi's eyes returned to Zabuza again. After some careful investigation, silver needle above the neck was indeed a special treatment, not a hidden weapon designed for assassination. Seeing that the situation was a bit delicate, Bai tried another way to get out of trouble. Even if my silver needle is for medical use, but now I'm dead if I don't cut it, why should I save him? If everything is as you say, there's nothing wrong with it, but the problem is, you won't die if you don't cut it. As Tokyo said this, Kakashi was the first to react, instantly locking in Shiro's position. Because after discovering that no neck cutting is a medical purpose silver needle, he already realized that something was wrong. Shiyu, are you kidding me? Naruto had just raised his doubts, and before Tokyo could answer his doubts, Kakashi was the first to speak. If I'm not mistaken, if I don't cut it again, it's probably because the silver needle on its neck has sealed some kind of acupuncture point and entered a state of suspended animation. Fake death. Sasuke and Naruto didn't expect this kind of cowardly operation, and their faces couldn't help showing surprise. Kakashi-sensei. According to what you said, as long as the silver needle on his neck is removed, he will be able to come back to life. Naruto asked. Seeing Kakashi nodding, Naruto looked eager to try. When Bai saw this scene, the pretty face under the mask looked bewildered. The current situation is completely beyond his expectations and has been out of his control. And the reason for all this is Shiyu. At this time, his eyes were fixed on the latter, and he never imagined that because of the small detail of the silver needle, he would reveal his flaws. Seeing that Naruto was about to pull out the silver needle on his neck that would never be cut, Bai immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Naruto. Because once the silver needle is pulled out, if the bleeding is not stopped in time, it will die if it is not cut. And Shiyu and the others will definitely not let him help Noja for treatment. Silver needle that would not cut his neck. I didn't expect that I would be exposed because of 2 silver needles. Wipe this one out, no doubt admitting that he was here to save him. However, even without these 2 silver needles, Tokyo knew that he was a partner who would never cut. No way, who called Shiyu a transmigrator? If you guessed correctly, the snow rabbit that was not used as a stand-in was raised by you. You're smarter than I thought. Baida between the words admired Shiyu in his heart, because he had never met someone as smart as Shiyu. There are not so many coincidences in the world, and if there are, most of them are premeditated. Bai knew that the situation was out of his control, and said bluntly. I don't want to be your enemy, I just want to keep him. That's all. It's a pity, if you don't cut it today, you must die. Shiyu also confessed. He will not give up the task of the system because, Bai, is a good person. Taking a step back, even if there is no system that does not issue this task, he will not let it go. Because he is not the virgin. Today, their battle with Bai is doomed to be inevitable. Kakashi knew that Bai was extraordinary, and he wanted to solve it himself, but the next second, his sanity suddenly became blurred. No, overuse your eyes. The last, was finished, Kakashi fell to the ground under everyone's astonished eyes. Boom. As his body made a firm contact with the ground, everyone believed in this fact. Kakashi-sensei. Seeing this, Naruto also shouted, and there was a deep worry on his face. So does Dishonor. Now that Kakashi has fallen, will the three of them be able to deal with the mysterious masked man in front of them? Naruto, don't worry. Kakashi-sensei only fainted when he used Sharingan too much, and he'll be fine after taking a good rest. That's good. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief between the words. The same is true for Sasuke, who heard the words. Although he didn't say it, he also had a feeling for Kakashi. Not for others, just because of what Kakashi said before. Sasuke, don't be afraid, I will protect you with my life. Naruto, Sasuke. Now Kakashi-sensei can't fight anymore, and now we can only fight against the three of us. Do you two have any problems? Of course I'm fine, but I don't know if Sasuke is okay. Naruto in the conversation did not forget to compete with Sasuke. You have no problem with the rear of the crane, I will be fine. Well, this person will be handed over to the two of you to deal with. Hearing Shiyu's words, both Sasuke and Naruto were stunned. They never thought that Shiyu would say such a thing. Shiyu is the strongest among the three of them. Logically, the former should take the lead, so how could it be pushed to the two of them? Chapter 31 Inches Husband and Wife, Joining Forces. Seeing the doubts on the faces of Sasuke and Naruto, Tokyu also said. It is so. Right now we don't know if Zaibujian has any other companions, so I will support you first, and at the same time protect Dasuna and Kakashi, sensei. Seeing that Sasuke and Naruto were persuaded by him, Tokyu said again. Of course, if you feel that you are not an opponent, we can exchange it, I don't mind anyway. As expected. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto and Sasuke said in unison. No need. The two people in the conversation looked at each other, and then their eyes were locked on Bai's body. Although Bai's physique is not as good as No-Cut, but his blood-stain boundary is exceptionally powerful, and his strength is more unreliable than No-Cut. The reason why Tokyu asked Sasuke to deal with the latter was to deepen the bond between the husband and wife. After all, they were Shiyu's default younger brother. Moreover, this battle has another benefit, which is to help Sasuke open Sharingan. Furthermore, with Bai's heart, he would not kill the two of them. Even if the situation changes later, he will take action in time, so that the two of them will not have their lives in danger. In order not to slash, Bai also made preparations for the battle. Next second, Naruto and Sasuke each took one side and attacked Bai from the left and right. Even though Shiro's physical skills were stronger than the two of them, Naihi began to feel the difficulty in facing the continuous attacks of the two. Because Bai Cheng's place is not physical skills, but his blood limit. Clang, clang, boom. After a brief confrontation, Shiro, who resisted Naruto and Sasuke's sword, was repelled by a kick from both of them at the same time. It can't be delayed any longer. Because it has been a while since he entered the state of suspended animation without slashing, if it is delayed for too long, suspended animation will become real. Thinking of this, Bai can only come up with his true skills. Next second, I saw the chakra on Shiro burst out suddenly, and then Naruto and Sasuke felt a cold air spreading in the air. Immediately afterwards, a light drink was also spit out from Bai's mouth. Mystic demonic mirroring ice crystals. After the white voice fell, a mirror made of ice crystals surrounded Naruto and Sasuke in the middle. Mirror. What kind of magic is this? While Sasuke and Naruto were stunned, Shiro walked towards the ice crystal mirror, and then slowly merged into it under their astonished gazes. Then his figure appeared in all the mirrors, as if he was not alone. Seeing this, Shiyu murmured. Oh, did it finally appear? Undoubtedly, this is the bloodstain boundary that Bai inherited from his mother's family, the ice shield. Boundary of bloodstains. Most of them are inherited through blood, and only a very few evildoers can comprehend it by themselves. Although Shiyu now has chakras of wind and water attributes, but because of lack of talent, he can't understand the mystery, so he can't fuse the two attributes into ice attribute chakra. You two, start to make up your mind from now on. After the voice fell, Bai raised his white palm, and silver needles also appeared. Show you my real speed. Call out. With a sound of breaking air, 3 silver needles came out of the ice mirror. The speed was so fast that even Sasuke, a genius, could not react, and his arm was directly scratched. But it's not over. Immediately afterwards, there was a sound of breaking the air one after another. Call out, call out, call out. This puts Sasuke and Naruto in danger all of a sudden, and just avoiding the silver needle is enough for them to feel uncomfortable. Without any choice, Sasuke directly used his best ninjutsu, trying to melt the ice crystals. Kaden Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. However, the end result was unsatisfactory. Sasuke's Kaden Fire Style ninjutsu did not cause any damage to the demonic mirroring ice crystals, just like a rock sinking into the sea. Regarding Sasuke's loss, Shiro didn't forget to hit the ground running. A flame of this level cannot dissolve my ice crystals. Cut. Sasuke, who heard the words, looked extremely unwilling, and even his Kaden Fire Style couldn't hurt him, so they were sure to lose. At this moment, he was wondering whether to help Shiyu. However, his arrogant self-esteem suppressed this idea. Seeing that Sasuke had no idea of rescue, Naruto, who was competing with him, naturally lost the idea. Look at me. Multiple shadow clone technique. The voice fell, and in the entire, demonic mirroring ice crystals, except for Sasuke and Shiro in the mirror, the rest were Naruto. Naruto's thoughts moved, and everyone shadow clone attacked at the same time, trying to use human sea tactics to smash all demonic mirroring ice crystals. However, under the super high speed of Bai, Naruto had no chance to approach the ice crystal at all. Call out, ha! Bang, bang, bang. Without the slightest surprise, every silver needle shot was accompanied by a crisp sound, the sound of the shadow clone being broken and disappearing. Needless to say, Naruto's method also failed. Going back 10,000 steps, even if Naruto's shadow clone can get close to the ice crystal, it won't be able to shatter it. Because even Sasuke's flames can't be melted, and Naruto's current taijutsu obviously can't do it. At this moment, Zuoming and his wife are helpless. Chapter 32 Worthless, Blood Limits. Bai in the ice mirror looked at Zuoming and said slowly. Stop doing the fearless struggle. This is my movement technique using mirror reflections. From my point of view, you are still. Sasuke, who heard the words, fell into contemplation. After a short thought, he found a way to win and hurriedly discussed with Naruto. As Bai said, there are mirrors here. So, of all the mirrors, only one is truly white, the others are projections. As long as they find Shiro's body, then seize the moment and shoot it down in its high-speed movement, they can win. But Bai obviously won't give them extra time to think about the method of cracking this demonic mirroring ice crystals, because he can't delay it if he doesn't cut it. Call out, call out, call out. The silver needle was released again. This time Naruto and Sasuke did not act alone, but joined forces to fight the enemy. Naruto uses Shadow Clone to give Sasuke a chance. And Sasuke didn't disappoint Naruto, he seized the opportunity and used Great Fireball Jutsu. Although he failed to hit Shiro, the corner of Shiro's clothes was burned to ashes. For this result, Sasuke and Naruto are not lost. On the contrary, the heart is more eager to try. Because, under the close cooperation of the two of them, Shiro's trajectory could already be captured. This is undoubtedly good news. As long as they follow this method, the odds of winning will increase. This may be the result of the joint efforts of husband and wife. It is not unreasonable to say that, a husband and wife are of one mind, and their profits will break the gold. Bai was quite surprised by this. He didn't expect that Sasuke could barely keep up with his speed with the naked eye. This kind of thing has never happened before. However, White Zetsu couldn't think that the reason why Sasuke was able to keep up with White's speed was not because the latter became stronger all of a sudden, but because his blood limit was slowly waking up. Sasuke's Sharingan has already been turned on, but he can't use it yet. Aware of Sasuke's abnormality, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, Shiro directly increased his efforts, which made Sasuke and Naruto's original plan to win slowly. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for the two of them, Sasuke shouted, "Naruto, we can't win at this rate." "What then? In this way, I will attract his attention, and you will take the opportunity to escape outside. At that time, we should work together inside and out, and we will definitely be able to break the damn demonic mirroring ice crystals." Naruto also nodded heavily, and then tried his best to get out of the ice mirror cage. However, with his speed, he could never break through Bai's defense. "I don't have time to spend it with you, just fall down." As Shiro's voice fell, countless silver needles were shot towards Sasuke and Naruto from all directions. Call out, huh? Trapped in the ice cage, the two of them were unavoidable. Seeing this scene, Naruto, who was already physically weak, subconsciously stood in front of Sasuke and used his body to force most of the next steps. Silver Needle. At this time, Naruto's chakra was almost exhausted, and the acupoint was blocked by Bai, and he was powerless and fell to the ground, unable to fight. Even if he has the super resilience given by Kyuubi, Nine Tails, he still needs to rest for an hour and a half to wake up. Naruto. A heartfelt cry spewed out of Sasuke's mouth, and looking at Naruto on the ground, his clenched fists were creaking. As if to say, dare to hurt my lover like this. Don't worry, it's your turn to be like him. When Sasuke was angry, Shiro's voice sounded again, followed by the countless silver needles. Do not. Unexpected words. In the next second, Sasuke should be blocked like Naruto, thus losing his ability to fight. However, an unexpected scene appeared. This time Sasuke escaped all the silver needles perfectly, and he was still holding Naruto on the premise. This scene made Shiro very surprised, and he didn't know the reason until Sasuke showed his Yuhi-colored eyes. This is Sharingan. Bai never thought that Sasuke also had the blood-stain boundary, how rare this thing is, but today he saw 3 owners in a row. Moreover, these 3 have the same kind. God seemed to be joking with him, and the blood-stain boundary that people dreamed of now seemed to be worthless. Although Sasuke successfully turned on Sharingan, single Tomo in the left eye and Tomo in the right eye, he could barely see the speed clearly, but his chakra was almost consumed. If you continue to fight, you will eventually be defeated. Meanwhile, outside, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Seeing what happened inside, Dasna was also worried. Little brother, all your dwarf melon companions have fallen, you should help them quickly. I'll just take care of your teacher. Good. Shiyu also nodded, and then slowly walked towards demonic mirroring ice crystals. Because Sasuke has successfully activated Sharingan, he no longer needs to let the two continue to fight. At this moment, Shiro's astonishment sounded from demonic mirroring ice crystals. It's an incredible blood-stain boundary, it can only be awakened in battle. Although you can see through my attacks now, I am him but not. In order to protect Zaibujian, Shiro could only resort to this shameful trick, and he turned his target to Naruto. If Sasuke wants to protect Naruto, he can't avoid his attack. At that point, the battle will come to an end. At this point, Bai didn't have any thought and acted directly. Call out, huh? Seeing Shiro shoot all the silver needles at Naruto, Sasuke hurriedly exclaimed. Not good. At the same time as the voice fell, his body quickly rushed towards Naruto's position. Undoubtedly, what he was thinking at this time was, I will never allow others to hurt my lover, and even if I want to hurt it, it can only be me. This is the so-called love and kill. Clatter. At the moment when he stood in front of Naruto, Sasuke was ready to connect those silver needles head-on. But the next second, a strange scene appeared. Silver needle that should have fallen on him, but at this moment, it was suspended in front of his eyes strangely, as if it was caught by an invisible big hand, unable to move an inch. Surprising than Sasuke's opening Sharingan. What the hell is going on? Just when the two were puzzled, a figure slowly walked in from the demonic mirroring ice crystals. It was none other than Shiyu. P.S. Because the author wants to present all the contents of Hokage Ninja, as much as possible, he will check the information once he encounters any problems, and he does not want to make any low-level mistakes. Of course, sometimes there will be omissions, and I hope you can give me some advice. But don't draw the knife. In addition, the author is handicapped, so the writing is a bit slow, but I have been working hard, I hope you can understand. I like this anime very much, because it has witnessed my youth. Chapter 33 Inches Genin, Magnet Style, shows its power. Because of surprise, the atmosphere in the ice crystal cage was unusually quiet. Clatter, clatter. The slight footsteps of Tokiyu could be heard clearly, so that Shiro and Sasuke's eyes fell on the former. Sasuke, you did a great job. You take good care of Naruto, just leave the finishing touches to me. Sasuke, who heard this, was a little unhappy, because he had just started Sharingan, and felt that he had the capital to defeat Bai. How could Shiyu rob him of his own head with just one sentence? But Sasuke wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Tokiyu. There's nothing wrong with it. With your current state, you may not have a chance of winning in the fight. You know this better than anyone else. Furthermore, my purpose is to help you open Sharingan. Now that the goal has been achieved, there is no need for this battle to continue. Seeing Sasuke's stunned look, Shiyu said again, I know you have a lot of questions. After everything is over, I will ask them together. The voice fell, and Shiyu's eyes also fell on Bai. At this time, Bai was extremely shocked. He didn't think that Shiyu's move was only to help Sasuke awaken blood stain limit. Your Excellency, I know that you were merciful in the previous battle, otherwise, the two of them would never have survived until now. So, I'm going to give you a treat. After that, I will bury you and Zaibu together. This is the only thing I can do for you, and it can be regarded as a reward for your mercy just now. Shiyu knew that if he didn't beheaded to death, Bai wouldn't survive alone. Hearing this, Bai was stunned again. Shiyu's words made him feel as if he had seen through him. Thinking of this, Bai has a kind of creepy feeling. Looking at Shiyu in front of him, a hint of fear rose in his heart involuntarily. Hearing that, Sasuke was stunned for a moment, then looked at the silver needles on his body. Almost none of them caused fatal damage to him. This result surprised him. It turned out that this battle was the other party's release of water. As Shiyu said, there is really no need to continue this battle because they have already lost. Originally, Shiro still wanted to quickly deal with Sasuke and Naruto, and then went out to deal with the stronger Tokiyu. But now it seems that there is no need to be so troublesome. Because the latter took the initiative to deliver it to the door. If that's the case, then let's do our best. The voice fell, and Bai in the ice mirror raised his hand again. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the silver needles shot at Shiyu. However, the same scene as before happened again. I saw that all the silver needles stopped in midair again as before, unable to advance any further. The only difference was that they were suspended in front of Shiyu at this time. At this moment, he finally knew who had shot it earlier. What exactly is? What kind of ninjutsu? Hearing this, Moyu flipped his palm lightly, and all the silver needles that were still in the air were suspended in his palm. It's okay to tell you. This technique is called open black lens bracket genin, magnet style latte close black lens bracket. Genin magnet style latte. You can freely control things that contain iron. Principle. Convert highly condensed chakra into magnetic force. This is the ability of open black lens bracket Aikiao Shukaku close black lens bracket. Shukaku, although it has genin magnet style, it does not create any ninjutsu about genin magnet style. At most it integrates it into the seal art, which is also the seal art that leads to Ichio stronger reason. So, this trick open black lens bracket genin magnet style latte close black lens bracket is created by Tokyu. Controlling metal objects is the basic application of open black lens bracket genin magnet style close black lens bracket. This is the same reason that Bai, who has an ice shield, can condense water into ice. There is no way, although the current Shiyu has mastered genin magnet style, but the time is still short, and his talent is not very strong. Therefore, it is impossible to create a powerful genin magnet style ninjutsu in a short time. The technique of blood stain boundary is not so good as a master, and even an extremely enchanting genius needs time. Genin magnet style. Bai murmured, and the next second, the pretty face under the mask suddenly showed a thick color of consternation. Isn't that the blood stain boundary of the land of wind? Yo, you also know the blood stain boundary of the land of wind. Shiyu was slightly shocked between the words. I saw it in the Kurigakure Assassination Department manual. It's not surprising that Shiro knew some secrets after following Zabuzan for so long, just like he had seen before that Sasuke's blood stain limit was Sharingan. Hearing what the two of them said, Sasuke couldn't calm down any longer. If what Bai said was true, then you had two kinds of blood stain limits. Although there are such people, they are absolutely rare in the entire ninja world. It can be said that they are geniuses that are rare in a century. To be precise, it should be the lucky one. And this so-called lucky son, who is standing in front of him, is still his companion. Can this not surprise him? Because even a genius, wanting more than two kinds of master's blood stain limit, is as difficult as reaching the sky. Some geniuses can't comprehend one in their entire life. Therefore, it is basically a genius to have blood stain limit, but a genius may not have blood stain limit. Fortunately, Kakashi and Naruto are still in a coma, otherwise, the two of them must be the same as Sasuke. After some consternation, Bai gave his evaluation of Shiyu. You are stronger than I thought. Just based on your words, I can let you leave with the corpse that will not be cut. What do you think? Shiyu said. No need. Everyone has something they want to protect, and the only one I want to protect is him. If he gives birth to me, he will live, and if he dies, I will die. To live and die together. Shiyu murmured, and said at any time, it's okay, then I will fulfill you. The voice fell, and Shiyu controlled the dozens of silver needles suspended in the palm of his hand, shooting towards the ice realm in all directions. This moment, his battle with Bai finally started. Chapter 34 Sweden, Water Style, Secret Art, 10,000 Ice Petals. Call out, call out, call out. This time, it was Tokyu's turn to play with needles. Although the needle is a little thin, it is long enough, sharp enough, and obviously hardened. Seeing this, Bai could only give up playing with the needle in his pants. Because he knows that no matter how good his needle skills are, it will be useless in front of Tokyu who has genin magnet style. This is the so-called Tionk. Ding, ding. Each silver needle pierces the ice mirror. It will make a subtle sound, like a metal symphony. But in the end, it seems to have achieved some effect, and Bai, who is hiding in the ice mirror, is still safe and sound. No way, these silver needles aren't enough to shatter the demonic mirroring ice crystals. With his superb movement skills in demonic mirroring ice crystals, Shiro easily dodged Tokiha's silver needle attack. Although he couldn't play with needles in front of Shiyu, he was the ancestor of needles after all. In this regard, Bai also said, playing with needles in front of me, are you a little too self-righteous? Oh, is it? The voice fell, and the demonic mirroring ice crystals on the opposite side suddenly began to tremble. The next second, it flew out under Baizuo's stunned eyes. Boom. It hit a boulder and was smashed to pieces. What's the matter? How can ice crystals fly out for no reason? Moreover, he also slammed into the boulder. Could it be that it became conscious and then didn't want to live? Seeing this scene, Bai can be said to be puzzled. Even Sasuke, who pretends to be smart, is stunned for a long time and knows the reason. It's genin magnet style. Hearing Sasuke's words, Shiro finally came to a realization. At this moment, he finally understood. It turned out that Shiyu's previous attack was not mindless, but premeditated. The demonic mirroring ice crystals on that side moved because of the silver needle that had been shot into it earlier. And while Akatsuki explained the principle, the demonic mirroring ice crystals side by side flew to the boulder next to him under Tokiyu's control. Boom. 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 With the sound of one after another, the ice crystal cages disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. But even this scene made Bai and Sasuke look horrified. Silver needle shot by Shiyu was limited. The fewer silver needles in the ice mirror, the more chakra would have to be spent to drive it. However, this is not a problem for Tokyu at all. Shiyu has a huge chakra backing. Even if there is only one silver needle in an ice mirror, he can still withstand the consumption. In just a few moments, all the ice mirrors were destroyed by Moyu, and Bai, who had nowhere to stay, could only escape from it and use the water blinking technique to widen the distance. Water instant body technique, a kind of instant body technique. The demonic mirroring ice crystals, ice shield secret technique has been broken. After this short confrontation, Bai understood a truth, that is, a ninja with great strength is often not the most terrible, but a ninja who is both powerful and smart. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Kagaya close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket are living examples. As the ancestor of chakra open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Kagayahime close black lens bracket, she is undoubtedly the strongest existence in the entire ninja world. Yes, but why was the latter sealed? And, twice. The essential reason is because she is too stupid. Of course, the second time she was sealed may be because she has been locked up for a long time, and her brain is a little funny. What about the first time? Maybe it's loneliness. Instead of watching the children and grandchildren make people, it's better to let his son seal it. This is a relief. These sentences are purely joking. Breaking the demonic mirroring ice crystals, Tokyu had no unnecessary nonsense, and once again controlled all the silver needles to shoot at Shiro. Obviously, Shiyu used his own way to treat his own body. Not good. Silver needles shot from all directions. Shiro knew that his own was inevitable. In this regard, he can only resort to defensive skills. Ice Shield Bingyantangwu. Ice Shield Bingyantangwu. Create a wall of ice around the body to block attacks from enemies. After blocking Shiyu's silver needle attack, Shiro also attacked with a backhand. He knew that if he wanted to defeat Shiyu, he had to be surprised. Otherwise, he will not have the slightest chance of winning. Mysticism 10,000 Ice Petals. As Bai's low voice fell, a large number of thousands of water books suddenly appeared, just like cherry blossoms. Sweden Water Style Secret Art 10,000 Ice Petals turns water into a large number of thousands, and shoots at a wide range and high speed in a nearly 360-degree range. Seeing this scene, Shiyu was not too surprised. But Sasuke in the back was extremely shocked. He was shocked not by how strong Bai's Sweden Water Style was, but because Shiro actually used the one-handed hand seal to activate this technique. Sasuke thinks he is genius enough, but today he was hit hard. Shiyu, the pervert, is nothing, even such an unknown missing nin is better than him now. But what surprised Sasuke the most was far more than this, but the thousands of books that surrounded Shiyu at this time. Needless to say, that's also 10,000 ice petals. Ice Shield cannot be duplicated, but this Sweden Water Style can. Moyu was able to perform this Sweden Water Style secret technique, naturally because he opened the 3-Tomo Sharingan. One-handed hand seal is due to talent. Even if you have Sharingan, it is difficult to replicate. If Shiyu's talent is not increased by 100 times, it is absolutely impossible. It is also because of this that the speed of Shiyu's use of 10,000 ice petals lags behind that of Shiro. Otherwise, at least they are all synchronous. If Shiro is affected by demonic illusion, then Tokyu will be a step faster, just like Kakashi uses the demonic illusion that comes with Sharingan while copying his mind that will not cut it. But the problem is that this is Tokyu's first one-handed hand seal, so he can't multitask. Otherwise, it is very likely to fail. But even if it was a step slower, it would make Sasuke both envious and jealous. Because he also has Sharingan, but he cannot replicate this technique in such a short period of time. Not to mention cast it. It can only be said that his Sharingan has not yet reached home. But it is also understandable, after all, he has just started. P.S. The author knows that there are Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke in the later stage who can also hand seal with one hand. Other old irons can add if they are interested. Chapter 35 Unlock, Second Reward. Seeing this scene, Bai was also suddenly shocked. He did not expect that Shiyu had mastered Sharingan to such an extent that even his one-handed hand seal could be copied. In this alone, it is better than Kakashi. Bai quickly came back to his senses. He knew that when he was stunned, he would be surprised for another second, and he would be more dangerous if he didn't cut it. Next second, the two groups of water thousand books collided in the air. The intertwined sound was incessant, and countless splashes of water splashed. The flowers and plants on the side were actually cut into pieces. What's more, even the hard rock was left with scratches visible to the naked eye. As the 1,000 books of water dissipated, the final result was evenly matched. The first time Shiyu used it, he could be on par with Baido, thus, Shiyu's skills were superior. But this is only the result of the 10,000 ice petals competition. The real ending is that Bai's body is full of silver needles at this time. Silver needles of his own. Just now, after Tashiyu's Do Yunjutsu, the ice wall he had created before he could use his defensive technique, Binyantengu, was taken away by Shiyu's Jiden, magnet-style, latte. After regaining his senses, Bai Feng looked at the silver needle on his body and thought it was a bit ridiculous. He didn't expect that he would die under his own weapon. Immediately after, he raised his head to look at Shiyu, took his last breath, and said, "It's not wrong to lose at your hands, can you tell me your name?" Obviously, he knew he was dying soon. Shiyu didn't hide it either. Takagawa Tokiha. Shiyu, I hope you can keep your previous promise. Don't worry. After getting Shiyu's reply, the pretty face under Bai's mask also showed a smile, a relieved smile. Because he no longer has to live a life of licking blood on the tip of a knife, and he can always be with the person he wants to Immediately after, Bai turned his head over and looked at Zaibuzan, whose life and death were unknown, and his delicate body slowly fell down. Boom. Just as Bai fell, Shiyu also received a prompt from the system. Ding! The task of killing Peach Land will not be cut again, as complete. A second after the system's prompt fell, the system's voice continued to ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the second reward of the God-level reward system. Talent increased by 1,000 times. 1,000 times higher chakra. Get the power of another journey. That is, the chakra and ability of the second tail. Get 2 lucky draw chances. After the prompt from the system was finished, Shiyu felt a lot of clarity in his mind instantly, and some unknown knowledge and mysteries were also instantly understood. Especially the understanding of fire attribute chakra. This shows. However, it is because of the power of the journey, because 2 Taiyo Brigade is good at Kaden fire style and the fire attribute chakra is extremely powerful. Its flame is blue, and it is much stronger than the level of ordinary flames. In this world, I am afraid that only the strongest fire, Amaterasu, can overwhelm it. At the same time, Shiyu had spent a lot of chakra previously, and it was also supplemented, which made him more energetic, and it didn't look like he had just experienced a big battle. Not only that, Shiyu felt that with his current talent, he might be able to comprehend a new kind of bloodstain boundary. But as for whether it can be, only try it to know. However, it is obviously not possible now, because there is still a mess waiting for him to clean up. With the unlocking of the second reward, Shiyu also knew that he would be dead if he didn't cut it again. Looking at the two corpses on the ground, Shiyu knew that it would be more than once or twice to escape by this method. It's just that he never dreamed that the feigned death this time would actually make Shiyu's falsehood come true, making it impossible for him to wake up forever. Sasuke's gaze shifted from Baihe Zaibushin to Shiyu, and his face at the moment couldn't help showing a look of admiration. This time, he admired Shiyu from the bottom of his heart. Not only him, but even Dishonor was dumbfounded. He never expected a 12-year-old boy to be so capable. And this time, Naruto has woken up from a coma with the recovery of Kyuubi, Nine Tails power, and the first words he woke up were, "Sasuke, where's the masked man?" "Dead." Hearing Sasuke's answer, Naruto glanced at the white face lying on the ground with both joy and jealousy. Glad they beat the masked man, jealous he thought Sasuke cracked the demonic mirroring ice crystals, and killed the latter. Despite this, Naruto asked unwillingly, wanting to make the final confirmation. "Sasuke, is this what you did?" Although Sasuke, who heard the words, did not answer, he had already said the answer where he looked. "Naruto, what's the problem? I'll wait until Uncle Dazna's house. Kakashi, sensei is still in a coma. Also, come over now to help bury these two." Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto could only temporarily put aside all the doubts in his heart. Immediately after, with the help of Dishonor, Shiyu and others found a beautiful place for Baihe Zaibushin to bury the two together. As for the decapitation sword, it was directly included in the inventory of the system by Shiyu. Although this knife is not very drippy, the ghost lamp Shueyu has a soft spot for it, and it would be good to use it to tempt him in the future. After doing this, and the others led the unconscious Kakashi towards the location of Dazna's house. Chapter 36 The Art of Hiraishin. After a moment, Shiyu and others also arrived at Dazna's house smoothly. There were two other people in his house, one big and one small. The eldest is his daughter, Suna Mi, who is 20 and 9 years old, a middle-aged and beautiful woman. The youngest is his grandson, Inari, who is only 8 years old and entered a period of rebellion early due to the death of his stepfather Gai-sand. After arriving at Dazna's house, Kakashi was still awake. Shiyu studied the unlocking conditions of the third reward. 1. Liberate the Land of Waves. 2. Defeat the Otogakure Trio. 3. Rescue Gaara the Tailed Beast. For the 3 unlocking conditions, for Shiyu now, the last one is a little tricky, and the first 2 are not difficult. The so-called liberation of the country of waves is nothing more than bringing down the unscrupulous businessman, Kado. This is the easiest. As for the Otogakure Trio, it was just a pawn sent by Orochimaru to test whether Sasuke was qualified to be his container. After a simple thought, Shiyu murmured, "Looks like I'll have to find a chance to learn psychic art from Jiraiya. As long as you sign a contract with the Holy Land of Mount Myoboku, not only can you channel a powerful contract beast like Toad Wenta, but also help him better complete the third unlocking condition. Moreover, you can go to open black lens bracket Mount Myoboku close black lens bracket to practice sage art in the future. This is not the best of both worlds. Along with open black lens bracket Mount Myoboku close black lens bracket, there are 2 other holy places named open black lens bracket Ryachi Cave close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Shikatsu Forest close black lens bracket. Shiyu is also very interested in these 2 holy places, but the problem is that a person can only sign with one kind of psychic beast. Of course, with the exception of Beast Path in Pain 6 Paths. It can only be said that it is a special case. But this is a possibility. Maybe the master can sign more psychic beasts with the power of Animal Dao. Never mind, let's talk about it later. After chanting, Shiyu's eyes also fell on the 2 lottery chances, and his eyes were full of anticipation. Tomo Sharingan and other good things in the last lottery draw. With this in mind, Shiyu didn't procrastinate either, and directly opened the lottery interface. Immediately after, with a nervous heart, he stretched out his big hand and clicked the Start button in the lottery box. As the objects in the frame began to turn, Shiyu's heart beat faster, and his eyes were fixed on him. In a few seconds, the first draw is over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Duman physique of the 8 inner gates. Hearing the system's prompt, Shiyu's first reaction was stunned for a while, and then he felt a little excited in his heart. Dumen's physique, could it be? After muttering to himself, Shiyu directly clicked to confirm, with an impatient look on his face. Quickly glanced at the introduction of the 8 inner gates, Duman physique in the inventory, and everything was exactly as he thought. The Duman physique of the 8 inner gates. After using it, the host can directly obtain the physique that opens Duman. Originally, Shiyu was still correcting how to exercise your physique, because if you want to open the last 5 gates of the 8 inner gates, talent alone is not enough, you must have strong physical fitness as a prerequisite. But he didn't want to work as hard as Little Li and Gai Huang, because it was too hard and tiring, and only their 2 living treasures could persevere and have fun. But Shiyu is different. How could he exercise with the system? The system doesn't care. Now that it's all right, the system has saved his face and gave him such a good thing directly. After some excitement, Shiyu started the second round of the lottery, and with the first round of gains, Shiyu became more and more looking forward to it. After the frame stopped, the system sound also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hiraishin technique. At this moment, Shiyu was so excited that he almost jumped up, because the result of the second lottery draw was less successful than the first. The technique of Hiraishin, S-level time-space ninjutsu, you can use the technique to achieve teleportation. This spell does not require a hand seal to activate, and the caster is able to divert large targets when the chakra is high. Example, 4 generations Namikaze Minato, transfer-tailed beast bomb. If one were to discuss the 8 inner gates, Duman physique, and Hiraishin, S technique, the latter was naturally more powerful. But in today's Shiyu's eyes, the difference is almost the same, because now Shiyu has 1,000 times the talent. As long as he obtains the cultivation method of the Hiraishin technique, he will definitely be able to become his master in time. But the 8 inner gates, Duman physique, is different. If there is no such thing, even if Tokyu's talent is enough, if you want to open Duman, you must train your physical body to enough conditions to open. It's a bit of a sin. After some thoughts, Shiyu didn't talk nonsense, he just used all the 2 things. Ding! Congratulations to the host's physical body reaching the Duman physique of the 8 inner gates. Ding! Congratulations to the host master time-space ninjutsu, Hiraishin, S art. After the prompt from the system fell, Shiyu felt that his body was full of power, which was the original power from his muscles. So strong. At this moment, Shiyu also clearly knew why Little Li could defeat Gaara when Duman was turned on. Once the energy contained in this fleshly body erupts, it is indeed not to be underestimated. At the same time, in Tokyu's mind, the art of Hiraishin's art clearly appeared, and this art was the key to master S art. Only by comprehending it can we understand the mystery of space. But how many people in the world can comprehend this mystery, which also led to the near loss of the Hiraishin art? In today's Konoha, only Shiranui Genma, similarity, and Shiranui can be used together. It can be seen that this technique is very difficult. The strength of the 4 generations is not without reason. Yu calmed down his high emotions. Kakashi finally woke up from the coma. To this, Shiyu knew that the inevitable was coming. Chapter 37 Izanagi. The moonlight is like water, pouring down like a transparent waterfall. In the room, Kakashi woke up still unable to move. According to his self-reported, he will recover after a week of training. This price is really not small. This is the consequence of the excessive use of Sharingan by non-Uchiha people, and Kakashi must have cells of the first generation Senju Hashirama if this side effect is to be overcome. By the way, is it necessary to use primary cells to use open black lens bracket Izanagi close black lens bracket? The answer is, it is possible. The so-called Izanagi belongs to an ultimate pupil technique, one of the more pervert in demonic illusion. There are two ways to open this technique. One having open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket, because its own pupil power is sufficient, it can be used without the first generation of cells. 2 open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket under normal state, the pupil power is insufficient. It is necessary to use the first generation of cells to strengthen the pupil power to perform. Otherwise, it cannot be cast. First, Madara and Hashirama use the transcribing seal to set up Izanagi to resurrect themselves after the first battle. At that time, Madara did not have Hashirama cells. Second, Itachi casts Izanami when he stops Kabuto to tell the story of the ancestors of the Uchiha family who used Izanagi indiscriminately. Those ancestors all have Mangekyo, but they must not have Hashirama cells. Not yet born. Third, Obito and Danzo cast Izanagi knowable self-report. They both use the normal state Sharingan. What Obito uses is also a transplant, not his own. Kakashi-sensei, you finally woke up. Seeing Kakashi wake up, Naruto was the first to speak. Because he had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Shiyu, but Shiyu meant to ask Kakashi when he woke up. If not, he has to explain it again, which is too troublesome. Because of this, Naruto was already impatient. Not only Naruto, Kakashi and Sasuke are no exception. Immediately after, a load of questions were thrown on Tokiyu's forehead, and Kakashi was the first to speak. Shiyu, the 8 inner gates, how many gates have you practiced? 3 doors. Shiyu concealed it a little bit. If he directly said that he had opened the 5th door, Kakashi would have to vomit blood. It has only been a few days since Shiyu watched the Book of Seals, and he has reached the 5th sect, which is almost impossible. Because this body art must be matched with excellent physical strength. If it wasn't for Shiyu's first 2 doors, Kakashi wouldn't believe the 3 doors, Shiyu said. The end, Kakashi can only think that Tokiyu is a physique monster. There are 3 types of techniques: ninjutsu, demonic illusion and taijutsu. Same is true of geniuses. Since there are ninjutsu geniuses and demonic illusion geniuses, naturally there are also taijutsu geniuses. Guy and Lee are like that, they have a talent for it. Of course, talent alone is not enough for Taishu, and it takes more time than others to practice hard in order to be fruitful. This is also the fundamental reason why ordinary people do not major in physique. And, Kakashi gave Tokiyu a warning to stop the 5 sects behind him from practicing. Teacher, don't worry, I'll just practice. Hearing Shiyu's words, Kakashi wants to beat people. You call it casual practice, and you can open the 3 doors with a single swish. As for Sasuke and Naruto, it's okay, because they don't know how difficult it is to practice the 8 inner gates. Then, it was Naruto's turn. Shiyu, how did you learn that genin magnet style? I don't know either, but it does. Hearing Shiyu's answer, Kaka said, there are 2 types of bloodstain boundary, one is born through bloodline inheritance, and the other is acquired through cultivation and comprehension. According to Shiyu, his genin magnet style should be born. Shiyu has 2 kinds of blood stain limits. Genin magnet style should be his ancestors who had genin magnet style ninjas. As for the Sharingan, my guess, and Shiyu have a look, it should be that his ancestors married someone from the Uchiha family. It is common for such descendants to awaken the blood of their ancestors. Kakashi and Naruto both asked one, and in the end, it was Sasuke, the little Prince Tsunere, of course. Shiyu, how do you know the awakening method of Sharingan? It's easy. Because that night, I started it because I saw Mr. Iruka injured and threatened with life and death. So I let you try it, but I didn't expect it to work. Although Shiyu was talking nonsense in a serious manner, there was nothing wrong with the way he said it. Kakashi also nodded to Tokiyu's answer. Because he had a similar experience, that Obito opened his eyes at the time when the two of them were in danger. In short, the current Tokiha has become a pervert-level monster in the eyes of the three Kakashi. Next second, Naruto looked at Kakashi's blocked left eye with a puzzled look, and he couldn't help but ask directly out of curiosity. Kakashi-sensei, why do you only have one Sharingan? Originally, Tokiyu's previous answer has already avoided the question of why Kakashi has Sharingan, but the problem is that he only has one. Moreover, it seems that it can't be turned off. This is the most annoying. The question of Naruto is undoubtedly the voice of Sasuke, and the two deserve to have a couple who have a heart-to-heart. Kakashi, who heard the words, was also taken aback. Silent for a while, he said, "As this. I'll tell you when you become Chunin." Kakashi's words are not cruel. If it hadn't been for Tokiha, Naruto and Sasuke would only know the answer when Obito appeared. Because, in the end, the two of them are still genin. Chapter 38 Inches Chakra, Practice. At the end of their conversation, Tazuna heard that Kakashi woke up and came to greet him. Kakashi-sensei, are you okay? It's okay, just rest for a few days. That's good. Tazuna, who was talking, had a happy expression on his face, and then said, then you can rest assured at my house during this period of time to cultivate. Anyway, there is still some time before the bridge is completed. Then it bothers me. There's nothing to disturb. You came here to protect me, and I should provide you with food and accommodation. Tazuna said sincerely. Uncle Tazuna, what fun do you have here? Naruto asked curiously. The first time he walked out of Konoha, Naruto naturally wanted to see what the outside world looked like and what was the difference. Of course there is. If you're interested, let my daughter show you around tomorrow. Hearing this, Naruto had no time to be happy when Kakashi poured cold water on him. Naruto, now is not the time to relax. Naruto was stunned for a while, and said puzzled, Kakashi-sensei, haven't we killed all the enemies? What else is there to worry about? We just don't kill two more people. Kado is the richest man in the world. Maybe he also hires stronger ninjas. So, at this time, you can't take it lightly. Therefore, we have to prepare in advance. Naruto asked curiously, Teacher, what do you mean by preparation? You can't move now, what else can you do? Sasuke's tone sounded cold, but there was a hint of concern in his words. Only Toba didn't speak, because he knew what Kakashi wanted to do. Hey. Kakashi smiled and said, naturally, it is for you to cultivate well. Cultivation. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke were both startled, Kakashi continued, while my body is recovering, I can just give you some guidance. It won't let you be at a loss when a strong enemy comes. After Kakashi's voice fell, a little boy walked in, followed by a taunt. There's no such thing as going against Kado. When the words fell, he looked at Tsunami, his mother, and continued, Mom, they will die soon, right? There is no doubt that this little boy is Tazuna's grandson, Inari. As soon as Inari said this, before Tsunami could reply, Naruto was the first to say, little brat. I'll be a super ninja all day long and become a hero like Hokage. So, what card is not card more? In my eyes, it's a piece of cake. For Naruto's rhetoric, Inari was not moved at all, the corners of his mouth moved, and the contemptuous words were spit out again. There is no difference between a hero and a fool. Because that thing doesn't even exist. When the voice fell, Inari ignored everyone, turned and walked towards his room. Naruto, who was not convinced, also followed, and this was the only way he discovered the pain in the latter's heart, because at this time Inari was hiding in the room and crying secretly, just like when he was a child. He can feel this feeling. But, since stepping into the ninja school and meeting Shiyu, he has been the object of his conversation. That's why the two became best friends. Day 2. Kakashi, leaning on 2 crutches, brought Tokyo and the 3 to a dense forest, ready to guide the 3 of them to practice. Since taking over the 7th class, this is the first time that Kakashi has truly guided the 3 of them to practice. Kakashi-sensei, what are we going to cultivate? Naruto is very curious, and he is full of expectations for the cultivation that can become stronger. Because he wants to surpass Sasuke. Hearing this, Kakashi smiled slightly, and then said, "First of all, I want to tell you about the most basic thing about ninjas, chakra." The general content is how chakra is generated, and then, how is it displayed through hand seal. Naruto was completely at a loss. And it is also the reason why Naruto can't master advanced ninjutsu. In the end, he only knows rubbing balls, because this technique does not require hand seal. In short, what I mean is that you can't use your chakra as you like, which is why your ninjutsu is strong and weak. Naruto doesn't understand the complicated and professional science popularization above, but the last sentence sums up Naruto and understands it. He scratched his head and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, what should we do then?" Kakashi was silent for a while, then uttered 2 words. "Climb a tree." Can this be considered cultivation? Naruto questioned. "My so-called tree climbing is different from what you think, it's a hand that can't be used." Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said. Hearing this, Shiyu, who had been silent for a long time, finally said, "If I guessed correctly, the teacher wants us to crawl on our feet." As soon as these words came out, all 3 of Kakashi were taken aback. Especially Kakashi, he never thought that Shiyu would be able to guess this kind of cultivation method. Seeing Kakashi's acquiescence, Naruto also asked, "Shiyu, how did you know?" The reason is simple. Teacher Kakashi wants us to practice. If we climb trees, we can't use our hands, so we can only use our feet. Shiyu replied and continued, "Of course, this is just normal thinking logic. Let me be really sure about the second point. If you think about it, we usually use our hand seals with our hands, so our hands are already very sensitive to the grasp of chakra. Basically, we can do it with our hands, but our feet are different. If we don't pass special training, it will be difficult. Controlled. It's like yesterday's battle. Kakashi, Sensei and Zabuza can stand completely on the water, but Naruto you can't." After hearing what Tokyo said, Naruto nodded symbolically. And Kakashi was once again impressed by Tokyo, although it was only a small matter, but it was enough to see Tokyo's ingenuity. Even Sasuke had to cast an adoring look at Tokyo, as if in front of Tokyo, his ten would be hit. "Since Shiyu has guessed it, I'll show you how." Kakashi finished speaking, he was about to demonstrate. Tokyo's voice sounded again, causing the 3 of them to be stunned for a moment. "Kakashi-sensei. You haven't recovered yet, so let me come." Chapter 39 The Third, Blood Limit. Kakashi, who heard the words, all looked at Tokyo with a strange look, especially Kakashi. "If you guessed it, forget it. I haven't taught you anything about it yet. Isn't this something robbing me of my job? Shiyu, could it be that you have already learned?" Seeing Shiyu nodding, Kakashi could only take a deep breath to express his shock. Immediately after, under the stunned gazes of the 3, Shiyu walked directly towards a big tree. Clatter. 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 With the sound of footsteps one after another, Shiyu walked steadily to the half-waist of the big tree under the gaze of the three. Yes, it is used to go. After that, the whole person hung directly on the tree trunk, without any fulcrum, and just stood upside down out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, I climbed up with my feet." As expected of Shiyu, it's amazing. Sasuke was no exception, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Shiyu also said, "It's roughly like this. The principle is to condense the chakra on the soles of the feet and let the body adhere to the tree. As long as the chakra is used properly, it can be done." Shiyu looked at Kaka and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong with what I said?" No. From Kakashi's tone, he could clearly hear the shock in his heart at this time, and immediately raised the doubts in his heart. "Shiyu, when did you learn it?" "Last night." Shiyu replied, then said, "I was bored after dinner last night and tried it. I didn't expect it to work. This is not finished, because last night Kakashi said that he would take them to practice tomorrow, and Tokyo already knew the content of the practice. So, he wanted to try it. Due to the blessing of 1,000 times the talent, Shiyu made him the perfect master at one time. It's not too easy for him." But this simple sentence made Kakashi instantly stunned. What? Shiyu's performance at the ninja school was mediocre, but naturally after the graduation exam, he began to rise against the sky. The way, Kakashi can be said to have a deep feeling. Now that Shiyu has shown him such a hand again, he can't be surprised, because he himself hadn't been so pervert back then. You must know that Kakashi is one of the best talents in Konoha, and few people can fight with him. But now he thinks that Shiyu is better than himself. Kakashi who suddenly awakened like Tokyo, but I've never seen a genius like this. After a long pause, Kakashi finally said, "Shiyu, you can come down." After seeing Shiyu returning to the team, Naruto also asked, "Kakashi-sensei, can you really become stronger this way? How do you think your strength compares to Tokyo?" Kakashi asked rhetorically. "Of course it's Shiyu-kyang." "That's not right." Kakashi replied with a sound, and then said, "Shiyu's master method with such ease shows that his control over chakra has reached the level of perfection. This level has surpassed most Chunins." Both Naruto and Sasuke who heard the words took a deep breath. They didn't expect Shiyu to be so strong. Can compete with Chunin. As long as you can master the control of chakra, both ninjutsu and taijutsu will be significantly improved. I can assure you of this. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was already eager to try. "Kakashi-sensei, can you tell us how to train?" "The method is simple." Kakashi replied, then said, "Just use the shuriken in your hands to mark the height you can climb. It might be a bit difficult at first, but you can use a sprint. When you are able to walk on the tree, it means that you have already mastered the subtle control of master." Immediately after, Naruto and Sasuke started to practice intensively, and Tokyo went to the bridge to protect Tazuna. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Naruto and Sasuke have been practicing day and night, and have made considerable progress, and Kakashi has also recovered to a full body state. As for Shiyu, in these 5 days, he has also achieved a lot. The first is that he developed the first secret technique of open black lens bracket genin, magnet-style close black lens bracket. Second, he relied on the blessing of 1,000 times the talent to finally accomplish what many people could not do in their entire life. That is, he realized a kind of blood stain limit. This new blood stain boundary is a fusion of wind attribute and water attribute, nature transformation, which is what Bai has, ice shield. Shiyu was able to understand that this bloodstain boundary was not entirely dependent on talent, and there was one more important factor. That is the battle with White. During that battle, Shiyu could clearly feel the change in chakra when the latter cast ice shield. So after constantly trying, I finally figured it out. This is undoubtedly good news for Shiyu, and he has seen Shiro perform 2 kinds of ice shield ninjutsu. In this way, he doesn't have to bother to develop new secret techniques by himself. According to Shiyu's calculations, his current talent is not enough to comprehend other, blood-stain limits in a short period of time. If you want to comprehend quickly, it is estimated that there must be a prerequisite. That is to have direct contact with bloodstain boundary, and clearly know the chakra nature transformation of bloodstain boundary, and only with his own talent can he comprehend it. Otherwise, I don't know how much time it will take to comprehend one. It took a lot of time to comprehend the bloodstain boundary. Shiyu obviously knows what to do. He is a systematic person. If he does this, the system still has face. 2 days later. The recovered Kakashi is ready to go to the bridge with Tazuna, because it's been a few days before he doesn't lose his hand. If you don't fail again, Kado will definitely not give up. But when they assembled, Kakashi found that Naruto was not there, so he asked, "Tokyo, where is Naruto?" "He's still sleeping." Shiyu responded with a sound, and then said, "I guess it's because I've been practicing so hard these days, and I'm exhausted." "Forget it, let him have a good rest." As Kakashi's voice fell, everyone slowly walked towards the bridge under the leadership of Tazuna. When Moyu left, he gave Tsunami a note and told her to give it to Naruto when he woke up. Although Tsunami was a little puzzled about this, she didn't say much. Facing Shiyu with a sweet smile, the smile revealed a unique charm of a middle-aged beautiful woman, making people want to protect her. Immediately after, Shiyu and the others walked away under her watch. A moment. It disappeared from her sight. Chapter 40 Kado Intruder. At noon, the sun rises high. When Yu and his party came to the bridge, the workers here fell to the ground with serious injuries. At this time, in addition to the injured workers, there were also a group of people standing here, and they were staring at Shiyu and the others with hostile expressions. The leader was a squat, middle-aged man in a suit and tie, which seemed out of tune with the group of outlaws behind him. There is no doubt that he should be the top rich man, Kado. His eyes shifted from the injured workers on the ground to Kado, and Tazuna said angrily, "Kado, what do you want? Do you still need to ask this question?" Kado sneered, and then said, "I said that this bridge is not allowed to be built, but you don't listen, and you are against me again and again. So, I came here today to make a complete conclusion. Tazuna, as long as you kill the leader, I see who else in the country of waves dares to resist me." Hearing Kado's words, Tazuna was furious in his heart. Because his godson, Inari's stepfather, let Kado beat him to death. "Oh, by the way, let me remind you casually before you die. I have already sent someone to your house. If nothing else happens, they have already captured your beautiful daughter at this time. Hey, I just like this young woman with a charming charm." Hearing this, Tazuna was taken aback for a moment. Immediately, a ferocious look suddenly appeared on his face, and a pair of big hands covered with calluses clenched tightly, staring at Kado. Seeing this, Shiyu said, "Uncle Tazuna, don't worry. I've left a note. Naruto will stay there to protect the mother and son when he wakes up. 1 or 2 little ones are not his opponents." Tazuna, who heard the words, breathed a sigh of relief. If there was no Shiyu's words, he would have rushed to fight Kado to the death. Kakashi and Sasuke on the side were shocked when they heard the words, as if Tokyo could not predict. "Shiyu, did you know in advance that Kado would do this?" Regarding Kakashi's doubts, Tokyo also explained, "Kakashi-sensei, I'm just doing this as a precaution. Insidious villains like Kado may threaten us with Uncle Dazuna's family, and even if they lose in the end, they will be able to retreat. Shiyu, it's still as thoughtful as you think, the teacher is not as good as you." Kakashi has to admit that Tokyo is excellent, and he can think about things so thoughtfully on the first mission. As for Sasuke, he naturally admires Moyu more and more. And the jealousy is slowly diminishing with the consternation again and again. I believe that it will disappear without much use. Scattered in nothing. Tazuna, you can't escape today, just die. Words, Kakashi stood up directly. Konaha on his shoulders, and once Tazuna dies, it will definitely affect Konaha's voice. As Konoha Jonin, he couldn't let this happen. Don't worry, Mr. Dishonor. With me here, no one will touch you today. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kado's eyes finally fell on him. If I'm not mistaken, it's just that you kill and don't behead. The reason why Kado is here is because he has always been waiting for the news that he will not kill again, but there is no news of the latter after waiting for several days. So he sent someone to investigate. I don't know if I don't check it, but after a check I know that Zaibujian has been killed by Kakashi's group. What puzzled him the most was why Kakashi and the others wanted to be safe from killing the two of them. Moreover, I also chose a feng shui treasure land. Not bad. Kakashi didn't hide it. He has always been open and honest in his conduct and deeds, and he has no hidden secrets. Of course, except for intimacy paradise. After hearing this, Kado snorted coldly. That waste, it's better to die. Even if he completes my entrustment, I have no intention of paying him any remuneration. In my eyes, he is nothing but a clown. You did me a big favor by killing him. Obviously, because of the attitude of not slashing again, Kado was very unhappy, causing Kado to want to kill him for a long time. Moreover, he has always regarded wealth as his life. How could it be possible to pay such a high remuneration for Zaifu? In fact, no matter if Zaifu was successful or not, the result was already doomed. In the end, Kado will definitely kill him. But tricks like Kado can deal with some weak ninjas, and dealing with masters like Zaibujian is undoubtedly self-defeating. He should be thankful that Shiyu and the others removed him early. Otherwise, without waiting for Shiyu and others to start, he has now been sent to the underworld to report. Okay, I don't have time to chat with you. Since you are here, it can only be blamed for your bad life. After the voice fell, Kado waved his hand, and an order sounded. Kill me, not one. After receiving Kado's order, a group of outlaws behind him pulled out their weapons. Knives, guns, sticks, all kinds of tricks. Just not electric. Hokage hundreds of millions of rewards, Chapter 41 to 60. Chapter 41 Anyone can go, Kado must die. Seeing this scene, Shiyu also said. Teacher Kakashi, this group of thugs is handed over to me and Sasuke. By the way, let you see the results of our practice this week. Well. Just as Tokyo and Sasuke were about to move, a voice suddenly came from behind. And me. Voice fell, and with a whoosh sound, a figure appeared in front of Shiyu and the others. The visitor is none other than Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, c. After a handsome debut, Naruto did not forget to return a classic pretending quote. In this regard, Kakashi et al. Are quite speechless. If they didn't know each other, they would be embarrassed to say that they knew this funny. Seeing Naruto, Dishonor hurriedly asked, Naruto, are Tsunami and Inari okay? Don't worry, Uncle Dishonor, they are both fine, the two villains were thrown down by me at once. Hey. Naruto in the conversation looked very accomplished, because this time he not only saved Tsunami's mother and son. Moreover, let Inari come out from the shadow of the death of his stepfather. However, it is thanks to the note that Shiyu left behind. Otherwise, I would have arrived here long ago. Hearing Naruto's words, Dishonor also looked at Naruto and Shiyu. Thank you so much. Uncle Tazuna, our mission is to protect you, it's just a little effort. Naruto nodded in agreement. Just as Dishonor was moved, another voice came from behind. And us. After hearing the words, Shiyu and the others turned to look, and a group of people instantly came into their field of vision. No accident, they are all residents of this island. Standing in the center of this group of residents are Tsunami and Inari mother and son, there is no doubt that they inspired the residents of the island to resist together. With Shiyu, Kakashi and others in the lineup, they finally burst out their suppressed emotions. Kado, get out of this island. Yes, if you dare to come to this island again, then we will use all the power on the island to make you come and go. Get out now. Seeing this, Kakashi asked subconsciously, Naruto, shouldn't this be your idea? Kakashi knew Naruto, and the latter's IQ would definitely not have thought of this level, so a face had already appeared in his mind. No. Naruto denied it, and then said, it was Tokyo who asked me to tell Inari. Hearing this, Kakashi was dumbfounded again. Looking at Shiyu is like looking at a monster. Not only is he extremely smart, but he also has the right control of human nature, and he sees it so thoroughly. Knowing how to give these disturbed islanders some guidance at the right time can help them see hope and regain their self-confidence. Seeing the residents of the Land of Waves who are united, Kado panicked for a while. Boss Kado, there are so many people on the other side, I think it's better this time. It's not good if you have any problems. Yeah, they still have ninjas, heroes don't suffer from immediate losses. Kado, who was already a little flustered, also had the intention of retreating after hearing everyone's advice. He is a top rich man, there is no need to joke about his life. As long as the green hills are there, he still understands the truth of not being afraid of running out of firewood. You wait for me. Sooner or later, your life and death will be controlled by my master. Today, I will let you go, Withdraw. Kado, who had finished speaking, was about to turn around and leave, but at this moment, a sound rang out, making their raised footsteps froze in the air. Anyone can go, but Kado must die. When the voice fell, everyone was startled. Not only the outlaws on Kado's side, but even the islanders of the Land of Waves looked surprised. Little brother Shiyu, what are you doing? For Dasna's puzzlement, Shiyu also analyzed. Kado is a human being, and you all know that if you let him leave today, it will be a return to the mountain. Not to mention that he will make a comeback in the future, and other places like your country of waves will suffer his murderous hands, so. This kind of person is also a scourge to stay in the world, only to get rid of it. No way. First, in order to complete the tasks of the system and completely liberate the Land of Waves, Shiyu had to do something. Second, Shiyu couldn't get used to Kado's arrogant appearance. He had also threatened to kill their group before, but Shiyu couldn't swallow this breath alone. The so-called murderers are always killed. This is the purpose of Shiyu. After hearing what Shiyu said, the islanders of the Land of Waves felt that it was not unreasonable, and immediately agreed. Yes, Kado must die. Must die. Hearing the overwhelming voice, Rao Kado's temperament was also a little flustered, because he had never seen such a scene before. He has been domineering for many years, and no one has ever resisted him. It was already humiliating enough to retreat today. Who would have thought that these islanders would still leave his life behind? Don't go too far. I really thought I was afraid that you wouldn't succeed. If you really want to fight, you don't know who will die. It was obvious from Kado's tone that he panicked. His expression at the moment was no longer as calm as before, and some were just endless panic. This is the first time in his life that he has such a look. Really? Shiyu sneered, and immediately cast the multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. An instant, the entire bridge was almost occupied by Tokiyu's shadow clone, and Tokiyu's voice sounded slowly. What about now? Chapter 42 Tokiha Bridge. Seeing this scene, Kado was instantly dumbfounded. Not only him, but even the desperados behind him are confused. They know that ninjas are very strong. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. The other party has hundreds of people in an instant, how can they fight, take the head to fight? At this time, the dozens of desperados instantly had the intention of retreating, and they had no desire to fight at all. Listen, Hand over Kado if you want to live. Otherwise, don't even want to leave. Hearing Shiyu's words, Kado panicked. And the dozens of desperados are also you look at me, I look at you, as if to determine the answer in their hearts. Kado saw that the situation was wrong and wanted to get on the boat and escape. However, it was discovered. Kado, where to go? As one of them shouted violently, the eyes of all the desperados were locked on Kado. Boss Kado, I'm sorry. Boss Kado, sacrificing you alone can save all of us, and you are not at a loss. Yes, you have done all the bad things in your life, and you have a rare chance to do good things today, so don't run away. Quote. The voice fell, and dozens of desperados joined forces to capture Kado. This is the effect that sometimes feathers want. Being sent to the guillotine by the person he hired, Kado was undoubtedly aggrieved and desperate. Don't kill me. I can give you all my property, please let me go. In the face of Kado's tail wagging and begging, the residents of the island country were indifferent at all, because Kado killed their hero Gaisha alive in front of the people of the island. Gaisha, Inari's stepfather. It is also because of this that they have long hated Kado, and naturally they will not shake their determination to hate because of money. As for the outlaws, though they love money, but compared with life, it will be meaningless. No matter how much money there is, what is the use of enjoying it without life? Ah! With a terrified wailing sound, Kado was directly stabbed through the heart by a desperado. To the death, he never thought that he would end up like this. As the outlaw pulled out the broadsword, Kado also knelt down to the residents of the Land of Waves. It looks like repentance. If there is a chance, he will never take action against the country of waves. Seeing this scene, Dishonor and the others also had an inexplicable emotion in their hearts, because Gai-san's great revenge was avenged. And those desperados hurriedly boarded the boat and fled, for fear that Shiyu would be unhappy and destroy them all. With Kado's death, the country of waves is finally liberated. Because of this, the sound of the system also sounded. Ding! The liberation of the Land of Waves mission is complete. Next. It was the cheers of the residents of the Land of Waves, but it was more of their gratitude to Shiyu. If it wasn't for Shiyu, they wouldn't have resisted. If it wasn't for Shiyu, the country of waves would not have been liberated. In short, Shiyu has now become their hero. Seeing this scene, Naruto also said to Inari, "Look, I said that there are heroes in this world." Inari nodded heavily and said, "He is a great hero just like my father." Between the words, his eyes fell. Ying Shiyu's figure seemed to be beating with an inexplicable flame. That's the fire of faith. It is also the fire of hope. With the end of the Kado affair, the life of the entire country of waves is much more comfortable than before. 2 weeks later. With the joint efforts of everyone, the bridge, which was about to be completed, was finally completed. In order to thank Shiyu and his party for their help, at Dazner's suggestion, they named the bridge Shiyu Bridge. No one objected to this. Because Shiyu is their recognized hero, without the latter, there would be no current country of waves. On the second day after the construction of the Shiyu Bridge was completed, it was the day that Tokyo and the others left the Land of Waves. When leaving, Tsunami did not forget to say, "Shiyu, and everyone, remember to come to the country of waves when you have time. Inari likes you very much." Between the words, Tsunami still had a sweet smile on her face, the kind that made people fascinated and longed for. Immediately after, under the gaze of all the residents of the Land of Waves, Tokyo and his party left the bridge that had just been completed. And the reluctant Inari could not help but shed tears. The hero in his heart is gone. A few days later, Shiyu and his party finally returned to Konoha. This mission lasted nearly a month, which made them miss the days in Konoha very much. The first thing Tokiha and Naruto did when they came back was to go to Ichiraku Noodle House to eat ramen. The so-called Uncle Ichiraku whose real name is Handa, also has a beautiful daughter, Ayame. However, what is different this time is that they have one more person on this trip, and that is Sasuke. This tsundere ghost. If it wasn't for Shiyu's invitation, he would never have gone. Originally he was thinking what is delicious about ramen. The result is delicious. The first thing Kakashi did when he came back was to go to the third generation of Hokage. The purpose was very simple, just to report on this trip. Especially Shiyu. 2 blood-stain limits are definitely the treasures of Konoha, and these talents must be well protected. And after 3 generations of investigations, there is no problem in determining Shiyu's identity. Because his birth was witnessed by many people, his parents were also Konoha ninjas. Like Iruka's parents, they were killed in the Battle of Kyubi, 9 tails in 12 years. That's why Iruka has a different feeling for Tokyo. This is the so-called sympathy. After some conversation, the 3 generations also said, Kakashi, no accident, this child will be the future of Konoha, you must teach it well. If necessary, you can send Anbu to covertly protect you. Kakashi also nodded to Sandai's words. After Kakashi left, the 3rd generation looked at the blue sea and blue sky outside the window, and a figure appeared in his mind. This figure is neither the 4th generation nor the 2nd generation, but the recognized god of ninja, the first Hokage open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket. Immediately afterwards, a voice sounded in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Will you be the next ninja god? The 3 generations in my mind seem to have seen the scene where Shiyu showed his edge in the Chunin selection exam. He was looking forward to that scene. Chapter 43 Sakura's Nemesis. A few days later, Tokiha and Naruto were going to the location designated by Kakashi, but they were followed along the way. And 3 more. But their stalking methods are so hot that even Naruto can see the clues at a glance. Konohamaru, your disguise is too hot. Hearing Naruto's words, Konohamaru also removed his disguise, and the 2 new faces were his partners. Girl's name is Feng Matsuri Mengwang, and the boy's name is Aiz Udon. It is worth mentioning that this style Matsuri Mengwang has a kind of blood stain limit, which is the Mokuden wood style of the original Hokage. But unfortunately, the cute Mokuden wood style has not awakened yet, so Shiyu can't detect her chakra nature. But it doesn't matter, there is also a ninja with open black lens bracket Mokuden wood style close black lens bracket in Konoha. He is Yamato, also known as Tianzang. Hey, as expected of the man I fancy, he can see through my disguise so easily. Big brother Shiyu, second brother Naruto. Seeing these 3 little guys, Shiyu is also very helpless. Since the last time he taught Konohamaru, he is his little brother. When we meet, it is not the big brother, but the boss. Not to mention Shiyu, even Naruto was a little impatient. I said you guys, won't you come to me to play some ninja games again? Seeing the 3 nodded heavily, Shiyu is also quite speechless. He has no interest in this kind of game, and the first few times it was stuffed to Naruto. He was very happy at first, after all, he could pretend. But playing too much is naturally annoying. And just when Naruto was about to refuse, a person appeared just to relieve him. Naruto, have you met Sasuke? When Shiyu and the others heard the news, they saw a girl in red Yuhi-colored clothes with long Sakura-colored hair. That's right, it's Sakura. Seeing Sakura, this guy Naruto couldn't hold back. But when the latter came to ask about Sasuke's whereabouts, he was a little unhappy because he liked Sakura. However, before Naruto could answer, Konohamaru spoke first. Second brother Naruto, who is that woman? Is that your female ticket? Hey. Naruto laughed, and then said, can't you think that you brats are quite sensitive, you have seen it all. Sakura, who heard the words, exploded in an instant. Yes, it's your head. Sakura, who had finished speaking, was about to beat Naruto violently. As soon as her fist reached Naruto's forehead, she couldn't push it any further. As if blocked by an invisible mountain, a voice sounded slowly. Sakura. You won. As a girl, she knows how to be rough all day long. No boy will like this kind of character. Sakura, who heard the words, was also taken aback, and glared at Tokyo. I want you to take care of it. Of course I'm too lazy to care about you. Do you have anyone who wants to have nothing to do with me? But if you want to do something to Naruto, you can't. Why? Sakura said angrily. He's my brother. The simple and domineering sentence came out of Tokyo's mouth, which made Sakura stunned for a moment, but Naruto was extremely moved. Even Konohamaru and the others were shocked by Tokyo's domineering, and they all shouted when they came back to their senses. The boss is mighty. The boss is awesome. After speaking, Konohamaru kept showing off to Mengwang and Udon, and he followed a good boss. In the future, the two of you will follow me and have a good time. If I have a bite to eat, there will definitely be a soup for the two of you to drink. Not for anything else, just because my boss is Shiyu. Then, Shiyu said again. Okay, take your hand back quickly. Although I'm a man, you can't take advantage of me all the time. Sakura, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and immediately drank. Why do you want me to take advantage of you? I'm a girl, it's obviously me who suffers. Speaking, Sakura hurriedly put away her jade hand and glared at Tokyo. She has never been teased like this by a boy when she is so big. At this moment, she is very angry in her heart, but she doesn't dare to do it. Because of the look in Shiyu's eyes when she was divided into classes, she still has lingering fears. Shiyu, I remember you. Humph. Knowing that Naruto could not be taught a lesson, Sakura turned around after a cold snort. Seeing this, Naruto gave Shiyu a thumbs up. Shiyu, you really are a fork. This is the second time you have surrendered Sakura, you are her nemesis. Maybe I'm too handsome, Shiyu said solemnly. Is that so? Otherwise. Shiyu asked back, and then said, why does Sakura like Sasuke? It's not because he is handsome. It seems to be the case. And just as Naruto's voice fell, there was an exclamation in front of him. Hearing the words, Shiyu and the others looked at them and saw three figures in sight. One of them was Sakura, who had just left in anger, and the other two were unfamiliar faces, and only Yu recognized them. Tsunagaku, Temari and Kankuro of the Land of Winds. Chapter 44 Sand Waterfall, Gaara. Seeing Temari and Kankuro, Shiyu knew that the Chunin selection exam was just around the corner. The exclamation just now came from Sakura's mouth. She just ran rampage all the way because of anger, and she hit Kankuro directly. Sakura was startled when she saw the pattern on Kankuro's face, her tone completely lost the previous toughness. No, sorry. Even in the face of the girl, Kankuro did not accept the apology, and said with a fierce look. I bumped into me, and I just thought about something when I was embarrassed. Temari on the side discouraged, forget it, don't make trouble. HMPH, it's just Konaha's genin. Kankuro is very confident in his puppet technique, and doesn't put Sakura in his eyes at all. Seeing this, Naruto was instantly unhappy, and immediately drank it. Bastard, stay away from Sakura. Naruto rushed to Kankuro regardless of the 3721, trying to teach the guy who bullied Sakura a lesson. However, before Naruto rushed to Kankuro, I saw Kankuro's fingers move slightly, and Naruto suddenly stumbled, and the whole person fell directly behind. Just when Naruto was about to fall to the ground, a big hand appeared behind him, helping him stabilize his body. There is no doubt that the owner of the big hand is naturally Shiyu. Are you all right? No problem. Seeing this scene, Kankuro felt a little unhappy because it didn't achieve the effect he wanted, but he still didn't forget to ridicule. So weak. This is the genin of Konaha. Sakura's expression was also stunned when she heard the words, and she muttered in her heart, "It seems that they are not natives. Where are they from? What are you doing in our village?" Countless doubts have grown in Sakura's heart. "Shiyu, I seem to have tripped over something just now. That's the chakra line." When Tokiyu said this, he instantly caught Kankuro's attention. He didn't expect that Shiyu would be able to see through that he tripped Naruto with the chakra wire, and couldn't help but muttered in his heart. Is he also a puppet master? Not only him, but also Temari on the side. However, as far as she knows, there is no puppet master in Konoha. Even so, how does a genin know that? Looking at Kankuro, Tokiha's domineering words sounded again. "I don't care where you come from. I don't care who you are. But since it's our Konoha, you can't help but be arrogant here. Get out of here." Words. Sakura was taken aback. Glancing at Kankuro, he also hurriedly ran in the direction where Tokiyu was. When he hid behind Shiyu, his trembling heart settled down. Looking at the back in front of him, Sakura's previous anger slowly dissipated. For some reason, she felt that Shiyu was very handsome at this moment. Standing behind Shiyu, she felt very safe. Is he handsome when he is domineering? What am I thinking about? Sakura hurriedly shook his head while muttering, and immediately dismissed the thoughts in his mind. At this point, even Temari was amazed by Shiyu's words. "Yo, nice boy." Being scolded by Shiyu like this, Kankuro, who was arrogant, obviously couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. "Little devil, it seems that you have to suffer." Seeing that Kankuro took down the puppet behind him, Temari on the side was also shocked. "Hey, don't you want to use Crow Raven, one of Kankuro's puppets?" At this moment, a voice sounded to stop Kankuro's next move. "Stop. Don't embarrass me here." Everyone who heard the words followed the prestige and saw a figure hanging upside down on a big tree next to him. The word, "love," of Zu Yuhi, and behind him is a khaki gourd. There is no doubt that this person is Gaara. As an older brother, Kankuro is helpless to Gaara's scolding, and he greets him with a smile. There are 3 reasons for this. First, he is a brother. Second, he knew why Gaara became like this. Third, be afraid of Gaara's strength. "Gaara, here you are." Kankuro gave a wry smile, but his greeting was greeted by Gaara's harsh words. "Shut up for me, or I killed you." Voice fell, and Gaara appeared in the middle of Temari and Kankuro in an instant. "We're not here to play. Let's go." And just when the 3 of Gaara turned to leave, Naruto suddenly said, "What's your name, the one who carried the gourd?" Hearing this, Gaara turned around and glanced at Naruto. "I'm not interested in you. However, I'm a little interested in the one next to you." Gaara's eyes had already fallen on Shiyu. "You're not good enough to know my name. What is arrogant?" At this time, Shiyu interprets these 2 words very well. Gaara doesn't give Naruto, why should he give the latter face? "Naruto, Konohamaru, let's go." When the voice fell, Shiyu turned around and left, leaving only a handsome and uninhibited back. But at this time, this back figure fell in the eyes of Sakura, Naruto and others, and it was simply cool and handsome. When I came back to my senses, several people immediately followed Shiyu. Even Sakura is no exception. Seeing this scene, Gaara's unwavering face from beginning to end finally had a trace of ripples. And Temari and Kankuro were dumbfounded. They have seen arrogant people, but they have never seen Shiyu so arrogant. You must know that the last one didn't give Gaara face, and now the grave head grass is estimated to be more than 1 meter tall. Looking at Shiyu and the others who were gradually moving away, Gaara's eyes were like falcons, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Not qualified. ... After this episode, Tokiha and Naruto also rushed directly to the location designated by Kakashi. If nothing else, Kakashi has already applied for the qualifications for the Chunin selection exam for them. Sure enough. After a brief greeting, Kakashi said, "Although things are a bit sudden, I have already recommended you to participate in this year's Chunin selection exam." As soon as these words came out, both Naruto and Sasuke were stunned. What? Naruto stunned and didn't seem to believe this fact until Kakashi took out 3 application forms. Seeing this, Naruto gave Kakashi a big hug in an instant, and he didn't forget to say something. "Kakashi-sensei, I love you to death." After breaking free from the troublemaker Naruto, Kakashi said again, "Recommendation does not mean participation, and the final decision is in your own hands. If you want to participate, just sign your name on the application form and hand it over to the school's 301 classroom by 4 p.m. tomorrow." Having said that, Kakashi is very clear in his heart that the 3 of them will definitely participate in this Chunin selection exam. Especially Toki, Kakashi sees a 99% chance of passing the selection exam. As for that 1%, it must be some inevitable accident. Chapter 45 Not Here. The next day, after Tokyo, Naruto and Sasuke gathered at the agreed place. They headed towards the ninja school together. They are going to submit the application form for the Chunin selection exam. However, 301 classroom where the application form was to be submitted, they found a large group of people around the scene. Also, there are sounds of fighting. Looking closer, it turned out that 2 elderly genin stopped at the door of the 301 classroom, not allowing others to submit the form to register. Bump. As a voice came out, a boy in a green tights was beaten and flew out. When Shiyu saw it, he knew Akatsuki's identity. He is the second physique genius to understand the 8 inner gates guy's student, Lee Rock. Seeing this, the 2 men blocked the 301 classroom. Genin said one after another, "You're still taking the Chunin exam with this little skill. I advise you to just go home and stay. It's all nasty little devils, it's futile to participate, why bother?" Shiyu glanced at the 2 of them, and it was already clear in his heart. Others don't know the identities of these 2 people, but he knows it better. These 2 are open black lens bracket steel iron close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Kamizuki Azumo close black lens bracket, Chunin level, known as Konaha 2 gods. Simply put, it is the gatekeeper. The 2 of them are the examiners of this Chunin selection exam, and they appear here today as the genins who came to submit the application form in embarrassment. In order not to be noticed, they also deliberately used transformation technique. And most of those who watched the show were beaten up. Therefore, at this time, we can only silently be a melon eater. Gangzati and Kamizuki Azumo are both elite Chunin, and the strength belongs to the outstanding existence in Chunin, and the ordinary genin is naturally impossible to be their opponent. As for why Lee Rock was easily beaten, it was because he didn't want to reveal his strength prematurely. Tenten on the side saw that Lee Rock was knocked to the ground. He stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Please, let's go in." However, her request was met with a ruthless punch. Just when Steel Iron's fist was about to land on Tenten's pretty face, it was firmly grasped by a big hand. This scene surprised everyone. Even Gangzati himself was extremely surprised. He was able to easily block his attack, indicating that this person's physical skills were at least close to Chunin's level. And it was none other than Shiyu. Of open black lens bracket Tenten close black lens bracket, whether it is the latter's character or appearance. It's a pity that she was still single until the end, even to Bo Ren biography. Tenten turned his head to look at Shiyu, didn't know what to say for a while, just watched quietly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Shiyu, even Neji and Little Lee. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and Shiyu's voice also sounded slowly. "Get out of the way, we're going to the 3rd floor." As soon as Shiyu said this, except for Sasuke who had Sharingan. Everyone else was stunned. Is he funny? Isn't this the third floor? Yeah, let's just say it is a hero saves beauty. What's the embarrassment to admit to such a good thing? That's it. In the eyes of all. Middle Tenten is a rare beauty. If they weren't afraid of Gangzitai and Kamizuki Izumo, they would have already shot. But Shiyu didn't have this idea. He shot for 2 reasons. First, I just don't want Tenten to be beaten, even though I'm in an illusion. Second, it is because if he submits the application form, he must pass the current hurdle. Hearing what everyone said, Tenten was also taken aback. Looking at Shiyu who was close at hand, he secretly thought, did he really do it to save me? Immediately after, Gangzati and Kamizuki Izumo glanced at each other, and their words made everyone stunned again. Oh, it seems to have been spotted. Not bad, kid. Before everyone knew what was going on, Sasuke also spoke up. We've been aware of this for a long time, and you have set up a barrier here with demonic illusion. This is the 2nd floor, not the 3rd. Naruto could only nod in agreement. He obviously couldn't notice without the Sharingan. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a demonic illusion of not here. You said this. Gangzati and Kamizuki Izumo were once again shocked. In their opinion, it was amazing that Shiyu was able to see through demonic illusion being cast here, but what they didn't expect was that Shiyu could even see what demonic illusion was being cast here. There are not many people in the entire Konoha master who know about this demonic illusion, but Toshiba is a genin who can know it. This is enough to see Shiyu's extraordinary. Because of this, everyone looked at Shiyu with a hint of amazement. Demonic illusion that tricks opponents into thinking one place is another. With demonic illusion being seen, I saw that the original 301 number was suddenly distorted, and the next second it turned into 201, so there was no need for Gangzitai and Kamizuki Izumo to stay here. Seeing this scene, everyone believed Shiyu's words. With the departure of open black lens bracket steel iron close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Kamizuki Izumo close black lens bracket, others rushed to open black lens bracket 301 close black lens bracket to submit the open black lens bracket application form close black lens bracket. Because time is limited. At this time, Tenten, Little Lee, and Neji's eyes were still on Tokiyu and Sasuke, because only the 2 of them were present to break through demonic illusion. However, Tenten's eyes were locked on Shiyu. Her personality was very straightforward, and she didn't look like a twitchy little girl. Just now, thank you. You're welcome, I'm just taking it easy. Shiyu replied and immediately said, also, even if I don't take action, their attack will not cause substantial damage to you. In demonic illusion, all you see is an illusion. Tenten, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Xiao Li's face, and it was indeed what Shiyu said, and the scar on the latter's face was gone. It's good to hide your strength, but you can't be slaughtered by others. When the words fell, Shiyu didn't stop, strode away under the stunned eyes of Tenten and the others. When Sasuke and Naruto saw this, they followed suit without any nonsense. The small steps of the 2 seemed to have begun to take on the appearance of a younger brother. Looking at Shiyu and the 3 of them walking away, Neji couldn't help but ask, Tenten, do you know that person? Chapter 46 Little Lee's Challenge. To Neji's doubts, Tenten shook his head. Never seen. This is strange, is it a freshman? Hearing Neji muttering, Little Lee also said, it's possible, the 3 of them are all fresh faces. However, the lead one seems to be quite strong. Neji also nodded, and then said, if nothing else, he should be a strong opponent. And the guy in the blue shirt at the back is not bad. It seems that this year's freshmen are stronger than expected. Neji was clearly referring to Sasuke, which was his instinct as a genius. Because Sasuke has the same arrogance as him. As for Tenten, her eyes were always on Shiyu. No way, the scene just now kept her lingering. It's getting late, let's go quickly. As Neji's voice fell, the three also left the place. Kamizuki Izumo, who were hiding in the corner, also withdrew their gazes. It seems that this year's candidates are quite strong, Kamizuki Izumo said. Yes. Gangzuti nodded, and then said, Yuuchi's shot earlier, I don't know how far he can go, I'm looking forward to it. Me too. The voice fell, and the figures of the two suddenly disappeared in place. At the same time, the three of them met Sakura in the hall on the second floor. The moment they saw Sasuke, her heart was ecstatic. Because she hasn't been to the latter for nearly a month. However, looking at Tokiha, who came with Sasuke, Sakura's heart suddenly felt a little stunned. She recalled the scene from yesterday. At that moment, Shiyu was really handsome. Sakura likes Sasuke purely because of unrequited love, plus she is not in the same class as Sasuke. It's been a long time since we were separated, and the feeling of unrequited love will slowly fade away. Unless Sasuke gives her a response. Otherwise, this emotion will fade with time sooner or later. Sasuke passed by Sakura, the latter hurriedly said, Sasuke, long time no see. Sasuke just nodded. Before he cut off the obsession in his heart, he would never consider any boring love. The reason why he is willing to follow Shiyu is because Shiyu is stronger than him and can also teach him how to improve Sharingan. This is undoubtedly what he wants most now. Seeing Sasuke's indifference towards him, Sakura was very disappointed. However, she seems to be used to it, because she has come here for so many years in the ninja school. This is the suffering of unrequited love. The moment little Lee, who came from behind, saw Sakura, the hormones that had been silent for a long time suddenly erupted. I saw that he quickly walked towards Sakura under the stunned gazes of Tenten and Neji. The three of them passed through Tokiha and came to Sakura. There is no unnecessary nonsense, some are just true confessions. Are you Sakura? Sakura was also stunned by such a sudden question, but nodded politely. My name is Lee Rock, please hang out with me. I will protect you to the death. Sakura, who heard the words, was stunned for a long time, and decisively refused. Absolutely not. Your eyebrows are too thick. This result made little Lee extremely disappointed, and Neji and Tenten in the back also sighed when they saw this. What if I shave my eyebrows a little for you? That won't work either. Lee, who was rejected again, clenched his hands a little again and asked, can you give me a reason? Because I already have someone I like. Sakura glanced at Sasuke between the words, trying to make little Lee retreat. It's just that what she never expected was that the result would be counterproductive. Let's have a showdown. You want to fight me now? Sasuke asked. That's right, I want to see if my tricks work for people who are known as genius ninjas. Looks like you already know who I am. Sasuke's words, little Lee did not deny it, because he heard Sakura's address to Sasuke just now in the distance. Only one person named Sasuke in Konoha today. He is the only survivor of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. However, before Sasuke could agree, Naruto was the first to say, leave this kind of stuff to me, and I'll be able to deal with him in minutes. The voice fell, and Naruto had already stood up directly. First, little Lee's confession made him very upset, because he also likes Sakura. Second, he thought that if he defeated little Lee, he would definitely be favored by Sakura. Third, Sasuke is always found by others, and he is always regarded as heir, which makes him very uncomfortable. The superposition of the three reasons gave Naruto no reason not to stand up, and he wanted to use this to prove himself. And for such a polyamorous love, Shiyu is really not interested, and silently acts as a melon eater. After all, such a scenario is rare. However, for Naruto's volunteering, little Lee did not take it seriously. No way. Sakura likes Sasuke rather than Naruto, and Sasuke is a genius in this class of ninja school, which makes him even more eager to challenge. Excuse me. I want to challenge Sasuke Uchiha. The familiar words fell into Naruto's ears, causing it to explode directly. You only know Sasuke, it's abominable. Naruto, who had finished speaking, didn't care about 3721. He punched and rushed towards Little Lee. He has to prove himself. Prove that you are no weaker than Sasuke. Chapter 47 Disparity. However, Naruto is obviously no match for Little Lee. So, the results are predictable. Under the blow of Xiao Li's leg Konoha Gale, he was directly thrown to the ground. Boom, boom, thump. After a few rolls, it hit the wall directly behind. Dizzy, confused for a while. It was also because of this that Naruto knew the power of Little Lee and that there was a huge gap between the two. Seeing this scene, Sakura and Sasuke were also surprised. Although Naruto is not strong, he is not weak either. However, he was so vulnerable in Little Lee's hands that he couldn't even make a move. Seeing that Little Lee does have extraordinary strength. Sasuke, declare in advance that I will never lose to you, because I'm the strongest among the Konoha genins right now. Sasuke, who didn't have much interest in Little Lee at first, saw Little Lee's skills and heard these words. Finally got the energy. If it is true as Xiao Li said, he is the strongest genin in Konoha today, then as long as he is defeated, he is estimated to be able to pass the Chunin selection exam this year steadily. Interesting, come on. Seeing Sasuke agree, Little Lee also said, Sasuke, I will solve the battle within 5 minutes. Hearing this, Sasuke's face showed a trace of unhappiness, because he was the #1 freshman this year, so he was looked down upon by Little Lee. As for Shiyu's pervert, he no longer thinks about it. The arrogance of genius cannot be trampled on. Uncle, can't bear it. Aunt, can't bear it. Swish. Hearing a sound of breaking wind, Sasuke's figure rushed out instantly. He thought it would be easy to solve Little Lee by himself, but the result was far beyond his expectations. Because his attack can't touch Little Lee at all. Konoha Whirlwind. And with a light drink from Little Lee, his backhand was a swipe, but he was more powerful and faster than Naruto's previous defeat. Obviously a smarter move. Because Little Lee's speed was too fast, Sasuke had no choice but to use his hands to resist to prevent the facade from being injured. But his thoughts were too naive, and in the second he resisted, Little Lee's attack had already landed on his cheek. Boom. A heavy blow just kicked it away. Boom. After landing to stabilize his body, Sasuke's eyes were full of surprise. He didn't know what was going on at all, because Little Lee's speed was so fast that his naked eyes couldn't catch it. Sasuke. Sakura also shouted worriedly, but Sasuke didn't pay any attention to it, his mind was only on the battle. Humph. Alright, just take this opportunity to get familiar with that movement. When the voice fell, I saw Sasuke's expression condensed. The next second, his black pupils instantly turned into Yuhi color. Seeing this scene, Little Lee, Sakura, Neji, Tenten and others were all shocked. Then, could it be Sharingan? Quote. They had obviously heard about these eyes. After all, it was only 5 or 6 years after the Uchiha family was wiped out. At that time, they can already remember. Opening Sharingan, Sasuke is full of self-confidence. Without saying a word, he just punched and did it, and went up to confront Xiao Li again, trying to get back the lost face just now. However, the result has not changed. He could never touch Little Lee, not even a piece of his sleeve. What the hell is going on here? I clearly turned on Sharingan, why can't I see through your attack? To Sasuke's astonishment, Little Lee said. Sharingan can indeed see through any ninjutsu, taijutsu, demonic illusion, but with your current strength, even if you see through my attack, it won't help. So, your trick won't work. Others didn't understand what Little Lee said, but Shiyu understood. Sasuke's Sharingan has just started. After this period of training, although his eyes have reached double tomo. But it can only barely keep up with the speed of little Lee. However, what if the eyes can keep up, but the body can't respond in time? This is the power of open black lens bracket, the 8 inner gates close black lens bracket. Otherwise, how can you fight against those powerful geniuses just by exercising? But Shiyu and Kakashi are different. Both of them are 3 tomo, who have reached the ultimate of the ordinary Sharingan and can respond faster. So, dealing with little Lee is totally a no-brainer. Especially Shiyu, he does not have the bloodline restriction like Cassie, and can play Sharingan to ultimate. Gave Uchiha's bloodline when turning on his Sharingan, and this was the key to the Sharingan that Shiyu was able to switch freely. Little Lee was able to know this weakness of Sharingan, which was undoubtedly told to him by Emperor Guy. Guy and Kakashi have played against each other countless times and have a lot of combat experience. While Sasuke was in a daze, little Lee was ready to use the taboo move Leonwa. Shadow Leaf Dance. With one kick, Sasuke was kicked into high school. This familiar scene surprised both Naruto and Sasuke. Those who have seen this trick with their own eyes are naturally aware of its power. Once hit, it must be seriously injured. Sasuke obviously knew this, so the ruthlessness and confidence of the past were no longer on that handsome little face. Some just panic. At this time, little Lee has appeared behind Sasuke, and the bandages in his hands have been loosened and wrapped around Sasuke's body. At this critical moment, Sasuke's body suddenly disappeared from his sight. This scene made little Lee stunned. It can disappear out of thin air without any leverage in the air. If everyone masters this move, then all his Leonwa moves will be abolished. If so, Konaha's lotus will never bloom. After looking around, the final result is still within the acceptable range of little Lee, because there is no move that disappears out of thin air. Sasuke was rescued. And it was none other than Tokyo who saved Sasuke. Now that the Chunin selection exam is about to happen, it is not good if you get injured at this juncture, especially the Leonwa moves. If you don't train in bed for 10 days and a half months, it will definitely not be good. Furthermore, Sasuke is Shiyu's default younger brother. And the reason why Shiyu didn't stop him before was to let Sasuke know that there are people who are stronger than him in this world. Genius is not the strongest, only the genius who works hard is the strongest. Boom. Little Lee fell steadily from the sky, his eyes stayed on Shiyu's body. It seems that my intuition is correct, this person is really strong. It's no wonder that little Lee thought so, because Shiyu's speed just now was as fast as what he had, or even faster. And it is. Shiyu's physical strength has reached the strength of opening, Dumen, which is no different from that of little Lee. Even more. Because the physique given by the system is the peak physique of Dumen, the kind that can enter the 6th door, with only 1 foot left. But little Lee just reached the physique of Dumen. So, if you have to compare, obviously Shiyu is better. Chapter 48 Inches Guy Emperor, debuts. At this moment, little Lee was not the only one surprised. There were also Tenten, Neji and Sakura who were watching the game, especially Tenten and Neji. As little Lee's teammates, they knew little Lee's strength better than anyone else, and being able to save people from his hands was no easy task. Besides them, there is one other person present. This person's eyebrows are even more lush than the little Lee. He originally wanted to stop little Lee, but when he was about to speak, Shiyu had already rescued him. This person is Cassis's lifelong enemy, Might Guy. Little Lee stared at Shiyu for a while, and finally asked, "This junior, why do you want to interfere in the battle between us? I'm not just shooting for Sasuke, but also for your sake." Hearing Shiyu's words, little Lee was taken aback for a moment. Seeing this, Shiyu continued, "This Chunin selection exam has not yet started. If your stunts are exposed now, it will be very detrimental to your subsequent exams. Also, it's better to use that taboo movement sparingly. Although it is only the most inferior secret skill, it will cause some damage to the body if it is used frequently. Shiyu was naturally referring to Biao Lianhua. This move is not very harmful to the human body, but it will always have some effects over time. When Shiyu said this, Shaoli and Emperor Guy were both shocked. But it was Shiyu's words that made Guy confirm one thing and muttered to himself. Looks like Kakashi didn't lie, this little guy. Apparently, Kakashi had already told Guy about Tokiha Master's the 8 inner gates. Kakashi did this for Tokiwa's sake. Guy is a hardcore expert in this area, and he thinks the latter can give Shiyu good advice. Of the process of bone fracture in the process of cultivating the 8 inner gates. How did you know? Little Lee's questioning voice was not finished, but Guy interrupted. Lee, you are so young and energetic. With the sound of this voice, everyone's attention was attracted to the past. Seeing this, Naruto immediately complained. Wow. Another guy with thicker eyebrows. Not only Naruto, but also Sasuke and Sakura. It's really super rough. Well, the head is still a melon veil. Originally, little Lee's thick eyebrows were enough for them to be astonished, but they didn't expect a more awesome one now. Only Tenten and Neji looked the same, because they were used to it. Little Lee heard this, he shouted angrily at the three of Naruto, hey! Don't make fun of Teacher Guy. Shut up for me, jump out to challenge us inexplicably, and let us complain about what's wrong. Naruto retorted in annoyance, apparently because he was killed in a second. Guy didn't have the slightest interest in the words of the two, and waved to Lee Rock, saying, Little Lee, come here. Oh. Little Lee nodded and turned to look at Guy. While he was still stunned, a fist the size of a sandbag came towards his forehead, accompanied by an angry shout. You bastard. Bump. No accident, Little Lee was knocked to the ground by a punch. But Little Lee didn't have the slightest complaint about this, but his eyes were full of tears, facing Guy's eyes, speechless. Little Lee, don't say anything. Mr. Guy. The voice fell, and the two funny ratios hugged together under the stunned eyes of everyone. This scene instantly saw Sakura and the others. Especially Tsunere Oni Sasuke, who was pouting at the moment, muttered in his heart, how could I be defeated by such a joker? After the two of them hugged, Guy instilled a declaration of youth in Little Lee, and then looked at Tokiyu and the others. Hey, are you Kakashi's students? You know him? Naruto asked suspiciously. Of course. We are called eternal foes. After answering Naruto's question, Guy continued, the result of the fight between me and him was 50-49. So, I'm stronger than Kakashi. Hearing what Emperor Guy said, Shiyu was not surprised at all, but Sasuke and Naruto were startled. In the mission of the Nor of Waves they have deeply realized the power of Kakashi, but the guy with thick eyebrows in front of him is even more powerful than Kakashi. Seeing Shiyu's calm expression from beginning to end, Guy couldn't help but muttered in his heart. This little guy is really unusual, no wonder that Guy Kakashi pulls his face down and asks me. Guy glanced at Tokiyu one more time, then said to Sasuke. I'm sorry just now, but for my sake, don't bother with him, Little Lee. This, Tsunere Oni Sasuke did not speak, but Tokiyu did. Mr. Guy, Sasuke, has such a temper and doesn't like to communicate with others. Since he didn't refute it, he acquiesced. Yo, it's you who likes me better. Guy laughed, and then said, for the sake of you and me, you can come to me at any time if you don't understand anything about cultivation in the future. Then I'll thank Mr. Guy first. Shiyu clearly understood what Guy was saying, otherwise, the latter would not have said such words for no reason. Okay, you should hurry up and submit the application form, otherwise it will be too late. Hearing this, Tokiyu also nodded, and then led Naruto and Sasuke towards the 301 classroom. At this moment, Little Lee spoke again. Sasuke, I lied to you just now. Actually, I'm not the strongest in Konoha genin, but the strongest person may be in our group. So, prepare yourself mentally for the exam. Between the words, Little Lee glanced at Neji next to him intentionally or unintentionally, obviously trying to convey something. However, Sasuke, who had not spoken for a long time, spoke at this time. That person won't be in your group. As soon as the voice fell, Sasuke immediately followed Tokiyu's pace. At this time, the four guys, their eyes fell on one of the backs for a long time. This back is Shiyu. Because they think that the so-called person Sasuke said is very likely to be Shiyu. Only a more enchanting genius can make a genius surrender. Chapter 49 Inches Chunin Exam begins. Along the way, something strange happened. Shiyu saw some freshmen who came to sign up were taken away by his tutor. Moreover, it still looks dejected. After Sakura reunited with her teammates, she was also separated from Tokiyu and the others under the leadership of their mentor. And when the three of them came to the door of the 301 classroom, Kakashi had been waiting here for a long time. Just when Sasuke and Naruto were still wondering why Kakashi appeared here, the latter suddenly said something inexplicable. Now you can officially apply for the Chunin selection exam. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and asked at any time, Kakashi, Sensei, what do you mean by that? Before Kakashi could answer, Tokiyu said. The reason is simple, because this is a test for our freshmen. Only the three of us appear here together to qualify for the Chunin selection exam. Shiyu, you are still as smart as ever. Kakashi praised and asked curiously, when did you find out? Yesterday was just a suspicion, only now is it finally confirmed. When we came up just now, we saw that some students were taken away by their instructors with a frustrated look. They had two things in common. One, they are all freshmen. Two, their staff is uneven. Yesterday, teacher, you gave us 3 application forms, saying that it is up to us to choose whether or not to participate, which means that we don't have to coerce the team members or ask them to participate in order to qualify us. After all, the Chunin selection exam is life-threatening. And we are freshmen who have just graduated. If we didn't come here by our own will, even if we arrive at the examination room, we will be afraid and run away because of fear, then we will lose the meaning of participating. Yesterday, the people from other countries who came to take the exam were basically 3-person teams, and the seniors who graduated from the ninja school just now were no exception. So, I guess this Chunin selection test should be taken in groups of 3. This is one of the reasons why all the students will be divided into groups of 3 after graduation. And Kakashi-sensei, your presence here proves it even more. Because if any of us don't show up, you stop the rest from entering 301 classroom. Tokiyu's analysis made Naruto and Sasuke dumbfounded, and even Kakashi was no exception. He didn't expect that Shiyu could analyze it so thoroughly with a hint of clues, as if he knew everything in advance. Kakashi, you really have a good student. At this moment, Guy, who arrived at the rear, said with an envious expression. And Tenten, Little Lee, and Neji looked at Shiyu with more attention. They knew that Shiyu's strength should be very strong, but they didn't expect the latter's head to be so good. Neji, that guy is so smart. To Little Lee's consternation, Neji. He nodded noncommittally. And Tenten on the side was even more curious about Shiyu when he heard this. Looking at Guy and the 9th class members, Kakashi also said, Guy, why are you so slow? Hey, something was delayed for a while. After a brief exchange between the two, Kakashi also said to Shiyu and the others. It's almost time, you hurry in. You too, Guy said to the Tenten trio. Immediately after Kakashi and Guy watched, the 6 Tokiha entered the classroom 301. Creak. Bang. Guy also said when the 301 classroom door opened and closed slowly. Kakashi, shall we discuss something? What's the matter? How about giving me that student of yours? Go away. At the same time, Open black lens bracket 301 close black lens bracket in the classroom. Naruto, Sasuke and others were slightly surprised by the scene before them. Because at this time there is already a sea of people. In addition to Konoha ninjas, there are ninjas from various villages in various countries. There is no age limit for the Chunin exam, so the age of the participants is also uneven. Shiyu and others are undoubtedly the youngest group. When Sakura and Ino saw Sasuke appear, they rushed over immediately. Sasuke, we haven't seen each other for so long, do you miss me? Hearing Ino's words, Sakura hurriedly drank. Stinky Ino, take your hand away. Hinata, who was standing beside Shino and Kiba, was also overjoyed when she saw Tokiha and Naruto. But just watch silently, don't dare to be as bold as Sakura and Ino. Shiyu, you are here too. Shikamaru, who came up, said hello to Tokyo and the others. After all, they graduated from the same class. Konoha 12 Shaoqiang have all gathered. It seems that we are the only freshmen participating in the Chunin selection exam this year, and we don't know how far we can go. Hearing Shikamaru's words, Kiba immediately said, we have worked hard, so don't lose to us. Stop chattering. We will never lose to you. Hearing Naruto's words, Hinata finally spoke up. Naruto, Kiba, he didn't mean that. After Hinata's voice fell. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, a voice that did not belong to any of their new students. I said you guys, it's better to be quiet. The eyes of everyone who heard the words followed the prestige, and what entered their field of vision was a white-haired young man with round frame glasses. Seeing this person, Shiyu was not surprised at all. Because the latter approached them with a purpose, this person is the right-hand man of Orochi and one of the leading figures in the Fourth Ninja World War in the future. The Little Prince of Intelligence, Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 50 Awkward Yakushi Kabuto. You are the freshman who just graduated from ninja school this year. Sasuke and others were also a little surprised by Kabuto's sudden intervention, not knowing what the senior meant. Who are you? Ino asked first. However, before Kabuto could answer, Shiyu was the first to say, his name is Yakushi Kabuto. He is a candidate who failed the Chunin exam 6 times. He belongs to the kind of spicy chicken. When Shiyu said this, everyone was surprised. Not 6 times. That's really hot. I only failed the graduation exam 3 times. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura also squeaked softly. Naruto, how can this Chunin exam be compared to graduation exam? Everyone who heard the words nodded. The difficulty of the two is indeed not the same grade. The words were so right, but they didn't expect Shiyu to be so domineering, to expose the shortcomings of others in person. The reason why Shiyu did this was obviously intentional. This guy Kabuto obviously has the strength of Jonin, but he has to pretend to be a grandson and wants to win the Oscar. So, of course, you have to take care of him. And the most surprised was Kabuto himself. He didn't expect Shiyu to know his identity. But Kabuto wasn't angry, or couldn't be angry. Still with an easygoing look, he said with a smile, this junior, can't you save me some face? I'm sorry, I don't usually give spicy chicken face. Hearing this, Kabuto was completely stunned. On the surface, he didn't seem to have much turbulence, but he was unhappy on the inside. Because he has always been in control of everything and looks confident. But at the moment, it's eaten up. When Sakura saw this, in order to give Kabuto a step down, she also asked, I wonder what the senior Kabuto wants us to do. I see that you are taking the Chunin selection exam for the first time. As a senior, it is necessary for me to remind you. This Chunin selection exam is not as easy as you think. Kabuto's tone was very positive, and he wanted everyone to think that it wasn't because he was too spicy. Seeing that everyone had begun to take his words seriously, Kabuto took out a bunch of cards. This is the ninja card. It records all the information of the Chunin selection exam, including participating countries, ninja villages, number of people and personal information, etc. If you are interested, I can share with you the information I have collected. Hearing this, Sasuke and the others were undoubtedly interested. However, before waiting for everyone to ask questions, Shiyu immediately took down the platform and said, "No need, I know all the information. Whatever you want to know, just ask me. Kabuto-senpai has failed the exam 6 times. If it causes him to fail this time, everyone will feel sorry for it." Hearing Shiyu's words, everyone was stunned. After thinking about it, they all nodded, all feeling that what Shiyu said made sense. Shiyu is right. Senior Kabuto, don't share it with us. Shikamaru, Sakura and others also agreed, and then their eyes fell on Shiyu. Shiyu's words left Kabuto with no chance to even pretend. As the saying goes, pretend to be coercive, let others be coercive. This result made Kabuto bewildered. At the same time, Naruto asked confirmingly, "Shiyu, you really know what Kabuto-senpai said just now?" "That's natural." After getting Shiyu's confident confirmation, Kabuto questioned, "This junior, do you know how many ninja villages participated in this time? How many people took the test?" "As far as I know, there are a total of 6 shinobi villages including our Konoha participating in the Chunin selection exam. There are 72 Konoha ninjas among them. 30 Tsunagakure, 21 Omegakure, 15 Kusanagi, 12 Taki and 3 Otogakure, for a total of 153 people. Can you?" Kabuto was stunned for a moment after Toshiba said this information exactly. When Sasuke, Sakura and others heard the words, they were also greatly shocked. "Shiyu, do you know his Lee Rock information?" Sasuke between the words pointed to Lee Rock next to him, obviously unwilling to lose the battle just now. He wanted to know more about the latter, hoping to find a way to defeat the latter. Hearing this, Shiyu looked at little Lee and said slowly. "Lee Rock, 13, graduated 1 class before us. I have performed D-level tasks 20 times and C-level tasks 11 times. The instructor is Guy. He has improved a lot in physique this year, but he is weak in other aspects. Last year, when he was a rookie, he had already shown good strength, but his mentor told him to be steady and not be eager for quick success. That's why I didn't participate in the previous Chunin exam. This time is also the first time to take the test like us, and his teammates are Hyuga Neji and Tenten, the 3 of them make up the 9th class." When Shiyu's remarks fell, it could be said that there was thunder on the ground, leaving everyone stunned. Especially Xiaoli himself, because everything is the same as what Shiyu said. Moreover, even he himself forgot how many times he performed the task, but the latter knew it perfectly. Seeing that Shiyu was so powerful, Naruto also hurriedly asked, Shiyu, what about the guy with the gourd over there?" Obviously, he was very angry that he was ignored by Gaara yesterday. His name is Gaara, Tsunagakure, the land of wind, and is known as Sand Waterfall Gaara. Have performed 8 C-level missions, 1 B-level mission, and never had a trace of damage during the mission. To be honest, his strength has already reached the level of Chunin. The 2 people who participated in the Chunin exam with him this time are his siblings, sister Tamari, brother Kankuro, and all 3 are descendants of Kazekage, the 4th generation of the Kingdom of Wind. As Shiyu made Gaara's information clear, everyone no longer had the slightest doubt about Shiyu's words. To know the information about the Konoha ninjas, but it is difficult to know the information about the ninjas from other countries. But Shiyu still knew it like the back of his hand. At this point, even Kabuto on the side is ashamed, because his master's information is far less detailed than Tokiyu. This made him feel deeply frustrated. He forced others to pretend, and he pretended to be bigger and more dick than him. Because of this, Shiyu has already been included in his small books by him. It's just that what he didn't understand was why a person as powerful as Shiyu, he didn't know about it before, as if it appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, the eyes of Shikamaru, Shino, Ino and others looking at Shiyu changed a little. Because for the first time they knew that Shiyu had such ability. Looking at Shiyu in front of him, Ino couldn't help but murmured in his heart. Unfortunately, it's just soft power. If I had the hard power of Sasuke, I wouldn't have to fight with Sakura. Ino and Sakura were originally two little best friends, but because of the appearance of Sasuke, the two began to compete for jealousy. At this moment, even Sakura had a strange look on his face. And Hinata is still the same as usual, secretly supporting Tokyo, just like supporting Naruto. She has a special feeling for the two of them. As for Tenten, they couldn't help but have a little interest in Shiyu Shung. Needless to say, under the halo of Shiyu, a traveler, Kabuto's title of Little Prince of Intelligence, is obviously going to change hands. Chapter 51 The Otogaku Trio. After telling everyone what they wanted to know, Shiyu also summed it up. In short, according to my master's information, there are many more powerful people participating in Chunin this year than in previous years. Therefore, the difficulty of being promoted to Chunin has also increased. Hearing Shiyu's words, Shikamaru, Sasuke, and the others all nodded thoughtfully, with a dignified expression on their faces. This open black lens bracket Chunin exam close black lens bracket. For Shiyu, completing the tasks of the system is the top priority. So, just don't hinder Gaara's successful tail beast transformation. As for the rest, it depends on your mood. And when Naruto, the second idiot, learned that there were so many strong people at the scene, he suddenly shouted under the pressure in his heart. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I will not lose to you. After shouting, Naruto finally released the pressure in his heart completely, but in exchange it was the hostility of everyone present. In this regard, Naruto was immediately bombarded by Ino and Sakura. Naruto, are you an idiot? You idiot, isn't this creating an enemy for us? As expected. Naruto's announcement attracted some irritable guys, most notably the Otogaku Trio. Because the goal of their trip is to kill Sasuke. Therefore, it is natural to be hostile to Naruto in the same group. Otogaku Trio, Two's Anvil, Sark Stirrup, and Jin Hammer. __. Especially the Two's Anvil, which is known as Six Paths Twos in Hokage Ninja mobile games. They were the targets of Shiyu's second mission, and the strength of the three of them was considered to be the best among them. After all, it was cultivated by Orochimaru, and it has some strength. But in the eyes of Shiyu today, it is no longer worth mentioning. Not to mention that Master Tokiha has 3 kinds of blood stain limit, and 2 tail beast powers, just the 8 inner gates can easily solve it. Not to mention, Shiyu also has open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Hiraishin technique close black lens bracket. Going back 10,000 steps, even if Shiyu didn't use these abilities, he could still defeat him with 1,000 times his talent and 1,000 times the blessing of chakra. After the 3 of them stared at Naruto for a while, Two's, the leader of them, said, Sark, how about going to play with him? Okay, let's add some more information about Yinyan village to them. Just be cruel. A second after the voice fell, the figures of the 2 disappeared at the same time, only the girl Chin Hammer did not shoot. Swish, swish. The crowd could only see 2 shadows running through the crowd, and the next second, their figures appeared in front of Naruto. 2 people from 2 directions blocked Naruto's retreat. Because Naruto's left and behind were Tokyo and others, just when the inevitable Naruto was preparing to fight hard. A strange scene has appeared. I saw that the 3 bodies were frozen in the air at this time, as if an invisible big hand had grabbed it, unable to touch the ground. This strange scene undoubtedly attracted the attention of all the people present, and everyone thought that these 2 people had some stunts. Even their partner, Chin Hammer, looked puzzled, because as far as she knew, the 2 of them didn't have this ability. But who would have thought that at this moment, Toss and Sark were suffocated in their hearts? Because this is not their stunt at all, but is controlled by someone, as if it is hanged by something. Immediately after, when the two of them were still confused, they slammed heavily on the floor under the stunned eyes of everyone. Boom. This. At that time, the two previously indomitable people were lying in front of Naruto like two dead dogs. This scene is undoubtedly astounding to everyone. Just when everyone thought that all this was done by Naruto, with a bang, a cloud of smoke suddenly appeared in the classroom. Then came a voice, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. "You bastards! Just be quiet for me." Everyone who heard the words looked at each other, and a group of figures appeared where the smoke had dissipated. Tai and Kamizuki Izumo were included, but at this time there was still one person standing in front of them. Not rough is surprising, this person's status should be above the two of them. And the latter is the chief examiner of this Chunin selection for the first exam, Konaha Special Jonin, Morino Ibiki. With his appearance, it is undoubtedly the beginning of the Chunin selection exam. The first sentence Ibiki appeared was incomparably overbearing, showing the majesty of the examiner to the fullest. "You genins from Yinyan village, you'd better restrain yourself. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the exam." After scolding the two of twos, Ibiki's eyes swept to everyone, and the cold voice sounded again. "Just take this opportunity, let me tell you the rules. Without the invigilator's permission, it is forbidden for candidates to fight privately, and even with the invigilator's permission, no killer is allowed. If you violate the rules, you will be disqualified from the exam immediately." As Ibiki's voice fell, the classroom fell into silence, because everyone thought that the strange scene just now was done by the latter. However, there are two exceptions. The first one is Kabuto. Because as far as he knows, Ibiki is good at mental torture, and does not have the strange ability of master. But even if he had doubts in his heart, Kabuto couldn't find the person who shot him in the first place, because the previous chakra disappeared too quickly. And, quite weak. If it weren't for his strength as Jonin, and his years of dormant work as a spy, it would be impossible to detect it. The second is Sasuke, because this scene seems familiar. Sasuke's gaze fell on Tokiha when he saw the iron protective gear installed on Tuz and Sark again. In this regard, his heart has been determined, and the fact is exactly as Sasuke thought. The person who shot was Shiyu. Toss and Sark were hit by the secret technique created by Tokyo, open black lens bracket genin, magnet style, latte close black lens bracket. And if you want to prevent this trick, there are only two ways. First, remove the iron products from your body. Second, use chakra to cover iron products in advance to prevent them from being disturbed by magnetic force. However, this second method will continue to consume chakra. Otherwise, once you relax your vigilance, you will be caught. In fact, Toth and Sark are not weak, it's just that Shiyu is too strong, and the shot is the blood stain limit that is extremely difficult to prevent. If the Jin Hammer also shot just now, perhaps this task of the system has already been completed. However, Shiyu is not in a hurry. Anyway, when it comes to the second exam, they will automatically come to the door. Because the purpose of their trip was not to take the exam, but to assassinate Sasuke. At that time, Shiyu can play well with them. Seeing such a quiet atmosphere, Ibiki nodded with satisfaction and then announced. Then, now start the first round of the Chunin selection exam. Written exam. Chapter 52 The position of Yin prosperity and Yang decline. Open black lens bracket 301 close black lens bracket in the classroom. Ibiki's voice rang out one after another. Now submit your application forms in order, and then pick up a random number and sit in the corresponding position. Someone will send the written test papers to you later. Others didn't worry much about the written test session, except for one person. That's Naruto. Because this is what he is the worst at. What should I do? Seeing Naruto in such a panic, Shiyu also stepped forward and said, Naruto, don't panic, isn't it me? Shiyu, do you have any idea? Of course. After getting Shiyu's confirmation, Naruto also hurriedly asked, then tell me quickly, it will be our turn to hand in the form soon. In a word, do you believe me? Of course I believe you. That's good. Shiyu responded and immediately said, no matter what the examiner says later, don't panic and don't have any psychological pressure. You just need to keep the exam without saying a word, and I guarantee that you can pass this part smoothly. What about the test papers? Just hand in a blank. Shiroi. Naruto stunned, his face full of doubt. Even Sasuke on the side had doubts in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't believe Shiyu, it was just that it was absurd. A open black lens bracket written test session close black lens bracket you can pass it if you tell me to hand in a blank. Isn't this open black lens bracket Arhu in the crotch, pure bullshit close black lens bracket. Since you choose to believe me, don't have any doubts. As for the reason, I don't have time to go into detail now. I'll explain it to you after the exam is over. Hearing the words, Naruto nodded heavily, and then the three of them also stepped forward and submitted the application form. Immediately after, the three Shiyu were all assigned to different areas, which was obviously prepared in advance, and everyone's team was separated to prevent cheating. To Shiyu's astonishment, his position was a place where yin flourished and yang declined. Because his front, back, left, right, and all directions were all girls, Otogakur Chinhal in front of him, and female ninjas from Omegakure village and Takian village in the front left and right respectively. Hinata on the left, Tenten on the right. Left rear Sakura, right rear Tamari, right rear Ino. It is also for this reason that this position has attracted the attention of countless people, and some boys are extremely coveted by it. But in the end, it fell into Shiyu's hands. Don't say anything else. The moment you sat down, he didn't know how many jealous eyes he evoked. Seeing Shiyu, Hinata, Sakura and others greeted each other. Even Tamari in the back is no exception, because Shiyu left a deep impression on her yesterday. Yo, it's you, it seems we have a good relationship. Hearing Tamari's words, Shiyu also said, since there is such a fate, then I kindly remind you. Don't deal with Otogakur. Tamari, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and there was no ridicule on his face. Immediately asked a question. What do you mean by that? That's it, nothing else to say. This reminder was still a gift from Shiyu for the sake of the latter's no malice and willingness to say hello. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to intervene in this useless thing. After seeing the two of them talking, Ino was also curious. Shiyu, how did you know her? It's not an acquaintance, it's just a relationship. After a few simple conversations with the girls, Ibiki's voice sounded again. Everyone, now I'm announcing a few rules about this exam. 1. Each examinee has 10 points at the beginning. There are 10 questions in this written test, a total of 10 points, 1 point for correct answer, 1 point for wrong answer, and an inverted point deduction system. 2. The test is based on a group of 3, that is, the team when you sign up shall prevail, and the judgment shall be based on the total score of the 3 members. Total 30 points. 3. If any inappropriate behavior is found in this exam, such as cheating, or it is determined to be cheating, 2 points will be deducted at a time. 4. After the exam, if the score is deducted for cheating or gets 0 points, then all members of his group will lose the qualification for the exam. After announcing the relevant regulations of the open black lens bracket exam close black lens bracket, Ibiki also ordered the test papers to be distributed. After everyone got the test papers, Ibiki's voice sounded again. The exam lasts an hour. Now, the exam begins. After Ibiki's voice fell, everyone's eyes immediately fell on the test paper. But next second, almost everyone was dumbfounded, because they didn't know the questions on the test paper at all. Of course, there may be a few geniuses with theoretical knowledge who can do it, but that's all. 99% are destined to be eliminated. Unless the entire team is a genius of theoretical knowledge, all members can pass, but this is obviously unrealistic. Once one person is eliminated, it means that the entire group is eliminated. Therefore, such exam questions are undoubtedly forcing them to cheat. Otherwise, everyone here will probably be eliminated. After a short thought, anyone who is not too stupid already understands the meaning of this written test, which is to test how a ninja can successfully collect information without being discovered. And this information is the answer to the question in this exam. Ibiki had placed 2 candidates who knew the answer in the exam room beforehand, and all they had to do was to get the answer without the invigilator finding out. As a result, the candidates in the classroom began to show their magical powers. One Sasuke uses Sharingan, just copy the movements of other people's hands. 2 Neji uses open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket to see through directly. 3 The most flamboyant is Otogakur. 2s, you can know what others have written by listening to the sound. 4 Gara uses sand to make a third eye. 5 Shino uses bugs. 6 Ino uses the heart-turning technique. 7. Chapter 53 Hard Choice. There are those who show their supernatural powers, and there are those who are more pragmatic. Just like Sakura and Hinata et al. Sakura doesn't have any tricks to cheat, but she is a master of theoretical knowledge and can barely answer. Although Hinata has Byakugan, she is useless, because her theoretical knowledge is not bad. It seems that female ninjas are better at answering questions. Temari and Ino sitting directly behind Shiyu, the 2 of them are helpless. However, Ino doesn't matter. Her heart-turning technique can be said to be the strongest cheating method, even Shikamaru and Choji have to rely on her. As for Tenten, her methods are not bad. Use the viewing mirror in the center of the classroom ceiling to peek, but I don't know where she got such good eyesight. However, compared to that Otogakur 2s, you can hear the answers written by others by listening to the voice, which is considered a pediatrician. But cheating always comes with risk. Therefore, over time, many people have been deducted and eliminated because of their cheating methods. 1 out, 3 out. It is also for this reason that the number of candidates who are eliminated is also increasing rapidly. However, under this pressure, there are still many people in the examination room who have not answered a question because they neither know how to do it nor have any clever cheating methods. But no one is as confident as Shiyu. From start to finish, just sit there and close your eyes. This scene naturally attracted the attention of Hinata, Tenten and others, making them very puzzled. Hinata on the left finally couldn't help worrying and said, "Shish. Shiyu, can I show you my answer?" "No, I can do question 10. Shiyu is not blindly confident, because this 10th question is very special. Moreover, he also knows how to deal with this exam. Question 10 45 minutes after the start of the test, the invigilator will give the title of this question, please answer it after you fully understand it. Close black lens bracket. Tenten on the left heard the words, he also asked curiously, "Shiyu, are you so sure that you can answer the 10th question correctly?" According to normal logic, the last question is undoubtedly the most difficult one. Since the first 9 questions are not enough, why are you full of confidence in the last question? Could it be that the invigilator who asked this question was your relative? Yes. Sakura echoed, and then said, "Furthermore, even if you answer question 10 correctly, you only get 1 point. You will lower your group's grades, and the 3 of you will likely be eliminated because of this." For the kindness of the girls, Shiyu said something inexplicable. It's no use answering the first 9 questions. Answer, the attention of Temari and Ino at the back was also attracted. Ino was stunned for a while, then asked curiously, "Shiyu, do you know something? If you believe me, don't bother about it later. Keep silent until the end of the exam, I guarantee you will pass the exam." After the voice fell, Shiyu stopped talking. And Shiyu's confident words made the girls extremely puzzled, and they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Hinata didn't speak. She believed Shiyu. Although Sakura, Tenten, and Ino were suspicious, they did not regard Tokyo as a fool because Tokyo had just received the title of Little Prince of Intelligence. Therefore, they have reason to believe in Shiyu. Seeing that Shiyu was so confident, they were embarrassed to say more. Anyway, the latter would not pass without affecting their group. But Tamari is different. In her opinion, Shiyu is arrogant, and self-deceiving, which she had learned yesterday. And Shiyu's approach also attracted the attention of the examiner Ibiki. Because there is not a single candidate with blank test papers in the examination room as calm as him, his confident look seems to have passed this stage. In his opinion, Shiyu estimated that it was Master's superb cheating method, such as waiting for others to finish and then copying all the spells. Because of this, he paid more attention to Shiyu. Little devil, I'm curious what means do you have? After Ibiki's murmur fell, the exam time had reached 45 minutes. And those who can still stay in the classroom at this time, almost all have the means to reach the sky. Because they have obtained the answers they want, but only 2 people's papers are still blank. One is Shiyu, and the other is Naruto. Shiyu was calm from beginning to end, but Naruto still had a worried look on his face. It's too absurd to be able to pass this kind of blank paper. Even if he believes Shiyu extremely, but before the final confirmation, there will inevitably be a little worry in his heart. This is human nature. But Shiyu is different. Had known Akatsuki's result for a long time, so he didn't panic at all. At the same time, Ibiki's voice also sounded slowly. Time is up, now start to announce the 10th question. Hearing this, some candidates raised their spirits, because they were waiting for this question with luck. Without cheating, there are only a few lines on the test paper, and they don't know whether they answered right or wrong, so they can only pin all their hopes on this 10th question. For question 10, I'm going to add a few rules now. Tell me about your choice first. Do you want to examine or no examination for question 10? If you choose no test, the first 9 questions will be invalid, and the result will be 0 points. I have already said the consequences, that is, you and your group members will all lose the qualifications for the test. If you choose exam, if you don't answer correctly, then you and the group members you are in will lose your qualifications for the Chunin Exam forever. Ibiki's rules of pervert naturally arouse the dissatisfaction of everyone, and Kiba was the first to stand up. What kind of bullshit rule is this? Isn't there someone here who has taken the Chunin Exam more than once? Kiba's righteous indignation, everyone agreed. However, Ibiki was unmoved, like a cold-blooded animal. Hey. That can only be blamed on your bad luck. I have the final say in this year's rules. So, those who are not confident are better to choose not to take the test, and then give up, so that they can take the test again in the future. With the words of Ibiki fell. Almost all the candidates were full of anger, and the atmosphere in the classroom was suppressed to ultimate. Because choosing test is too expensive. Ibiki had obviously cornered them and only gave them a way to survive. That is to choose no test, give up voluntarily, and they can come back in the next session. Otherwise, who can guarantee that the 3 people in the group can answer correctly? Involving teammates, this pressure is undoubtedly huge. Undoubtedly, this is Ibiki testing a ninja's mental quality and mental endurance. At the same time, it is also a test of how they should choose when faced with difficulties. Chapter 54 Mitarashi Enko. When the atmosphere in the classroom was suppressed to a peak, Ibiki's voice sounded again. Number test, raise your hand to signal. After registering the number, you can go. After Ibiki's voice fell, someone finally couldn't bear the pressure and raised his hand tremblingly. I'm not taking the test. When one person makes a statement, others follow suit, because they also have no confidence in themselves, or in their teammates. I give up. I'm not taking the test either. Quote. Immediately after, the candidates in the classroom left one by one, and in less than a moment, dozens of people had already left. This shows the professionalism of Ibiki. As expected of a tortured mental torturer. After the atmosphere was silent for a while, another person raised his hand. But this identity surprised Sasuke and others, because it wasn't someone else who raised his hand, but Naruto. Just when everyone thought Naruto was about to give up, his big hand fell on the table instantly. Snapped. A crisp sound resounded in the classroom, accompanied by a bell-like voice. Don't look down on everyone. I'm not going to hold back. Naruto's remarks attacked the hearts of all the candidates present, so that those candidates who were about to give up regained their confidence. Let them understand why they want to take this exam. Yes, I'm not afraid. I want to test. Me too, even if I can only be genin in this life, I can go against my heart. That's why no one raised their hands after this. And everyone obviously credited Naruto for this credit, but no one thought of the confidence that Shiyu gave Naruto. Except Sasuke, of course. Because Shiyu told Naruto before the exam that no matter what the examiner said, there should be no psychological pressure. Just stick to it until the end of the exam and you'll pass. And Ibiki's words just now undoubtedly verified Tokiyu's previous account, which made Naruto completely believe Tokiyu. As for why he said such rhetoric, he was obviously afraid that Sakura and others would not be able to withstand this pressure and give up. So, he chose to stand up. Seeing this scene, Ibiki's face didn't change much, but his heart turned up a lot. He did not expect that such an outlier would appear at such a critical time. Staring at Naruto, a cold voice slowly spit out from his mouth. I'll give you one more chance. This decision is about your life, and it's too late for you to regret it now. No need. Naruto directly refused, and then he pretended to be full of confidence. To follow my heart, this is my way of forbearance. Ibiki was also stunned. He really couldn't understand why Naruto was so confident. Is this his own inner instinct? Or who gave him confidence? In fact, it has both. But if it wasn't for Shiyu's words, he wouldn't be able to be so confident, and he wouldn't be able to hold on until now without a hint of collapse. Ibiki looked at all the candidates in the classroom and saw that the faces of everyone had lost the mental burden from before. In this regard, he knew that it would be useless to wait any longer. What only puzzled him was Shiyu, who was paying attention before, why his expression was still so calm at this time. From beginning to end, he never saw Shiyu write. Has he finished answering? At Shiyu for a while, Ibiki could only think so. He was very curious about what method Shiyu used to complete the exam without writing. This method is unique in the entire classroom. Because even those who can't do it, they will symbolically hold a pen and think about it. Also, you have to write when you cheat and fill in the answer at the end. But Shiyu didn't have it, never did it from beginning to end. This is why Ibiki pays more attention to Tokiyu. After some thought to no avail, Ibiki didn't bother, but praised Naruto. Very wise decision. Voice fell, Ibiki's eyes swept the audience, and the high-pitched voice sounded slowly. Then everyone here. I announce your first exam. Pass all levels. As soon as these words came out, the audience was amazed. What? Passed? What the hell is going on here? You ask me, who am I to ask? At this moment, everyone is dumbfounded. Relative to this result, Naruto, Sakura and Hinata and others have a deeper shock. At this moment, their eyes were all focused on Shiyu. They really couldn't figure out how the latter knew how to pass this exam. And, still so sure. Seeing the confusion in the classroom, Ibiki also explained with a smile, everyone, there is actually no question 10 at all. If you insist on saying it, then the two choices just now are question 10. After hearing this explanation, Sakura and Tenten, who were sitting next to Tokyo, were even more shocked. Because this answer coincides with Shiyu's previous inexplicable remarks, it's useless to answer the previous 9 questions. Tamari, who was a little grumpy, was the first to ask. Ibiki examiner. According to what you said, the previous 9 exam questions are not equal to the white exam. No wonder that Tamari is so angry, but it took her 9 years to get the answer. But now others tell her that the final result has nothing to do with it. Can this make her angry? That's not quite the case. The first 9 questions are to examine your intelligence gathering ability. As an excellent ninja, this ability is indispensable. Because intelligence is sometimes more important than life, it can be a crucial factor in winning or losing a war. So, when you are caught by the enemy or other competitors, if you have a strong psychological quality and mental endurance, then it is not necessarily true that they get the intelligence. Speaking, Ibiki took off his turban. There was not a single hair on the top of his head, only countless scars that were shocking. Immediately after. For the 78 people who passed the exam, Ibiki briefly explained his purpose. In a word, this test is about psychological endurance. This is the top priority of becoming a ninja. Because the way of the ninja is cruel, it is to face death, and they will face this problem in the next exam. So, if you can't even pass the first level, what qualifications do you have to face the life and death test of the second level? Ultimately, Ibiki concluded. So, this better to die than surrender is the real meaning of this 10th question. It's also the purpose of this exam. Hearing Ibiki's words, everyone came to their senses. I feel that this exam is necessary, and better to die than give in, as one of the prerequisites for becoming a qualified ninja. Congratulations on passing my level. Please do your best for the next exam. And a second after Ibiki's voice fell, the glass of the classroom was suddenly broken. Bang! Sound. Everyone vaguely saw a figure shot from the outside, and the speed was beyond their imagination. Immediately after. A purple-haired beauty with a Konoha ninja forehead caught everyone's eyes, and a banner was hung behind the female ninja. It reads, the second chief examiner. Open black lens bracket Mitarashi Enko close black lens bracket, C. Chapter 55 Second shocked Ibiki. Open black lens bracket Mitarashi Enko close black lens bracket, one of Konoha Hidden Village Beauty Ninja. One of the disciples of Sanin open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket, has a bold personality, and belongs to open black lens bracket special Jonin close black lens bracket just like Sen Milk Ibiki. Enko's appearance made Ibiki a little ashamed, not to mention Sasuke and others. Everyone, it's too early to be happy now. I'm the examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Enko, and the next exam is waiting for you. This is the first sentence of Enko's debut. It sounds domineering, but it is actually like a middle-aged disease. This image fell in the eyes of Sakura and Ino, and a figure subconsciously appeared in their minds. That's Naruto. Needless to say, the two have similar personalities. Just when everyone was still thinking about what the second exam would be, Enko frowned slightly and looked at Ibiki beside him. Ibiki, why are there 26 teams left? Your exam is too easy. No wonder that Enko is so surprised, because last year's first test will basically wipe out 2/3. But there's more than half of this year left. 153 people, 75 people were eliminated, and 78 people remained. Ibiki was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly, this class of candidates is stronger. No way. He couldn't say it was caused by Naruto, that would make him very embarrassed. HMPH, that's it. Look at me, in the second exam I will eliminate the number of people to less than half. Hearing Enko's words, most of the 78 people present looked panicked. They are obviously not confident in their own strength. Immediately afterwards, Enko continued. The content of the second exam will be announced tomorrow when we arrive at the designated place. Please ask your teacher Jonin about the time and place to gather. Now, all disbanded. As Anko's voice fell, those in the classroom also left one after another, leaving only Ibiki, the examiner, to clean up the papers. However, when he received Shiyu's paper, he was stunned for a moment, and there was a look of consternation in his eyes. The test paper is blank. It didn't even have a name written on it, just a line of words. Open black lens bracket Ibiki-sensei, why do you keep staring at me during the exam, am I that good? Close black lens bracket. After looking at this line of words, Ibiki was stunned for a long time before returning to his senses, and there was a smile on his expressionless face. This kid is funny. This was the first time he saw a person who was so arrogant when he handed a blank, but he wasn't angry because of it. On the contrary, I like Shiyu more and more. Because if he didn't expect it, Shiyu should have seen his purpose early in the morning. Otherwise, it is impossible to be so confident. Ibiki was very curious how Shiyu knew what he was thinking, and he wanted to meet Shiyu in person. What kind of special ninjutsu does Tokyu possess? Or does he have some other special talent? However, when Ibiki was packing other papers, he saw a blank again. Uzumaki Naruto. Isn't that the kid just now? Is this a coincidence? Or? At this time, Ibiki had doubts, because Naruto made him feel too confident, just like Tokyu. Could it be? Suddenly thought of a possible Ibiki, and directly checked the application form. Originally, he wanted to know Shiyu's name, but he didn't need it now. Sure enough. It was the same thing as he thought. The appearance of two empty papers was not a coincidence, and Naruto's confidence did not come for no reason. All of this is because of a man named Takagawa Tokyu. Apparently, Ibiki found Naruto from the application form and thus Tokiha. However, to the shock of Ibiki, there is also a line on the back of this application form which reads, Open black lens bracket Ibiki-sensei, it looks like you have found me. Close black lens bracket. When I saw this line of words, Ibiki's heart was shocked. Shiyu knew that Ibiki's brain would definitely think of this, and he would read his application form, so he wrote this line in advance. Hey, what a horrible kid. If he was just shocked before, then now he is already shocked. He has assessed how many students, but he has never seen a person as smart and daring as Shiyu. Moreover, it is still a freshman who has just graduated a month ago. A student of Kakashi. Looks like I have to find time to chat with him. At the same time. After leaving the classroom, Naruto couldn't help but wonder in his heart. He wanted to know how Shiyu knew that he could pass the first exam by handing in the blank. Not only Naruto, but also Sasuke, Sakura, Tenten and others. Although Temari also wanted to know, but because of what happened yesterday, Gaara and Shiyu still had a feud. So, she didn't dare to get too close to Shiyu and others, for fear of making her younger brother unhappy, so she could only leave with Gaara and the others. However, when she told Gaara and Kankuro about this, they were also greatly shocked. Temari, do you know his name? Apparently because of Shiyu's arrogance yesterday, Gaara was thinking about it. I don't know. Temari, you won't read his test paper. Kankuro said speechlessly. What do I think, he didn't even write his name, and he seems to know that he can pass without answering the questions. As soon as Temari said this, Gaara and Kankuro were surprised again. After a long pause, Gaara looked at the direction in which Shiyu and his group disappeared, and a word was slowly spit out of his mouth. Interesting. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 56 Death Forest. At this time, Tokiha was surrounded by Naruto, Sakura and Shikamaru, and they couldn't wait to know the answer. Shiyu, did you know the exam questions ahead of time? Naruto asked first. Of course not. That's how you know how to pass the exam. Sakura said. It's easy. Shiyu replied succinctly, According to the information I have collected, Ibiki is an expert who is good at mental torture and can create various psychological pressures. First of all, it is obviously not a simple purpose for an expert-level person who is mentally tortured to serve as the examiner for the first exam. Secondly, the examination of theoretical knowledge can never be a decisive factor in whether a genin can become a chunin, because there are also chunin and jonin with poor theoretical knowledge in our village. So, as long as it's a normal, written test, it's absolutely impossible to be eliminated even if it's a blank paper. At most it will lower the total score. Finally, what is the most serious question for candidates for the Chunin exam? It's nothing more than death threats. Combining the above 3 points, and the fact that Ibiki has been putting mental pressure on us at the beginning of the test, it can be completely determined that the purpose of this test is not pure. In the end, Ibiki-sensei also said it himself. This exam is about whether a candidate's psychological quality is excellent. Can it withstand the pressure of being in trouble? Can it rise to the top? Shiyu's words finally solved everyone's doubts. But they could never have imagined that this was just what Shiyu said casually for the sake of sophistry. However, there is still some truth to what he said. Even Shikamaru, the IQ genius, nodded involuntarily. Sasuke was a little puzzled after thinking for a while. Shiyu, but did you tell Naruto, handed in blank before the exam started? Answer, Shikamaru spoke first. It's not easy. Shiyu said this in order not to put Naruto under pressure, because no matter whether this test is normal or not, as long as handling in blank, you can pass. Hearing this explanation, everyone nodded. However, the eyes they looked at Shiyu had changed a lot at this time, and there was a sense of admiration in their hearts. Who would have thought of an exam that can be passed by handing in blank papers? After everyone knew the truth, they dispersed. The 3 of them also went to Kakashi to ask about the exact time and place of tomorrow's exam. Day 2. When the 3 of you arrived at the location of the second examination room, the candidates who passed the first exam yesterday also arrived one after another. Second examination room is a forest surrounded by iron nets more than 10 meters high. There are dozens of identical entrances around, except for the number. This is Konaha's 44th practice field, which also has a rather scary name. It's called Dead Forest. This forest gives a gloomy feeling, and I don't know how many dead bones are buried in it. This place is a place of killing allowed by open black lens bracket Chunin Exam close black lens bracket. To become a Chunin, you have to pass the experience of death. Looking at the forest in front of him, Hinata couldn't help but shuddered and muttered. It feels so scary here. Girls like Hinata and Sakura feel this way, but also boys like Shikamaru and Choji. And Anko seemed to see everyone's fear, and laughed. Hey. You will soon know why this place is called Death Forest. Hearing Anko's words, Naruto was the first to stand up. Come. Stop scaring people. I'm not afraid. Yo, are you very motivated? Anko responded and threw a shuriken, then dodged and disappeared in place. Swish. When Anko dodged behind Naruto, there was no next move. Instead, he froze in place. Not only her, everyone present was dumbfounded. Because the shuriken that should have slashed Naruto's cheek was firmly held in his hand by a big hand. At this time, although Anko appeared behind Naruto, there was still a figure sandwiched between the 2 of them. At this moment, Anko is facing the latter, and the distance between the 2 seems to be less than 1 millimeter, and they can smell each other's breath. Mr. Anko, I admit that I'm handsome, but you can't stare at me like that, can you? The words, Anko finally came back to his senses, his pretty face gave a slight yuhi, and he immediately distanced himself from Shiyu. Obviously, this result was completely beyond her expectations. She originally wanted to let Naruto know what it feels like to bleed, so that the latter would know that the so-called Death Forest was no joke. But she never imagined that Tokiyu, who is genin, would appear behind Naruto in advance. Is this a coincidence or intentional? It would be nice if it was a coincidence. But if it was intentional, then you would be a bit of an evildoer. Because the latter must see her purpose in advance and settle down in advance, so that the scene just now can appear. Of course, there are also reasons why she didn't do her best. Shiyu is still a genin who has just graduated. Enko can only classify the possibility as the former. In other words, this result is easier to accept. But she can't confirm the real result now, unless she fights against Shiyu in person, or sees Shiyu showing extraordinary strength. But the former is obviously impossible. As an examiner, it is naturally impossible for her to challenge a genin for no reason. It seems that the final judgment can only be made by looking at his performance in the upcoming exams. Tokiyu's figure was reflected in Enko's beautiful eyes, and he smiled as if nothing had happened. Little devil, you are very good. I am flattered as a student to be praised by teacher Enko. Shiyu responded politely. But Shikamaru, Kiba, and others were a little uneasy when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that Enko didn't care about Shiyu's ridicule. Because of this, I couldn't help but give Shiyu a thumbs up. Of all the genins present, even if someone had the idea, who would dare to do it? In other words, Shiyu just happened to have a good time. But what most people see is only one-sided, and only Gaara, Neji, Shikamaru, Little Lee, and the hidden Orochimaru can see the essence through phenomena. That is, Shiyu's speed is already so fast that it is completely comparable to that of the elite Chunin. Oh, looks like a good seedling. One of the women in the crowd, Kusanagi, was shocked, and then muttered to herself, I wonder how it compares to that child in Uchiha. There is no doubt that this female Kusanagi is Orochimaru in disguise. Master Enko, your kunai. The conversation, Shiyu handed the shuriken in his hand to Enko, with a look of respecting his teacher. Well, thank you. Kunai in Shiyu's hands, Enko smiled at Shiyu, and then his eyes swept to all the candidates. It seems that what Ibiki said is true, this year's candidates are really not bad. Hee, I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 57 Book of Heaven and Earth. Then, now start the second exam. Before the exam, you have to sign this consent form. Enko took out a thick stack of paper between the words. Why? For Naruto's puzzlement, Enko also explained, because you may die at any time during the exam, you must ask for your consent. Otherwise, if there is an accident, I will be in trouble. Enko, who had finished speaking, looked at everyone and briefly explained the process. First, each of you come to me to get a consent form. After signing your name on it, a group of 3 will hand over the consent form in your hands to the examiner at the registration office. Immediately after, Enko briefly explained the content of this exam to everyone. This is an extreme challenge to survival. The terrain in Dead Forest is. Enko took out a map and gave a detailed introduction to everyone. In short, what you have to do is to challenge the limit of survival in a limited space. There is no limit to what means you use. The ultimate goal is scroll battle. When entering Dead Forest, each team will get a corresponding scroll, namely Book of Heaven and Book of Earth. And if you want to pass this exam, you must reach the central tower of Death Forest with 2 scrolls of Book of Heaven and Book of Earth at the same time. The exam is 120 hours long, or 5 days. After Enko's voice fell, the first question was Choji. 5 days. What shall we eat? Needless to say, this is Choji's biggest concern. Fix it yourself. This has formed an independent ecosystem, which contains wild animals, of course, wild animals, poisonous insects and poisonous weeds, etc. After answering Choji's question at the meeting, Enko also read out the elimination rules to everyone, which is undoubtedly the most concerned thing for everyone. You will be eliminated in the following cases. 1. Within the specified time, the 3 failed to arrive at the designated central tower with the Book of Heaven and Book of Earth. 2. Anyone in the team died, or the fight could not continue. 3. You are not allowed to quit halfway after the exam starts. You must spend these 5 days in this forest. 4. Before reaching the central tower, it is strictly forbidden to peek at the contents of the scroll. Hearing this last rule, Naruto couldn't help but ask, what would happen if I read it? If you want to know, you can try it later. After making fun of Naruto, Enko said again, okay, that's all for the rules. Now you can take the 3 signed consent forms to the registration office in exchange for the scroll. Then choose an intersection. When the time is up, 26 teams will enter at the same time. One last sentence, as the examiner of this exam, I hope you don't die. After Enko announced the end, all teams took 3 consent forms, one after another, to the registration office to exchange for a scroll. In order to prevent others from coveting, the scrolls obtained by each team were unknown to others. Shiyu and the others got was the Book of Heaven scroll, and the entrance was 12 entrances. Wait until everyone has rolls. After the shaft, Enko also announced. Now, the candidates of each group follow the person in charge of each entrance to the designated entrance to prepare. In 30 minutes, enter the forest at the same time. Hearing Enko's words, Tokiha also left with the person in charge of entrance 12 inches. And when they left, Enko's eyes kept on Tokyo until their figures disappeared at the end of the corner. Little devil, let me see what you are capable of. ... After half an hour, Enko, who closed the stopwatch in his hand, also heard a loud shout from his throat. Open black lens bracket Chunin selection exam close black lens bracket second round, start now. Following Enko's order, 26 teams stepped into the Death Forest. After entering the forest, the Kusanagi trio that Orochimaru was in immediately started looking for Tokiha and the other 3. His purpose is Sasuke. But Naruto and Sasuke obviously didn't know, and their eyes fell on Tokyo. Obviously, the 2 of them now regard Shiyu as their backbone. Sasuke, the Tsunere ghost, naturally wouldn't be the first to speak, so the job of asking for instructions naturally fell on Naruto. Shiyu, what should we do now? Find a place to rest first. Rest. Naruto looked puzzled between the words. Everyone else wanted to grab the scroll from the other team immediately, but Shiyu actually said to find a place to rest. Why are you in such a hurry? Even if we found a team, it wouldn't be a waste of time if their scroll was the same as ours. So, instead of looking for it aimlessly, it is better to let the prey come to the door. After a simple thought, Sasuke said, I agree with Tokyo's method. Since you both agree, of course I have no problem. Then the question now is, how do I get the prey that suits us to take the initiative to send to the door? Sasuke said. It's easy. When we rest later, we only need to deliberately reveal the Book of Heaven scroll in our hands. Then we just need to wait for other teams to find us. As long as they shoot at us, then there is a high probability that their hands will be the scrolls of the Book of Earth. Because it can't be ruled out that some teams, in order to eliminate more opponents, don't care if you have Book of Heaven or Book of Earth, they will just grab anyone they see. Kill anyone you see. So, this is no longer a simple exam, but a game of killing people and finding treasures. Hearing what Tokyo said, both Sasuke and Naruto froze in their hearts. Immediately after, the 2 were led by Shiyu to the shade of an empty tree, where they stopped. Shiyu glanced around and said immediately. This place is nice. Great view, easy to spot, great fishing spot. If Shiyu's words make other players vomit blood and refuse to accept it, everyone else will be afraid to hide and hide their heads and tails. It's better for him, he directly put himself in danger. Also euphemistically called, this is, wishers take the bait. Chapter 58 Inches Orochimaru appears. After the location was chosen, Tokyo and the others were also ready to lie down and fish. Shiyu, I'll go make it easier. Seeing Shiyu nodded, Naruto hurriedly went behind the bushes in front of him. This is their resting place, and naturally they can't defecate anywhere. If it's irritating, it's not good. After a moment, with the sound of rustling from the bushes, Naruto also reappeared in front of Tokyo and the others. Haha, it's so cool that the convenience is over. Hearing Naruto's words, Shiyu said something inexplicable. I didn't expect it to come so soon. What came so quickly? Naruto looked puzzled. However, before Naruto could react, Shiyu's punch had already landed on his chest. Bump. Shiyu's punch was hit in the front, and Naruto shot back like a cannonball, hitting the tree behind him directly. Boom. Naruto, who fell to the ground, was extremely shocked at this time, because he had lost the ability to fight. At this moment, his heart is painful and aggrieved. He never expected Shiyu to be so pervert. One punch, just one punch, he couldn't move. With this kind of power, you fucking told me he was genin, I wouldn't believe it if you killed me. He could only roar angrily. You, what's wrong with you? Sorry, I don't have the master's strength. Shiyu chuckled, then said to Sasuke next to him, you must have noticed it too. Sasuke nodded, then stared at the seriously injured Naruto in front of him, and said sharply. Where's Naruto? That tone seemed to say again, hand over my daughter-in-law. Naruto, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and said with difficulty, I don't understand what you are talking about. Hee. Shiyu sneered, and then said, pretend, keep pretending. In this regard, Sasuke directly drank. Do you think a right-handed person will tie the dart cover to his left leg? And you don't even know the names of the two of us. Your transformation technique is worse than Naruto. After knowing that his identity was discovered, the guy disguised as Naruto also changed back to his original appearance. First, the identity has been seen through, and it can no longer be installed. Second, he was powerless to maintain his transformation, because Shiyu's punch had already seriously injured him. He did his best to maintain his transformation state just now, just to deceive Shiyu and the two first, and then escape after his body recovered a little. But what he never expected was, his identity was discovered. Wait until the other party reveals his true body. You and the two also knew the true face of the latter, and it turned out to be a ninja from a Megakure village. Tokyo and Sasuke found Naruto tied up behind a small hill behind the bushes, looking like a caterpillar. Immediately after, Tokyo asked Naruto to hang the Megakure. First, let Naruto vent his anger. Second, it is naturally to attract his companions to come to the rescue. Because the scroll owned by this person's team happens to be Book of Earth, is this Tokyo and the others lucky? Of course not. Because this Megakure saw the Book of Heaven scroll that Tokyo was playing with earlier, he became greedy. It can only be said that this fishing is still very efficient. But, to be honest, this name Megakure is really not weak. Otherwise, I would not dare to act rashly alone. It's a pity that he met Shiyu, who was a coward. To be honest, Shiyu's current strength has reached cage level. Even stronger. Therefore, even if this Megakure reaches the level of Chunin, or even Jonin, in Shiyu's eyes, it is just an ant. An ant that can be crushed at any time. After everything is ready, the three of Shiyu also sat down leisurely, waiting for the new fish to take the initiative to bite the hook. Sasuke, Naruto. In order to prevent what happened just now, we need a code. What kind of code? Naruto pouted. The secret code is, spring sleep doesn't wash my feet, the big snake licks my feet, and the little snake pills come at night, break his dick with one kick. Just after Shiyu's words fell, a strong strange wind suddenly blew up here. Swish. The wind was so strong that it even lifted a layer of skin on the ground, making the originally empty venue filled with thick smoke and dust. But this is not a natural phenomenon, but a kind of ninjutsu. Called open black lens bracket futon wind style datapa, great breakthrough close black lens bracket. At this time, 3 figures appeared in the smoke, and their foreheads were wearing grass ninja forehead. Immediately after, the woman in the middle, Kusuo Shinobi, said, "You can find fun by yourself, I'll do it alone here." Between the words, there was an undisguised murderous look in her eyes, as if she was provoked by something. Hearing the words, the 2 men hurriedly disappeared in place. Wait until the smoke clears. Tokyo, Sasuke, and Naruto appeared in the same place, and were not scattered by the move just now. All of this is naturally due to Shiyu. A megakure who was hanged by Shiyu and others, he wasn't so lucky. He didn't know where he was scraped when he was hit in the front. Life and death unknown. Immediately afterwards, the 3 of Tokyo began to face the password. What? The big snake licked my foot. Broke his dick with 1 foot. I heard that the female Kusunin's face became more and more unkind. But at the same time, he also had a trace of doubt in his heart. The 3 Shiyu were able to avoid his futon, wind-style, datappa, great breakthrough, a result he never expected. Is it luck? Originally, he thought that at least 1 person could be knocked flying, and then he used the transformation technique to get close to the other 2. But now it seems that this idea is undoubtedly in vain. In fact, Shiyu and Sasuke don't need any secret codes at all. Their Sharingan is the best proof. As for that so-called secret code, it was nothing more than Shiyu used to make fun of someone. Immediately after, the female Kusanagi also appeared in front of Tokyo and the others, and Naruto, who had the worst memory, was still chanting a password. Yelai, Xiao Shiwan, 1 kick. Cut off his dick. Ha ha ha, am I very smart? At this moment, the female grass forbearance is really a little bit unbearable. As smart as she is, she can naturally hear that the object of this so-called password is to be ridiculed, and it is undoubtedly Orochimaru, one of the Konoha Sannin. And why this female Kusanagi is so unhappy, that's because she is Orochimaru. This is also the reason why Shiyu, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly attacked after he had spoken out. As one of Sannin, he still has such arrogance in his heart. Chapter 59 Hidden Shadow Snake Hand vs Practice Empty Bomb. It's the grass ninja. The second he saw the female Kusanagi, Sasuke exclaimed, and Naruto said, "Shiyu, isn't this fish right?" A megakure in their imagination. Now open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket has not shown his true colors. So Sasuke and Naruto both regard him as the ninja of open black lens bracket grass hidden village close black lens bracket. Of course, even if Orochimaru showed his true colors, the 2 of them would not be able to recognize him. Because of the legendary Konoha Sannin, neither of them have ever met. And Orochimaru saw the first sentence of Tokyo and the 3 of them was about code, and he was very curious about it. Little devil. From the very beginning, you've been talking about that code. I'm curious what you mean by that. You and I know it well, why bother asking? Tokyo's answer left Sasuke and Naruto puzzled, but it was like a thunderbolt in Orochimaru's ears. Could it be, this kid sees through my identity? But soon this idea was denied by Orochimaru, and he pretended to be Kusanagi, and he still has a flaw in it. Impossible. Even Anko didn't find me. How could he be a kid who just graduated? No wonder Orochimaru would deny this, since he defected to Konoha earlier than Itachi, and ran before the death of the 4th generation. In other words, the group of little guys in front of me has not yet been born. After concentrating, Orochimaru temporarily left this moment behind. He felt that if he wanted to know the answer, he could get to the bottom of it by just grabbing Shiyu and questioning him. Thinking of this, he directly took out a scroll from his body. There is a big word, Earth, written on it. Needless to say, the Book of Earth, scroll held by Orochimaru's team. Immediately after, under the stunned gaze of Sasuke and Naruto, Orochimaru directly swallowed the Book of Earth scroll into his stomach. Then, let's start the scroll battle. I will try my best. Orochimaru, who was talking, stretched out his hand and pulled the corner of his eyes, making him look even more terrifying. This operation of Orochimaru is all paving the way for a demonic illusion. That is open black lens bracket hell viewing technique close black lens bracket. When Orochimaru stretched out his hand and pulled the corner of his eye, this demonic illusion was cast. Since the terrifying atmosphere created by Orochimaru previously made Naruto and Sasuke feel disgusted and afraid, the two of them were hit without any suspense. They see themselves getting killed. However, what surprised Orochimaru was that Tokyo didn't get hit. Moreover, Naruto and Sasuke were rescued from demonic illusion. Are you two okay? Hearing Shiyu's condolences, Sasuke also said, Shiyu, if you hadn't rescued him in time, I would have felt dead. Yeah, this person's strength is terrible, Naruto echoed. At that moment, he deeply felt his weakness. In front of Orochimaru, he was like a leaf of duckweed, letting the wind and rain blow. You little brat, it's really not easy. Needless to say, Orochimaru has noticed Tokiha since the hand he showed in front of Enko earlier. What he didn't expect was that the latter was even more powerful than he imagined. Since that's the case, I'll show a little bit of my ability to play with you. As Orochimaru's voice fell, he saw a knot in his hand, and 3 giant pythons suddenly appeared. Evil Serpent Wrist Explosion summons several giant snakes to devour the enemy, and then detonates the giant snake with chakra. These 3 beasts didn't move very quickly. As if they were instructed, they opened their bloody mouths and rushed towards Shiyu and the 3 of them. Sasuke and Naruto panicked when they saw this. Color. Because I was hit by Orochimaru's demonic illusion just now, my body is still a little paralyzed and I can't move. At this time, I saw a knot in Shiyu's hand, and a low drink came out of his mouth. Open black lens bracket Kaden, fire style, Phoenix Sage fire technique close black lens bracket. Phoenix Sage fire technique. Sea level ninjutsu, spewing flames from the mouth to spread out in all directions. The attack trajectory is controlled by the caster, and it is extremely difficult to avoid. But the power of Jing Shiyu's hands is beyond imagination. I saw 3 groups of super large flames spit out from Shiyu's mouth, and in just a short time, the 3 giant pythons were roasted directly. Boom, boom, boom. After struggling for a while, the 3 giant pythons fell to the ground one after another. In addition to the smoke and black smoke, there was also a constant, zzz, sound. Noisy, noisy. This scene instantly looked at everyone. Phoenix Sage fire technique but their Uchiha family's unique Kaden, fire style, ninjutsu, few foreigners can master. But at this time, it was actually used in Shiyu's hands. In particular, Shiyu's power was much stronger than his, and the effects presented by the two were not at the same level at all. No wonder Sasuke was so shocked. This ninjutsu is naturally Tokyo and the others in the last half-month of the bridge repairing in Nagaland. When Sasuke was practicing, Tokyo accidentally glanced at it and became the master. That's why he didn't turn on Sharingan but only recorded it with 1000 times the talent blessing. Although the talent of 1000 quilts cannot be synchronized with the caster like the Sharingan, it can also be remembered and mastered. Although this ninjutsu has a wide range, its disadvantage is that its aggressiveness is too weak. Therefore, Shiyu improved it a little. A ninja who can improve ninjutsu is definitely a monster-level existence. This is also the reason why Orochimaru was so surprised, and when he came back to his senses, he directly used a secret technique. Open black lens bracket lost shadow snake hand close black lens bracket. Shadow snake hands, limbs, C. Level ninjutsu, using several snakes hidden in the cuffs to surprise the opponent. Seeing the group of snakes coming from all over the sky, Shiyu did not panic at all, and the Indian style in his hand reappeared, and he instantly transformed into a stronger ninjutsu. Open black lens bracket futon, wind style, learn air bombs close black lens bracket. Futon, wind style, air bomb. spit out a huge wind ball containing a large amount of chakra from the mouth to violently attack the enemy, with fast speed and strong power. This ninjutsu was learned by Tokiha when he obtained the power of Shukaku. With the release of this ninjutsu, the group of snakes in the sky was blown away directly. Because the wind speed is too fast, and there is a certain cutting ability, if the flesh is not strong enough, it will leave scars. It was cut into countless segments. Without the slightest accident, the empty bomb smashed the snakes away with the momentum of destroying Gu Laxi. Boom! The training air wave hit the big tree behind, and the ladder could not support such a strong force and collapsed. As for the second Orochimaru shot at the empty bullet, he had already avoided it with the blinking technique. As expected of a master at the Sannin level, Orochimaru, who got out of a tree trunk, glanced at the place where he was hit by the empty bullet and was extremely shocked in his heart. Because he still underestimated Shiyu's strength. This kind of strength is completely comparable to Jonin, and even surpasses it. However, Orochimaru never imagined that the strength he saw now was just the tip of Tokiyu's iceberg. Moreover, this is still performed by Shiyu with ordinary chakra. Once the tailed beast chakra is used, the power will only be stronger. Is this really a freshman who just graduated? Orochimaru stared at Tokiyu at his feet, with a deep excitement in his eyes. Undoubtedly, he became interested in Shiyu. Chapter 60 Orochimaru's Death. Little devil, your ninjutsu skills are good. I don't know how physique is. The voice of Orochimaru fell close to Shiyu in an instant, and with a punch, he swung towards Shiyu's facade. Orochimaru apparently wanted to test Shiyu's qualifications to be his container. Therefore, I want to understand Shiyu in all aspects. Spear. Orochimaru's punch missed, and the attack was perfectly dodged by Tokiyu. Moreover, it is still without Sharingan turned on. It can be seen from this that Shiyu's own physical skills have reached a very strong level under the increase of 1,000 times of talent. What's more, he now has a Dumen physique, and his physical strength is far beyond comparison. But compared with Sannin's Orochimaru, there is still some gap. But that's not the problem. Because Shiyu's talent will soon be able to catch up with him. Bump. 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 ... After a brief confrontation, Orochimaru became more and more surprised. Because Shiyu's physical skills were not as good as him, but during the battle, the latter was approaching step by step. The speed of this progress is terrifying. Orochimaru once wondered if Tokiyu had some special physique. Otherwise, how could it be so pervert? The reason for this is naturally because of Shiyu's 1,000 times talent. Ninjutsu Shiyu can directly comprehend by his powerful talent, instantly reach a super high level, and even improve it to a higher level. But physical skills are not good, this thing can only be accumulated over time, and it is constantly strengthened in battle. Only half a month before Shiyu obtained his 1,000 talent ability, and he did not do any special training during this period. Therefore, the attainment of physical art is naturally stagnant. But now with Orochimaru, a strong Sannin, as his opponent, it is undoubtedly equivalent to teaching on the spot. Orochimaru is still like this, and Sasuke and Naruto are even more surprised. They didn't expect that Shiyu would be able to get away with such an existence, and the situation was gradually improving. Shiyu, who was originally at a disadvantage, now has a faint sign of reversal. Orochimaru naturally felt this too, and Lima opened the distance with Tokiyu instead of choosing physical skills. So far, genin who has been able to make Orochimaru, one of Sannin, actively distance himself. Shiyu is undoubtedly the first. Orochimaru looked at Shiyu in front of him, and couldn't help but muttered in his heart, "What is the origin of this kid? How come I have never heard about him before? I must arrest him today and study it well." At this point, Orochimaru directly performed the spiritual technique. Immediately after, a huge cloud of white smoke suddenly floated through the forest, and then a python several times larger than before appeared in the eyes of Shiyu and the others. Open black lens bracket blocksnake close black lens bracket. One of the powerful psychic beasts of open black lens bracket Ryochi cave close black lens bracket, a powerful existence. The appearance of Black Snake surprised Sasuke and Naruto again. They didn't expect the female Kusanagi to be so powerful. Orochimaru standing above the head of the Black Snake, Tokiyu felt a little envious in his heart, because he thought it was very cool. Kid, I haven't been this excited for a long time. Now, let me see what you can do. In Orochimaru's eyes at this time, his interest in Tokiha has completely overshadowed Sasuke. But as for whether Shiyu can become his container, only after research can we know. The reason why he fell in love with Sasuke is because the latter has the blood-stain boundary, which has always been his dream. Why he makes those containers, such as Yuhi Lotus, Kimimaro, etc. Originally, he wanted to beat Itachi, but he couldn't, so he had to fall back and focus on Sasuke. Being defeated in Itachi's hands made Orochimaru even more eager to get Sharingan. At this moment, the strength of Orochimaru who drove the Black Snake greatly increased. With Shiyu's current strength, he can completely kill Black Snake, but with Orochimaru watching him, he can't let go. Because Shiyu does not have a master Wanwa Sharingan yet, nor does he have a Hashirama cell. So, now he can't use open black lens bracket Izanagi close black lens bracket. Even though he is already very strong now, he still has to be cautious when he has no life-saving skills. For example, Orochimaru directly uses Impure World Reincarnation to summon the first and second generations, which is quite tricky. Moreover, Orochimaru also has a forbidden technique called the Art of Eight Tori. The S-level forbidden technique transforms into a terrifying Baki Orochi, with a body exceeding 10,000 snakes and a sharp kiba. Seeing this scene, Shiyu knew it was time to show some strength. Since you want to see it, I'll let you see enough. With a soft drink, Tokiyu directly unleashed open black lens bracket great fireball jutsu close black lens bracket. Seeing this, Orochimaru let out a cold snort. Little devil, this little flame can't hurt Black Snake. Really? Shiyu shattered lightly, looking like he was in the master. Seeing the flames coming, Black Snake opened its bloody mouth and spit out a thick gray-black mist, which instantly extinguished the flames. Just as the flame was extinguished, a handful of kunai emerged from it. Oh, with a shuriken in the flames. Nice fighting style. Between the words, Orochimaru lightly tilted his head, and easily avoided the shuriken's attack. But right now, Shiyu's figure mysteriously disappeared in place, as if it had evaporated out of thin air. This scene made Orochimaru look astonished, but he was even more astonished than that. Because when Yu reappeared, he was already behind him. That is where the kunai are located. And these things just happened between lightning and flint, and people couldn't react so quickly. Even someone as strong as Orochimaru is no exception. This is. The shocked Orochimaru clearly recognized the Hiraishin art. At this moment, he noticed the difference between the shuriken in Zangshiyu's hand and the ordinary shuriken. There is an extremely complex rune on it, which is obscure and difficult to understand. Since this technique was developed by the second generation, Senju Tobarama, few people have mastered it, or have been unable to truly explore the mystery. The only ones who can completely master their masters are the second and fourth generations, and the fourth generation also developed this ninjutsu to the ultimate. But since Minato died, no one can be master anymore. In today's Konoha, only Shiranui Genma, Bionzuladung, and Diwahi can barely use the Flying Thunder Array. And they did not comprehend it by themselves, but were taught by the four generations. Seen that the difficulty of master time and space ninjutsu is high. Although Orochimaru knew what kind of ninjutsu Tokiyu was using, he had no time to dodge and could only watch the kunai in Tokiyu's hand pierce his heart. Noisy. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. This scene, Sasuke and Naruto looked sluggish. If nothing else, Orochimaru must be buried under Toki's blow. At this time, Orochimaru's face was frozen with horror, and Tokio didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and kicked Orochimaru's stomach. Boom! Orochimaru's body fell toward the ground like this, and at the same time, a scroll was spit out of his mouth. It was the one that was swallowed earlier, the Book of Earth. Boom! With a loud sound, Orochimaru's body smashed to the ground without any suspense, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. ... Hokage Hundreds of Millions of Rewards, Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61 Serpent's Substitute. After the smoke cleared, Orochimaru's body was also revealed. But what was surprising was that Orochimaru's body was wriggling at this time, which looked quite strange. Next second, the corpse's mouth suddenly opened, and another Orochimaru emerged from it. In this scene, I saw Sasuke and Naruto in an instant. If Tokio knew that Orochimaru also did this trick, he would have been as shocked as Sasuke and the other two. Big Snake Flow Substitute. Orochimaru's substitute, use the external body as a substitute, transfer itself from the mouth, no need for hand seal, it is the most perfect substitute. This substitute can even be avoided by Amaterasu, but with the exception of Orochimaru it will consume a lot of chakra when used by people who use it. It can be said to be Orochimaru's special technique. Without this technique, Orochimaru would have died many times. This ninjutsu will only be used by Orochimaru when it is endangered. After all, this ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra. With other shunjin ninjutsu, Orochimaru's strength can basically react. But in the face of Hiraishin's art, it is not possible. If you are not careful, you may die. Of course, Orochimaru underestimates the enemy is also a small part of the reason, because he does not treat Tokio as an opponent of the same level. This is the result of the present. Above the ground, Orochimaru looked up at Shiyu who was standing on top of the snake's head, with deep surprise and fear in his eyes. What he was astonished was why Shiyu was able to perform at such a young age. Not only was he proficient in the nature transformation of the two attributes of master, but he was even able to use the most difficult master's time and space ninjutsu with ease. No doubt that Shiyu's strength has completely reached the Kage level. Farewell. The 12-year-old Kage level non-ninja no doubt seems to be the most enchanting genius he has ever seen. Can this kind of evildoer make him jealous? Orochimaru knows that he can't get benefits from Shiyu now, and that he may lose his life at any time. The practitioners after physical therapy are getting stronger and stronger, and this ninjutsu is even more powerful. What surprised him the most is that he himself has exhausted most of his chakra now, but Shiyu, on the other hand, still looks energetic and does not take a breath. Breathless, as if the latter hadn't experienced half of a battle at all. Is this still human? This is a monster. This is Orochimaru's evaluation of Tokio, which is one of the reasons why he has no desire to fight. Little devil, we will meet again. Orochimaru, who finished speaking, disappeared directly in front of Tokiha's trio. With the disappearance of Orochimaru, his psychic beast open black lens bracket black snake close black lens bracket turned into a cloud of smoke and returned to open black lens bracket Raichi cave close black lens bracket. With Shiyu's current strength, it is not difficult to defeat Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru has not used the forbidden technique and impure world reincarnation, Shiyu also has blood stain limit and tailed beast power that he has never used. It's a little difficult to keep the latter. In the animation, Orochimaru was sealed by Itachi because he underestimated the enemy. He didn't expect the legendary seal power. The open black lens bracket 10 fist sword close black lens bracket is actually in Itachi's open black lens bracket Susanoo close black lens bracket. Orochimaru's Doden earth style can freely traverse the earth and trees, and it is a very good way to deal with it. If there is no corresponding restraint method, it is very easy to find it. For example, Raiden thunder style. It is a pity that Shiyu has not yet mastered Lei Kra, and he has only mastered 5 types of yin and yang, 5 elements and 7 chakras. Is the thunder and yin attributes. Of course, if the master is Byakugan or Kyubi, 9 tails chakra, then it is another matter. But this battle is undoubtedly a shame for Orochimaru. One of the legendary Sannin, the little prince of scientific research, lost to an unknown freshman, genin, and retreated. If this matter spreads out, it will definitely cause an uproar. It's been a long time since this battle ended. Sasuke and Naruto are still in a daze. Afterwards, he didn't wake up until Shiyu descended beside them. At this moment, the two of them looked at Shiyu with admiration in their eyes. Shiyu, you are too strong. Naruto said with great excitement. As Shiyu's best friend, he felt extremely proud. It's alright. Shiyu's answer made the two of them feel ashamed. If this kind of strength is just okay, then what are the two of them? Shiyu, what have you become, so strong? Hearing Sasuke's doubts, Naruto also echoed. Yeah, when you were at the ninja school, you were obviously similar to me. It's just that I don't want to be too high profile. Shiyu explained and immediately said, okay, now that the scrolls are all gathered, we can stop fishing. What now? Hearing Naruto's doubts, Sasuke also said, if you don't believe me if you say you're stupid, of course you're going to the central tower. There is one more thing to do before going to the central tower again. What's the matter? Naruto and Sasuke said in unison. You'll find out later. Shiyu knows that there is no open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket for the Forbidden Trio. Summoned, they don't know when they will find themselves. So far, I can only take the initiative to attack. Fortunately, before the start of the first test, Shiyu left a chakra mark on Toph and Sark. It would obviously take a lot of effort to find the two of them in the huge forest of death. Fortunately, Shiyu prepared both hands in advance. Seeing the back of Shiyu striding away, Zuoming followed him after they looked at each other. Then the small steps are more proficient. After watching this battle, the two have gone farther and farther on the road of the younger brother. Looking at Shiyu's back, they seem to have seen Chunin beckoning to them. After a while, looking for Otogakure Trio in Tokiha. Wei, I met 3 familiar faces. They're classmates, the Ino Shika Cho group. At this time, the trio of 3 is fighting against a Megakure. With the support of Shikamaru and Ino's functional ninjutsu, it should not be difficult to defeat a team. But the problem is that the other party actually has 5 people 5. To be precise, there should be 6 people 6, but one person did not participate in the war. The man didn't go to war, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Because he has lost the ability to fight, he is lying on the ground like a dead dog. Coincidentally, Shiyu and the others knew him. That's right, the one who was hanged by them and then swept away by Orochimaru's futon, wind style, Datappa, great breakthrough. A Megakure. Is this a coincidence? No, it's fate. It's destined to fall into the hands of Shiyu. If Shiyu guessed correctly, it should be the Shikamaru 3 people who saw the opponent lost their combat effectiveness and wanted to take down this Megakure team. However, unexpectedly, the opponent's helper came. Also a Megakure. Naturally, it was the team that helped his own Shinobu village. Just like Naruto wanted to help Shikamaru and the others at this time, he jumped into the battlefield, and immediately shouted. 5 on 3, you are too bullying. Seeing Naruto, Shikamaru, Ino and Choji were instantly overjoyed. Since Naruto arrived, Sasuke and Tokiyu must be nearby. As long as the 3 of them help, the situation will definitely be stabilized. Sure enough. A second after Naruto appeared, Tokiha and Sasuke also appeared. It's just that the 2 of them are not as high profile as Naruto. Please download Feifei. Chapter 62 The Scroll or to Die. Shikamaru, are you all okay? Hearing Naruto's condolences, Shikamaru replied, if you guys come later, there might be something wrong. Already. Seeing the reversal of the number of people, Choji also shouted, "Let you bully people, now 6-5, I'll see what you do." Do you guys know how to bully people, Konaha? Before 3 of them beat us too, now you have 666 against us 555. One of them, a Megakure, said. HMPH, it's your fault for saying this. Why didn't you think of bullying when the 5 of you dealt with the 3 of us just now? Now that you find that the situation is not right, you want to be reasonable, right? Ino snorted coldly and continued, "Who told you not to protect your teammates? You can blame us if you are injured and can't fight." That's it. Choji narrowed his eyes and agreed. Looking at his dirty appearance, I'm afraid he didn't suffer before. Their ability to persist to the scene, I am afraid it has a lot to do with Choji's meat bomb chariot. After all, among the 3 of them, only Choji's attack type. The words of Ino and Choji undoubtedly proved Tokyu's previous guess. Just when the 5 Omegakures didn't know what to do, Tokyu's voice sounded slowly. "If you want to live, hand over the scroll in your hand." Words, it was impossible for the 5 Omegakures to compromise. Scroll is an important proof for passing this exam. How can it be handed over easily? HMPH, if you want a scroll, you have to use your strength to get it. That is, we Omegakure are not as weak as you think. Even if it is 5-6, we may not have no chance of winning. Since you have to do it, then be prepared to die. As soon as Shiyu's domineering words came out, the 5 Omegakures trembled all over, with a feeling of chills down their spines. Not only the 2 of them, but also Shikamaru 3. The 5 Omegakure looked at each other, but just as they were about to fight to the death, they were stopped by a faint voice. Wait. Hearing this, everyone's eyes are looking at the source of the sound. Was none other than the Omegakure lying on the ground. "Boss, why stop us?" asked one of the Omegakures. "Because I was punched like this by him." When Omegakure's words were seriously injured, everyone except Naruto and Sasuke were shocked. Especially the 5 Omegakures. Because the Omegakure lying on the ground is the strongest person from their Omegakure village who came to participate in the Chunin selection exam, but an existence as strong as this was turned into this by a punch from Tokyo. Vice pattern. Could this not shock them? That's why the eyes they looked at Shiyu were no different from perverts. Under the suggestion of their boss, the 5 of them could only hand over the scroll obediently. Damn, still need the scroll. They chose the former without a doubt, and the Chunin exam failed to pass, and there is another time. But if life is gone, nothing will happen. So as long as they are not stupid, they will make it right. In this way, Shiyu and the others won 2 scrolls without any effort, both of which are Book of Heaven. Shikamaru was also grateful after the 6 Omegakure left in disgrace. "Shiyu, thank you very much this time." "Hands up." Shiyu replied with a sound, and then said, "The scroll you're missing should be this Book of Heaven." Before Shikamaru could answer, Ino was the first to say, "How do you know?" Because Shikamaru never does pointless things. Shikamaru was stunned when he heard the words. He didn't expect Shiyu to know him so well. "Okay, take this one." During the conversation, Tokyo handed Shikamaru 3 volumes of Book of Heaven. Seeing that Shikamaru didn't reach out for a long time, Naruto also said, "Shikamaru, you can take it, anyway, we have already gathered it, and it is useless to keep it." "Thanks then." Ino and Choji were also delighted when they saw Shikamaru taking the Book of Heaven from Shiyushu. In this way, they will be able to pass this exam smoothly. And because of this, both of them cast extremely grateful glances at Shiyu. For a time, Shiyu's status in their hearts was instantly elevated a lot. Especially Ino, Shiyu's previous arrogant words are still in his ears. Judging from the flinching performance of Omegakure 6, Shiyu is definitely strong, which is something she never expected. The first exam, she knew Shiyu's amazing wisdom. In the second exam, she knew Shiyu's powerful strength. For a time, Shiyu's status in her mind rose sharply, and he was about to overtake Sasuke. If there is something to stimulate it, Shiyu's status in her heart is estimated to be thriving. Hurry up and go to the central high platform. Shikamaru froze for a moment, then asked, "What about you?" "We have one more thing to deal with." After this little episode, Tokyo and the others said goodbye to Shikamaru 3. After a quarter of an hour, "You finally found the mission target, Otogakur Trio!" Exclamation mark. And at that time Yusan 3 appeared in Otogakur Trio. In front of them, the other 3 were also stunned. Because this result was completely unexpected to them, they originally thought that they wanted to find Sasuke. It's bound to take some time. But what I didn't expect was that the latter came to the door on their own initiative. Looking at the 3 of Shiyu, the leader of Otogakur 2's sneered. "It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Ha ha ha. Brother, our luck is really not very good." Sak crowed. Just when Toth and the 3 of them thought it was their luck, Shiyu's next sentence gave them a blow to the head. "It's not that you are lucky, but we came to you on purpose." Hearing this, the 3 of them were instantly stunned. They went to Sasuke. There was an order, and why did Shiyu come to them? Not only did they not know, but even Naruto and Sasuke were puzzled. On them. As for the reason, they don't know yet. After being stunned for a while, Tuz finally said, "Fun. Little devil, I'm curious why you are looking for us." It was said that Shiyu didn't hide it, because he didn't need to hide it. 3 ants in front of him is as simple as squeezing 3 ants to death. It's the same reason you found Sasuke. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of Tosa's hearts were also stunned, and their faces were stunned. And Sasuke is even more confused. He and the Otogakur Trio and T know each other. Why did the latter want to find him? How do you know that we are here to kill Uchiha Sasuke? I don't want to explain too much about the dead. When Shiyu said this, he undoubtedly marked the death of the 3 of them. Chapter 63 The strong make the rules, the weak accept the rules. Looking at the Otogakur Trio in front of me, Shiyu originally wanted to solve it himself. But thinking of 2 of them he had already beaten, he now only needs to beat the last one to complete the mission. Mission progress. Defeat the Otogakur Trio. Open black lens bracket toss anvil close black lens bracket has defeated open black lens bracket sack stirrup close black lens bracket has defeated open black lens bracket hammer close black lens bracket but has not been defeated. So, he wanted to take this opportunity to hone Sasuke and Naruto, so that they can grow in evenly matched battles. Thinking of this, Shiyu also said, "Sasuke, Naruto, those 2 men will be handed over to you." What about that girl?" Naruto asked. "I'll fix it. You're so strong, it's the same as hitting anyone, why don't we switch?" Naruto thought it would be easier to deal with women, but Tokyo hit him directly. "Naruto, let me ask you, do you still want to become stronger?" "Of course I want to." "Then do you still want to defeat Sasuke?" "Of course I do." "If you want to, then you should challenge someone stronger." I see." The Naruto in the conversation nodded heavily. It turns out that it is not that Shiyuto is relaxed and greedy for beauty, but to hone himself and make himself stronger. For this reason, he worships Tokyo more and more. There is no doubt that Tokyo's chicken soup was very successful. At this time, Sasuke was still immersed in doubts. He did not think of this Otogakur Trio. It was to kill himself. "Sasuke, if you want to know the answer, defeat him." "Good." After Sasuke agreed, Tuz also sneered. "Little devil, do you really think we're going to die? What do you say?" Voice fell, and I saw Shiyu's palm stretched forward, and suddenly, a strange chakra condensed in Shiyu's palm. Immediately after, Tosa's Trio 3 was directly lifted by Shiyu, and lost control of his body. This, Jiden magnet-style latte, Technique cannot escape Shiyu's control as long as there are iron products on his body. Unless two weaknesses of this arcane technique can be found. Otherwise, he can only become a plaything in Shiyu's hands. And Shiyu has enough chakra to back him up, so he can play whatever he wants. The current situation made the three of Ditos stunned for a moment. How similar this scene is, especially Toth and Sark, both of whom have experienced it firsthand. Originally, they all thought it was a good thing done by Mori Ibiki, but who would have thought that yesterday? The person who shot it would be Shiyu. This ordinary little devil in their eyes. When they came back to their senses, a difficult voice came out of Toth's mouth. Yesterday was your hand. Not too stupid. Trio 3 has iron pieces on their wrists, and they cannot perform ninjutsu with their hands controlled, and they cannot forcibly break free from Shiyu's shackles with their physical skills. After some unsuccessful attempts, the leader panicked. What do you want? I know that you are under orders, so I decided to give you a chance to live. What chance? Sack Road. It's just fighting with them, Zuo Ming. If you can defeat them, I will let you live. If you lose, you can only accept your fate. Really? Toth bit Kiba Road. Naturally, I have always kept my word. There was an evil charm on Shiyu's face between the words, and he continued, however, since it is a game, there are naturally corresponding rules. And this rule is that the two of them, Zuo Ming, can kill you, but you can't. If I find out that you have violated the rules, the game will end. At that time, the only way to greet you is death. Hearing Shiyu's words, the grumpy Sark shouted angrily. It's not fair. Why can they kill us and we can't kill them? Don't tell me anything fair, I have the final say in this game. Fight or die. Under Toshiba's unparalleled deterrence, Toth and Sark can only choose to compromise. Strong make the rules, and the weak can only accept the rules. Next. Shiyu put Toth and Sack down, and then said, I have left a chakra mark on you, so you should give up the stupid idea of running away. Chakra mark. Hearing the two of them talking, Shiyu also said, if not, how could I have found you in such a short period of time? Shiyu's words undoubtedly cut off the last thought of the two. Escape, that would not work. Shiyu, isn't this rule unfair? Hearing Naruto's words, Shiyu immediately responded, education. If they can come to kill us, they will naturally kill others in the future. If you don't want this kind of person to kill more innocent people, then beat me to the death until he dies. Hearing what Shiyu said, Naruto instantly felt more comfortable. Nodding heavily, he and Sasuke also strode forward, preparing to face Toth and Sark. Although Toth and Sark felt aggrieved in their hearts, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. No accident. The 4-player 4 battle started soon, and Shiyu, who was watching the battle, could only play the open black lens bracket hammer close black lens bracket under his control. At this moment, the latter's eyes were full of fear, and he dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. At this moment, she only hoped, Toth and Sark be able to win this game. Otherwise, all three of them will have to explain it here today. However, they don't know it. Even if Tokiha didn't kill them today, they would still die, and the three of them were just dolls in Orochimaru's hands. Once it has no value, there is no need to keep it. In the animation, Toth was ordered to test Gaara and was killed, while Sack and Hammer were used by Orochimaru as Matsuri of Impure World Reincarnation. Violently killed. Shiyu knew that this halt was the last target of the system quest, so he asked after watching the latter make a sound. Open black lens bracket hammer close black lens bracket yeah. The chin hammer who heard the words was stunned for a moment. She didn't have time to think about how Shiyu knew her name, and nodded hurriedly, for fear of angering Shiyu. Do you want to fight with me? I don't want to. I admit defeat. Hammer said very simply, but it was also because of this sentence that she saved her torture. Because after her voice fell, the voice of the system appeared. Ding! Defeat the Otogakur trio, mission completed. Hearing this prompt from the system, Shiyu was also stunned. He didn't think it would work. Of course, it is also possible that the life and death of open black lens bracket hammer close black lens bracket is already in Tokiyu's hands. Therefore, the system decided that she was defeated. And shortly after Tokiyu played with the open black lens bracket hammer close black lens bracket, the battle between Naruto and Sasuke was coming to an end. At first, Toth and Sark used sonic attack. Has the upper hand, as this attack can paralyze the opponent's auditory nerves. But the two still lost in the end. Tuz was caught by Sasuke, who opened Sharingan, and he was directly taken away by his new move, Lion Bomb. And Naruto also followed the gourd and painted the scoop, using Shadow Clone to create Naruto Bomb to complete the final counter kill. Sasuke saw this scene. He was obviously complained. The moment he saw Tuz and Sark lost, Shiyu also showed a relieved smile on his face, and the two finally did not let him down. But Halt Hammer was heartbroken. Her fate was determined by the death of her teammates. Without all pity and sympathy, Shiyu directly sent her to see Toth and Sark. From the moment the three of them were sent to assassinate Sasuke, the current ending was already doomed. If you don't kill Shiyu, they will also become victims of Orochimaru. Please download Fae. Chapter 64 Phantom Maker. When Sasuke fights Toth, he also wants to know who sent them to kill him. Shiyu, how do you know they are here to kill me? Because after they came to Konoha village, you were already being targeted, but they were good at hiding their voices, but you didn't notice it. Shiyu explained casually. Who is Orochimaru? 3 generations of Hokage's disciple, one of the legendary Sannin. When Shiyu said this, Sasuke and Naruto were dumbfounded. Especially Sasuke. He couldn't think of why open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket sent someone to kill him. As for why Orochimaru came to him, Tokiyu didn't say anything now. This Orochimaru hasn't really shown up yet. If he knows everything, it's a bit out of line. So, it's more appropriate after a while. Solve the Otogakur trio. After that, there is nothing to be missed in Dead Forest. Relative to the game here, apparently the Ichiraku ramen outside. Rather fragrant. After a short rest, Shiyu and the three of them also set off again. This time, their destination is the central tower. The periphery is 10 kilometers away from the central tower, and Tokiyu and the others are advancing at full speed. After half an hour, 3 of them finally arrived at the periphery of their destination. This is a ring-shaped area with a forest lake on the periphery and a tower-shaped building in the center. No doubt that the tower-shaped building is the so-called Central Tower. The reason why they were able to arrive here in such a short time is naturally due to Shiyu. You must know that there are difficulties and obstacles along the way, and there are wild beasts and poisonous insects from time to time. It is not so easy to reach here safely. There are some candidates who have collected 2 kinds of scrolls, and there are many who are planted on it. It is like the Shikamaru 3 who went to the Central Tower, 1 step ahead of them, but they have not been seen yet. Although it is not easy to get here, it does not mean that there is no one here. Because Shiyu has found some traces. This forest is the only place to pass through the Central Tower, but someone has already arrived here 1 step ahead of them. Obviously, they were not the first to arrive. There are 2 reasons for being able to get here in such a short time. The first type, these people came directly towards the Central Tower, from the moment they entered the Death Forest. Their intention is very simple. This is the only place to enter the Central Tower, and all candidates who have collected both scrolls must go here. As long as they set up an ambush here, they can sit back and enjoy the success. There is no need to go out of their way to find a team, just save their strength and wait for the fish to be caught here. The second is that there is a son of luck. A battle broke out soon after entering, and getting a scroll is exactly what they need. Like Tokiyu and the others, they met Orochimaru not long after they came in, and they got the Book of Earth they needed. If not for the Otogakur trio. So, Shiyu and the others would have arrived here early. After some reconnaissance, Shiyu determined that it was the first case, because there was an ambush here. Sure enough. When Shiyu and the three of them stepped into this forest, the surrounding environment was gloomy and terrifying, and there were poisonous insects and beasts everywhere. Not only that, there is a strong smell of blood in the air here. There are traces of fighting all around. If nothing else, there must have been a fight here before. Moreover, there are corpses. If nothing else, several groups of like-minded teams fought here, and one of them was killed. To be able to think of a way to reap the benefits, but it also depends on whether the breeding has tough strength. Once those caught in the net are too much stronger than they are, then only death will greet them. It's like now, in Takiwa's three-man three-step. Not long after entering the forest, the enemy finally made a move. The dark part of the forest keeps getting a little, hee-hee. Voice. Next. One after another black shadows continued to emerge from the corners of various shrubs, trees, behind stones, etc. In just a short time, dozens of black shadows appeared in front of Shiyu and the others. Hee hee hee, you've become a turtle in a urn. Hearing the words of a black shadow, Naruto, this impetuous man, gave a violent shout. Isn't it a clone? Immediately, there was no delay in the slightest, and the fist was done, without waiting for a second. However, the result was unsatisfactory. These avatars he thought did not disappear as he thought, but were like liquids. Even if you break him up, he will recover. Asshole. How could this be? Seeing Naruto's angry look, Sasuke said solemnly, well, who are they? In a flash, Sasuke turned on Sharingan because he thought it was probably demonic illusion. However, that's not the case. Not demonic illusion. Sasuke also joined the battlefield after it was determined that it was not demonic illusion. However, these shadows could not be broken up. What made them even more puzzled was that the shuriken thrown by these shadows holding kunai was actually real. If it wasn't for Tokiyu's genin magnet-style latte, I'm afraid Sasuke and Naruto would have been injured at this moment. This scene made Zuoming and the two look stunned. Their attack on the clone never worked, but the shuriken thrown by the clone turned out to be real, making them puzzled for a while. What the hell is going on? Naruto said angrily. That's because the clones in front of you are the phantoms created by the enemy. As long as the caster is not interrupted, they will not disappear. Phantom ninja. Sasuke murmured, and then asked, since it is a phantom, why is the shuriken they threw real? These are just tricks for the enemy's eyesight. In fact, the kunai in Mirage's hands is not thrown at all, it's just empty action. First of all, the caster first made us mistakenly believe that these clones were not offensive, and then controlled the clones to throw a shuriken, and then the caster teammates who were hiding in the dark threw their real hands at us. Sword. The purpose is to confuse us to keep avoiding attacks, because we can't tell which one they throw as the real shuriken, so once these phantoms move, we have to avoid their attacks. In this way, even if we can dodge all attacks, our chakra will be exhausted, and when we are exhausted, the enemy can show up and finish. After hearing what Tokiyu said, Naruto and Sasuke also suddenly realized. But when Tokiyu was explaining, the three Rains in the dark had stopped attacking, because their battle plan was restrained by Tokiyu's genin magnet-style latte. Damn, what kind of ninjutsu is that? The caster Omegakure Zanai muttered to himself, and then said to the two, Jailong, Bon, how do you know? Ninjutsu that can control iron, I seem to have heard of it there. Named Mengo and Oboro muttered to himself. Oh, then think about it carefully and see if there is any way to crack it. The last Omegakure urged. After thinking for a while, Jiro suddenly slapped her thigh. I remember. Hearing what he said, the gazes of open black lens bracket Bon close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Zanai close black lens bracket also fell on Jilong. However, he did not wait for the latter to speak. However, they found that their bodies seemed a little out of control, as if they had been summoned by something. Next second. When two of them didn't know what was going on, the three of them were directly dragged away by a huge suction force. Fei Lu reminded you. Chapter 65 Jiden, Magnet Style, Clear Sky Hammer. At this time, there were constant sounds coming from the forest. Boom, boom, boom. These sounds are all the sounds of the three Omegakure hitting along the way. The sounds are continuous, and I don't know how many times they were hit. Every sound is always accompanied by a painful cry, and the person who screams can't bear to listen to it any longer. This moment. Omegakure and Hao resisted the pain caused by the impact and shouted, "King, Shuanai, hurry up and mobilize chakra to cover the whole body." Hearing this, the two of them did not hesitate at all, immediately. Do it accordingly. Sure enough. After they covered their bodies with chakra, the powerful suction suddenly disappeared. However, the three of them were already bruised at this time. "Ji Hao, what kind of ninjutsu is that?" Bon asked. "If I guessed correctly, it should be a kind of blood stain limit." Blood limits. Bon and Zanai were startled. Yes, this kind of blood stain is called Jiden, Magnet Style. This kind of blood stain limit basically appeared in the Kingdom of Wind, and the person who owns this blood stain limit is the 4th generation Kazekage, Rasa of Kingdom of Wind. Hearing Long's words, Bon and Zanai were also stunned, with a deep look of astonishment in their eyes. The owners of Bloodstain Boundary are so rare, they didn't expect that they would be met by 3 people. Moreover, it was the Bloodstain Boundary that just restrained their combat plan. At the same time, they also understood the reason why they and others were pulled away by a huge suction force just now. It turned out to be because of the magnetic force. At this moment, the hearts of the 3 of them were also aggrieved. After learning the truth, Zanai also asked. An obscure. According to what you said, these 3 people should be Sunagakure from the Land of Wind, but the ninja forehead on their heads is obviously from Konoha. You're not stupid, I mean basically it appears in the Land of Wind, but that doesn't mean it won't appear elsewhere. Between the words, Jilong gave Zanai a white look. Then what should I do now? Of the bonfire, after thinking about it for a while, Jiro also said. We now know what kind of bloodstain boundary the other party has. As long as we take corresponding countermeasures, we can still keep them here. You mean? Bon Road. Since iron products such as kunai and darts can't be used, let's use sharpwood instead. Although the power is a little smaller, it doesn't matter much. After all, our main purpose is to consume their physical strength. Hearing Long's words, Bon and Zanai also nodded, agreeing to the former's approach. Then let's act quickly, lest they run away. Bon's words just fell, and before the other 2 could respond, an incomparably unfamiliar voice sounded in their ears. Sorry, we didn't plan to run. This, the 3 of Omegakure 3 were stunned. But when they looked at the source of the sound, they found that there were already 3 figures standing there. No accident, it was Toki U3. When did you guys get here? Zanai exclaimed, he didn't think that the 3 of them could approach them silently, just when you are immersed in the discussion. Naruto laughed. Bang, Zanai, quickly throw away all the iron products on your body. Otherwise, our chakra will be exhausted soon. Hearing Long's words, Zanai and the 2 did not hesitate at all, and complied. Because they are also very clear that if they maintain such a state of battle, they will definitely not be able to last for too long. At this moment, they even had to throw away the Omegakure forehead guard for the time being. Seeing the appearance of the 3 of them, Shiyu and the others seemed to be watching a monkey show, and they couldn't help but laugh. Time Feather. Look at the 3 of them, ha ha ha. Naruto. Such a sneer, Omegakure 3 also got angry. HMPH, you like to laugh, don't you? Now I'll keep you from laughing. We already know Akatsuki's weakness of your bloodstain boundary, I see how you can beat our trick. In the middle of the words, Jiro looked at Bon and Jenna, and then the 3 of them nodded. Immediately after, 3 of them put on the Indian pose together, and a low drink came out of their mouths. Open black lens bracket Nympha Obero's clone technique close black lens bracket. The art of Obero clone. It is one of the representative demonic illusions of a Megakure village. It has the ability to create an illusion clone that is completely similar to itself to confuse the enemy's cognition. Looking at the dozen or so chakra clones that appeared in front of him, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Is it a phantom again? Almost, still the same method. Sasuke between the words had already activated Sharingan, and he saw through the demonic illusion of three people and continued to speak. However, the main body doesn't seem to be hidden in these clones. Sasuke's words, the three Megakures hiding in the ground were stunned when they saw Sasuke's eyes. That's Sharingan. Sharingan, but the legendary blood limit that only the Uchiha clan can possess. It seems that the kid should be a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Three people communicated, they were also extremely shocked. They didn't expect that there would be two blood-stain boundary in a team. They really have been blood mold for 8 lifetimes. HMPH, what if he has Sharingan? Mango Jaluo snorted coldly and continued. As long as none of them can Doden Earth style, we are absolutely safe. Angrily after masturbating once again. Damn, those three people are hiding there again. The next moment, Sasuke noticed that there was a chakra flow on the ground, and hurriedly reminded. Naruto, be careful going underground. Sasuke's voice fell, and a palm suddenly stretched out from the ground, holding an open black lens bracket exploding talisman close black lens bracket on it. Duh. After avoiding the attack, Naruto also said angrily, these guys know that hiding in the dark and attacking is too hateful. A Megakure, it does have its own uniqueness. Although its own combat power is not very good, these dirty methods are quite slippery. No wonder they were able to kill another group of people. It's not unreasonable. If they are hiding underground, if they are not good at Doden Earth style, it is almost difficult to find them out. However, the powerful ones are excluded. Although Shiryu, Naruto, and Sasuke all have Earth-type chakra, the two of them do not have the Master Earth-type chakra change, so they can't use Doden Earth-style ninjutsu. As for Shiryu, although he is a master, but no research. And Shukaku doesn't have Doden Earth-style ninjutsu in his skills, Satokiyu also muttered a few words to himself. Oh, I knew I would let Kakashi teach a trick Doden Earth-style ninjutsu at random. As of now, I can only use that secret technique. Thinking about this, Shiryu also said to Zuo-Ming, Naruto, Sasuke, you two step back. The two who heard the words were stunned for a while, although they didn't know what Shiryu wanted to do, they still complied. Because they believed in Shiryu. The whole earth seemed to be trembling as soon as Shiyu's hand made the seal. Next second, countless tiny particles emerged from the ground, and then condensed on Shiyu's head to form a huge hammer. It looks like the clear sky hammer! Exclamation mark. Obviously, this hammer is the Hoshin hammer, in the animation, Duluo Dao, by Shiryu. Condensed by the prototype. And those small things are undoubtedly metal particles. Due to the different colors of metals, such a clear sky hammer. Presenting colorful Madara colors. I know what the weakness of Jiden magnet style latte is. I don't only know that trick, sir, so let you try my own secret technique. Open black lens bracket Jiden magnet style clear sky hammer close black lens bracket. Please download Feifei. Chapter 66 Uzumaki Karen. Looking at the sky above, the clear sky hammer made of various colors, both Sasuke and Naruto were shocked. Three of the Megakure who were hiding in the ground were all in deep shock. He obviously did not expect that a genin could have such a powerful ninjutsu as a master. Zanai, what is he doing? The bonfire shouted. It won't just be used to hammer our clones, will it? Zanai muttered. After hearing the words of the two of them, Mengo Jilong suddenly thought of something after a short thought, and immediately shouted loudly. No, run away. However, just as his voice sounded, Shiryu had already controlled the colorful Madara land's clear sky hammer fell down. Shoo, shoo, the air was squeezed out when it fell, giving off the sound of breaking wind. Boom, with a loud noise, the clear sky hammer smashed onto the dozens of chakra clones without any suspense. After a while, smoke and dust were everywhere. The surrounding bushes and gravel could not support the spreading energy ripples, and were swept away directly. After a while, after the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge forest pit appeared on the ground. In the deep pit at this time, the dozen or so chakra clones had long since disappeared, leaving only 3 corpses embedded in the soil. There is still blood flowing in it, obviously the dead can't die anymore. After Naruto was stunned for a while, he said, "Shiyu, your ninjutsu is too handsome." "Well, I'm quite satisfied myself." Shiyu responded with a sound, and then said, "Naruto, go get the scrolls on them." "Didn't we already have 2 kinds of scrolls together? If you say you're stupid, you won't admit it. If we don't take the scrolls away, wouldn't it be cheaper for other candidates who pass by here? Once they get 2 scrolls together, we will have more opponents in the next level. Do you want to see such a result?" Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto nodded with a sudden realization. Immediately after Naruto searched, the 3 of them also found 2 scrolls, both of which were Book of Earth. It can only be said that this team is really turning their backs. The first team they killed is the same scroll they have, so they can only stay here in ambush, waiting for the next person to be captured. The tragic thing is that they waited for Shiyu, the pervert. Now Shiyu and the others have 666 scrolls in their hands, 3 volumes of Book of Heaven and 3 volumes of Book of Earth. That's why Naruto suddenly said curiously, "Shiyu, what do you think is written in this scroll? Why didn't Mr. Enko let us open it? There's some kind of hypnosis in there." Shiyu wrote. "Hypnosis." Shiyu nodded, and then said, "According to the information I have collected, some candidates opened the scroll because of curiosity last year, which led to sleeping in the Death Forest for 5 days and 5 nights. Isn't that the end of the exam? Otherwise, why would it be included in the elimination rules? If you are unlucky, it is estimated that it will become the meal of the beast." Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto and Sasaki took a deep breath. Especially Naruto. For a time, he was fortunate that there was Yu, the little prince of intelligence, in his team. Otherwise, he might be really curious to open it and take a look. "Okay, let's go." After taking out the 3 Omegakers, the area is safe. And just as Shiyu and the 3 of them were about to leave, they suddenly heard a huge roar. Roar. This sound obviously did not come from a human being. If nothing else, it should be a beast. What only makes Shiyu wonder is that beasts can't shout for no reason, unless they are in danger or encountering prey. "We used to look good." As Shiyu's voice fell, the 3 of them also walked directly towards the source of the sound. And when they arrived at the scene, things were just as Shiyu had guessed. This sound was indeed made by a wild animal, and it was also made by a huge brown bear. At this time, in addition to the roar of the brown bear, there was a scream. The owner of this voice is a female ninja from Kusanagi village, with black, rimmed glasses and yuhi hair. Others don't know the identity of the latter, and Shiyu can see it at a glance. Uzumaki Karen. Tokiha didn't expect to meet the latter in this place adjacent to the central tower, and she seemed to be alone. Looking at the Judah brown bear rushing towards him, Karen originally thought that he was going to be buried in the belly of the bear. All of a sudden, figure descended from the sky, kicking the huge brown bear to the ground with one kick. Bang! Looking at the brown bear that was motionless in the smoke, Karen was also heavily relieved. Undoubtedly, she recovered a life. And when the smoke and dust completely dissipated, a figure standing above the brown bear's head also came into Karen's eyes. This figure is naturally Shiyu. If Shiyu hadn't shot in time just now, Karen would have died. Shiyu jumped off the brown bear and gave his condolences. Are you all right? It's all right. Between the words, there was a Yuhi halo on Karen's face, and Mei didn't dare to look directly at Shiyu. At this moment, there were two more slight landing sounds. Da. Immediately, there were two more figures in Karen's eyes, which were Sasuke and Naruto who had just arrived. He looked at the huge brown bear on the ground, and then they turned their attention to Karen. Hey, why are you here alone? What about your teammates? Hearing Naruto's words, Karen glanced at Tokiyu and said slowly. You are not here to grab my scroll, are you? No wonder Karen thinks so. After all, in the exam, all the candidates are fighting for the scroll. In her eyes, Shiyu 3 is no exception. We don't need scrolls anymore. Naruto grinned. Not needed. To Karen's astonishment, Naruto also showed off the 666 scrolls in his hand. Knowing this result, Karen is also extremely shocked. It is difficult for others to get a scroll, but I didn't expect that the three people in front of me already have 6 scrolls. This, she couldn't help thinking of a reason. That is, scrolls they don't need, but they probably won't let others have them, which prevents more people from advancing. Don't worry, we won't grab your scroll. It's just a matter of time to save you. If there's nothing else, we'll go first. Hearing Shiyu's words, Karen was also startled, but there was still a trace of worry in his heart. Back to her senses until the three of Shiyu left. She wanted to ask Shiyu's name, but it was a pity that the person had already gone away, and this result made her extremely disappointed. He could only foolishly look at the direction in which Shiyu and the three of them disappeared, secretly fascinated. As for Shiyu's Trio 3, there were no obstacles or any accidents along the way, and we directly arrived at the central tower. Chapter 67 Break Records, Set Records. When the three of them arrived at the central tower, there was no examinee except the examiner. In other words, the three of them were the first to arrive. From the invigilator's mouth, I learned that their exam started to the present, which lasted 1 hour and 3 minutes. Broke the fastest record for this assessment in previous years, or in other words, created a record. Because the best result in the past was 4 hours. But now, Shiyu is more than 2 hours faster than them. Moreover, this is also the reason why Shiyu and the others were delayed a lot. Otherwise, it will only be faster. And this result naturally alarmed the top management of Konoha, especially Enko, who was watching the three of Tokiha at the central tower at the moment. As the chief examiner of the second exam, after learning the news, he was naturally deeply shocked. This result was completely beyond her expectations. She knew that Shiyu should have good strength, but did not expect the latter to be so strong. This achievement has surpassed Chunin, because even a Chunin would not be able to get here in such a short period of time. From the outermost periphery of the dead forest to here, there are many difficulties on the way, and there are as many beasts and poisonous insects as the hair of a cow. Moreover, it is necessary to guard against sneak attacks by other candidates. Therefore, if you want to arrive in such a short time, it is impossible to do without strong strength. Seeing Shiyu and his party of 3 stepping into the central tower, Enko also muttered. This kid seems to be stronger than I thought. And just as Enko's voice fell, the examiner's astonishment sounded again in the room. Lord Enko, someone else has arrived. What? Enko was startled and looked to another part of the forest. I saw 3 figures walking slowly there at this time, headed by that person carrying a khaki gourd. No doubt that this group of people is Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. With the protection of Gaara-sand, the 3 of them don't have to worry about someone secretly attacking. Because of this, they also ran rampant along the way. If it wasn't for Gaara's tendency to kill, they should be able to get here faster. Sunagakur in the Land of Winds. It seems that the quality of the candidates this year is much better than before. It's getting more and more interesting. And when Gaara and the others came towards the central tower, the 3 of them had already entered a special room. This room is specially prepared for candidates. After entering the room, there was no one in there, and there was no receptionist. Naruto, Sasuke. Take out the scrolls, and open the Book of Heaven and Book of Earth, at the same time as Anko-sensei said. Hearing Shiyu's words, Zuoming also nodded. Immediately, Sasuke held the Book of Heaven, Naruto held the Book of Earth, and after the two of them looked at each other, they also slowly opened it. The next moment the reels are opened. The techniques in the two scrolls are combined to form a human word, summoning. Bang! As the white smoke dissipated, another one also caught the eyes of Tokiyu and the three of them. Is it a Chunin, and they all know each other? Naruto was surprised when he saw this. You are. Hi, long time no see. Iruka-sensei, how could it be you? What the hell is going on? Naruto looked puzzled. We Chunin were originally the heralds of this exam, and our mission is to welcome you candidates who pass the second exam. And the herald in this room. It's me. Hearing Iruka's explanation, Naruto and Sasuke understood. It's just that they didn't expect that it would be so coincidental that their herald would be the Iruka who taught them. Is this really a coincidence? Of course not, it was Iruka's initiative to apply. What Iruka didn't expect was that Shiyu and the three of them passed the exam so quickly. You must know that this is an unprecedented record. Iruka in his mind was both shocked and relieved. Iruka raised his voice, and then said very formally, "Congratulations, you passed the second exam." Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help it. A swoosh is straight to Iruka, expressing his excitement. Hearing this, Sasuke also sat down on the ground because he was one step closer to open black lens bracket Chunin close black lens bracket. After Naruto let go, Sasuke also asked. Iruka-sensei, if I open the scroll halfway through, will I still be hypnotized? Iruka was stunned, then said, how did you know? It's the information that Shiyu collected from previous candidates. So it is. Speaking, Iruka looked at Tokiyu and felt that the latter had changed a lot. This kind of performance is not only in terms of strength, but also mentally. He is also very happy that Shiyu can grow like this. After all, they had the same experience. That's right. If you open the scroll without reaching this special room, the person who opened it will instantly lose consciousness and won't wake up until the second exam is over. Immediately after, Iruka also told Tokiwa and the three of them about the content of his order, which is the so-called Will of Fire, by the three generations of Hokage. Shiyu, Naruto, Sasuke. Although you have passed the second exam, there is still the most difficult third exam waiting for you. Don't let it go until the last minute. Seeing the three of them nodded, Iruka said again, there are still 4 days left until the third exam, you can take a good rest and go to meet the final exam. Iruka-sensei, let's go eat ramen. Naruto rode. Ah ha ha. Iruka was stunned for a while, then laughed. Okay, it's a reward to celebrate your passing the second exam. And after Shiyu and others left Death Forest, that they passed the second exam also spread throughout Konoha in an instant. This news undoubtedly shocked everyone, because they not only broke records, but also created a record. Because of this, everyone congratulated Kakashi one after another. While Kakashi was happy, he was also very pleased. Gaara's group that shocked them, because they were only 2 minutes slower than Tokiyu 3. Gaara's group's score is 97 minutes. Time flies. 4 days have passed in a blink of an eye, and the second exam has ended successfully. Shikamaru, Neji and other 12 Tushaoqiang all passed this level, a total of 17s, a total of 21 people. Those who pass the exam on the last day are the worst. Because they don't have time to rest, they have to directly participate in the qualification of the third exam. Only through qualifiers. Only qualified people are eligible to participate in the third exam, which is also the final selection. Please download Feifei. Chapter 68 Sasuke vs Chiko Gai. Qualifier Venue. At this time, all the candidates who passed the second exam have all arrived, including the examiners from the first 2 exams. Even the third generation of Sarutobi Hiruzen was there in person. After the atmosphere was quiet for a while, Enko's voice also sounded. Next, please explain to Hokage-sama about the preliminaries of this third exam. Lord Hokage, please. As Enko's voice fell, all eyes were on Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third generation glanced at Shiyu and other candidates, and began his long essay. Quote. In short, this is not a simple exam, but it is about your own dreams and the prestige of the village, and even rising to the height of the country. So, this is a battle that requires your life. After Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the third generation. Lord Hokage, leave the following matters to me as the referee. Seeing the 3 generations nodding, that qualifier. The referee also turned to look at Shiyu and the others. His voice sounded a little bit. Hello. My name is Moonlight Hayate, and I'm the referee of this qualifier. Moonlight Hayate looks sick, but he is a special jonin. Moreover, he is also the owner of open black lens bracket transcendence close black lens bracket open black lens bracket blood stain limit close black lens bracket. Moonlight Hayate talked about the qualifiers with Shiyu and others. Rules, said immediately. All in all, only those who have won the preliminary are eligible to participate in the final selection of the third test. Then if you feel unwell now, quit first, or if there is something you don't understand, quickly ask questions. Just as Moonlight Hayate's voice fell, Kabuto's voice also followed. I abstain. Kabuto's actions made everyone puzzled. Only you knew the secret. Moonlight Hayate was stunned for a moment, then said, then you can go. Seeing this, the third generation said to Enko who was beside him, Enko, this looks familiar to me. Enko, who heard the news, also checked Kabuto's information and found that this was the 7th time for the latter to take the Chunin exam. Moreover, every time I opted out at this link. This answer made 3 generations doubt Kabuto, but it was only doubt, because Kabuto's identity in Konoha was seamless. 3 generations can't find anything for a while. Naruto, Sakura and others are also deeply shocked by Kabuto's sudden withdrawal, and Tokyu is too lazy to pay attention. However, when Kabuto left, he glanced at Tokyu with a meaningful look. Nothing else, it was obviously Orochimaru Jin. And he obviously didn't know the news of Orochimaru's defeat. Right now, he just knew that Shiyu didn't look like that. He had learned this from the first exam. Seeing that no one has any more doubt, Moonlight Hayate's voice sounded again. Then now I announce that the qualifiers of the third exam will begin now. Now start assigning opponents at random. As Moonlight Hayate's voice fell, everyone's eyes turned to a wall. There is an electronic display hanging on it, and it has started to flash. A few seconds later, 2 names appeared on the screen, Uchiha Sasuke and Chitongai. Seeing this result, Naruto and others also cheered for Sasuke. I didn't expect the first. It's me. After Sasuke murmured, he also slowly walked to the competition venue, and there was another person like him. He is Red Copper Guy, Orochimaru's subordinate. Seeing the 2 players take their place, Moonlight Hayate also announced, the first round of the contestant, Uchiha Sasuke Red Copper Guy, both sides may have objections. No. The same 2 words spit out from the mouth of the 2 of them, and they are both extremely confident in their own strength. There are no surprises. The first round of the game officially started in the eyes of everyone. Bronze Guy is called this name because he can condense the fire attribute chakra on his arm. It is also for this reason that his attacks are quite threatening and have a certain degree of burn effect. However, he is stronger than the Otogakur trio. The toss anvil is much weaker. The moment Sasuke opened Sharingan, he had already fallen into the next imitation. And he was directly taken away by a move, Lion Bomb. The reason why Sasuke was able to win this battle so easily was inseparable from the battle in Death Forest. Coupled with a few days of Shiyu's guidance, his use of Sharingan has also reached the point where he can control it freely. Therefore, it is natural to deal with the red copper guy with ease. When seeing Sasuke performing Lion Bomb Kakashi, Guy and Little Lee were all surprised because the starting style of this move was different from the Biao Lianhua. The same, it's all open black lens bracket shadow leaf dance close black lens bracket. If nothing else, Sasuke obviously learned it by using open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket in a short confrontation with Little Lee. Why the three of them couldn't help but sigh. This Uchiha is worthy of being a family known as a genius ninja, and this kind of talent is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. The first round of competition, the winner, Uchiha Sasuke. As the words of Moonlight Hayate fell, Naruto also shouted, "Sasuke is great." Knowing this result, Sakura, Ino's face is also dissatisfied and happy, but for some reason, they don't have the enthusiasm of the past. Seeing this scene, Neji also said, "Is this the strength of the first freshman this year?" Tenten on the side heard the words, looked at Neji, and thought to himself, this year's first freshman Uchiha Sasuke and last year's first freshman Hyuga Neji, who is more powerful? At this moment, it is not only the Tenten who hold this idea, but the vast majority of people present. With Sasuke's victory and Chitong Gai's defeat, it also announced the end of the first round of the competition. Start the second round now. Of the Moonlight Hayate fell, the display screen on the wall flashed again. Open black lens bracket Aburame Shino close black lens bracket open black lens bracket sword Maikung close black lens bracket. The result of this battle was no surprise, and Shino, who has always been without defeat, won the final victory. Followed by Sakura and Ino's best friend battle, the battle between the two ended in a draw. Next is Kankuro vs. Tenten. The result is that Kankuro's puppet technique is stronger, because Tenten have never been in contact with a ninja like a puppet master, and unfortunately lost. In the fourth round, Kankuro wins. The fifth round was Shikamaru's battle. He easily defeated his opponent with his superb IQ and shadow imitation. Functional ninjas like Shikamaru and Ino have a huge chance of winning as long as their opponents are not too pervert. With Shikamaru's victory, it's finally Naruto's turn. Moonlight Hayate looked at the two names on the display, and said in a hurry. Sixth round test. Open black lens bracket Uzumaki Naruto close black lens bracket vs open black lens bracket Inuzuka Kiba close black lens bracket. Chapter 69 Naruto Combo. Moonlight Hayate said. Naruto instantly became excited. It's here. Finally it's my turn. Ha ha ha, keep everyone waiting, it's finally time for me to perform. At the moment, Kiba also looked happy, but he was not excited because it was his turn to play. But because his opponent is Naruto. Ha ha ha, what a luck. Akamaru, we win. The reason why Kiba is so confident is that Naruto is known as the tail of the eternal crane at the ninja school, the strongest drag bottle in history. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, Naruto is the worst kind. Also therefore, when Naruto came on stage, there was no one else to cheer for him except Tokyo and Sasuke, and the Shikamaru trio who had been helped by Naruto before. As for Hinata, she only cheers in her heart. When Naruto and Kiba fought in the arena, Kiba couldn't stop her excitement. Naruto. When I met you, I was promoted in advance, hehe. Hearing Kiba's words, Naruto was instantly displeased. Hey, stop talking big, I won't lose to you. Naruto replied with a reply, and then said, okay, Kiba, the game is about to start, let your dog leave. Don't interfere with our game. Ha ha ha, Naruto, you are a big idiot, Akamaru is my partner, of course he wants to fight with me together. Wong wong. Akamaru called. When Naruto heard the words, he looked directly at the chief examiner, Moonlight Hayate. Hey, this can't be done. Ninja tools include animals, bugs, and even all living things. Hearing Moonlight Hayate's answer, Naruto pouted and looked sullen. Well then, let him. In this regard, Naruto can only comfort himself like this. Two taunted each other for a while, the game finally started. Kiba directly used the unique secret technique of their Inuzuka clan, Beast Ninja four-legged technique. Name implies, it is to stand on all fours like a dog, allowing itself to have the speed of a dog, and it can cooperate well with Akamaru. The Otogakur trio, before this qualifier. If there was a confrontation with the open black lens bracket Sark close black lens bracket, he will definitely suffer from it now. Kiba's strength is obviously better than him. However, Naruto can't do anything else, but he is resistant to beatings, and he is used to human flesh sandbags. Called. Naruto is so resistant to beatings because he has an amazing recovery, and it's all because of the power that Kyuubi, Nine Tails, has given him. Of course, it may also be because he has the blood of the Uzumaki family. The Uzumaki family is not only born with strong chakra, but their physical resilience is also quite amazing. But that's just more than normal, because not every Uzumaki clan has pervert-level resilience. Like Uzumaki Karen. This ability of hers is relatively obvious, and this ability is similar to the sage body of Six Paths Fairy. There is a certain relationship. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan are both descendants of Asura, and Asura inherited the physical power of Six Paths Immortals, also known as Sage Body. Therefore, the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, who are descendants of the open black lens bracket Asura close black lens bracket, have stronger resilience than ordinary people. And Senju Hashirama. It's because of the awakening of Sage Body. Will have such amazing resilience, it can be called an immortal body. And this, Sage Body. Not for nothing. It was made by Six Paths sage Otsutsuki Hagoromo when he practiced Sage Mode. From the animation, we can know that Six Paths sage followed Toda Mortal Gamamaru when he became an adult. Quote. Practice sage art. But he is still young when he is young. Cultivation. As a Six Paths Immortal. His talent can't be that bad, so there is only one explanation, that is, he is condensing Sage Body. Sage Body, Sage Mode, can be turned on directly. Automatically absorb the natural energy between heaven and earth. Hashirama because although awakened, Sage Body. But because there are too many generations apart, it is impossible to awaken the most perfect Sage Body, and it needs to be cultivated to enter this state. Senju Hashirama completed Sage Mode at open black lens bracket Shikatsu forest close black lens bracket. Only after the perfect control of Sage Body. This point can be determined from the changes in the eyes and the lines on the face after entering Sage Mode from the first generation. Moreover, Tsunade's psychic beast, Slug, was inherited from the first generation. Bang! One punch knocked Naruto away, and Kiba said proudly. Naruto, you are not my opponent, so hurry up and admit defeat. Everyone thought that Naruto would lose the match, but Naruto still straightened his back. Kiba, I won't just give in. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Kiba, who had finished speaking, made Akamaru jump directly onto her body, and then used the second family secret technique. Beast Ninja Orc Avatar. Bang! Exclamation mark. As a white smoke drifted by, Akamaru, who was originally a dog, has now turned into a human form exactly like Kiba. Naruto, take the call. Roar. After a loud roar, the two Kiba rushed towards Naruto at the same time. At this moment, Naruto is also feeling the pressure, but he can't lose, and he doesn't want to lose. Sasuke has won, how can he lose? A belief occupied his heart, and his eyes became firm. Get up. Open black lens bracket the art of shadow clone close black lens bracket. Naruto used shadow clone to fight against Kiba, hoping to win by numerical superiority, but the result was unsatisfactory. Kiba is not so easy to deal with, he is better than that. Otogakur, Sark. After a lot of shopping, everyone thought that Naruto was going to lose. But Naruto, relying on his fighting talent, deceived Kiba with transformation technique. He transformed himself into Kiba, which led to the scene, and all three were Kiba. And Akamaru couldn't help but talk, so Kiba could only identify Naruto with his keen sense of smell. Kiba has a sense of smell that is thousands of times stronger than normal, so he immediately recognized that it was changed by Naruto. So he didn't talk nonsense at all, he just punched his backhand. Bang! No accident, Naruto was punched to the ground. But Naruto's skills were superior, and he took the opportunity to change into the appearance of Akamaru after being blasted to the ground. Made Kiba mistakenly think that he had made a mistake, so in a rage, he beat the real open black lens bracket Akamaru close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Akamaru close black lens bracket was smashed to the ground with a punch from Kiba, and open black lens bracket Akamaru close black lens bracket, who had consumed about the same amount of chakra, also lost his combat ability. And without the assistance of Akamaru, Kiba's combat power is also greatly reduced. This is the Jedi counterattack that ushered in Naruto. After a fight between the two, Naruto won the final victory with a new move, Naruto Bomb. This scene made Kakashi, Guy and others feel ashamed. It's not a plagiarism for this move, even the name is also plagiarized. Looking at the Kiba who fell to the ground, Moonlight Hayate waited for a while, sure it was correct. It was also announced later. The sixth round of the competition, the winner Uzumaki Naruto. This result was undoubtedly beyond everyone's expectations. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji, who had been helped by Naruto, all exclaimed, "Good job! Good job!" After Naruto came off the field as the winner, the players from both sides in the seventh round were also released. Open black lens bracket Hyuga Neji close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Hyuga Hinata close black lens bracket. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Fly. Chapter 70 Blooming Lotus. On the playing field. Neji looked at Hinata without the slightest emotion in his eyes, and the cold words slowly spewed out of his mouth. "I didn't expect my opponent to be you, Miss Hinata." Brother Neji. Seeing the names of the two, and hearing the conversation between the two, Naruto realized that the two were actually cousins. What? They are brother and sister. They are all from the ancient and prestigious family of Konoha with excellent bloodline, the Hyuga family. To be precise, it should be the relationship between main clan and the split. At this point, Kakashi is also a little hesitant to speak, obviously knowing some of Akatsuki's things. Immediately after, as Neji's teammate, Little Lee, is to popularize the meaning of the existence of main clan and separation for Naruto and others. Then isn't this a fateful confrontation? Sakura Road. The final result of this battle was as expected by everyone, and Hinata was undoubtedly defeated by the genius Neji. Just that, through this battle, Hinata has grown a lot. Another point, this battle shocked Naruto and others because they knew a kind of blood limit. Open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket. It is said that the pupil of open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket is not under open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket, but is under Hyuga family of usage. Obviously they are in decline. They haven't developed the ability of open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket at all. They can only use it to observe the veins of the human body and assist open black lens bracket gentle fist close black lens bracket. Moreover, there are also scouts. Open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket. In fact, it can be evolved, but the Hyuga family does not know it. Open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Tensegan close black lens bracket. Just like open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Kagaya close black lens bracket. Byakugan is estimated to be the ultimate open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket, it can already use the super powerful open black lens bracket 80 air strikes close black lens bracket. In addition to this, open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket has some other abilities, such as open black lens bracket Byakugan coercion close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Otsutsuki way close black lens bracket. Byakugan can intimidate opponents at light, make them unable to move, but can make opponents directly into a cloud of blood mist in the air. Open black lens bracket Byakugan demonic illusion close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Otsutsuki way close black lens bracket control Hamura with unknown abilities, similar to Uchiha Shisui's open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukami close black lens bracket demonic illusion. Although Shiyu knows this, he is suffering from the fact that he does not have Byakugan now. Otherwise, I will definitely study it. With Hinata losing, the 8th round of the game will follow. Open black lens bracket Gaara Lee rock close black lens bracket. This result made Little Lee very excited, but Gaara was very dissatisfied, because he only wanted to fight Shiyu. Others, he's not interested. This one is undoubtedly the one that gets the attention because many people want to know about Gaara's victory. Apart from Naruto and Sasuke, the other candidates present undoubtedly thought that Gaara was probably the strongest among the candidates in this class. As for Shiyu, it will undoubtedly be the finale. The 8th round of competition, start. The voice of Moonlight Hayate fell, it was no nonsense, and rushed towards Gaara at an ultimate speed. It was a sweeping Konoha whirlwind. But without opening the 8 inner gates, Little Lee could not break through Gaara's defense. At this moment that Kaka and the other Jonin knew why Gaara was so strong, and why he passed the 2nd exam without a single injury. Related. And while watching Kankuro and Tamari's faces, they also had a confident look, and muttered in their hearts, no one can hurt Gaara. Seeing that Little Lee has been attacking with taijutsu, Naruto also asked, Mr. Guy, why does Little Lee only use taijutsu? It's not necessary, but it won't. Because he knows nothing about ninjutsu and demonic illusion. After Guy's voice fell, he also knew that the current Little Lee was not Gaara's opponent. So, let Little Lee untie the bondage to his body. Little Lee, take it down. Let's go. But Mr. Guy, you said that it is only possible if I encounter situations that require protection for me. I allow you to make an exception once. Hearing Guy's words, Little Lee nodded excitedly. Immediately, under the stunned eyes of everyone, the 2 weight-bearing objects under their feet were moved off, and when they fall to the ground, there is a loud noise. Boom. It sounded like a huge rock smashed to the ground, sending up countless smoke and dust. This scene undoubtedly shocked everyone. Who can take 2 seemingly ordinary, weight-bearing objects? Has such a weight, and looking at the dense runes on it, it is obvious that some kind of gravity technique has been applied. Swish. With the sound of breaking wind, the figure of Little Lee has disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gaara, but this time was different, because the speed of the sand could not keep up with Little Lee. Little Lee's speed can only be so great. The first is because he took off the weight-bearing thing that bound him. The second is that he has now opened the first door of open black lens bracket the 8 inner gates close black lens bracket, open the door. Therefore, his speed and strength have been significantly improved. Bang, bang, bang. Under several offensives, Little Lee found a loophole and kicked Gaara in the cheek. Bang. This scene made Naruto and others uneasy. They didn't expect that Little Lee was so strong, even Sasuke and Neji, who were geniuses. Kankuro and Tamari were also stunned. They didn't expect that someone in genin could hurt Gaara. And just when they were stunned, the battle in the field became more and more fierce. After opening the 8 inner gates, Little Lee must quickly resolve the battle. Otherwise, the overloaded consumption will only accelerate the consumption of his chakra physical and mental strength, and he will soon fall into a state of emptiness. Although the current Little Lee can break through the defense of Gaara's sand, the problem is that he can break his sand shell. That's it. to cause damage to its body. For this result, Xiaoli also knows that he can only use the forbidden technique, secret technique. Otherwise, he will not have the slightest chance of winning if he drags on. Little Li didn't procrastinate either. He directly undid the bandage in his hand. In the next second, his figure disappeared again, and after attacking me Gaara, he used his ultimate speed to catch a flaw in Gaara, and then directly used Shadow Leaf Dance. Bang! Look at the trick. His heart, and the bandage in Little Li's hand bloomed instantly, and then, as if alive, it directly wrapped Gaara. Immediately after, Gaara was hugged by the Little Li in the air and fell down. The high-speed rotation caused friction in the air, making a creaking sound. Boom! No accident, Gaara was directly hit by Li's taboo secret technique, open black lens bracket Lianhua close black lens bracket. The smoke cleared, Gaara also lay motionless among the collapsed stone slabs. Seeing this scene, everyone thought that Gaara was defeated. Naruto, Sakura and others all shouted for Little Li, even Shikamaru and others were no exception. Because defeating the strongest of the shinobi villages in other countries, this is undoubtedly a proud thing for them Konoha. As part of the Konoha shinobi village, they are naturally happy about it. However, only Kakashi and Tokiha know that Li's watch lotus hit is just Gaara's clone of sand. That's it. And it is. Gaara, who was lying on the ground where the slate collapsed, was slowly cracking, and then disintegrating, turning into grains of sand. This result made the field quiet for a while. Chapter 71 Fifth Door, Open. What's going on? When did that guy escape? If it's a clone, Little Li should be able to detect it. Seeing this scene, Guy came up with a three-line doubt. Because this result was no doubt telling him that Little Li's taboo moves were hitting the air, which was unacceptable. Kakashi also told him the truth about Guy's doubts. Just when you closed your eyes. Little Li has been training under heavy weight all the year round, which led to a gap when he performed Shadow Leaf Dance just now, which allowed the opponent to escape. Hearing this, Emperor Guy's hands were clenched tightly. Because Little Li was exhausted after using this trick. This is the consequence of overloaded consumption. No way, the chakra that Xiaoli can make is limited, and most of the chakra has been consumed after some battles. The use of Biao Lianhua just now completely squandered the remaining chakra in his body, and now he is extremely weak. As for Emperor Guy, that's because he has reached a very high level. The 5 or 6 doors in front of him are like playing with open doors. At the same time, Gaara has fallen into anger because no one has pushed him to this point since he turned black. At this moment, the battle has already presented a one-sided situation. The incomparable Little Li has only to be beaten. When Naruto, Sasuke and others thought that the game would end with Gaara's victory. Shiyu opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry, it's not time to decide the winner." Naruto was stunned for a while, and then asked, "But it's hard for Little Li to even stand up, how can he fight?" That was just now, look at the Little Li now. Hearing Tokiyu's words, Naruto and Sasuke's expressions suddenly changed when they looked at the arena again. Because now the Little Li has regained his state, and the speed is even higher than before. Undoubtedly, Xiaoli has opened the second door, Huiman. Examen. Relieve physical fatigue restrictions, squeeze the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the speed of energy consumption when opening the door. What's going on here? This is the body art practiced by Little Li, open black lens bracket the 8 inner gates close black lens bracket. Shiyu explained, then looked at Emperor Guy and said, "Mr. Guy, if I guess correctly, Konoha's lotus flower will bloom again." Guy, who heard the words, was also taken aback, because this sentence was originally what he wanted to say, but it was Shiyu who took the lead. Also therefore, Emperor Guy couldn't help but look at Kakashi with an envious look on his face. "Kakashi, you really have a good student." "Guy, that kid can't open the inner door now, right?" "Inner gate. refers to the last 5 gates of the 8 inner gates, which is the real the 8 inner gates. Once opened, it will cause great damage to the body. Yes, it will open. Emperor Guy did not hide it, and directly gave Kakashi a positive answer. And when Kakashi and Guy were discussing, the battle in the field became more and more intense. Why Kakashi had to observe the Sharingan. Otherwise, it is impossible to see the speed of the rear 5 doors with the ability of naked eye insight. And the next time Kakashi showed open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket, Little Lee's whole body became Yuhi, and there was a low drink in his mouth. The third gate, the gate of life, open. Shungmen, further increase the attack speed, the body begins to congest and becomes Yuhi, the last safe area of the 8 inner gates, and the body begins to emit green energy. This scene, except for those in the know, everyone else was horrified. Even the examiners who maintain order are exceptions. After all, there are only a handful of people in the Konoha ninja village who practice this taiju, and it is understandable that they have never seen one before. But let them shake. Shock was far more than that. I saw that at this time, Xiao Li's skin became more and more open, and the blue veins on his forehead were exposed to the air. The fourth door, the injury door, open. With a low shout, Little Lee directly opened the last restriction of the inner door, the injury door. This gate is opened, it means the appearance of the real, the 8 inner gates. And the real lotus is already charging. Injury gate. Further increase the attack speed, the body begins to damage, enter the 8 inner gates the danger zone, in the true sense of entering the state of the 8 inner gates. In an instant, Little Lee disappeared, and almost no one could capture his position. Only Tokiyu and the others with open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket can clearly see the movements of Little Lee. But because of this, Neji was very surprised. He knew that Little Lee was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Boo, 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 touch, touch, touch. At this moment, the situation has been reversed, and the roles are completely reversed. Gaara is completely passive, and only gets beat. Little Lee's speed was so fast that Gaara couldn't fall in the air at all. When he saw that Gaara was no longer able to resist, a low growl came from Little Lee's mouth. Final blow. The fifth door, Duman, open. As this voice fell, the breath of Little Lee suddenly surged again, looking at Naruto and the others with horrified expressions. Even Sasuke and Neji are no exception. Because in the face of such a Little Lee, they no longer have the confidence to defeat him. Duman, speed enough to move the air over the ground when moving, faster than the speed of sound. Immediately after, Little Lee used his own will to display his strongest trick, which is a forbidden stunt. Open black lens bracket Lilianwa close black lens bracket. A move without suspense hit Gaara, who was unable to resist. Bang. A bang, the ripples of energy spread out. Boom. And Gaara also smashed heavily on the slate on the ground, this time the power is more than several times stronger than before. Kankuro and Tamari exclaimed when they saw this. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the place shrouded in smoke, after the smoke and dust dissipated to see how good Gaara was. Everyone also saw the reality inside clearly, only to see Gaara lying on the ground at this time, unable to move. His sand shell. Crushed by Little Lee. If it weren't for that calabash behind him at the end, turning into a fool to protect him, I am afraid that Gaara has lost consciousness at this time. If it were someone else, it would be only death. Unwilling Gaara, before the body fully recovered, with one hand, sand binding coffin, the bones of one hand and one foot of Little Lee were completely shattered. But Gaara did not stop the offensive because of this. Little Lee had already angered him, so he wanted to kill Little Lee on the spot. At this time, Little Lee had no ability to act at all, just when Gaara was about to give Little Lee a fatal blow time. The Emperor Guy shot. Gaara, who was blocked, knew that he couldn't kill Little Lee, but because of Emperor Guy's actions to protect Little Lee, a different kind of memory filled his heart. So, he stopped. At this point, the 8th round of the fight ended with Gaara's victory. The 9th round was a tie between Choji and one of Sakura's teammates after a hard fight, which made Kurenai Yuhi a little regretful because she had 3-3. None of the students advanced to the 3rd exam. And the next round is also the last round. Although it is not the most highly anticipated battle, it is the battle that everyone wants to see. Because one of them is Tokiyu. Since the Chunin selection exam, he has attracted too many people's attention. Why everyone wanted to see his strength. With some anticipation, Moonlight Hayate's voice slowly entered everyone's ears. The following is the final round of this qualifier. Open black lens bracket Tamari close black lens bracket vs open black lens bracket Takagawa Tokiha close black lens bracket. Please download Feifei. Chapter 72. The technology shocked the four, and the audience was boiling. When Moonlight Hayate's voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Tamari and Tokiha. Especially Tokiyu, because the latter's performance in the 2nd exam was too impressive, not only breaking records, but also creating records. A team of one holds 666 reels. This is unprecedented to follow. Shiyu walked slowly to the arena under the eyes of everyone. This might not be the strongest battle, but it was a high-profile battle. Even the 3rd generation can't help but watch in secret. Especially those candidates who don't know Shiyu's strength, such as Neji, Tenten, Gaara, Kankuro, etc. Tamari, who is a party, is no exception. On the field, Tamari looked at Shiyu who was standing opposite him, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. She didn't expect that the two of them would be left as the final battle. To be honest, she was also quite curious about Shiyu. But it's because the two sides are not from the same camp, and their plan to come to Konoha Shinobi Village this time. Therefore, she had to bury her curiosity in her heart. But this time God gave her a chance to test Shiyu, and she naturally had to seize it. There is no doubt about the ability of the boy in front of her. Shiyu was surprised by both the 1st and 2nd exams. Your name is Takagawa Takiwa, right? What's the problem? Regarding Shiyu's calmness, Tamari also snorted coldly. I want to try it now. Do you really have the qualifications to say those words? If you can't beat me, don't expect to beat Gaara. Why, are you worried about me? The serious Tamari's expression instantly turned cold after hearing Shiyu's joke. Although her words were sarcastic, she was kind enough to remind Shiyu not to provoke Gaara. As Gaara's older sister, she naturally knows that Gaara is terrible after the runaway. Hey, let me see how much you weigh. Voice fell, Tamari directly took out the weapon, Samsung fan. This ninja tool strengthens her futon wind-style ninjutsu. 3-star fan. There are 3 Madara dots on the fan, and a few Madara dots are just a few stars. The 3-star power is the most powerful, and it can even blow up trees. Facing the attack of Tamari, Samsung fan, Shiyu had no intention of evading. He raised his hand slightly and flicked his fingers. Clang! Exclamation mark. As a metallic sound came out, the flying Tamari shot straight out. Boom! Without any accident, Tamari hit the wall directly behind. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. What kind of move is this? Is it ninjutsu? Hearing the doubts of Sasuke and the others, Kakashi also said, that's not some ninjutsu, it's just an attack of chakra that incorporates the wind attribute. Attack that incorporates attributes. Naruto murmured, and then asked, Kakashi, sensei, Nasi. Bronze Guy, who fought with Sasuke before, also used this trick, but because his use of chakra attributes is not very strong, he can't achieve the power like Tokiyu. Kakashi between the words is also extremely surprised, because it is not a day's work to simply comprehend the chakra of one attribute to this achievement. So it is. No wonder I feel a burning sensation on my skin when I fight against him. Sasuke muttered to himself. Shiyu's move is somewhat similar to the Shinra Tensei Almighty Push sign of Heavenly Path Pain, but it is a manifestation of a certain level of understanding of the wind attribute. This blow alone gave everyone a new understanding of Shiyu. Tenten looked at Shiyu, who was calm in the field, turned his head to the side of Neji and said, "Neji, I think he's so strong." Neji nodded, and then said, "It seems that Sasuke's words yesterday were not groundless, and you may be stronger than him at this time." Not just Neji and Tenten, Gaara and Kankuro who think from this. Temari won't lose like this. Kankuro's eyes were fixed on the arena, and a trace of worry appeared on his patterned face. There was no change in Gaara's face when he heard the words. For him now, all he cares about is whether Shiyu has the strength to fight him. "I'm looking forward to fighting with you," Gaara muttered in her mouth, and her eyes showed excitement. As for Sakura, Ino, Hinata and others, seeing the scene, they also grew their mouths in astonishment. Was the first time they had seen such a strong Tokiha. Back in the ninja school, the latter was a poor student who couldn't even beat them. But now, with just one move, Temari will be easily defeated. In their eyes, Temari must not be weak. Anyway, they are definitely stronger than them. At this moment, they seem to be meeting Shiyu for the first time. Not only them, but even Shikamaru and Choji have the same idea. And just when everyone was still shocked, Shiyu in the field also spoke up. "Admit defeat. You are not my opponent." Hearing Shiyu's words, Temari was extremely unwilling and stood up from the ground with difficulty. She was able to stand up, thanks to Shiyu's mercy. Otherwise, she would have already passed out at this moment. Temari wanted to use his futon wind-style ninjutsu to fight, but when he heard after Shiyu's next sentence, he suddenly lost confidence. "Don't do fearless combat. If you choose to continue fighting, I won't show mercy like I did just now." Shiyu's words carried a domineering arrogance that could not be resisted. Temari was stunned for a moment, feeling the aura of the former. She instantly lost the desire to fight. "I admit defeat." With Temari's words, there was a dead silence in the field. One move to defeat the enemy. This is undoubtedly the first time since the qualifiers. Who can pass the second exam basically have a certain strength. Of course, Sakura and Ino are exceptions. They are basically functional now. Sakura is good at healing, and Ino is good at psychic. Belongs to the auxiliary ninja, with the exception of the later Bai-Hao Sakura. With Temari's surrender, the entire qualifier is completely over. Takikawa Tokiha wins in the 10th round. Then, I now declare that the qualifiers of the third exam are all over. With the announcement of Moonlight Hayate's victory, it also brought the curtain down for this qualifier. Total of 21 people in the qualifiers because one person abstained, and the two games were tied. So, in the end, there are only 8. Gaara, Kankuro, Nai Shikamaru, Sasuke, Naruto, Neji, Shino and Tokiha, of which Konoha occupies 6. Through this preliminary competition, all 8 candidates have a certain understanding of the strength of others. Now, please come to the center of the venue for the 8 candidates who have passed the preliminary. Lord Hokage has something to say. Moonlight Hayate said this. The third generation of Hokage also appeared in everyone's field of vision again. First of all, I have to congratulate you on your successful entry into the third examination. I also said before that this exam is different from the previous ones. Many daimyo and nobles from many countries came to watch the battle. You represent the combat power of your respective countries, and I hope you can play your best level at that time. In order to give you enough time to rest and prepare, this third exam will be held in a month. The third generation who finished speaking couldn't help but glance at Shiyu, because he had a panoramic view of the battle just now. He was also quite shocked by Shiyu's strength. Although he didn't know how far Shiyu had reached, just relying on his hand just now was enough to see Shiyu's enchanting talent. If you want to understand that realm with a chakra attribute, it is really not something you can do with time. Must have extremely pervert talent. after the time is announced. Sandai also continued. Then, let's start to decide the opponent. Chapter 73 Intensive Training, Start. As the voice of the third generation fell, Enko also took a box and walked in front of Tokiha 8. Immediately after, 8 people each draw a note from the box in turn, and each note has a number on it. Naruto number 5, Neji number 2, Shino 4, Gaara number 7. Sasuke number 8, Shikamaru number 6, Takiwa number 1, Kankuro number 3. After everyone draws lots, Ibiki also announced their 8 battle information. Open black lens bracket first round close black lens bracket. First group. Open black lens bracket first time close black lens bracket versus open black lens bracket second Neji close black lens bracket. Second group 2. Open black lens bracket third Kanro close black lens bracket versus open black lens bracket 4 Shino close black lens bracket. Third group. Open black lens bracket 5th Naruto close black lens bracket versus open black lens bracket 6 close black lens bracket no. Shikamaru. The fourth group. Number 7 Iluo versus number 8 Sasuke. Second round, the winners of the first 2 groups compete for a place in the final, and the winners of the last 2 groups compete for the other final place. Third round, it is the final battle. There is no meaning to this result. Kankuro is glad that his fight was not Gaara, and Sasuke wanted to fight Gaara. As for Gaara, although he didn't meet Tokiyu directly, he didn't feel disappointed. On the contrary, he was even more excited. Because he has absolute confidence, he can enter the final. And according to this order, as long as Shiyu is strong enough, the two can meet in the final. If we can't meet, it can only be said that Shiyu is not as strong as he imagined, and then he is not qualified to fight against him. After the battle information was announced, Sandai also said. Before disbanding, did you have any problems? I have. Shikamaru raised his hand and said, and then asked, according to this elimination system, doesn't it mean that only one person can get the qualification of Chunin in the end? Not so. In the official competition, Kazekage and I, as well as the daimyo of each country and the ninja leaders of each village will be judged according to your performance in battle. Those who have the qualifications of Chunin can become Chunin even if they lose in the first round. After getting this answer, Tokiyu and Sasuke were also relieved. Because they know that now they don't care. No matter how hard you try, you will never be able to defeat Shiyu. They know very well that they are not at the same level as Shiyu. Then everyone, see you in a month. Disband. Fall of the 3 generations of Hokage, everyone left the arena one after another, to find their own but to help them strengthen their training. When Gaara and Temari left, they couldn't help but glance at Shiyu. The expressions in their eyes were obviously different. Gaara hoped that Shiyu would not let him down, but Temari didn't know why. In short, there is something that can't be said. As if there is some magic power in the latter, he has surrendered his personality. Because the previous battle between Shiyu and her didn't matter, and some of them were just drastic means of determination. Not only that, but even the last sentence of persuading her to surrender impressed her deeply. Shiyu and the 3 of them also came to Kakashi, but Shiyu didn't say anything. Because now he doesn't need Kakashi to know anything about him at all, he can just play along with whatever the latter arranges. Anyway, he didn't want to spend time studying ninjutsu or practicing taijutsu, it would be too boring. He has no such thoughts at all. Teacher Kakashi, you have to help us cultivate well this month. Hearing Naruto's words, Kakashi said, I already guessed that you would say so, so I have already found a candidate for you. Why? I want to follow you. Practicing. Naruto was dissatisfied. That, I have something to deal with, so I don't care about you. As for Kakashi's words, Naruto was not stupid this time, and immediately heard Kakashi's intentions. HMPH, do you want to help Sasuke train? Don't say that. I'll help you find this candidate, but I'm better than me. Oh yes. Naruto in the conversation was also interested, and hurriedly asked, "Who is he?" "It's me." Before Kakashi could answer, a voice came from behind. Naruto looked at the sound and saw a familiar figure, which made him scream in surprise. "Fuck, big pervert." The voice of Naruto can be said to be extremely dissatisfied, because Ebisu is too spicy in his heart. In order to prevent Naruto from getting himself into the harem technique Kakashi, Ebisu also promised Naruto to invite him to eat ramen, and he vomited after eating it. Originally, Naruto still disagreed, knowing that Shiyu whispered something in his ear. "Naruto, it's okay. I promise you will gain a lot from your practice this time." "Really? Don't you still believe me?" After receiving Shiyu's assurance, Naruto nodded in agreement. After Sasuke and Naruto's mentors were decided, Kakashi looked at Tokiha. However, before Kakashi could speak, Tokiyu was the first to speak. "Kakashi, sensei, you should concentrate on guiding Sasuke. I'll learn from Ebisu sensei with Naruto. You don't have to worry about me." Kakashi, who heard the words, was also stunned, because he knew that Shiyu was a demon, and he had nothing to teach himself. In his eyes, Shiyu can definitely pass this exam. Originally, he wanted Shiyu to learn more about the 8 inner gates with Emperor Guy, but since Shiyu said so, he didn't have much said. Because King Guy is probably not in a good mood now because of the little Lee thing, and he still has to teach Neji. Why Tokiha and Naruto left with Ebisu. After a while. After the 3 of them had eaten ramen, Ebisu also began to teach Tokiha and the 2 of them to practice. Obviously, Ebisu doesn't know Tokiyu's pervert. He only knows that Tokiyu's separation technique is very accomplished, and his chakra is dozens of times more than ordinary people. Their training location is Izumi. After arriving at the destination, Naruto also said with a puzzled look, "Mr. Big Satyr, what are we doing here?" "I want to soak in Izumi, and I want to peep." Hearing Naruto's words, Ebisu also coughed heavily, and then said, "Of course it's cultivation. Practice. What can I cultivate here? How to practice?" Naruto directly came to a series of doubts, which caused Ebisu to have a headache. "It's very simple. I want you to walk on when Izumi." Hearing the words, Naruto was stunned for a while, remembering that Kakashi taught them how to crawl when they were in the land of waves. Be precise, it should have been taught by Tokiyu. However, they were only masters walking on trees at the time, but they had never tried to enter the water. Apparently, Kakashi informed Ebisu about Naruto's situation and asked the latter to conduct targeted training. Only in this way can you improve your strength faster. Please download Feifei. Chapter 74 Inches Toad Immortal, Debuts. I'll show you an example first. Voice fell, Ebisu clasped his hands together, allowing a trace of chakra to condense on the soles of his feet. Then, under the eyes of Shiyu and the 2 of them, he slowly stepped into the hot Izumi pond. As a special Jonin, he was naturally able to stand on the water as steady as Mount High, and even walk as fast as flying. Otherwise, Kakashi would not have asked him to guide Naruto. After seeing this scene, Naruto also exclaimed, "Wow! Okay, then I'll try it too." With the experience of climbing trees, Naruto has been able to control chakra very well. Because the 5 elements seal is not applied by Orochimaru, the current Naruto will not cause confusion when using chakra. However, walking on the water is more delicate than the chakra that climbing a tree has to control. So, Naruto didn't understand the trick for a while. When one of his feet stepped into the Izumi water, Tokiyu and Ebisu heard a thump dong. Voice. No accident, Naruto fell into the water. No hot. Seeing this scene, Ebisu also smiled smugly, obviously a little bit of resentment for Naruto's almost lewd secret in front of Kakashi just now. Moreover, Naruto got ripped off at open black lens bracket Ichiraku noodle house close black lens bracket. Hey, I forgot to tell you just now. The temperature of this Izumi water is 60 degrees. If you keep failing, you'll be overcooked. Hearing Ebisu's words, Naruto also became angry. I will definitely succeed. Result, Naruto began to try indefinitely, and with the experience of climbing, he slowly got up to master. But after all, it won't last long. For him, this process still needs to be well-tempered. Seeing Naruto practicing desperately, Ebisu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Tokyo. What surprised him was that at this time the latter was Yuya sitting there dozing off, and could not help but reprimanded him. Shiyu, if you choose to learn from me, then you can't be lazy. Ebisu-sensei, I'm not being lazy. Shiyu replied that Ebisu was a little speechless, and couldn't help shouting angrily, although I wear sunglasses, I'm not blind. I don't mean that, I mean I've learned. Hearing the words, Ebisu was stunned for a moment. He had just finished the demonstration, and he didn't see Tokyo to try it once. The latter said that he had learned it. Isn't this kind of talking nonsense just for being lazy? Although he knew from Kakashi that Tokyo's talent was very evil, he couldn't fool him. This is the case, it will make him a very shameful teacher. If that's the case, then you can demonstrate it to me. Ebisu clearly wanted to give Tokyo a hard time, and in his opinion, even if there was a process of hard work. Otherwise, it would not be called a genius. It would be called pervert. Okay, it's boring to be idle anyway, so just treat it as a pedicure. After the voice fell, Tokyo slowly stood up from the ground, and then walked slowly into the Izumi water. This scene made Ebisu a little stunned because this training must be to hold your breath and form a seal, so that chakra can better condense on the soles of his feet. In this way can you walk on the water. If you want to skip this step, it will take a long time to practice. Even if he became a special jonin, it took several months to skip this step. And just as he was thinking like this, Shiyu had already stood firmly above the water. This scene completely shocked him. Kakashi said that Tokyo's talent is extremely evil. Is the strongest genius he has ever seen in his life, no one. Originally, Ebisu didn't quite believe it, but now he has a little faith. Mr. Ebisu, I said I didn't lie to you. Hearing this, Ebisu was also speechless, and could only give up the idea of reprimanding Tokyo. And at this moment, a wretched, hee. The voice was heard in the ears of everyone. Shiyu and the others followed their gazes, and saw a man dressed in yuhi color, with white hair tied into a long braid, naturally tucked behind his head. No doubt that he is open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket. And at this time the latter is peeping at, woman, when Izumi room. That's why it made that wretched sound. When Ebisu saw this kind of thing, he couldn't stand it because he also had a one-colored heart. This is a typical person who has no color and no courage, but does not allow others to do such rude things in front of him. Humph. Although you don't know me, but you dare to do such a shameless thing, I will never agree. Voice fell, and Ebisu rushed towards open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket directly. And as one of Konoha Sanin's open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket, he has already noticed it, no unnecessary nonsense. Directly summoned a toad, the size of which seemed to be more than 10 times that of Ebisu, and there was a 1-inch loyal, hanging around his neck. Word collar. Seeing this scene, Ebisu stopped abruptly, with a look of astonishment on his face, all of which had a sort of inarticulateness. You are. However, before Ebisu could reveal the identity of open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket, he was stunned by the tongue sticking out of the big toad. In this regard, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket is also a light shatter. What are you doing, so loud? What if you are found out? Open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket. This word has a double meaning. The first is that he is afraid of being discovered by the female family members of Wen Izumi, and the second is that he is afraid that Naruto will know his identity, because he does not want Naruto to know now. But Naruto, who climbed out of Wen Izumi, just saw this scene in his eyes, and couldn't help but be surprised. Big Satyr was actually defeated. Who is Super Big Satyr? For Naruto, Ebisu is a sultry type of big pervert, the kind who has a heart but no guts. But Jiraiya is different, he is completely blatant. See. Naruto immediately checked Ebisu's situation, and he found that the latter had completely fainted. Naruto couldn't help looking at Shiyu and said, "Shiyu, the big pervert passed out." Then you have to ask that super pervert. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto's eyes also fell on the Jiraiya, who was sitting on the head of the big toad, and a question came directly. Who are you? Why stun my big pervert? Also, what happened to that big frog? Naruto's words, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket also said, this is not a frog, it is called a toad, toad understand. Don't they all look the same? Well, that's what I said. Jiraiya muttered. So, now you can tell me who you are. Naruto asked again. That's a very good question. I am Mount Myoboku, the Toad Elf Shansu Taoist, known in the world as Toad Shanran, I am lucky to meet. Chapter 75 Irresistible Temptation. Jiraiya's self-introduction. Naruto was confused. The fairy. At this time, Tokiyu felt a joy in his heart, because he accompanied Naruto and Ebisu to practice, just to wait for Jiraiya to appear. Hey, what is that, sexy immortal? This big pervert wants to teach us to practice. You make him look like this, what do you tell us to do? Who let him get in my way? Jiraiya rode. Take material. Naruto's doubts, Jiraiya took out a book directly. That's it. Hearing the words, Naruto looked directly at the book, and could clearly see that there was a big character, Intimacy Heaven, on it. Ah, that's not it. No, even a kid like you knows that, it seems that I'm already famous, he. Of course it's not a serious novel. Naruto scolded, because he had seen this book in Kakashi's hands. Moreover, in the bell-grabbing session of survival exercise, Shiyu also wrote a side story, which he still remembers freshly. What kind of material? You are clearly a big pervert. Quote. After Naruto and Jiraiya had a quarrel, they stopped when they were a little out of breath. No excuses. In one sentence, what should we do with our cultivation? Practice. Jiraiya murmured, then said, do you mean walking on water? So you understand. Naruto pointed at Jiraiya and said softly, if that's the case, then we'll leave our cultivation to you. In Naruto's eyes, since Jiraiya can easily overturn Ebisu, it means that the strength of the former is absolutely superior to the latter. Originally, he was very dissatisfied with Ebisu's guidance, and now that there is a strong man, he can't let go of such a good opportunity. I hate rude guys like you the most. Besides, I'm not interested in men. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto instantly lost his temper, because he didn't know what to do. If Jiraiya didn't guide him, he didn't quit either. When Shiyu saw this, he said, Naruto, this guy is so lustful, isn't your seduction technique just right to come in handy? Ah, why didn't I think of that? Naruto's eyes suddenly changed between the words, and he said to Jiraiya, sexy immortal, what do you think of this? Bang! With a white smoke drifting by, Naruto transformed into a beautiful girl. Moreover, it's still naked. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya couldn't help it for a moment, and the nosebleed couldn't stop flowing out. This is good. I like it. After an exclamation, Jiraiya said, quickly tell me what ninjutsu this is called. Naruto, who heard the words, gave Jiraiya a white look and said immediately. The art of seduction. Ha. Thank you for thinking it out, he's really a talent. Seeing Jiraiya taking the bait, Naruto also increased his strength, put on a more seductive posture, and said in a shoujobiyu tone. Then the cultivation of the two of us. No problem. But on one condition. Jiraiya, who was talking, looked sullen, and seemed to be thinking something wrong again. What conditions? That's when we're together, you have to stay like this all the time. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto was also stunned, and immediately cursed, "You super pervert. No. I'm just looking for inspiration to create. HMPH, don't listen, bastard chanting scriptures. Alright, let's stop joking here, I'll accompany you to practice right now." "Really?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "Of course, I, Toad Immortal, have always kept my word." "That's great, Shiyu." However, before Naruto was happy, Jiraiya poured cold water on him. "Little devil, I said I knew you were cultivating, but I didn't say that I included him." Jiraiya between the words looked at Shiyu. His original intention was to guide Naruto to practice. Shiyu was naturally not included. Because he won't accept disciples easily. If Naruto is not the son of the fourth generation, it is possible that Jiraiya will teach him personally. Why? For Naruto's questioning, Jiraiya's reason is, "I reluctantly agreed to you because you have the art of seduction, so what does he have?" Naruto was stunned for a while, and then he said, "The lecherous immortal, didn't you just say you want to use the material?" "Yes. That's right." Naruto clapped his palms and immediately said, "Let me tell you, Shiyu wrote a biography of Family Paradise which was very much liked by teacher Kakashi, and was regarded as a treasure." "Really?" Jiraiya in the conversation didn't believe it, because Shiyu is so old, how could it be possible to write something so meaningful? Come on. "Of course, because it's the only one in the world." "I don't believe it." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Shiyu, who had been silent for a long time, finally said, "I have a second volume here." Volume 2. To Naruto's doubts, Shiyu also explained, "Well, because Kakashi-sensei likes it very much, he always urges the next plot. So, I wrote the second volume." You took it out while speaking, obviously showing it to Jiraiya on purpose. This, Intimacy Heaven, Golden Lotus Biography, Volume 2, is what he used to catch Jiraiya, because he calculated that Jiraiya would find Naruto. "So, I have already prepared this hand." Looking at the book in Shiyu's hand, Jiraiya is obviously a little moved. "Look at me, if it can give me some inspiration, I don't mind teaching one more." Having said that, Jiraiya can't wait to see it. He also wanted to know what kind of things a 12-year-old boy could write that could fascinate Kakashi so much. In this regard, Shiyu did not refuse. After taking the Golden Lotus Biography of Intimacy Heaven in Shiyu's hands, Jiraiya immediately browsed it. "I don't know if I don't read it, and I can't stop when I see it." It wasn't until Naruto asked a question that Jiraiya's mind returned to reality from the book. "The lustful fairy, is it okay?" Jiraiya raised her voice and pretended to be calm. "It's not bad, barely able to find a hint of inspiration. For the sake of this, let me teach you by the way." Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto's face also showed excitement. He didn't expect that a serious book to have such a role. "However, I have one condition." "What?" Shiyu wrote. "That's what you have to do, Volume 1, and the following plots are written for me, so that I can get more inspiration." Yes. For Shiyu, this is not difficult at all. Immediately after, Jiraiya directly took the Golden Lotus Biography of Intimacy Heaven, Volume 2, into the bag, and then said, "Okay, let's start practicing now. Please download Feifei." Chapter 76 The Shock of Jiraiya and Kyubi, 9 Tails. Immediately after, Shiyu and Jiraiya started to practice, and this is the step of walking on the water. 2 hours later, after unremitting efforts, Naruto finally became his master. Although it was a bit jerky, at least it was able to stand firm and not fall down. All of this was because of the foundation laid by the Land of Waves a month ago. During the time Naruto was practicing, Shiyu fought Jiraiya hot. Because the content of the conversation between the two of them is extremely connotative, it will lead to reverie at every turn, and people will have a kind of urge to think about it. This is also thanks to Shiyu's previous expositions. reading countless films, and I don't know how many mysteries are hidden in one plate. Those are all encrypted and hidden files, and the average person will never find them. After seeing the skill that Naruto is finally the master, Jiraiya also stopped the long talk with Tokyo. Since you have successfully mastered this trick, then I will call you a powerful move. Yeah. Naruto between the words was very excited, because he is now in addition to the multiple shadow clone technique, and the self-created Naruto clone. There will be no moves that can be used. However, before that, I want you to figure out one thing. What's the matter? Naruto's question had just fallen, and before Jiraiya could say it, Tokyo was the first to say it. You don't know a chakra in your body. When Shiyu said this, Naruto and Jiraiya were both stunned, but the reasons for their surprise were different. Oh, how did you know? Between the words, Jiraiya looked at Shiyu, and there was a hint of vigilance in her heart. In addition to those ninjas who participated in the war who knew about this, it was also some villagers who had ninjas in their homes. It is also because of everyone in this series that almost everyone in the previous generation knew that Kyuubi, Nine Tails, was sealed in Naruto's body. But as far as Jiraiya knows, this news is also blocked for the new generation. It stands to reason that it is impossible for Shiyu to know about this. Even if he learned that he accidentally heard the sealer open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Nine Tails close black lens bracket in Naruto, how did he conclude that there are two kinds of chakras in Naruto? You know, the reason for this is because of the Sixyong seal of the fourth generation. The fourth generation used two Sixyong seal to form the 8th trigram seal to seal the Kyuubi, Nine Tails, but it was left behind. There is a gap, so open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Nine Tails close black lens bracket can give its chakra to Naruto at the critical moment. It can be said that it is a means of protecting Naruto. After the incident of Mizuki, Tokyo and Naruto both knew that the open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Nine Tails close black lens bracket that attacked Konoha was sealed in Naruto. To Jiraiya's questioning, Tokyo also said, in the last mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto had a Yuhi-colored chakra in his body when he fought with Kurigakure missing Nin. So it is. For Shiyu's explanation, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket thinks it is acceptable. However, Shiyu's next sentence made open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket instantly dumbfounded. And, I have it too. Oh. Jiraiya responded with a sound, and didn't react until the next second, and then said with great excitement. What did you say? I said I also have that kind of Yuhi-colored cha. After receiving Tokyo's confirmation, Zia's face was covered with a thick color. Could it be that this kid is also open black lens bracket Ren Jinchuriki, column force close black lens bracket? The idea just came up, and was immediately rejected by Jiraiya. People Jinchuriki column power, such an important thing. If they Konoha have two people Jinchuriki column power, as Konoha Sanin, it is impossible not to know. But if it wasn't for Jinchuriki column power, there might be Yuhi-colored chakra in the body. You must know that this Yuhi-colored chakra is unique to tailed beasts. Think about this. Jiraiya directly probed Tokyo's body, but he found that there was no seal on the latter's body. That is to say, the statement of open black lens bracket Ren Jinchuriki, column force close black lens bracket has been dismissed. Then there is only one possibility left. That is, Shiyu lied to him. But he did not use a debunking tone, but doubted, Shiyu lied to him. You said that you also have that kind of open black lens bracket Yuhi colored chakra close black lens bracket. Shiyu nodded, pretending to know nothing, and continued, if you don't believe me, look. Shiyu's thoughts moved between the words, and a Yuhi-colored chakra appeared from his body. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya was shocked beyond measure. He didn't expect that what Shiyu said was true. What shocked him even more was that Shiyu could control this kind of power. But at the same time, there is a puzzle in my heart, that is, why isn't the chakra of the tailed beast in Shiyu's body? However, there is a beast that is even more shocked than Jiraiya. Open black lens bracket Kurama close black lens bracket. It was also because of this that he woke up, and Kiba's mouth, which was covered with scorpions, moved slightly. This is the chakra of Tanuki and Demon Cat. Kurama's eyes flashed a look of shock between the words, obviously not expecting that the chakras of the two beasts would appear on one person. Did this to make open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket more trustworthy and let the latter know that he could help Naruto control open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Nine Tails' chakra close black lens bracket. Moreover, Shiyu knew that Jiraiya would not easily tell others about it. Shiyu knew that only in this way would it be possible for Jiraiya to let him also sign a blood contract with the toads of open black lens bracket Mount Myoboku close black lens bracket. Of course, other than that, this is also a greeting from Shiyu to Kyuubi, Nine Tails, because sooner or later he will have to deal with the latter. But Jiraiya can never know why Shiyu has the tailed beast chakra. At most he can only find out that golden horns and silver horns of Land of Thunder, or the so-called humanoid Jinchuriki column force. Open black lens bracket golden horn close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket silver horn close black lens bracket both born with 6 paths immortal. The bloodline, so they ate Kyuubi, Nine Tails, flesh and blood before they can master Kyuubi, Nine Tails chakra. And the so-called human-like Jinchuriki column force. The chakra overflowing from the tailed beast and seal it in a human body. But if there is no 6 paths bloodline, it cannot be controlled. Can only be said that Golden Corner and Silver Corner are a special case. They have awakened 6 paths. The power of blood. It's like Senju Hashirama can still wake up, sage body, after countless generations. But there is no such person in 10,000, and it is almost difficult to be born. After a shock, Zilai, who had regained his senses, took a deep breath and said at any time, Shiyu, does anyone else know about this? No. That's fine. Jiraiya responded and continued, you remember, this must not be known to the 4th person. Good. Shiyu nodded, and then said, Sexy Immortal, do you want to help Naruto control this power? Indeed. But it's not a day's work. Jiraiya responded, and then said, it's getting late, you should go back first. We'll meet here tomorrow. Voice fell, Jiraiya left with the unconscious Ebisu. The next day, I brought Naruto and Shiyu to a mountain stream in the forest. Jiraiya chose this place because in the stream under this mountain stream, some women would come to play in the water from time to time. Swimming and outing. Seeing Jiraiya's super-colored appearance, Naruto couldn't stand it anymore, so he drank it immediately. Lustful fairy. You promised to teach us new moves yesterday, so hurry up. What an annoying kid. Jiraiya complained and immediately said, you won't study as much as Shiyu, and watch us quietly for a while. After reluctantly looking back, Jiraiya came to Naruto and said immediately, before you start learning that move, you have to learn how to master like Tashiyu, Yuhi-colored chakra. Otherwise, you won't be able to use your current chakra. Chapter 77 Psychic. The Lecherous Fairy. How do you know I have that kind of chakra in me? Naruto said puzzled. Who made me a fairy? Voice fell, Jiraiya also told Naruto about the chakra in his body. Example, part of the chakra in Naruto is usually used to suppress another type of chakra, which is open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Nine Tails chakra close black lens bracket. So he can also develop his own chakra to ultimate, which is what Kakashi calls his normal Naruto chakra 4 times his. Once the chakra that restrains open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Nine Tails close black lens bracket is removed, it will be more than 100 times his. But the problem is that the current Naruto can't squander this chakra arbitrarily. Therefore, if you want to use spiritualism, you must use the huge chakra of Kyuubi, Nine Tails. Quote. In short, if you have 2 kinds of chakra, you should release it to the maximum limit and make use of it. In this way, there will be more ninjutsu and moves you can use, such as the spirituality that I am going to call you now. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Shiyu knew that a good show was finally coming. And Naruto also had a look of excitement on his face, and he was also curious about what this so-called spirituality was. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Simply put, it's a blood contract made between a caster and a certain creature, and then it's time to summon them. This is a type of space-time ninjutsu. Sounds great. Naruto exclaimed, and then said, hurry up and teach me. Before you learn, you have to walk on the water and use up the chakra you usually use, so that you can better draw that kind of Yuhi-colored chakra. Don't be like that, in case I drown. Don't worry, isn't it with me and Shiyu? Jiraiya rode. Well then. Naruto nodded helplessly, and immediately walked to the water and started practicing. Because Tokiyu can control that kind of open black lens bracket Yuhi-colored chakra close black lens bracket, so he doesn't have to practice like Tokiyu, and this is just one of the purposes of Tokiyu showing open black lens bracket tailed beast chakra close black lens bracket to Jiraiya. Because using spirituality requires a lot of chakra, if Shiyu doesn't have enough chakra, Jiraiya won't necessarily let him practice. During Naruto's practice, Tokiha and Jiraiya have been discussing what. From time to time they are still gesturing something in their hands, and their eyes are always looking at the stream on the other side, making a comparison. Well, that's about it. That should have. As for the one that Yuhi brought, at most only, but the best figure. As expected of a lecherous fairy, you can see the clues at a glance, admire and admire. Shiyu said very sincerely. This time he didn't lie. Jiraiya in defense. The talent in aspect is indeed different from ordinary people, it is beyond his reach, and he has to admire it. Hey, give and take. And while Shiyu and Jiraiya were talking and laughing, Naruto's chakra was almost consumed. Was fine at the beginning, he was still level. But over time, Naruto couldn't stabilize his figure, and he couldn't be Naruto's shortcoming. Thump, another sound of falling water sounded. But this time there is no follow-up, Naruto has no end to climb up, obviously has reached the limit. When Shiyu saw this, he immediately fished him out. After some rest. After Naruto woke up, Jiraiya also said, it seems that your own chakra is finally exhausted, then. I'll call you two right now. Spiritual art. Okay. Finally waiting for this moment. Naruto was incomparably excited between the words, and a look of anticipation appeared on Chiyu's face. Okay, I'll show you a demonstration now. Voice fell, Jiraiya directly bit one of her fingers, and then applied it to the other palm. Immediately afterwards, a low shout was finally heard. Open black lens bracket spiritual art close black lens bracket. Bang! A slight sound accompanied by a puff of white smoke drifted past, and a large toad appeared in the eyes of Shiyu and the two of them. Jiraiya summoned yesterday, the only difference was that the latter had a scroll in his mouth at this time. When Naruto saw this, his eyes were full of stars, and he exclaimed. It's the frog from yesterday. It's a toad. Jiraiya emphasized. It's almost there. Naruto said something and continued. Lesbian fairy, teach us quickly, I can't wait, hee. This, Jiraiya asked the big toad to slowly send out the scroll in his mouth with his colored tongue and said. This is the signature letter, signed with Psychic Toad, that has been passed down from generation to generation. You need to dip a little of your own blood to write your name on it, and then leave 5 fingerprints dipped in blood. Use the blood fingerprint of the hand you are used to using. When you use it, you only need to condense chakra on the hand you set and imagine the position where you want to summon it. The order of the hand seal is Hai, Shu, Yu, Shen, Wei. Spirituality is a special technique in ninjutsu. Its essence is to summon creatures to assist ninjas in battle. It is mainly divided into 2 types. Blood psychic. Non-blood psychic. Blood psychic, the caster and any creature make a blood contract, and the signatory has blood on the blood contract. Therefore, blood must be used as the medium. As Jiraiya's voice fell, Tokyo and Naruto left their names on the signature scroll one after another. And blood fingerprints. That's all right. Naruto's words. Jiraiya also nodded, and then said, "You can try it now." Jiraiya thought too easily. He thought that Naruto would be able to use open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales chakra close black lens bracket after using up his chakra. Actually not. Open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales chakra close black lens bracket will only appear when Naruto is in danger, because open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales close black lens bracket, S life is connected with Naruto. In the comics, QB Ninetales said it himself, but this does not mean that open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales close black lens bracket is really going to die. Tailed beasts are aggregates of chakra and will never die. People Jinchuriki call them after the force dies. The seal in the body will collapse, and the tailed beast will slowly flow out and disperse in the form of chakra. After being silent for a period of time, it will be revived. Reason 1. Open black lens bracket Rin close black lens bracket after death. Open black lens bracket Misuo Isofu close black lens bracket became wild. Reason 2. During the Fourth Ninja War, Raikage said that after killing Naruto, you can delay open black lens bracket the appearance of QB, Ninetales. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto nodded. Then I'll come first. After the voice fell, Naruto awkwardly formed the 555 character patterns of Kai, Shu, Yu, Shen, and Wei, accompanied by a low drink. Open black lens bracket spiritual art close black lens bracket. Then he patted the ground with his palm, and spread out with the complicated runes. Next second, a psychic beast appeared in front of the three of them, and looking at the summoned beast reflected in his pupils, Jiraiya looked like he could not love. Even Shiyu couldn't help but secretly snickered. Because Naruto's psychic beast. Not a toad at all, to put it mildly, a toad it has not yet become. It was a tadpole, the size of a finger. 5. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 78 Mount Myoboku's biggest toad. Looking at the finger-sized tadpole on the ground, Jiraiya was speechless. It seems that he really has no talent at all in this regard. Mind, Jiraiya looked at Naruto, and another figure flashed in her mind, a man with the same hair color as Naruto. However, he is much more handsome than Naruto. He is the fourth Hokage, the first disciple of Jiraiya, open black lens bracket Namikaze Minato close black lens bracket. Jiraiya couldn't help but muttered to himself. Obviously it's a father and a son. I'm very talented, why is my son so unsatisfactory? If it is said to be inherited Kushina, the latter's talent is not bad, and it belongs to the best among female ninjas. Is this the so-called positive and negative? For this result, Naruto, who is the party, obviously could not accept it. Others summoned giant toads, he didn't even summon small toads, 2,200 inches. Naturally, it is unwilling. It is estimated that I was not ready just now, I will do it again. Voice fell, and Naruto also tried again, and the hand-in-hand style reappeared. Bang! With a wisp of white smoke drifting by, the psychic beast that appeared in front of her made Jiraiya completely speechless. I really shouldn't have high hopes. Because the psychic beast that Naruto summoned the second time was the same as the first one, it was still a tadpole. Moreover, even the size is always the same. Seeing Naruto's disappointed face, Jiraiya comforted. After all, I just came into contact with this ninjutsu, so let's practice a few more days and see. Oh. Seeing Naruto nodding obediently, Jiraiya's eyes fell on Shiyu, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Shiyu's talent is extremely high, and coupled with the master tailed beast chakra, even if it is the first time, he should be able to summon a good, psychic beast. This, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket also said. Shiyu, come try it. Good. Shiyu agreed, and immediately began to perform directly under the eyes of Jiraiya and the two of them. But the next scene was dumbfounding. Although it was only 5 short 55 seals, Shiyu was tied in an instant, as if he had already understood it by heart and was very skilled. And this is from Jiraiya's perspective. For example, from Naruto's perspective, he didn't see Tokiha hand seal at all, the latter's palm was already on the ground. Undoubtedly, it was because Shiyu's hand seal was too fast. And just as the people who came were startled, a low voice came from Shiyu's mouth. Open black lens bracket spiritual art close black lens bracket. Immediately after. On the ground, black and complicated runes spread out towards the surrounding, accompanied by the appearance of a thick smoke. Under the expectant gazes of Jiraiya and the two, the thick smoke also dissipated quickly, and the sight that greeted them shocked both of them. Especially Jiraiya, because the clams here appear at this time. Not a tadpole, nor a big toad. It's a giant toad. But Jiraiya's shock is far more than that, because the giant toad is neither open black lens bracket Wei Wei and Tai close black lens bracket, but also his brother's open black lens bracket Zaijian close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Zaiguang close black lens bracket. The size of the former is bigger than the three of them, and it is more than twice as big as twice as simple. Rather, 10 times more. This toad is the largest toad of open black lens bracket Mount Myoboku close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Iwasu big toad close black lens bracket. Who called me? The first sentence of open black lens bracket Iwasu big toad close black lens bracket is who summoned him, and its meaning is very simple. Because in his knowledge, Jiraiya doesn't seem to have this ability. Hearing this voice, open black lens bracket Jilai close black lens bracket recovered from the shock, jumped in front of open black lens bracket big toad rock house close black lens bracket, and said. Iwasu-sama, I didn't expect us to meet here. Big toad Yansu was stunned for a moment, then said in shock, Jiraiya. It seems that you have grown a lot, and you were able to summon my body. The compliments from open black lens bracket big toad rock house close black lens bracket, Jiraiya is a little ashamed. Actually, I didn't call you here. Not you. Jiraiya nodded and then waved to the two of Shiyu. Seeing this, Tokiyu and Naruto also came to Jiraiya. Big toad Yansu, the second he saw Shiyu and Naruto, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, and his tone was full of suspicion. Jiraiya, you wouldn't want to say that it was one of them who called me. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. But you were indeed summoned by him. Between the words, Jiraiya's palm rested on Shiyu's body. Not to mention that they were like this, Shiyu himself was also a little shocked. He felt that there was absolutely no problem in using his chakra to summon Toad Bunta. Who would have thought of using too much force and directly summoning Iwasu Big Toad? At this time, Shiyu couldn't help thinking, if he adds more if you work hard, will you be able to summon the Toad Immortal Gamamaru? However, this idea is estimated to be unrealistic. Because open black lens bracket Gamamaru close black lens bracket is the supreme ruler of open black lens bracket Mount Myoboku close black lens bracket, has the honorary title of open black lens bracket Big Toad Immortal close black lens bracket, it is estimated that he will not be summoned. That was the Toad of the Six Paths Immortal era. Exclamation mark. After getting the confirmation from Jiraiya, open black lens bracket Iwasu Big Toad close black lens bracket can only believe this incredible fact. But what he never expected was that he would be summoned out of his body by a teenage boy. A chat with Jiraiya. Big Toad Yansu, he also knew the cause and effect of the incident, but this surprised him even more. It was the first time I used spirituality, and it was summoned. Not to mention how enchanting Shiyu's talent is. The huge chakra in his body must be astounding. Otherwise, it's impossible to do this. Jiraiya, I'm here anyway, just play here for a while. Jiraiya was also stunned when she heard the words of open black lens bracket Big Toad Rock House close black lens bracket. Play for a while. Yes. Big Toad Yansu responded with a sound, and then said, even if it is a fairyland, it will be boring to stay for a long time. In this regard, Jiraiya is helpless. This open black lens bracket Big Toad Rockhouse close black lens bracket has a very high status in open black lens bracket Mount Myoboku close black lens bracket, and it belongs to the same high-level figures in open black lens bracket Mount Myoboku close black lens bracket along with open black lens bracket Fukusaku Immortal close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Shima Immortal close black lens bracket. 0. Status is only this person, and that is open black lens bracket Big Toad Immortal Gamamaru close black lens bracket. After the voice fell, open black lens bracket Big Toad Yansu close black lens bracket turned his attention to Shiyu and said, "Little devil, although I believe what Jiraiya says. But I want to personally witness this kind of thing. Would you like to show it to me again?" Big Toad Yansu, as soon as these words came out, Shiyu and the three of them were stunned, because they didn't expect the latter to make such a proposal. Iwasu-sama, you don't want him to summon that Sama too. Then let's see if he doesn't have the ability. Jiraiya and Big Toad Iwasu, Naruto was at a loss, because he obviously didn't know who Ni-sama were referring to, but Tokyo was very clear. If nothing else happened, it should be the two immortals open black lens bracket Suzaku close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Shima close black lens bracket. Chapter 79 Psychic Out of Family. Fukusaku and Shima have a detached status in Mount Myoboku, but they are called immortals. Existence. Even if Jiraiya wants to summon the two of them, it takes a lot of work. These two big men are not. They can be summoned casually. Especially since Shiyu just summoned open black lens bracket Iwasu Great Toad close black lens bracket, the current chakra may not be enough. Just when Jiraiya was tangled, Tokyo said, "Lustful fairy, it's okay to try it. Even if you can't get out of the psychic, it's considered a training session." Shiyu's words, Jiraiya thought for a moment, with a hint of worry in her tone. "How do you feel now?" "It's fine." Seeing that Shiyu was still alive and well, Jiraiya was naturally quite astonished. Summoning the main body of Iwasu Big Toad, I don't know how much chakra it will consume, but the latter doesn't look tired at all. And this is also the reason why there is doubt in the heart of Big Toad Yansu. How many chakras does this kid have in his body? One after a murmur in his heart, Jiraiya then said, "Since Lord Yansu has spoken, let's give it a try." Getting Jiraiya's approval, Shiyu didn't talk nonsense either. The hand-printed pattern is reformed. The first time Shiyu was a purposeless summon, but this time was different. Those figures appeared in his mind one by one. And his body also began to appear open black lens bracket Yuhi colored chakra close black lens bracket. Seeing the open black lens bracket Yuhi colored chakra close black lens bracket that emerged from Shiyu's body, open black lens bracket Big Toad Yansu close black lens bracket was shocked. Because this chakra is really amazing. Because of this, he almost believed what Jiraiya just said, and the worst is the final result. The purpose of Shiyu's use of tailed beast chakra is very simple, because this time he is not simply summoning one, but wants to summon the whole family of Toad Bunta in one go. If you want to play, then play something exciting. First, open black lens bracket Toad Dragon close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Toji close black lens bracket, then open black lens bracket Toji close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Toad Hero close black lens bracket, and finally open black lens bracket Fukusaku close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Shima close black lens bracket. When these figures flashed across Shiyu's mind, his palm suddenly patted the ground. Spiritual art. Bang! With the loud noise, a thick cloud of white smoke appeared in front of Jiraiya and the others. After the white smoke dissipated, the scene that caught their eyes made both of them dumbfounded, completely dumb. This is there. The one who spoke first was the one who wore a cloak, stuck a pipe in his mouth, and hung a big sword on his back. Toad Bunta. Big brother. Toad Hero and Toad Jien shouted at the same time, and a look of astonishment flashed in the eyes of Toad Wenta, who heard the words. Before he could understand what was going on, a childish voice sounded. Dad. Toad Bunta. For a moment, I saw that my two sons actually appeared here. However, his shock did not end there. Because at this time there were two more voices, but their voices were slightly old and hoarse. Awen, Ajian, Aguang, why are you three here? Open black lens bracket Fukasaku close black lens bracket do as a father. And Xiaoji and Xiaolong, why are you two little guys running out to join in the fun? Shima, who is a grandmother, said displeased ly. This time toad Bunta, a family of 7. The mouth is all here, 3 generations are in the same house. At this moment, 7 people 7 you look at me, I look at you, all look confused. They once suspected that it was the bastard Jiraiya, but the idea was rejected by them all of a sudden. Although Jiraiya can channel each of them, but if you want to summon them all at once, that's impossible. They know it's not possible with Jiraiya's strength. Just when they didn't know what was going on, the mischievous toad dragon was the first to discover the existence of the big toad of Yansu, and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't that Grandpa Yansu?" As soon as these words came out, Toad Wentai and the others were all startled, and looked at each other. Next second, the huge figure of open black lens bracket Iwasu big toad close black lens bracket appeared in their eyes, and this result made them think they were dreaming for a while. Otherwise, this is absolutely impossible. Ever since they, Mount Myoboku, signed a contract with a ninja, this has never happened. When Toad Bunta saw the Jiraiya on Iwasu Big Toad, he also immediately questioned, "Jiraiya, what the hell is going on?" Hearing this, the eyes of the 7 people 7 were also locked on the head of Iwasu Big Toad, and they saw 3 figures. Toad Bunta's questioning, Jiraiya came back to her senses. This result was obviously far beyond his expectations. He never imagined that Shiyu would be so arrogant, and he would channel all the family members of Toad Wentai at once. Not only did he not think of it, but it was the same for Big Toad Rock House. It's all like a dream. Little Jiraiya, you did it. The Fukasaku immortal between the words had a hint of doubt, and it was obvious that there was some disbelief that Jiraiya did it. But at the moment, aside from Jiraiya, there are only Tokiha and Naruto left. Therefore, he can only think of this possibility. Dad, who else has this ability except this little bastard Jiraiya? Zima Immortal Dao. This, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket also hurriedly said 200 words. Boss, eldest sister, and everyone. I know you're surprised by this, but please let me explain slowly. Immediately after, Jiraiya told a few people the reason, and when they summoned them, they turned out to be Tokyo, and they were immediately shocked. Jiraiya, are you sure you're not kidding us? As the voice of Toad Bunta's questioning fell, before Jiraiya could answer, Iwasu Big Toad was the first to speak. You don't have to doubt, I can testify. Originally, I didn't believe that this kid summoned my body, but after seeing him summon you all, I have no reason not to believe it. After getting the testimony of open black lens bracket Iwasu Big Toad close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Wentai close black lens bracket and others were all shocked. Obviously, they also know this unprecedented thing. If the Big Toad Immortal is also within the scope of psychic power, with the level of this little devil's evildoer, wouldn't the former also be summoned? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were filled with incredible incomprehension. That's why. Their eyes all fell on Shiyu at this time, and those eyes seemed to see Shiyu through. Because they once doubted whether Shiyu was the reincarnation of Six Paths Immortal, if not, how could the latter achieve this step? Chapter 80 Son of Prophecy. After some confirmation, Toad Bunta, a family of 7 also believed this fact. As arrogant as Toad Wenta, he has to admire Shiyu's talent. But as to whether Shiyu is the so-called Six Paths Immortal reincarnation, this is just their imagination. There is nothing to prove it. Moreover, Shiyu is not the reincarnation of the Six Paths Immortal. He has something even more awesome than reincarnation, that is, system. System. In my hands, I have the world. Shenzuo Shanran, Shiyu, said to Jiraiya, Little Jiraiya, maybe he is the one that the ancestors said. The son of prophecy. His. If you don't say it, I've forgotten the prophecy of old immortal. Jiraiya replied with a sentence, looking at Shiyu, and secretly thinking in his heart, will he be that? The child of destiny who can change the ninja world. Whether it is or not, you must teach this student well. Zima immortal Tao. Shima, although she didn't make it clear, Shiyu knew what she meant. If a monster like Shiyu goes astray, it will bring disaster to the entire ninja world, and even the entire world. You can rest assured. Receiving Jiraiya's assurance, Fukasaku and Shima nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after, Shima looked at Shiyu and said, little guy, if you are free in the future, you can come to our Mount Myoboku to play. Is that where you live? Shima nodded, and then said, the world is different here, I believe you will like it. And, at that time, we will guide you in a powerful spell. Shima, the voice fell, and before Tokiyu could answer, Naruto asked impatiently. What spell? Let's talk about this when you arrive at Mount Myoboku. After answering Naruto's question, Shima also looked at Fukasaku, Iwajuku Toad, and others, and said, we should go back. The two agreed in agreement, and Toad went and others naturally had no opinion. Dad, Grandpa, Grandma. Xiaolong and I want to stay here a little longer. Todiyoshi said. They came out of open black lens bracket Mount Myoboku close black lens bracket with great difficulty. Naturally they wanted to play for a while. Okay, remember to go home early. The grandma's Shima was the first to speak, and the father's Toad Bunta was too embarrassed to say anything. Because he is not the master here. What's more, he himself is also a master of calf protection. Next. As the 6 groups of white smoke drifted by, Fukasaku, Shima, Iwasu Datode, and the others also disappeared from the sight of Tokiha and the 3 of them. Until they leave. Jiraiya's gaze returned to Shiyu's body again, and sighed. Shiyu, you really let me pinch. Apparently, so many high-level figures of open black lens bracket Mount Myoboku close black lens bracket were summoned all at once, and it turned out that they were just a student practicing open black lens bracket psychic art close black lens bracket. Even he, Jiraiya, is a bit tricky. But, then again, your talent is the most enchanting among the people I have ever met, no one. This single hand of spirituality in Jiraiya's heart, Tokiyu's talent has already surpassed Nagato's. Uzumaki Nagato, he has seen the most enchanting person. The latter mastered all his shield techniques at the age of 10, and can skillfully use 6 kinds of chakra nature transformation including Yang attribute. But Jiraiya knows. The reason Nagato is so evil is because of the influence of open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket. With open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket, you can directly master 6 kinds of chakra nature transformation. Shiyu's talent is only one of Jiraiya's astonishment. Second one is chakra. After Shiyu summoned Iwasu Big Toad, he channeled out Toad Bunta, a family of 7. But he is still in high spirits and looks like he is at ease. And Naruto said from the bottom of his heart after hearing Jiraiya's evaluation of Shiyu. Shiyu, you really are a pervert. Shiyu, who heard the words, smiled slightly, while Zilai on the side said. It's also the first time I learned it. Look at what Shiyu has summoned, but you can only summon 1 tadpole. As soon as Jiraiya said these words, open black lens bracket Toad Dragon close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Toad G close black lens bracket suddenly burst into laughter. Tadpole, ha ha ha. You are too bad. Shiyu is Naruto's best friend, although he won't be jealous, but that doesn't mean he doesn't want to surpass Shiyu. Because of this, the ridicule of Toad Dragon and Toad G has stimulated Naruto's motivation more and more. HMPH, you two wait for me. When I learn it, I will call you out every day. Hearing this, the laughter of the two stopped abruptly. And this is what Jiraiya wants to see, he just wanted to stimulate Naruto when he said that. Obviously, the effect is achieved. After half a month, Jiraiya, Toji and Toad Dragon got together again, and they came to test Naruto's training results again. Immediately after, under the gazes of the two toads, Naruto skillfully formed 555 shape patterns. When his palm was patted, there was also a low drink in his mouth. Bang! Exclamation mark. As the white smoke dissipated, what appeared in front of Shiyu and the others was a open black lens bracket tadpole close black lens bracket. No doubt that this is the result of Naruto's cultivation in the past half month. Obviously, Toji and Toad Dragon laughed again. Seeing the result of no change for 15 days, Jiraiya really couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately taught her a lesson. What are you doing, idiot? How many times have I said it? I have to use all the chakras in my body. The Naruto who heard the words was also annoyed. I am bored. I've been diligent enough. What nonsense, come again. Jiraiya drinks it. I see. In response, Naruto continued to practice. Shiyu was watching leisurely on the side, eating something from time to time, and watching what the beauties were playing in the river. Really tired of watching it, it's not boring to watch the quarrel between Naruto and Jiraiya. At this time, under the supervision of Jiraiya, the person started a new practice. Bang! With a white smoke drifting past, after seeing what he summoned, Naruto suddenly let out a loud cry. Great! Jiraiya thought that Naruto had successfully summoned something decent. Taking a closer look, he cursed directly. Go to hell, you idiot! The reason why Jiraiya is so angry is because what Naruto summoned was still a open black lens bracket tadpole close black lens bracket. The only difference is that this one has only 2 extra legs. As for the question of whether that Navexian toad is called Zima or Zima, I remember it was called Zima, but Baidu is called Zima. After some weighing, I have changed all of them to Chima,